Good morning, gamers, and welcome to Day 2 coverage of Magic Spotlight the Avatar here at SCG Con Atlanta. I am Ryan Overturf. She's Carmen Clomperens. And Carmen, we have some more Magic to play today. Day 2 is always really exciting. I love seeing, who's up and at 'em early in the morning here on Sunday and ready to get that bread.
Well, I know at least the two of us are up and at 'em early this Sunday morning, but I could not agree with you more. This weekend has already been an incredible showcase of how good Standard is right now. In a lot of ways, we're just seeing the metagame constantly adapting and evolving, and it feels like you aren't going to see the same deck rising to the top from week to week.
Yeah, we have two 9-0 players. I'll come back to that in a minute. One of them is on an Izzet deck, but it's not the same Izzet deck that dominated Worlds. Let me finish one sentence today, Carmen. That's the only thing I ask.
Don't threaten me with a bad time.
So Carmen and I here are up in the morning. We have a full commentary team here. Let's take a look at who we're working with this weekend. Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister here. They're sleeping in a little bit. We'll let them get their beauty rest and come in here later in the day. We'll start things off for them.
Oh, yeah. Listen, we got to make sure we hold it down, open it up, and get us off to a good start before they come in. Boom. Drop some bombs.
Indeed. And speaking of dropping bombs, and you're talking about the quality of the Standard format. Well, what is Standard? It's a constructed format. That means you have a minimum 60-card deck that you'll build ahead of time, bring to the tournament, up to 15 cards on your sideboard. Play in 50-minute rounds, best of 3 games for 1 match. The format rotates, but there are a lot of sets currently in Standard. The most recent addition, Avatar: The Last Airbender, the spotlight for the weekend.
Yeah, and something that's really cool about there being this many different sets in Standard is you're seeing a lot of oddballs and players who are willing to put in the work and find the diamonds in the rough. We saw a Wilds of Eldraine uncommon in Twisted Fealty just completely solo a game because it lined up perfectly against the mythic rare Ouroboros in Edge of Eternities. That was so sick.
It looks good on both sides of the table.
Yes!
It turns out, the Ouroboros. That was a very cool game. Really, some real fireworks yesterday for sure.
Right, exactly. That's something that I really love about this format.
So we're in day number 2. So day 1, when it comes to these spotlight events, we had 9 rounds of Swiss. We were looking for players that accrued 18 or more match points, so that's a 6-3 or better record. And now we're in day 2. Round 10 is what we're coming up on. We got 6 more rounds of Swiss, so players playing against other players with the same or similar records before it cuts to the top 8 records for a single elimination playoff.
Right, so we've got 180 players who are coming back this morning. We don't quite have the math done on how many wins they need in order to punch their ticket into that top 8, which we're going to talk about a little bit more here in a second. But on the way there, I'll say 12 wins is really what a lot of these players are looking to get. At least 12, 13 extremely safe to punching their ticket into that top 8.
Makes sense to me. And what are we playing for? We're talking about the top 8. That's a huge deal at these spotlight weekends. Everybody who makes the top 8 gets an invitation to the Pro Tour. One of the bigger stages, not the biggest stage of them all. The World Championship, a little bit more illustrious. But
it's
the
a
Pro
big
Tour,
stage.
A really big deal. Something that many players chase for years. I certainly did before my first Pro Tour qualification. And until you experience it, you dream about it.
Right.
It's a huge deal.
Right. The top 8 is what so many players have their eyes on. Naturally, we see 10K up at the top, 5K to second, 2,500 to the top 4, and a cool $1,000 to top 8. But actually qualifying for a Pro Tour and getting to know for the rest of your Magic career you have made it to the Pro Tour is a validation that you can't put a price on.
And the top 128 players are also going to get that foil Day of Black Sun promo. Those promos are unique for specific spotlight events. It used to be the case everybody showed up for an entire year of the same Grand Prix promo. I remember some promos that maybe lasted a little bit longer than a year. But those 128 Day of Black Sun promos, those are pretty sought after. There's 128 from this weekend, and then there's others across the globe, but not too many of that card exist out there. But we have some players that are very much in contention for top 8. Starting day number 2, we had 2 9-0 players overnight. Looking at our standings there, you see up at the top, Mason Buonadonna, who did top 8 of Pro Tour last year, off to a great start this year with Simic Ouroboros.
Right. A lot of players on this first graphic that we had the privilege of covering yesterday. Mason Buonadonna, someone who had that top 8 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities just last year. Matt Buckley on a different version of Izzet. Previously, we saw Mason play against Izzet Lessons. This time, our feature match is going to be Matt Buckley against Mason Buonadonna. Izzet Looting versus Simic Ouroboros. But looking down, just at the top 16, bunch of different decks.
Yeah, we saw Robert Cedar a bit yesterday playing Dimir mid-range. It's a deck that shows up in kind of smaller numbers, but certainly making it look good. In third place overnight is Cedar. You see some Boros aggro in there. We've actually seen a couple different flavors of Boros aggro already this weekend.
Right, we've seen a couple of different typo variants. We've seen Boros Mice and Boros Dragons, but something I really want to point out is how diverse this field is. The top 8 players overnight, 7 different archetypes.
Wow.
Just come on. Come on. That's sweet.
That's twice as many archetypes as the world's top 8.
There were 3.5?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was kind of 2 different builds of lessons, right? But yeah, you see some really recognizable names here. Oliver Tomajko in 9th place overnight, Max Kamenowski. And notably, when you're talking about Day 2 records, players trying to top 8. You see in 16th, Lyndon Coote. That's where you see 7, 1, and 1. So you get a feel for how the field is shaking up already here.
And you drew a bit of attention to Lyndon Coote in 16th on Dimir Bounce. There are a lot of players kind of carving their own path with their own decks. Look, 20th place Boros Dragons. That is not something players were expecting coming into the weekend, but you can find success if you put the work in with your own deck.
See Nicholas Odenheimer, 7-2 overnight, the winner of the first Magic Spotlight event here in the States, right here in Atlanta, looking to repeat, picked up a couple losses, but very much live here.
Right, this is someone who, you could even see it on social media, where he said that it stung a little bit to start 7-0, fall to 7-2, but I will say Odenheimer not known for doing much losing in this hall.
No, absolutely
especially
not.
in a spotlight event.
Yeah, the matches we got to cover him on camera was playing great.
Looked incredible. Really, really appreciated a very crisp pace of play on a very complicated deck.
Absolutely. Gabriel Nicholas, also 7-2 overnight. A name, certainly a player that I've covered a number of times. Another strong technical player there as well.
Bunch of deep runs at the regional championship level. Is it Blink specifically something that I think players are not quite as used to playing against, but that's making use of Splash Portal and a bunch of enters the battlefield triggers in order to accrue a longer lasting advantage through things that might be a bit more proactive than just the card draw spells that Is It Lessons offers.
Yeah. A couple other archetypes in this field here. Sultai Reanimator, some of those landfall decks that I know you were excited about this weekend.
Don't threaten me with a good time either.
Well, we'll find out later if we're going to watch any of those. For now, let's check in with our top dogs. We'll be watching Mason Buonadonna, and this is the Simic Ouroboros deck that they have brought to the table. So this deck has a couple different kind of scaling effects, I'm going to call them, where you have Badger Mole Cub, where the idea is you want to really scale your mana, really ramp your mana. Spider Manifestation, a relatively recent innovation for these kind of decks to also really pop off in the mana category. And then you have cards like Ouroboros and that one Craterhoof Behemoth that can just deal massive damage.
Right, we've seen multiple Craterhoof Behemoth kills on camera just this weekend, casting it from hand or searching it up with either half of Nature's Rhythm. This is a deck that has, it's sort of at least 16 mana creatures. Badger Mole Cub, the Manifestation you mentioned, 2 mana creatures that are good at producing multiple mana. Then Gene Pollinator and Llanowar Elves good at getting the party started. In Nature's Rhythm, it lets you play this almost, I don't want to say nostalgic creature toolbox, but something you don't get to see as much anymore, especially in Standard. It's been such a long time. You see a smattering of one-ofs to actually allow Buonadonna to answer any situation game one and almost feel like they're playing a post-board game, except you haven't sideboarded yet.
Really cool interaction in these decks as well that I want to point out. You have those main deck Spider Sense. It's a negate effect. It's often useful to have that kind of thing in your ramp deck, in your creature-heavy deck. It's also really nice at stopping your Quantum Riddler from warping away at the end step.
Right, exactly. There's just a ton going on that is really, really cool. Gene Pollinator, good to be able to tap the Quantum Riddler even when you warp it. Notably, Bounce Off being played over into the Floodmaw really speaks to Buonadonna looking to use the protection version of Unsummon.
Right, target my own things.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at our other 9-0 deck list. This is Matt Buckley's Is It Looting? So this is the archetype that Jean-Emmanuel Deprat top-aided Worlds with. Some differences in the deck list here. Buckley is just maxing out on all the threats. 4 Tiger Seals, 4 Quantum Riddler, 4 Fear of Missing Out, 4 Duelist of the Mind, and a ton of bounce spells too. You have the 4 Boomerang basics, very stock for Is It decks these days, and 3 into the Floodmaw just to keep the opponent off the battlefield.
Yeah, something I really appreciate about this deck is in a lot of ways it's kind of zigging when a lot of people are expecting Is It decks to zag. flag. I think that we're seeing a lot of aggressive decks, very proactive decks, leaning on the fact that players want time to spin their wheels, and Buckley is not going to give you time to do that. There is a bunch of stuff in this deck that is going to kill you and kill you fast.
You know what I'm excited to potentially see in this match?
Tell me.
So Boomerang Basics, it's the new bounce spell. It's really taken over Standard. The ability to bounce your own things, very useful. Into the Flood mod does something that Boomerang Basics can't do, and that's when your opponent earthbends a land, you can return it to their hand.
Yup, you sure can.
So I'm excited to see if that happens, but our players are ready. Let's go ahead and get down to business here. Watch some magic. How does that sound?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's what we came here to do.
We'll be here all day.
Oh, right.
Welcome here to Day 2 coverage of Magic Spotlight the Avatar. Our two 9-0 players are about to square off in round number 10. We have Mason Buonadonna at the top of your screen on Simic Ouroboros. We'll be on the draw against Matt Buckley on the bottom of the screen playing Is It Looting, starting things off with Storm Chaser's Talent.
Ooh, Fancy Otter hits the table.
They're all fancy otters, Cameron.
That's a callback.
I've had my coffee this morning, so I'm ready for it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it is. You can tell we are caffeinated up.
Buckley is going to shock in a multiversal, passes on Island, play Duel of Mind, and come in for one with that fancy otter. Buonadonna has the turn 2 Badgermole Cub. Off to the races there. Now the question is, what can we pair with the Duelist of the Mind? And there it is, into the Flood Maw. Get your basic land back in your hand. That's a crime. I will loot.
That is more than a little tough.
The Otter is a 2. The Duelist of the Mind is also a 2. The card for turn plus the card off of the loot there. And the discard of the Torsa Tower, that feels like a sign of strength against the face-up Badgermole Cub.
What do you mean that's the worst card in Buckley's hand?
And here's a second Duelist of the Mind. This might be a quick one, Carmen.
Right, look at this. This is exactly that pressure we were talking about going into the pregame. This is a spot where I think a lot of these Ouroboros decks are planning to capitalize on the fact that your opponent is going to take a turn or two off, just sort of cantripping, playing some spells, getting their feet beneath them. Buckley is not doing that.
No. So Buonadonna is going to try to find his footing. Here is Mockingbird copying that Badgermole Cub. Going to earthbend a land here. We know about a forest in hand that was into the Flood mod. See what Buckley can do to accrue some damage here. After looting away the Torch the Tower, I'm expecting to see some fireworks.
Gotta get a red in there. Oh,
perhaps some mana woes with that multiversal passage you're alluding to. You're going to cast a Torch the Tower, so there was a little bit of a backup on a Frostcliff Siege, excuse me. Buckley does just want to clean up the battlefield a little bit, so is going to use Torch the Tower here, loot with both of the Duelists of the Minds, going to reset that land to just a land.
And Duelist of the Mind gets so much power so quickly, especially when you have multiples.
Warp of Quantum Riddler to draw 2 cards already.
Oh, it's the 4th turn, and your Quantum Riddler is drawing multiple cards. Holy.
And so I believe that both of these Duelists of the Mind are attacking, are they 5s? And there's one
out of 5, maybe.
trigger on the Otter as well. Apologies, there seems to be a little bit of issue with the life total tracking on our display here. Yeah, Buonadonna already interested in doing some blocking.
And this is interesting where you're going, well, this Mockingbird is at least a flying blocker.
Yep. A flying jump blocker.
No chump, but definitely a blocker. And you can kind of see the gears turning on Buonadonna's head to go, all right, I am so far behind. I am so unlikely to win this game, but what does the path in that direction look like from here? You can see that forest we know about, a Quantum Riddler, an Enduring Curiosity, and another green card that's a bit harder to make out. I think it might be a Nature's Rhythm, but there is not very much catch-up in this Ouroboros deck.
Right. Yeah, with cards like Nature's Rhythm that have so much modality, it makes sense to spend your time thinking about, all right, is there a version of this game that I can win? And actually lands on no blocks. If there is a version, it involves keeping these creatures on the battlefield. Right, so we use Tiger Seal as the backup. We now have the graphic updated. That attack put Bonadonna to 3.
And this is the spot where you are kind of thinking to yourself, probably a land and a Badger Mole Cub off the top, or another Mockingbird off the top, is where your path back in this game starts.
So here is basic force. There is a warp of the Quantum Riddler, a shrug of the shoulders, and we will go to game number 2. Matt Buckley very quickly up a game here.
Whew. Duelist to the Mind gets in. This is one that hasn't shown up a ton since it came out in Outlaws of Thunder Junction, but this is the luxury of having a 3-year standard format, is now that all of the pieces have come together, it's looking like Nathan Stoyer's cards weakened.
Yeah, absolutely. The card certainly is impressive when it's really doing its things, and just the combination with Tiger Seal to have a really robust mana curve seems to be what put the card over. As our players go to sideboarding here, on the top of the screen, Mason Bonadonna on Simic or a Boroid maybe needs some help now down a game. What's going on the sideboard here, Carmen?
So I'm eyeing these Vivian reads. This is something that we saw Bonadonna bring in yesterday against Is It Lessons, because it's so good at checking all of the sort of engine-y artifacts and enchantments that deck is bringing to the table. Historically, Vivian Reed saw a lot of play because it was good at plummeting against various Crackling Drakes and Niv Mizzets of the world. After seeing that game, I think Bonadonna really needs a way to check these Duelists of the Minds.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that. And you see in day 2 of the Spotlight events, day 1 is closed deck list, day 2 is open deck list. So Buckley's taking a look at what's going on in Bonadonna's sideboard. Speaking of potential answers to Duelists of the Mind, the card being looked over here is Melt Strider's Resolve. An aura that's an answer to a creature, but it takes a little bit of time for Bonadonna to have something large enough to fight a 3-toughness creature, right? Right.
This is a spot where normally you want Melt Strider's Resolve maybe for something like the Mirror or smaller ball aggro decks where you can just use your Badger Mole Cub, where giving it a little bit of toughness might help, and you're fighting down basically the same square statted creature over and over, and that is not what is going on here, which can be pretty tough. Looking at the rest of the sideboard, I think you could be looking at Paw Patch formation. Scrap Shooter's another one. That's one that you can use its sort of naturalized gift a card mode in order to go after something like Storm Chaser's Talent if you're worried about the sort of boomerang basics loop. Notably, that is a 4/4 with reach, and that 4th toughness means it's going to be harder for Buckley to pick off with something like Torch the Tower.
4/4 is a good square shape, you're saying.
Exactly.
All right, for Matt Buckley on Is It Looting, what does he have in the sideboard here?
A lot of what sticks out to me, Broadside Barrage, that's something that's able to go up against some of the bigger creatures that you're going to see Bonadonna bringing to the table. Iroh's Demonstration is something that we've seen be great against these, at going against an Ouroboros that the opponent got a turn with, as well as mopping up a bunch of tokens. Pyroclasm, that is a nice card. That's going to even take the Badger Mole Cubs with the Earthbent land. And then finally, Flash Freeze and probably Disdainful Stroke are going to get their reps in here.
Makes sense to me. So we're playing Standard this week at Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, really celebrating the release of Avatar The Last Airbender. And in 2 weeks, we'll be playing some more Standard, but there's going to be a new set out coming up on the Regional Championship in Portland. We're going to be playing with some Lorwyn Eclipse, but more importantly, playing more Standard. We're playing an RC. We're going to cover some high-stakes Magic in a couple weeks and tons of side events if you haven't booked your tickets as well. A lot to check out there, either at home or at the event if you want to join us in Portland.
Right, and even if you're at home, make sure and tune in. Ryan and I are going to be in the booth covering what is going to be a brand new Standard format. You had alluded to it a little bit a second ago, but Lorwyn Eclipsed is going to be legal for that, which means that you're going to see even more new stuff than you're seeing this weekend.
Find details on that event at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. We're going to do a live look in here. We do have a few cameras down the feature match. So we have another match going on here. Oliver Tomiko on Is It Lessons against Ryan Haddad on Demir Midrange. A lot of material already here for Tomiko. You have both talents, the Artist talent and the Storm Chaser's talent, a couple unchecked otters, and just a Flood Pit Drowner so far for Haddad.
Right, and Haddad all the way down to 7, looking like only a couple of cards in hand. If there's anything we've seen this weekend, Is It Lessons is surprisingly good at turning the corner.
Yeah, and when I said just a Drowner so far, I think that verbiage maybe suggested we're early in the game. Take a look at the graveyards. We've been playing for a minute. We've churned through some material.
Oh, we are getting to the business end of this one. Land number 5 from Tomiko.
Yeah, just 2 cards into Haddad's holding here. I think an Enduring Curiosity, but only 3 mana up at the time. Tishana's Tidebinder looks to be the other holding.
And this is the spot where if you're in Tomiko's seat, you see this map face up, and 3 mana available, and your opponent didn't use it on the Drowner. So you kind of know that it isn't just that Haddad is unlucky
right.
and didn't have anything to do with the other 2 mana.
It's a really fun texture of map tokens. Just something face up that costs some mana that you can only do at sorcery speed can really inform a lot on both sides.
Yeah, that's one where, the text can be a little bit of a mouthful, but I think it plays really well, and the texture it does add to games is a lot of fun.
So here's Tishana's Tidebinder countering nothing, as it sometimes does or doesn't do.
Playtest name, Mist Rigger.
Mist
Trigger.
That's very clever.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to say.
Listen, Lost Caverns of Ixalan team, great work. Amazing team.
Tomiko's going to take care of that Tidebinder before allowing Haddad to untap as we go his way. Looks like the map will be sacked here. Kind of fine with either exchange, either drawing a land, which is going to be an island, or the second point of toughness could be useful in terms of attacking into this otter. That's kind of a fun one. I play a lot of Stormchaser's talents. Determining whether you want to trade a 1/1 prowess otter with the Flood Pit Drowner, just a 2/1, it's very different from game to game, and it looks like Haddad would rather have the creature right now.
Really interesting to not attack there.
I imagine the idea is that Haddad is intending to cast Enduring Curiosity either to block something or just to show up there, and just wants to maintain some bodies on the battlefield.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe can peel a removal spell and actually start attacking.
Yeah, that makes some amount of sense. But hey, we're back to our main feature, partner.
Yeah, speaking of Stormchaser's talent, that's the start for Buckley here, and Spider Manifestation is where Bonadonna will be starting on turn 2.
Dual decks, Spider Manifestation versus Fancy Otter. Fight! Is that a Bossing Say out of the sideboard? Okay, it looks like there's 1 copy main deck. Harder to tell, but it would not surprise me if you see the extra land come in when you think your opponent's going to be better at answering your mana creatures. You just want to actually hit more land drops.
See an aggressive into the Flood Maw there, bouncing the Spider Manifestation. Buckley attacks for 2 and plays a tapped Multiversal Passage on Mountain. Kind of reads like there's no 1 mana or 2 mana red removal in the hand.
Yeah, that one's a little bit tough, where it's hard to tell if you are that worried about Spider Manifestation or what comes next, but like you're kind of getting at, it makes a lot of sense that Buckley just wants to buy time, and there's Bossing Say number 2.
Spider Manifestation redeployed as we head back to Buckley. Some strong 3 mana cards in the deck. There are 3 main deck Frostcliff Sieges, or this is a reason to maybe slow down, Duelist of the Mind, but there is no interaction. Bonadonna will be untapping with the Manifestation.
Okay. I mean, this is the spot where if you're in Buckley's seat and you have another, say, into the Flood Maw, you probably want to make sure that Bonadonna can't just go land Ouroboros anyway.
Makes sense.
Bonadonna skipping from 3 to 4 is a pretty relevant breakpoint, but keeping Bonadonna off 5 that isn't really what you're that worried about unless the card coming is exactly Vivian Reed.
Let's see what Bonadonna can do. It's going to be a Shaka Breeding Pool, and it's a different 5. It is Quantum Riddler. That'll untap the Manifestation.
Give that one about a 4 out of 6.
Let's see what Buckley can do about it. Nothing on the end step. I'm going to draw for turn.
See, and this is the really awkward spot where even if the bounce spell, you don't want to hit the Quantum Riddler with it.
It's interesting because you do have to get damage through sometime. So you want to bounce the Quantum Riddler to get off the table, but you want to kill so quickly it doesn't matter, and we're just not there yet.
There's also a point where Duelist of the Mind incentivizes you doing it on your turn, but oh my god, this is just a Warp Quantum Riddler go?
Yikes.
This has to be a counter spell.
It's got to be something, otherwise Buckley's in a world of trouble.
Right, exactly. This is the spot where all of a sudden, Buckley's hand's starting to look pretty anemic.
Yeah, not the strongest start. Let's see what Buonadonna can add to the table here. A second Quantum Riddler. All right, there's the Saneful Stroke, the counterspell you were alluding to. Does Buonadonna have something to fight over it? No, that will work. Okay, a little bit of a sigh of relief for Buckley. Here is a second Spider Manifestation.
And every time that Buonadonna gets another land source, it's so menacing. It's like there's a point where with these bossing says, Buonadonna's going to be able to keep just making threats as long as they have mana.
Right. So Buckley is going to cast that Quantum Riddler from the Warp Zone here. Develops the battlefield a little bit, but the Riddlers mostly just stare at each other. Somebody's going to need to do something a little bit bigger.
I feel like I'm watching a Tarmogoyf fight. Whoa.
We have Llanowar Elves and Surrak, Elusive Hunter, coming out of the sideboard here.
Okay, not bad. I mean, it's funny. This is almost the reverse Duelist of the Mind. Whenever your opponent commits a crime, you draw a card.
Right. Surrak's looking pretty impressive here with how much ground Buckley has to make up. With how much mana Buonadonna has at this point in the game, some really scary stuff could come off the top and be deployed immediately if Buckley commits too many crimes.
Right, right. So this is the spot where Buckley really needs a Pyroclasm.
Pyro's Demonstration. I believe we have gestured to do 1 damage to all creatures.
Checking if that one's a crime.
Yeah, some conversation. Is it creatures each opponent?
It does say
an opponent, or is it target opponent?
It says Iro's Demonstration deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control, is what I'm seeing.
So it doesn't target anything, and Surrak seems to care about being targeted.
Everyone knows Iroh gave up a life of crime a long time ago. He is but a humble tea merchant.
Whoa, okay, this is a huge development here. So the Iroh's Demonstration on its own, dealing with Llanowar Elves, looked like, you know, not the best thing, but this Pyroclasm, that's going to clean up the Surrak without ever giving Buonadonna a card. Also, because the Duelist of the Mind was not impacted by the demonstration, it's sticking around with its 3 toughness, as is this Otter, because 2 spells makes it a 3 toughness creature, and the Quantum Riddler way too big anyway. And now Buonadonna's Riddler has 2 damage on it.
Right.
It's not a good blocker.
It's so hard to block at this point. Where I feel like you just have to take it on the chin if you're on Buonadonna's
Excuse me, it's 3 damage on it, so even the Otter would trade.
Oh. Whoa.
Going to jump in front of the Duelist of the Mind. That means there are 7 points coming across. Buonadonna to 9. Going to see a shock of Multiversal Passage. And here is a backup Duelist of the Mind.
All right, so it looks like the Quantum Riddler had 2 damage and 1 from Iroh's Demonstration, which put it to 3 virtual 3 toughness, and Duelist of the Mind was only attacking for 2. So the Quantum Riddler does survive in that spot.
So the one thing going for Buonadonna gets to maintain that Quantum Riddler. Here's Vivian Reed. You mentioned this one could be pretty impactful. It's immediately going to answer the Riddler.
Platonic ideal of a Planeswalker.
+1, card advantage, -3, kill a thing,
Conditional
-8,
kill a thing.
-8, some long-form version of win the game.
No, I just meant that Vivian Reed.
Oh, sure.
That Vivian
This
Reed.
literal card.
That Vivian Reed. She's got her friend with her, eyes glowing, cool weapon.
Oh, the art. Yeah, that is a cool
Top
one.
to bottom, text box. Name is epic. Art is great. What do you want, you know?
The art stretches outside of the text box. See your head poking into the name frame there.
All right, into the Flood Maw in a loot from Duelist of the Mind. Vivian goes down.
Yeah, Otter takes care of that. Duelist of the Mind's going to chunk in. Buonadonna to 7. And this is what I was talking about, where eventually you get to a point where bouncing Quantum Riddler is just exactly what you actually want to do. Once the life totals are in the position like this, once you have some position on the battlefield, once you have some leftover cards in hand to try to close.
Yeah, this has been really impressive from Buckley's side. It's easy to see why they've had so much success on this weekend. This matchup does not look good for Buonadonna.
The early turns there, the Buckley, I want to point to that into the Floodmaw and the Spider Manifestation. It looked like kind of an anemic start there, just going into a Duelist of the Mind with no action, but was able to find those spots in the late game to just push back and clean up all of Buonadonna's material.
Ooh, are we about to see the third stage of Storm Chaser's talent?
Looks like some shocking it of Multiversal Passage. This much mana, that's one of the few things you can do with it. We're actually going to start somewhere else. It's going to be Fear Messing Out. Looks like drawing from an empty hand.
I guess shocking is just kind of free in this texture of game.
You either draw a spell you can cast, or there's 6 more mana for the talent.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, so no attacks here immediately unless something nice came off the top. And it's going to be Boomerang Basics on the Storm Chaser's talent. Pick that one up, draw a card. There's still 5 mana left over, so minimally can redeploy the talent and level it back to 2. What a peel.
Yeah, this is a lot.
You see some tracking of crimes and prowess triggers as well. There's potential for some attacks here as the Storm Chaser's talent is redeployed.
All right, so Duelist of the Mind is up to 3. The Otter is up to 3 power.
The Fear of Missing Out does have Summoning Sickness, even though it's hanging out between those 2 other creatures. And there is the attack. Riddler jumps in front of the Duelist of the Mind, and Torch the Tower is going to finish that one off. That's going to be 4 points from the Otter. Yeah, the Duelist is going to get eaten, but Buckley with plenty of leftovers on the battlefield and keeps a Boomerang Basics on the top.
Oh, but I mean, this deck has so much selection. We've seen like so many cards, so many lootings. Like it just, you end up in a spot where we're talking about Buckley having a bunch of nice cards. Also has seen 9 lands this game.
Right.
At a certain point, you just have to go, do you think there are 2 Boomerang Basics in the top half of any given deck playing 4 of them? Probably.
Yeah, it's called Is It Looting, not Is It You Only Draw 1 card every turn.
Oh, it is looting.
Let's see what Buonadonna can do to claw back into this game. At 3 life, there's 6 lands, but no creatures on the battlefield. That is such a tough position for this Ouroboros deck that is so bent on getting ahead early.
And now we found Buonadonna in this position again where they're saying, I know I am really far behind. It feels like the writing's on the wall when my opponent has kept top on a scry. So how do I stay in this game? What does that actually look like from here in practice?
It's going to be Spider Manifestation. Going to play a tap land to get down to 1 card. Going to warp Quantum Riddler to draw 2 fresh ones, but not a lot of mana left over from here.
Ooh, things are looking tough. Feels like Buonadonna just really needs to find a way to answer Fear of Missing Out.
And there is none forthcoming. Matt Buckley advances to 10-0 with a 2-0 over Mason Buonadonna. Matt Buckley now the lone undefeated player in the field and really putting on a clinic with this Is It Looting deck. That Simic Ouroboros deck, the most popular represented deck in day 1, something that players had on their radar. Reason to be afraid of coming into the weekend, but Buckley seems to have found a really good solution to it.
Yeah, I really appreciate how good this deck is at being proactive from the jump. I feel like Is It Looting Is It Lessons in general is asking for a bit of time and expecting that there are going to be more of these Is It Mirrors where you're maybe less good at applying a bunch of early pressure, like the Simic Ouroboros deck or like some of the aggro decks that we've seen people find success with on the weekend. This Is It Looting deck, no time whatsoever, and also is really good at being disruptive at the same time. I think a lot of times you think of a blue deck like this, you're maybe thinking counter spells. There were 5 in the whole 75, and I would also guess it's pretty rare you have all of them in your deck at the same time. most cards in this Is-It Looting deck, you're going to see Matt Buckley comfortable playing on their own turn and then being able to convert that into additional pressure on the back of Duelist of the Mind, of Fear of Missing Out, and so on.
Yeah, looked really great there. We're going to be seeing more of him this weekend.
Oh, definitely.
And we're going to be seeing more Magic this round. We have a backup we're going to jump into. We have Max Kamenowski, saw him a bit yesterday on Is It Lessons, against Anthony Boxleiter on Boros Aggro. This one an Arabella Abandoned Doll type beat.
Ooh. Arabella, one of those cards we put a lot of work into internally, specifically tuning it, mostly for Duskborn Limited, but figured it had a shot at Standard. It does a lot of damage.
Yeah, if it's appealing somewhere, it could very well be appealing somewhere else. You see Kamenowski starting things off with Gran here. Boxlighter is going to seam rip that on turn 1. Definitely want to answer the turn 1 Gran.
At a glance, I'm looking at Anthony's deck, and I see Arabella and 12 total creatures and had a moment of what is going on here. But there are a ton of token producers that are instants, sorceries, enchantments, and so on.
Speaking of, here is Voice of Victory, a very strong token producer. Kamenowski is going to respond with Accumulated Wisdom, otherwise would not be able to do anything for the rest of the turn. That makes sense. No Lessons in the Graveyard, but it still finds you a card.
Voice of Victory, really high on my list of, if I had to, stack rank the card of 2025, that's one of the ones that just, it shows up a little bit everywhere. It's not the most oppressive thing. It feels pretty fair. It's just strong and it's just cool.
Clocks in, clocks out. Gets combustion techniqued.
Tell me you didn't just Dice to Doomblade me for thousands of viewers.
I did not. That's the clock out part.
Okay, my fault. My fault.
Yeah, that was an honest day's work.
No, that's my fault. I got defensive, and I'm going to learn from this and grow from it.
That's all we can ask. Let's see what Boxlighter can do. Get back on the battlefield. Ooh, well.
Whoa!
A War Leader's Call into a Spell Pierce. I was excited to see some War Leader's Call action. That's a very cool Anthem effect. But I'm also generally excited to see a Spell Pierce, as Kamenowski is going to cast a Gran with 2 Lessons in the Graveyard. Things shaping up on his side of the battlefield.
And notably, Kamenowski playing a good deal more counter Magic than we're seeing from a lot of Izzet decks this weekend. 2 Spell Pierce, 2 3 steps ahead, and 1 Idle Quencha. Spell Pierce, a card you'd think wouldn't be that good against an aggro deck like this one, but like we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, a lot of Boxlighter's actual creatures aren't actually creatures.
Right. And once you do check the box of answering the Voice of Victory, you can make those other exchanges. Could have been really good if it stuck around. Same with Gran, who's going to torch the tower this time.
That's just canon.
Oh, no. Alright, so now both players with nothing doing, looking to set something up. As the game goes along, this Boros aggro deck is a different texture. I haven't seen this deck in action before. In general, my inclination would be that an Izzet deck would be better at drawing out of this position, but who are you liking looking at this game right now?
I definitely like Izzet Lessons' position significantly more, but Boxlighter is not without tools. We see Song of Totentans, I believe it's called.
Yep.
Is going to be an X spell that scales into the late game, gives Boxlighter a bunch of material that actually scales up as the games and land drops progress.
Sure. Yeah, a couple of rats enter here with haste. Those are going to connect for 2 points. Finally, a creature has attacked and done damage.
I will say, I am seeing a few copies of Painter's Studio Defaced Gallery in the deck. That's a room out of Duskmorn, which does have a 3-mana sort of divination mode.
Oh, yeah, that's
on
a really
top
cool
of
card.
What's normally just pumping all of your attacking creatures for 2 mana.
That could be a really good way to generate some value in a game like this, you're saying.
Right, exactly.
So Kamenowski is going to abandon attachments. It's a 3rd lesson in the graveyard, but nothing else immediately doing as he plays a tapped Multiversal Mountain and passes. So you have Kamenowski on 18 to Boxlighter's 14, as Boxlighter will untap. You mentioned some access to a few different anthems, but none here. The rats just rumble across again. Kamenowski to 16.
This Dalkovan encampment also something that turns any threat into having 2 more power, sort of, or more. It could be more if you have any Lord effect.
Sure. Here's Voice of Victory, so now a lot of material that could amount to a ton of damage should an Anthem show up. And there was no additional action there for Kamenowski, so that Abandoned Attachment looks like it might not have yielded anything. We'll see what he can do at sorcery speed now, because that's the only time he can take game actions.
Yeah, going into this match, I would have liked Kamenowski's odds, given that there are 3, count them, 3 main deck copies of Iroh's Demonstration, but you do have to draw them.
Yes. Artist Talent, good card for drawing cards. Monument to Endurance. Okay, the engine is online. How much time does Kamenowski have to utilize it? As Boxlighter will now untap. Just on the table, you have 5 power for the creatures as the activation of that encampment.
Holy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I love that you just count the creatures with this, and that's how much damage it is.
7's a good amount. That box Kamenowski down to 9, so not quite lethal next turn on its own. So potentially a really good window here for Kamenowski. You see a tapped Inspiring Advantage there for Boxlighter. So this seems to be the clock. So now let's see what the Talent and the Monument can do.
I mean, this is when this deck pops off, right? Is when you see 1 or 2 interlocking engine pieces and the untap step from Kamenowski.
Here's a tap of 3. There's not a lot of things that cost 3. Level Artist Talent is one of them. Reduces the cost of other spells, like this Combustion Technique that's going to allow him to rummage away this mountain. That's going to trigger Monument to Endurance. That's going to kill Voice of Victory.
Okay. I'm assuming this monument is going to be giving a treasure.
I want to say it was draw a card.
Okay.
Yeah, here it is.
Okay.
There's just no
I
cards
mean,
in hand for
yeah,
Kamenowski.
no, you're totally right. There is an extent to which when everything's firing on all cylinders, mana is usually the choke point. But in this case, Kamenowski needs help.
Right. And the leveled Talent gives you a little bit of leeway to draw some 2-mana spells. And importantly, with that Voice off the table, now has access to potentially some interaction on Boxlighter's turn as we go back that way.
Draw. Looks at card, looks at encampment, looks at card.
Is this better than my on-the-board trick? Apparently not. We're going to activate that. We're going to attack for 4. And Kamenowski just takes it.
I was about to say, Kamenowski to 3.
5 by my count.
Very true.
There's another encampment, but we're a little ways off of activating that. I don't imagine we have a version of the game that Boxlighter wins by activating 2 of those in the same turn. As we see what Kamenowski can continue to do with the value engine. Second, Monument to Endurance. Trigger Artist Talents. Discard Mountain. Draw a card. 2 Monument triggers. Draw 1 card.
One good card deserves another.
And a second Artist Talent. Trigger the first. Do some rummaging. Trigger some monuments.
And now we're in the unbelievable part of the game where if Kamenowski hypothetically just had 2 spells, Boxlighter's dead. If they were both just deal 3 a few times, it's real tough out there.
Yeah, it does not take long from here. Accumulate Wisdom. Trigger 2 Artist Talents. I have 3 lessons in the graveyard. I have this draw 3 on deck. Also, I have 2 more Monument to Endurance triggers. Here's a treasure. So a good clip of mana for all these extra cards. Remember, the first Artist Talent is on 2, so the non-creature spells are discounted. There's a second treasure. We're going for the full spread of all the modes on 2 Monument to Endurance.
Oh. And this is exactly why we were talking about this being the pop-off turn a second ago.
Yeah, it's not an infinite combo, but it sure is overwhelming.
It's not infinite. It's just draw 2 extra cards, get 2 treasures, deal 6 damage, do it again next turn.
That's all. As we've been talking about, Boxlighter does not have lethal in the following turn. Needs to peel something to present it, and Kamenowski saw how many extra cards that turn? All right, showing some burst lightning. Yeah, that's going to trigger the Artist Talent. That's going to give 2 monument triggers. That is 8 damage on its own. And that's going to wrap things up for game number 1. Max Kamenowski. It was a strong start there for Boxlighter. Things kind of fell apart as some lands rolled off the top, and importantly, Kamenowski did assemble the combo engine, as it were.
Yeah, and there's a point where Kamenowski's cards also lined up pretty well. Spell Pierce in the main deck looking like a good call on the weekend.
And I don't mean to make the game about flooding, because the aspect of that is that Artist Talent, by putting that card in your deck, you become pretty flood resistant. That's a big part of the appeal to the Is It Lessons deck, as players are going to go to sideboards. With Anthony Boxlighter with this Boros aggro deck. This one is a little bit more out there, but a pretty straightforward sideboard here, and definitely going to have some tools for the matchup. What do you like here, Carmen?
Requisition Rate is the first card that sticks out to me. This is something that does have the ability to pump up your own team, so it gets to be proactive. Even in the world, you can see him showing it to Max. Even in the world where Max isn't on the battlefield yet, this does have a proactive mode that plays into Boxlighter's game plan. But notably, it can destroy an artifact or an enchantment, and/or it can do both of those, given that it does have the spree mechanic. That's something that's pretty nice here. I also think looking to Nova Hellkite would make a decent amount of sense in this type of matchup. Picking off Grand is the thing that you can use to do it if you're just looking at how cards line up with one another. But notably, it is a threat that is going to be pretty good against the likes of Iroh's Demonstration, as well as a lot of the small ball removal, which I think Boxlighter's other threats can struggle with a little bit. I also think you could make a case for the first or second copy of Rest in Peace, but I'd be surprised if all 3 come in.
I was just going to say, you can sell me on the first Rest in Peace here. Can be disastrous to draw the second copy. I really like and agree with your assessment there.
Yeah, it's so funny. You draw the first one and you go, okay, we're doing it. And then you draw the second one and you just go, why is this in my deck? Who put this here?
For Max Kamenowski on Is It Lessons. So this Boros aggro deck, this specific kind of thing, not directly going to be on with Kamenowski's radar, but does have some tools, I would say.
Yeah, there's some amount where I kind of think Kamenowski is just trying to be better at attacking wide battlefields. Pyroclasm is the first card that sticks out to me here, which is something I feel like we've said a lot on the weekend, but that's the main thing that I think Kamenowski really wants to change. You can talk me into some of the stuff like Boomerang Basics and Idle Quincha being good at tagging all of the different token producers that Boxlighter is bringing to the table, but for the most part, I think Kamenowski really just wants to see another game like that last one.
Sure. And I imagine that often when you're looking just for the same thing that your deck does, just getting rid of the less appealing things and bringing in Quantum Riddler is kind of one of those easy sideboard swaps for a deck like this.
Yeah, some of that comes down to how many cards in Kamenowski's deck he's not particularly happy with versus Quantum Riddler being that amazing. It's more like how bad can Quantum Riddler ever be?
Right. Unlike Rest in Peace, the second copy of that one, the first copy of that one, they're both pretty strong.
Right. You draw the second Quantum Riddler and you just go, oh, geez, more good cards in my deck. Who put these here?
We're playing Standard this weekend, and that is the same format for the upcoming regional championships. So the same format by name. We're going to be adding Lorwyn Eclipse to the spread, but we're going to Portland in 2 weeks and Milwaukee the month after that. Going to be another SCG con. If you're qualified for the regional championships, we'll see you out there battling. And there's a lot to do in terms of side events. And you're watching this weekend, you know that you can watch these events at home. So a ton of great stuff comes from all these SCG con events, whether you're a participant in the regional championship, whether you want to roll up and play side events, maybe go to Artist Alley, get some cards signed, check out the vendors. Always cool things going on here at SCG con. You can find details on that. So Milwaukee, February 20th to the 22nd, and you find info on this and all of the SCG con events at starcitygames.com/SCGcon. Right, Boxlighter on the play. No one drop, not a ton on the deck list, just Hired Claw would be the openers there, so that's not too surprising. And here is Rest in Peace on turn number 2. That resolves, so no graveyards this game. We'll find out how much that matters.
I really like the Enchanting Tales bonus sheet.
I'm a huge fan of it.
Yeah, looks really good. I just like the whimsy.
I like it conceptually. I really like that it put some dumpy enchantments into retail limited that you could sacrifice to the bargain ability. I thought that was really well done.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that one was a lot. You do not get me started on hatching plans.
I still really hate that Greater Gargadon can't sacrifice enchantments
Not red.
because of that standard environment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was simply playing Oratog and Spirit Loop. And having those from the hip is how you know that it is true.
Claws of Gix for me. We see Abandoned Attachments. So Kaminowski is going to exile a couple lessons. Yeah, the Rest in Peace is going to turn off the really meaningful part of the lesson package. So we see what Boxlighter can do to build a battlefield. Fountain Port is a land. That's a good one. And this is Frontline Rush. Going to make a couple of tokens while Kaminowski's tapped out.
Very heads up to do it there. This is a point where if Kaminowski wants to spend his turn using Iroh's demonstration I doubt Boxlighter is too torn up about that because you're ultimately trading one card for your opponent. Obviously not perfect, but Iroh's demonstration is always going to get its man, right?
Mm-hmm. It's also 2 mana sorcery speed versus 1 mana instant with Spell Pierce, so that exchange is more appealing.
Yes.
Third land, no action for Kaminowski. We see what Boxlighter can do to turn up the heat. Going to attack with 2 goblins. Not bad. Kaminowski down to 8. Now with that untapped Fountain Port, you care even less about an Iroh's demonstration.
Mm-hmm.
Fountain Port, a great design from Burrow.
A lot of fun to be had with that one.
See it in a lot of different style of decks too. So here's Arabella. The Abandoned Doll.
And she really has not let that go.
No. Kind of her whole thing, honestly. It's
correct.
Getting a little sick of it over here.
Right. We were like, all right, so what do you want your epithet to be? And she was like, I'll give you one guess.
You don't know Arabella. Have it on screen here. Red, white, 1/3 artifact. Legendary artifact creature toy. Whenever Arabella Abandoned Doll attacks, deals X damage to each opponent, and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 2 or less, which tends to be the kind of creatures Boxlighter controls, and that's going to eat a flash freeze. Here's Rail Crackling Whip for Kaminowski. This is one of the biggest positions of strength for any Izzet deck in the format.
Yes.
When you have a window to cast Rail, start making some otters. If you untap with Rail from here, then you're firmly in the driver's seat.
Right. This is really close to the kind of game that Kaminowski wants to be playing, is the one where your opponent only has one-ish real threat on the table, and you just get to slam that Planeswalker.
It definitely makes sense with this being the following turn, why you would want to flash freeze that Arabella, just keep Boxlighter off the battlefield a little bit. You just need this one turn, and then things start to get a lot easier to advance the game. We saw Boxlighter miss land drop number 4. See if he can do anything to apply additional pressure. There's one Get Lost in the main deck. It's not a ton in ways of just clean answers to Rail. Something like a Warped Nova Hellkite, that would be probably best possible.
That would be unbelievable at this spot, but we're in combat, and did Boxlighter just go upstairs with these goblins?
Woof.
Whoa. And you can see Kaminowski just all of a sudden going, okay. My opponent and I are both 8-1. I know this is not just a misplay. This is someone who is smart, making an informed decision. Maybe it's the best of a bad situation, but if this is the best of a bad situation, I just have to block if this is what my opponent thinks is best for them.
And Otter jumps in front. Yeah, I looked at your deck sheet. I still don't really know what your damage output here is, and here it makes sense. Get Lost will take care of the Rail.
Right, and in that spot, that is part of why you want to sequence it that way, because there's a temptation if you're in Kaminowski's seat to just say, okay, in that world, I just want to start mapping onto my Otter.
Right.
Instead of eating the 1 point.
Hired Claw deployed as well, so Boxlighter with some material here. Kaminowski, of course, does not get to untap with that Rail, now has more of a game to figure out. Start with Burst Lightning on Hired Claw.
So even if Boxlighter did miss the land, being able to double spell is pretty good there.
Yes. Pirate Claw down, untapping just with that little goblin.
There is an extent to which Kamenowski from here really needs to find some sort of card advantage engine. Maybe he just has Accumulate Wisdom and everything is fine. But even in that world, he needs to cast another lesson. Boxlighter having this Fountain Port means that there is some, and we know a bunch of spells in hand given that he's missed land drops.
Right.
Real good at putting pressure on Kamenowski from here.
So there's Dogfin Encampment, Goblin attacks for 1. Kamenowski does have Accumulated Wisdom, but that stack there, that's not a graveyard. That's the Exile Zone. Remember, we're playing a Rest in Peace game, so this is just an Anticipate.
Very true.
So picks up one of the top 3, so we head back to Kamenowski. You mentioned looking to set up some kind of engine. Just making land drops and playing 1 spell a turn. Well, in this game, I mean, I don't think we're going to see that goblin just attack 16 times. I imagine the texture of this game.
Oh, I hope you jinxed it.
Will have to change.
Oh, I hope you jinxed it. Remember, that goblin's here forever.
Would love to see an altar of a goblin token that just says "Do it for her." That's the reference you're making. That don't forget you're here forever.
Of course, of course.
Kamenowski thinking about tapping 2. Where is he going to go with it?
Not these maps.
No. A Storm Chaser's talent would make a pretty easy baseline for a turn. Here's a reasonable one as well. It's not going to be a tap for 2. It's going to be a tap for 5. Quantum Riddler deployed.
So what we're seeing is Kamenowski pay a lot of respect to those sideboard rest in pieces from Boxlighter, where you don't actually know how many your opponent is going to bring in. And we kind of joked about drawing 2 of them being the nightmare scenario, but if all Kamenowski had access to was a pile of Accumulate Wisdoms and no other card advantage, that would not be that bad for Boxlighter.
I have bad news, Carmen.
Go ahead.
The Fountain Port sacrificed the goblin.
No!
So now Boxlighter's got to do something to even out this battlefield. That 4/6 flyer, Quantum Riddler, does not mess around. Okay, so here is that room you were alluding to, that Painter's Studio. Gonna exile the top 2 cards. They're gonna be played through the next turn, I believe.
Yes.
Frontline Rush and a second Studio, I believe.
Yep, signifying that the defaced gallery is still locked.
Until it gets refaced. See a shock of Sacred Foundry. So making some land drops here. Going to cast that frontline rush, excuse me.
All right, looks like Boxlighter just going to keep exploring the entire house on Duskmorn.
So actually, you know, it was not the rush that was cast, it was the defaced gallery. So now we have that +1/+0 Anthem effect and a couple rooms there waiting to be unlocked. Kamenowski is going to map up the Riddlers. He's an Iroh's demonstration. That's fine where it is. Actually, going to just go with 2 counters on the Riddler. That happens to be a 3-turn clock.
Yes, a 6/8 is not bad.
And here it comes. Boxlighter down to 12. Kamenowski with 4 mana untapped. Iroh's demonstration on top.
And this is a nice type of game where you're happy to have high impact cards like Quantum Riddler. A lot of Boxlighter's cards kind of ask you to have a built up kind of a greater mass of cards in order for your cards to add up to more than the sum of their parts. On the other side of the table, Quantum Riddler can just solo a player if both players' decks aren't firing on all cylinders.
Quantum Riddler, a very supporting friend.
Correct.
Doesn't ask much of you. Always going to have your back. Here's an attempt to frontline rush. It's going to be Spell Pierce. Boxlighter has plenty of mana to pay, but nothing going on. Kamenowski is probably fine either way here.
Right, this is the spot where, even in the world where Boxlighter pays for it, that means that Iroh's demonstration that we know is on the top of Kamenowski's library probably going to be pretty good at mopping up these tokens.
Right. Boxlighter does pay, so there's 2 goblins. What can they amount to is the question. It's another Fountain Port. You're going to see that other Defaced Gallery, so they have 3 power each. Going to be a pass of the turn. Back to Kamenowski. He's going to draw that Iroh's demonstration. Cannot cast that quickly enough. Get those goblins out of there. Attack for 6. I'm going to do this again next turn. What can you do? Says Kamenowski.
And we know the 1 copy of Get Lost is gone. Song of Totentans would be pretty nice here.
Those rats would have a lot of power. We have the 3rd way to demonstrate that there is a locked room, as it is immediately unlocked. Boxlighter is going to look at the top 2 with that Painter Studio. There's 2 Song of Totentans, but not enough mana. That's going to be too late.
Oh, no. I mean, I guess it would have been a point short.
Yeah, it would have been exactly 15 with 6 lands and
yes.
2 anthems. Brutal. Tapped Inspiring Advantage. The fireworks show just seems to be a little late here for Boxlighter. Gonna cast Song for 2. Not even gonna resolve. It'll quench you. It's the quenchiest.
Cactus juice.
Kamenowski untaps that Quantum Riddler one last time, enters the Ren Zone, and Kamenowski going to advance to 9-1 here on day number 2 of Magic Spotlight the Avatar. For Anthony Boxlighter, kind of an innovative take on Boros. We have seen, I think that, is it 3 or 4 different Boros aggressive decks we've seen in the field. So it's something that is out there, and with the way that the standard format's been developing, I imagine both like Simic and Izzet, there is space to explore there. So certainly something we're going to watch today, and we're going to be watching a lot more Magic. We're going to take a quick break first, and we'll be back before you know what for round number 11. Don't go anywhere. Hello again, gamers. Welcome back to Day 2 coverage of Magic Spotlight, the Avatar here at SCG Con Atlanta. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Clomperens. We just watched some really fun Magic here in round number 10. We got more Magic coming your way here. A lot of Magic to cover here. I'm really liking the standard format, Carmen.
We have covered so many different decks this weekend, and because of all of the amazing feature match technology we have now, we have even had the fabled cover 3 full matches in the same round this weekend. Frequently different decks. We're still seeing brews despite making it all the way to Day 2. Last round we covered our 2 9-0 players, which had one favorite version of Izzet versus one favorite version of Simic. Not necessarily what you wouldn't expect to see, given those are kind of the top of the field right now.
Right.
But we also are seeing a bunch of other cool stuff as you look further down our standings.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at our standings. Let's see who's doing well, who's playing what. Matt Buckley, our lone undefeated player there. We saw him pick up win number 10, playing Izzet Looting, defeating Massive Wanadana, now in second place with Simic Ouroboros at 9-1. And if you did the cut right now, 9-1, that's where we're at for our top 8 players currently.
Yeah, and looking just outside of that, we're seeing Demir bounce. What year is it? Last year? I believe it was Spotlight.
I thought it was the current year.
So, I mean, that's how they get you. The years start coming and they don't stop coming. All kidding aside, it was at the Spotlight in Atlanta for Foundations where we first saw these sort of bounce strategies popping up and down, and they go in and out of the metagame a lot, but despite it not really showing up a ton over the last month or so, players are finding success in their own way and carving their own path in this tournament.
Good spread of players and archetypes at 8-2. I want to call attention to 9-1. Eli Swafford, Mono Green Landfall, a deck that you have your eyes on and where we will be watching this round.
Oh yeah, could not be more excited. We'll talk about it more a little bit later, but we've seen that this hangs out around the top of the standings at a much higher representation than one might expect for something that literally is playing a ton of basic forests.
Yes. A lot of basic forests and ways to put them on the battlefields. We'll look at who is on our second page of standings. The day is young yet. There's 5 more rounds of Swiss to be played as we try to find our top 8 players. We saw Anthony Boxleiter pick up loss number 2 there on Boros Aggro. Definitely not something we expected to see coming into the weekend, but in striking position right now.
Right, and look, we see more Mono Green Landfall. We see Selesnya Landfall. We see I don't want to say the hero, but the hero, Nicholas Tibbetts, 4-color allies. Look all the way at 32nd, more 4-color allies.
Ooh.
Could be a breakout weekend for a deck that really did not have a ton on our initial metagame grid.
Yeah, that's one we're going to be watching. And on the topic of initial metagame grid, let's take a look. So we had 795 players on day number 1, and this is the spread of archetypes that showed up. The highest representation is other, but for specific decks, Simic Ouroboros.
Shout out to Standard in the other category. These are all players there are 10 or less players playing their archetypes, and there are 217 players doing something like that. This format is wide open at the moment.
Yeah, you know, last year, I'm used to saying, and we have 30 to 40% of this Izzet deck. And yeah, other really really showing up this weekend. We do see Simic Ouroboros there at over 15% of the metagame on day 1. Izzet Lessons really showing up and performing here. Demir mid-range in 3rd place there. We've seen a little bit of that. Robert Cedar near the top of the standings with that archetype.
Yeah, was 8-1 overnight, only took 1 loss. I think it was in the last round, if memory serves correctly, to Mason Buenadonna, who we just watched in the previous round, also pick up their first loss. A deck that people really tend to like playing in this sort of field.
Yeah, so a lot of blue decks here in the spread, but good showing by green as well. A little bit of white in that Demir deck, going to be where black is showing up in standard, as well as Sultai Reanimator. But let's talk about what the conversion rates for day number 2. What is our metagame breakdown for day 2 of competition? You do see Simic Ouroboros gaining a couple percentage points, the highest representation in day number 2 at now 21%.
Yeah,
doing pretty well.
Definitely can't complain about that. Demir mid-range falling down the standings a decent amount. I want to highlight 4-color allies. This is further down. There are only 4 of them in our day 2 field of 180 players. But as I mentioned on the previous graphic, this was not even a named deck. initially. There were 9 or fewer players playing 4-color allies out of our field of almost 800 in the first day. So worst case scenario for this deck's conversion rate, there were 9 in day 2 or day 1 and 4 of them day 2. That's like half of them.
Right, really impressive stuff there. Something we're going to continue to watch here on day number 2. And Is It Lessons, the second most represented deck? That is the other deck we're going to be watching this round. It's going to be Jacob Milchman on a build of Is It Lessons. You see a couple cards different. Honestly, you see more than a couple of cards from some lists, but this is one of those ones that falls within a couple of cards of what you would expect.
Yeah, there is a certain density of lessons that you need to be playing for it to make a ton of sense for a lot of your cards to actually be able to function in the way that you want them to. I know Accumulate Wisdom is one of the biggest draws to this. You also see Combustion Technique, all of these cards that basically say you need to have a bunch of these in your early game for this card to really scale into the mid and late game.
Yeah, and I imagine that the prevalence of this deck is really what mono green landfall is trying to have in the crosshairs. Probably what you like about the position of that deck, but it sounds like our players are ready, so let's see how it goes. I'm excited to see some fireworks of a different caliber. I think you're going to see some really large attackers in this one if the landfall player has his say. And that is going to be Eli Swafford on the play on mono green landfall on the top of your screen. Jacob Milchman on the draw with Is It Lessons. Both of these players are 9-1 here on day number 2 of Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. So there's been a little bit of varying in land counts when it comes to these landfall decks. There's a lot of cheap spells, but you don't really want to miss land drops. 25 lands for this mono green build.
I do really appreciate 25. This is something I always really love when an aggro deck is able to get up there on its land count, because it signals that it has a lot of stuff to do even if the game goes long. It's going to have high impact spells and ways to spend its mana over the course of a long game. We see a lot of cards like Esper Origins having that Summon Esper Maduin on the back of it, meaning that even if Swafford starts to flood a little bit, he'll have something to do.
Player's going to replace a split sleeve here. Definitely the kind of thing that happens as you shuffle for the 11th round of a tournament.
Right, exactly. And notably, mono green landfall seen a bit of a change over the last few weeks. It's moved more towards being about Mightform Harmonizer as a sort of not quite an all-in combo deck, but something in that vein. Previously, it was playing a bunch of Tifa and going down that path, but now these landfall decks are playing a bit more towards inevitability.
Esper Origins, the turn 2 play. Eli is going to surveil 2 cards to the graveyard, gain 2 life. And it's going to be 2 lands, actually, so it seems to be set up there. On the topic of being set up, the turn 2 play for Milchman is Artist Talent.
Yeah, Milchman has got to feel a sigh of relief that this landfall deck has not presented a threat yet.
Here's a big one, though, on turn 3 for Swafford. Surrak.
Not bad.
Elusive Hunter. Tends to give you a card back even if it is answered, and that 3rd point of toughness means you can't do it with a firebending lesson.
Right, this is the spot where if your opponent uses something like a bounce spell, you don't feel that bad about it.
Right. Milchman going to give things a think here. Lands on setting up the engine. Here is Monument to Endurance. Artist Talent will loot away abandoned attachments.
And this is scary. Swafford really needs to start getting in for some damage here, which is possible. Mightform Harmonizer hits like a dump truck, but really, really under the gun.
After surveilling 2 lands away, you expect the land drop. There it is. It's a basic 4-West. And here's Ice Till Explorer. That means there's another land forthcoming. That'll be the Fabled Passage out of the graveyard. Going to mill another Ice Till Explorer. Attacks for 4. Still not a ton in the way of damage output as Milchman is down to 16.
I mean, this is getting to the point where Swafford has a lot of versions of lethal with something like a Mightform Harmonizer.
Right, yeah, with this many land drops, with them being Fabled Passages.
Yes, exactly. And Ice Till Explorer means that one Fabled Passage is all you really need since you can keep looping it from the graveyard.
Right.
Swafford's not complaining over having more of them in the discard pile, of course.
The topic of resources in the discard pile, you see Swafford bring the Esper Origins to the front of the stack. Minimally, that can be cast as a thing to do to get through a turn. Can be some selection for future turns. The question is, how much time is Milchman going to give Swafford to set up? And, you know, Milchman also has to answer this Sirach.
Definitely. And this is the spot we've touched on a few times that is so scary whenever you're sitting across the table from Is It Lessons. They've untapped with an artist talent and a monument to endurance. This is where the deck's biggest pop-offs come from.
So here's a shock for Multiversal Mountain. Milchman to 14. Here is Combustion Technique. It's going to go after Sirach. Going to trigger artist talent. Going to trigger the Sirach. Swafford draws a card. Milchman's going to rummage away a second artist talent. Day 2, this is open deck list. Sometimes in these green decks you will see some kind of protection spell that could save here. There is one Royal Treatment in Swafford's main deck.
Card that previously did not see a ton of play over Snakeskin Veil because a lot of those decks also played Monstrous Rage and a creature could only have one role. But honestly, the Ward 1 can end up mattering.
Yeah. Definitely true, but the Combustion Technique is going to work here. The Monument did draw an extra card.
I think Milchman's thinking about an Iros demonstration.
And cleaning up the Explorer would not be bad.
And the question Milchman's thinking is basically planning 2 turns out from here.
It's up landing on passing. It's going to cast Combustion Technique in the upkeep. So I imagine what's going on is he had already used the draw card on the Monument to Endurance, doing this at upkeep on the next turn. He could draw another card, which I think that's where he landed on what he needed.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
You see him rummage away a second Monument, and yes, draws a card for the Monument on this turn.
Well, that is another turn of untapping with nothing on the opponent's side of the battlefield.
Yeah, the battlefield is clear as we start things off for Swafford. Does have Esper Origins in the graveyard, minimally. There's Bossing Say you could activate. Yeah, that stuff is all a little bit mopey.
The tap of 4.
Backup Ice Till Explorer.
Not bad.
Make some more lands. Plays Fabled Passage out of the graveyard, has a trigger to mill, is going to sack both passages in response. Find a couple more basic forests. There's 14 of them.
Right, and I imagine some of what's going on here is Swafford just trying to actually thin the deck and make it more likely that he hits another copy of Esper Origins on these mills.
Sure. 3 spells milled away. A couple of them wouldn't have been that impressive, but that Earthbender Ascension is one you want to get online at some point.
Still has a land drop, figuring out what to do with it.
It'll be Fabled Passage. He'll mill one more card. Might form Harmonizer, another one he would have liked to draw. Here's Badgermole Cub. Ooh, yeah, I like this interaction. Wake up Fabled Passage, so now that can be cracked for a forest, and it'll come right back onto the battlefield.
That's one of the cute things with Bossing Say in the deck in particular, is a lot of times you're earthbending onto these lands specifically for this exact interaction.
So there you see that interaction. Crack Fabled Passage. Because it was earthbent, it re-enters the battlefield tapped. Mills Escape Tunnel to Ice Till Explorer. Goes and finds a forest. We'll be milling one more card shortly. And is Esper Origins the only thing that plays out of the graveyard here?
I believe that is true. I'm going to do a quick once over the main deck. And it looks like that is the case.
Okay, so mostly the Ice Till Explorer is just extra landfall triggers in the deck.
Right. There isn't anything even like Soulstone Sanctuary to be digging towards here. Bossing Say is the main proactive land that Ice Till Explorer could recur.
So now Milchman's really going to go to work. Here is Grand. Grand is going to give the discount to Accumulated Wisdom. Got to rummage with the talent. Going to trigger the Monument. Going to draw 3 cards on the Wisdom on its own.
Ooh.
Chose to draw a card to start things off with the monument, but that's not the end of this turn.
No, you can't imagine that it is. You've Grand discounting spells as well at this point.
Tap a 2, it's going to be a second monument. Trigger Artist Talent. Discard Multiversal Passage. Draw a card off of that rummage. I imagine make a treasure on the first monument. Here it is. They used to put my face on those things, you know.
Monuments to Endurance.
Not that one.
Artist Talent.
Treasure token.
Yeah, I didn't really like how it started with Sacrifice Ryan Overturf.
I thought that was kind of part of the appeal. Here's a land for turn as River Pyre Purge. Abandon attachment for 1 mana. Trigger Artist Talent, discard Mountain. Gonna get the 3rd mode on the first monument. It's gonna make Swafford lose 3 life. The second monument rather is gonna go to work and get its first trigger on this turn.
Normal stuff going on here.
Milchman hasn't drawn more than like 9 cards yet this turn,
Oh,
right?
This is what's so scary about Is It Lessons, is if they get to untap with basically any 2 of their engine pieces, they just get to play so much Magic turn over turn. And if they have 3, oof.
So a lot of pressure on Swafford to do something special here is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Right, this is the point. Swafford really just needs to find a way to literally end the game. Basically next turn. At this point, Milton, it's this awkward spot where you think, well, he has to have something. But a lot of these cards, in a lot of ways, just sort of serve the Rube Goldberg machine of drawing more cards that draw more cards that draw more cards. So it isn't clear how much action he has in hand.
If you draw enough cards, you win the game, don't you?
Well, in some cultures, that's true.
So Track of a Treasure, Boomerang Basics on Ice Steel Explorer. Gonna rummage with the Artist Talent. Now we have 2 fully spent monuments for this turn.
World's most on the battlefield Badger Mole Cub.
Finally, it passes the turn. Does still have treasure untapped, though. Spells are discounted, and Accumulated Wisdom is where we're going to start on Swafford's upkeep. Gonna rummage with the talent. Discard an extra Grand. Don't need that one. Make at least 1 treasure, I'm sure. Looks like 2 of them.
I can't believe he has more spells to cast.
All right, Swafford. Let's see what you can do.
Oh, is that the Harmonizer off the top?
Okay. Well, so you can Harmonizer, Ice Steel Explorer. An issue is you have to do something about this chump blocking Grand, even if you can make something large.
There is an escape tunnel in the graveyard that Ice Steel Explorer can get.
Okay. We're maybe getting somewhere. How many times do you have to double 2 to get to 14?
A woodchuck could chuck as much wood as a woodchuck would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. Also 3.
I think actually the big question here is, do these treasures represent any red removal spell? And what could you do if that's the case?
Hey, bounce spell ain't too shabby either. Double checking the deck list. That being said, I don't see any copies of Into the Floodmaw in this version of Lessons.
Right, just the Sorcery Speed Boomerang Basics.
Yes.
Okay, so Lumbering World Wagon is where Swafford's going to start things off. Going to go find a basic land. It's a forest. No surprise there.
It wouldn't work in an open deckless field, but I can't help but just want to have the one island or something just to put the fear in them.
I would lose so many times to drawing that island.
Same. Definitely, definitely.
All right, summon Esper Maduin. Well, rather, flashback of Esper Origins. We'll see if we end up transforming this one. Milchman's going to respond with a firebending lesson on Badger Molcub. Trigger the talent, do some rummaging, do some stuff with the monuments.
And this is the spot where I think Milchman might even be thinking, can I possibly die from here? Or is it finally safe for me to just say, I'm going to deal 3 damage twice. And on my turn, I'm going to deal 3 damage twice. And guess what happens on your upkeep?
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking, when it gets to this point, when you have this much material on the battlefield, you're doing your thing, this many cards in hand, it kind of feels like taking an open book test.
Right.
Where it's not that it's necessarily difficult. You have all the answers, but you really don't want to pick the wrong one.
Correct. And here are 2. Each opponent loses 3 lives.
All right, so the Esper Origins, that's going to do some surveilling, going to gain a couple life. It's like bossing, say, surveilled away. A card left on top. And Esper Maduin on that Chapter 1 is going to draw Might Form Harmonizer, but Swafford pretty light on mana left for the turn at this point.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any real answers that could check any of the damage sources that Milchman has access to at this point. Archdruid's Charm could do it for 3 mana.
All right, so we go back to Milchman. He's going to show a bunch of lessons and say, all right, I'm doing exactly what you said. These are going to rummage. You're going to lose a bunch of life to these monuments, and let's go to game number 2.
You're going to get another turn, but only an upkeep.
Not a full turn, as it were, as players go to sideboard. So for Eli Swafford on Mono Green Landfall, now down a game, definitely has to have this deck on his radar, and it looks like he has some useful ones.
The first thing that sticks out to me is Seed Chip Impact. So this is a card that, at its base level, has the naturalized mode on it, and if it hits something small, you're going to get a lander for your trouble, which is exactly what Swafford wants, especially whenever your opponent might be better at picking apart some of your synergies post-board. Just having something that gives you another resource is pretty nice. I also think Soul Guide Lantern is a card that we're going to see Swafford thinking about maybe the first copy of.
But drawing 2 ones of that is okay, right?
Yeah, right. That one's not that bad when you have mana left over. It's good at just turning off something like a combustion technique, or at least asking Milchman to be able to say, make it get above 2 damage while it's on the stack again, which can be kind of a tall order. And then finally, Surak Elusive Hunter looked pretty good game 1. It wasn't actually coming out that fast, which was the real problem there. Ideally, Swafford's putting it in off of something like a Llanowar Elf, but it does okay against a bunch of spells that are dealing 2 until the mid-game.
For Jacob Milchman, up a game on Is It Lessons. Does have a couple more tools for fighting against a green aggressive deck here in the sideboard.
Yeah, and I think this one's going to change it fairly dynamically based on play and draw. You see this many one-ofs and different types of reactive cards, really speaking to Milchman trying to customize how his deck plays from game to game. Flash Freeze is the first obvious choice here. Broadside Barrage, also pretty nice. These are both things that are able to answer even a warped Might Form Harmonizer immediately. Long Reverse Pull is another card that's pretty nice. It's something that checks the business end of most threats Swafford's going to be bringing to the table. I think there's some consideration to be made for the different sweepers, the Pyroclasms and Slag Storms of the world. I don't think it's going to be as effective here as it is against some of the Simic Ouroboros decks we've seen over the weekend, where those are really deep on mana creatures. A lot of Swafford's earlier plays, like Saj's Chocobo, are going to actually scale past those pretty quickly, but
Right.
There's some justification there. And finally, Torch the Tower is one that sticks out to me as pretty nice. I think Milchman could make a consideration for maybe the first Soul Guide Lantern against some of the graveyard stuff that Swafford's doing, but I think Milchman mostly wants to play to the table more than he's really trying to preempt any of that stuff.
Right. Things looked pretty solid in game 1 as well.
Yep.
So keep that recipe largely intact. Makes sense. So we're out here playing Standard in Atlanta this weekend here at SCG Con, and we have a lot more events coming here in the year 2026. In 2 weeks, we're going to be in Portland. In February, Milwaukee. That's going to be the 2 standard regional championships coming up. But a lot of these are going to be spotlight events as well, so check out the event page for all of these. Richmond, Cincinnati, D.C., Vegas, Dallas, Baltimore, Los Angeles, Hartford. A lot of great spots here. Find all the information on all of these at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. I know I'm really excited for Portland in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. Portland is going to be such a good time. A lot of really good food in that city. I know there's a little ramen spot just walking distance from the convention center that has kept me on life support after a long day more than one time. Delicious food in Portland. I talked yesterday about the food in Hartford. I think it's Bears barbecue. I think it's Bears. I'm going to go on record. If you're from Hartford and I'm wrong, please correct me, and please tell me they're still open to this day. I love their primary and sister restaurants in the area. They were so good.
There's definitely a number of cities that I have not been to in 6 or more years. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
I did know what there was to do in Columbus. I hope I still do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think the only time I've been to Hartford was for a Grand Prix where I saw Buckethead the Friday night before it.
That's rad.
It was a great weekend. Really good weekend. Playing Modern Humans.
So we're going to take a live look in at another one of our active matches here as players shuffle up and draw hands for game number 2. We have an Is It Mirror-ish, Isaac Bullwinkle and Is It Looting against Jacob Pablo and Is It Lessons. These players are well underway. Plenty of stocked graveyards. You have some active talents, some active Frostcliff Sieges. Looks like Pablo's trying to get set up with Gran, but now we're going back to Isaac Bullwinkle. When you're at this phase where you have Quantum Riddler on the battlefield and active Frostcliff Siege, you can do a ton of damage with this looting deck.
Oh, right. The fact that you're able to just warp a Quantum Riddler and then attack with it, huge.
So you're going to see a fight here as Accumulated Wisdom is going to be a response to Storm Chaser's talent. Negate is going to fight over the Wisdom. And that's going to work. Really good exchange there for Bullwinkle.
Ooh, a Null looks to be the last card in Pablo's hand to hit the Storm Chaser's talent.
Small win there. Opt for Bullwinkle. I want to stay with 1 card in hand, which means this is a dry 2. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Card making a bit of resurgence in Standard, specifically because of Quantum Riddler. As much as I would love it to be Slick Shot Show Off.
It's just so clean.
Oh, yeah.
It's just such a fun card to play with.
Here comes 5. The Riddler will fly in. Pablo down to 7. Pablo draws up to just the first card in hand, looking at attacking with Gran. Not too enthused about that card, I take it.
Combustion Technique, the worst card in the hand.
The worst of 2. All right, well, we'll never know what the other card was, it turns out.
Better than Combustion Technique. Well, or as good as. But speaking of as good as Combustion Technique, Swafford kicking us off with Llanowar Elves on the play against Milchman on 6.
Also as good as Firebending Lesson, as that one will answer the elf. An important box for Milchman to check, as Badger Mole Cub will be the follow-up. Definitely some pressure on Milchman to answer this one too, as these mana creatures, they all get carried away in a hurry.
Right. All of a sudden, even Badger Mole Cub is kind of a threat if Swafford were to go Warp Harmonizer, play any fetch land. That's just a chunk for 8.
Did spot another red removal spell in Milchman's hand. It looks like the mana is a little awkward. There's Torch the Tower. It's going to exile the Cub. And here is Gran.
I like continuing to enter the battlefield like this. I think there's a temptation to maybe spend your second turn developing an additional just engine piece, but keeping your opponent at literal 0 has so much power, and we saw that in game 1.
So no action on 3 here for Swafford, just an escape tunnel, so I can only find a tap land. So even if there were a 3-drop, it could not have been deployed, as Milchman is going to start his turn with attacking with Gran Gran. Shape up the hand a little bit. Definitely got to be thinking about what it means if your opponent passes on 3 with this kind of rampish landfall beatdown deck. I think you got to have 4 drops on your radar.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We'll loot away Iroh's Demonstration.
And that is the kind of card that can be really high impact whenever you get to leverage it. And it's pretty committal to just say, okay, do I think this is not that sort of game? And it looks pretty reasonable to say so.
Milchman's going to shock in Multiversal Island down to 18 and pass. The standard I've been playing, that smells like a broadside barrage to me. See, Swafford's going to crack that escape tunnel. No. It is a barrage, it's not immediately.
Oh, this is nice.
Upcape Firebending Lesson and Accumulated Wisdom. All right, here's the draw 3. Gran Gran is active, the Wisdom is active. So it was actually just 3 spells.
Yeah, this is just, I have a ton of good cards, and I would like to play all of them.
And just no land, no action for Swafford.
And notably, Milchman doesn't have any of those high threat engine pieces just yet.
Right, yeah, just Gran Gran, doing some looting, certainly impacting the game, but not closing it in a hurry. It's an island and a pass. A lot of pressure on Swafford to do something here. Well, I guess not a lot, as mentioned. There's no endgaming shenanigans happening here. Earthbender's Ascension will be the play that will resolve. Gonna Earthbend this forest up to a 2/2 and go find another forest.
Okay, I mean, in some ways, this just feels a lot like Wood Elves, which is not that bad at this point.
Yeah. Looks like the end step for Milchman will be activating Agnikella. Little looting here.
One of the things about this landfall deck that Swafford's brought is it is so punishing and threatening at every point in the game. This is the spot you've seen the stress on Milchman's face more than once, where he's asking himself, can I just die if I don't answer that? I think I can maybe just die.
Yeah. Power doublers can they can do a lot. They can do a lot really quickly. See Gran Gran's going to attack, do some more looting. Saw an extra Gran Gran and a Spiral of Canal looted away over the course of the turn. So much card selection in these Izzet decks.
You can see just land go.
Definitely taking a reactive stance in the matchup, it seems.
Look, that Gran Gran, 17 turn clock.
This one I believe. I believe in Gran Gran more than the Goblin token.
If there's anything I learned from my grandparents, they're willing to play the inevitability game.
Okay, here's Ice Steel Explorer. Land comes immediately. There's going to be an attempt at Combustion Technique, and there's Royal Treatment to save.
Not bad.
That works.
That roll notably getting it up to a 5th toughness. Ward 1, not too shabby either.
Yeah. Yeah, out of range of Iroh's technique now. Or demonstration, rather. You see some milling for the Explorer, some counters for that Earthbender Ascension. Something that's pretty significant about the Earthbender Ascension. It's the rampant growth effect immediately. Once you get that 4th landfall trigger there and you start getting that 4th counter, you will begin giving trample to your creatures and +1/+1 counters.
Right, there's an extent to which being able to distribute trample, or excuse me, +1 counters at instant speed can also knock Milchman off balance when all of a sudden, if you have something that deals 2, you can just put a counter on a 2 toughness creature in response to that spell.
There is Escape Tunnel, mills away as per Origins.
Good hit.
Yeah, things shaping up here for Swafford. See Milchman do some more looting with the Agnikella.
3rd point on the Explorer, also something where if Swafford does have the Harmonizer, now it requires 1 less instance of doubling, I believe, to kill the opponent.
Island looted away. We're going to go back to Milchman. And yeah, he's got a lot to think about here. Like you're getting at, the combat math is really messy.
Right. It's so funny where you think about the math, you think about it, you have to do all of this, and the answer is, I need to get this off the table. Almost
Right.
every time, no matter what the actual answer is.
Going to start things off with Monument to Endurance. That one discounted by Gran, who will attack into the Ice-Till Explorer, signaling that this loot is really desirable.
Yep. I mean, Monument to Endurance does ask you to have something else for it to have text.
Discards Gran is going to draw an additional card off of the Monument trigger. Gran just runs into the Explorer. That's not canon.
Well,
Kind of canon, actually.
she definitely spent a lot of time running to the Ice-Till.
All right. I'll give you that.
Command Zone players, we are about 10 minutes away from launching Casual Commander series of pods. If you're interested in getting in on Casual Commander pods, please come see us at website.
Looks like we're passing, and Swaffer's going to go and crack the escape tunnel.
This is a spot where Swafford knows, because he was shields down, that if Milchman had an answer to it, you are just safe to go ahead and do this now.
Fourth counter on the Earthbending Ascension. Milled card for the Explorer as well. So that counter did go on the Explorer, so it's now a 4-power creature.
Maybe a miss of the mill trigger. It's all right. Already an Esper Origins in graveyard.
It's just not. It's not the kind of thing where he's going to deck.
Right.
All right, time to figure out what kind of power Swapper can present here. With that Ice-Till Explorer, with the escape tunnel in the graveyard, there's just a lot of face-up landfall triggers. There's a second Earthbending Ascension.
Okay.
Gonna wake up this forest. Gonna go find another forest.
Getting all of these untapped lands power is so funny. That's just a version of, okay, you know, maybe I don't have Harmonizer, but I got business, and you're about to meet your end.
Right. Gonna grow the Ice-Till Explorer. That one, that was 5 power, so there's 9 power of attackers here. The escape tunnel is just multiple Earthbender Ascension triggers too. When we get around to making those Ice-Till Explorer land drops for the turn.
And I really like this sequencing from Swafford, who is putting a counter on the Ice-Till Explorer, which you know is safe from removal at the moment. Now, Swafford could say, play the escape tunnel from graveyard, and then grow one of these 2 toughness lands if you wanted to maybe insulate them against removal, because if Milchman were to, say, respond and try and kill it with one of those shock effects, you could then sacrifice escape tunnel and then respond and put a 3rd counter on it anyway to save it from that removal spell.
Sure. Right, so here's escape tunnel. Ascensions will trigger the second copy up to 2 counters, not quite growing creatures, but the first one is another +1/+1 counter on the Ice-Till Explorer as basic forest is milled away.
And look, you can see Swafford start to sacrifice the escape tunnel and go, actually, I never want to give Milchman a window to shock one of my 2 toughness creatures again.
So he's going to play that forest from the graveyard. Second Ascension is getting quite close, but not quite there on the counters as the Ice-Till Explorer goes to a 7-power creature off the first. Mills away a Soul Guide Lantern, so at least one of them has come in. Now he'll crack the escape tunnel, go find a forest. And that's going to be the 4th counter on the second Ascension.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, 2 more +1/+1 counters forthcoming. Now it's time for some 3/3 forests. So what, we have 13 coming across?
Minimum.
13 it is, Milchman to 5.
Pretty tall order for Milchman to get out of this one.
No action on the end step? Mercy.
That's Milchman's line. Okay, I mean, artist talent is how it starts.
There's going to be a response. Yeah, there was a naturalized effect of some sort for the monument there, and Milchman has seen enough. All right, a slow start for Eli Swafford, but was still able to put up a really overwhelming battlefield. That was really impressive.
Yeah, and also that speaks to playing a little bit more of the game even when you're dead, but your opponent might not realize you're dead, because we knew Milchman's odds were pretty slim from that point. But you now get to know Swafford had that Soul Guide Lantern in deck, has Seed Ship Impact in hand, so whenever your opponent has 2 mana up, you get a better idea of what to play around, because you definitely know your opponent brought those cards in at least one of the post-board games.
I think kind of interesting now that Milchman will be on the play for game number 3. Some potential, now seeing the plan to reevaluate the strategy here. And also, I imagine that the Red Sweepers do change in value a little bit player draw.
Right, you can see a couple of cards changing right here. I somewhat suspect that that is going to be the likes of a couple of those sweepers, which are much more potent on the play than they are on the draw. I could even imagine a world, I think it's kind of unlikely, but I could imagine a world where Ral is much better on the play than on the draw. It's easier to say, answer 1, maybe 2 creatures, and then play Ral on an empty battlefield whenever you have the initiative than when your opponent does.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much, everybody at home, for joining us to watch Magic Spotlight the Avatar this weekend. And if you are doing so, I imagine that you probably like Magic the Gathering. And if you like Magic the Gathering, then you ought to be subscribed to the StarCityGames.com newsletter. Learn about events like this, order whatever the current Magic set is right now. It's Avatar Last Airbender. We're coming up on Lorwyn Eclipse. Find out about SCG Con Portland in 2 weeks. It's free.
Literally free.
So jot that down.
And
Actually,
hey, I like Magic. I like free stuff.
2 great tastes that taste great together.
What about discounted stuff?
Oh, yeah. All of it. Go
Yeah.
to StarCityGames.com/newsletter. Get signed up. Players looking at opening hands for game number 3. It looks like Swafford's keeping on 7 as Milchman's going to take a mulligan.
And I think that that last game really showcased something that we haven't seen a ton of this weekend, and because people don't talk about it that much, is the fail rate of the Is It Lessons deck. It kind of felt like Milchman drew, 3 Grand Grands?
Yeah, a lot of Grand Grands, and there was a lot of looting off of 1 Grand Grand, 3 or 4 activations of Agna Kella, and just the hand just kind of didn't get there.
Right, it's kind of interesting where you kind of just expect all of the pieces to come together whenever most of your cards are kind of giving you that extra selection. But whenever a deck like Swafford's Mono Green Landfall deck is putting you under the gun and asking you to go higher on reactive spells, and you're only spending your mana at paring the game down, you are going to reach a point where you need to find a turn to take a turn off, develop some sort of synergy, and I don't think Milchman was able to find that room to actually commit to selection.
It's a game number 3 here. Milchman's going to start us off with a tapped Multiversal Island, and Swafford actually opens up on a potentially explosive start here. Saz's Chocobo on turn 1. We have not seen this draw from the deck yet.
I love this card. Fine Lasher Kudzu was one of my favorite cards back in the day. That's just 2 mana, 1/1 version of this out of OG Ravnica.
Speaking my language.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Also was a fan of step lengths long past the point where it was playable. You're getting permanent power for your landfall triggers. That matters.
Oh, my one exciting Magic finish is with Brushfire Elemental. You know I'm with you.
Oh, yeah. That's a sick one. Right, so you're going to see Escape Tunnel as land number 2. Swafford trying to get this Chocobo going. Combustion Technique will meet it. Or not.
Yeah, we're going to be giving this Chocobo the royal treatment. Let's just put it that way.
That is a really nice exchange there for Swafford. You're going to get 2 landfall triggers. You get that Royal Roll attached.
Whoa.
You now have Ward 1 going forward. So
This might just outgrow Milchman's removal? because of the Ward 1, it's hard for him to double spell and say take it out with 2 shock effects at this point.
Right.
And it
yeah.
already is up to 4 toughness.
Basically needs to be untapped land Iroh's demonstration this turn, right? Or like Boomerang Basics, like that's a way out.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A blue mana tapped. All right, what's happening at the South Pole? Is it Grand Grand, or are we learning about a boomerang?
Grand Island. I was going to say, Boomerang Basics is a pretty effective solution to creatures like this. I mean, the Chocobo starts at 0 power, but it was not forthcoming.
No, third coming. So 3, attack for 3 less. You had to be there, I guess.
Sorry, I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Sorry, it's kind of one of our little jokes. We like to have fun around here.
All right, land number 3 is going to get a 3rd counter on that Chocobo before Earthbender's Ascension. We'll find another forest. We'll airbend an existing forest. Now 4 counters and the Royal Row on the Chocobo. A mere 5 power creature.
It looked like it was being signified that land was being earthbent.
Yeah, a little back and forth there, but here it is. Milchman's going to fire off. Abandon attachments here. Rummage away a land. Now there are 2 lessons in the graveyard, very close to that Grand discount.
And now all of a sudden, Milchman's hit Boomerang Basics or Bust to answer this Chocobo.
It's Grand will attack. Milchman giving a think to this loot. Yeah, it is so tough to deal with a 6 toughness creature.
Right. This is not really what this deck is built to do. A lot of what it is trying to do is just check the small to mid fare that you'll find across the table.
The point that you've been making across the match, and this is a spot where Swafford is just established, really had a lot of power on the battlefield. It is so easy to turn this into lethal next turn.
Yes. Right. This is a spot where Right Form Harmonizer plus quote-unquote fetch land is lethal, at least with the Chocobo.
Just Ice Till Explorer would represent a ton of damage too.
Ooh.
So Grand's going to loot away an island. Here's Accumulated Wisdom. It is not discounted. It is only grabbing 1 card.
So there's a River Pyre Verge and 2 Abandoned Attachments.
Ooh, I saw that lesson symbol. I was like, maybe we got the Boomerang Basics, but those are not it. Abandoned Attachments does cost 1 mana now, though.
Right, and at this point, you are just starting to think about, okay, how do I even survive at this point? Because normally you could try and abandon attachments into Boomerang Basics or plus land, but that Ward 1 from the Royal roll.
Right. So here's 1 mana Artist Talent, tapped Multiversal Passage. If Swafford can make it lethal this turn, the shields are down.
Oh, he's drawing fast. He's tapping 3.
Mightforn Harmonizer warps in. There's Fabled Passage, massively lethal, and you can see the elation on Swafford's face. Well done by that Swafford, advancing to 10-1 here at Magic Spotlight the Avatar.
That was going to be 28 damage? 28, I think?
22, is that all?
Is that, yeah, right. You do a little bit of stacking. Sorry, this is the deck I play on Arena. I really like just playing with that. Hold priority after, and then I'll crack the Fabled Passage. Just give it a second. You got to let it simmer.
Full control mode.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I want to see a big stack of triggers, and then I want to see a giant Chocobo attacking you for lethal.
All right, I just attacked my opponent for 1,028. Did I have fun? Yes.
Smiley face.
Smiley face.
Really cool to see that deck in action. And of course, Jacob Milchman still very much in contention here at 9-2. The Is It Lessons deck, we have not seen the last of that this weekend.
No, certainly not. That was one where it definitely felt like Milchman was knocked a bit off balance, where it was kind of, he was being pressured from 2 different directions in a lot of ways, where The mono green landfall deck that Swafford has brought this weekend, really good at punishing Stumbled, and is built around the notion that you can capitalize when your opponent just spins their wheels and spends a couple of turns drawing cards.
Right, absolutely. Well, we have more Magic to bring you, if you can believe that. Let's go ahead and jump in. I think we're going in live this time. That one took a minute. That was kind of a longer match than you might have expected with the fireworks that we saw. So we're jumping in here. Lyndon Coote on Demir Bounce against Justin Parente, somebody we saw top 8 the RC in Minneapolis last year on Is It Looting. Was playing the Corey Steelcutter deck at that time.
Ooh, Tiny Bones joins up.
Duelist of the Mind on turn 2 for Justin Parente. So we're joining pretty early in game 3, so we're going to be able to bring you all of the relevant turns here.
Notably a game 3 situation on our hands. One of these players going to be advancing to 9 wins.
I believe that was some kind of promo preacher of the Schism that was just into the Flood mod. Parente is going to be able to loot with the Duelist of the Mind there. Nathan Sawyer's World Championship card really making itself known in Standard these days.
Card's been great. Really great on the weekend. We saw round 10. It actually is what led to our final undefeated player locking it up.
Here's an attack for 2 with the Duelist of the Mind. Notably, the Into the Floodmaw looted away Boomerang basics. Play number 4 for Coote is a tapped starting town and a pass of the turn.
Did not cast Tiny Bones joins up.
Upkeep and nowhere to run. And Rail Crackling Wit, great window for that Planeswalker.
Wow.
Anytime you can cast Rail on an empty board like this, there's so much pressure on your opponent to react. So Parente is going to get that otter token, and now we find out what Coote can do about it.
I did like the farm to table otter token.
All right, a Planeswalker of his own. Here is Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. Going to put an indecipherable number on it. Looks like a 5. There is the emblem. There is a legible die.
Okay, that's a lot of loyalty.
Yeah, 5 is not a small number.
Hard not to feel this otter isn't up for the task based on what we've seen this weekend, but that does mostly ask for Parente to just have a wall of 1-mana spells.
How about a Kaito of his own? This one is one we don't see too often. Kaito Cunning Infiltrator. This isn't the main deck for Parente this weekend. Get a -2. Make a ninja token. Here's Storm Chaser's Talent. Here's Rail getting a loyalty counter from these spells. Here's an Otter attacking Kaito down to 2.
Wow, it's pretty rare you see someone just go, listen, I'm not going to kill your Planeswalker, but I still feel like I'm probably coming out ahead on the turn. Did we see a RAL activation?
I don't believe so. I think that there was also a missed loyalty trigger because there was 2 spells cast.
Okay.
A little excited about the Kaito.
Honestly, so were we. So were we.
All right, we head back to Lyndon Coote. So that Kaito is now making a second emblem. So it has 5 power. Going to come at Rail Crackling Wit.
Forcing the chump block is something.
And there is the redeploy of Tiny Bones joins up. I think that we have been searching for a 2/1 ninja token that the Kaito made. And here's the redeploy of Preacher of the Schism. So that Utah Jazz player, that's going to be a 2/1 ninja. Ross Merriam, I'm sure, would be delighted. Right. Into Bloodmaw, taking care of the Preacher once again.
And this is where things are going to start to get out of hand. Obviously, before there was this sort of dance of, all right, we're both going to develop a bunch of snowbally permanents. Let's see how this ends up going. It looks like Parente is up to the task of answering the Kaito on the other side of the table.
Yeah, definitely can just take that down, and he does. And those emblems pumping the ninjas, that's just nothing. The Kaito didn't really generate any meaningful material.
Right, it just forced an otter to chump block and gain some life.
Here is another otter, excuse me. So we head back to Coot. There's a Preacher of the Schism in hand that has been bounced multiple times. But now we're facing down a rail with a ton of loyalty. So initially, just making an otter turnover turn, that's real. Threatens a lot of damage. You can chump block if you have to. When you get into the territory, either your hand's a little gunky, that draw 3, discard 2, often will clean that up, or we could get to an emblem.
All right, well, here's a 5-mana Quantum Riddler, which isn't nothing.
Yeah, big 4/6 flyer as we head back to Parente. Coot does have to tap out for the trouble.
And Parente doesn't have a ton of cards in hand, it doesn't look like. Maybe none. Tiny Bones joins up doing some work in that direction.
Right. If only Quantum Riddler were a ninja, it would be so big. Looks like our display here is frozen. We're going to try to get that resolved. As far as where this game stands, I got to say, even with just the 1 card in hand, Parente looks firmly in the driver's seat.
Right, there's a point at which you're tempted to really chase this Rao ultimate, but if you don't have anything to do, you can just minus Rao to draw some cards and find some more action. And whenever you are ahead by that much, you don't need to swing for the fences every time. A lot of times you just need one more favorable exchange, and you'll incrementally get across the finish line whenever you're starting from a position of I am ahead.
And the big thing about that Rail -2 is that's a lot of loyalty, but Rail's static ability, it was out of range of the Quantum Riddler, even being attacked after the -2. So that looked really good at Parente, kind of a host of options and not a ton of pressure to immediately solve the battlefield. Had another turn to probably figure it out. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to check in on that immediately. We'll continue to watch these players on the weekend. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We brought you one really good match in completion this round. So we're going to get that sorted out, and we'll be back soon for round number 12. again, gamers. Welcome back to day 2 coverage of Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, here at SCG Con Atlanta. I'm Ryan Overturf. She's Carmen Klemperens. Coming up on round number 12 here. We've already seen a lot of Standard this weekend. We got a lot of Standard to go. Let's check in our players, check in our standings, see who's doing well with what. Mason Wanadana now in first place at 10-1. There are no undefeated players remaining in this tournament.
Ooh, Matt Buckley, they're number 3. That was our final 10-0 player, our last undefeated player that we just were able to catch during round 10, winning over Mason. And we're going to be seeing him back in the feature match area this round against our number 2 seed at the moment, Oliver Tamaiko on Is It Lesson. So it's going to look like a mirror, but that doesn't tell the whole story.
Right, mirror-ish, yeah. Like you said, we'll be checking in with players at the top of the standings. We saw Eli Swafford pick up win number 10 with Mono Green Landfall. That deck looking really good into a field of lessons.
Yeah, really, really excited to see that one doing well, especially when so many people are kind of just trying to take time and draw a bunch of cards for the sake of assembling an engine. Landfall, not going to give you space to do that.
So there's 5 players at 10-1, a larger scrum of players at 9-2. You see Quinton Nole, a name that's popping up at the top of the leaderboard here. I haven't heard from him this weekend, but Mono Red Aggro on the outside looking in.
And look in that 12 spot, Mono Red Leyline. Sort of the deck that won the last spotlight in Atlanta in the hands of Nicholas Odenheimer.
Yeah, really cool stuff there. Corey Burkhart, Simic Ouroboros, one of the more represented, actually the most represented deck here this weekend, still putting up results. Check in with some more players. I imagine we have quite a bit more 9-2s at the down to 24th it looks like. Max Kamanowski still doing well in 9-2 on lessons. Justin Parente, we had some technical difficulties last year. We didn't see the exact conclusion of the match, but confirming here he did pick up win number 9.
Correct. And, oh, God, I went searching through standings. I'm not seeing 4-color allies here in the top 32. So I think our heroes probably fell to X and 3, but they're still alive adjacent.
Yeah, certainly in contention in the tournament for some cash prizes. We'll find out with X and 3. You know, the tiebreaker's going to be tough.
Get
Robert
sketchy.
Cedar here on the mere mid-range. If somebody at X and 3 can make it, those are going to be the tiebreakers that could do it.
But there are a ton of different decks here that we're seeing. Linden Coote still not out of it at 8-2-1. We see Demir Bounce as well as Demir Midrange, both making appearances this weekend. Selesnya Landfall, kind of a little bit of a twist on the Mono Green Landfall deck that we saw last round. Then a few different kinds of Jeskai as well. Just really, really cool group of decks.
Yeah, we're naming a lot of color pairs that aren't Is It. You know me, Is It is all I want to talk about. And lucky me, that's all we get to talk about this round.
Got good news for you.
2 different flavors of Is It. We have Matt Buckley on Is It Looting and Oliver Tamaiko on Is It Lessons. Got our deck lists. We're going to be looking at our graphics. So day number 2 here, it is day 1 for these spotlight, these open events. They're closed deck lists, which tends to be the case when you have kind of a wider field, open invitation. When it comes down to invites tournaments like the Regional Championship, Pro Tour, Worlds, they tend to be open deck lists, and it's just a really different texture. You know, it's more competitive. So definitely iron things out there. We're getting our deck list graphics figured out here. We can certainly talk about these. We've watched a lot of Is It in Standard.
Something I really love, you kind of touched on the difference in us showing deck list day 2 versus not on day 1, because day 1 is a closed environment. You end up seeing a different texture of celebratory post Saturday night when people day 2. That's so cute, where you just see a bunch of people going, yeah, I day 2'd it, here's the deck, where people just want to really talk about what they're playing when you do have that open deck list day 2.
Right, absolutely. And Matt Buckley was our one of our 2 undefeated players overnight, now at 10-1 in the tournament with this take on Is It Looting, fully believing in Tiger Seal. 4 copies.
This list looks so clean. Bunch of different play sets of stuff. This is someone who has a plan and wants to execute it. That plan, get a threat on the battlefield, start applying pressure while keeping your opponent on the back foot. Most things in the deck are only putting you up 1 or 2 cards at a time. You're not going to see very much in the space of accumulated wisdom, which we'll speak to in a second, that are putting you up a bunch of cards. This deck wants to get on the table and just start attacking. Duelist of the Mind is one of the best cards in this deck that we've seen be really impressive all weekend.
Yeah, I think a big thing about this deck, why you would go towards Is It Looting after Worlds had Is It Lesses being so dominant, is there's nothing in here that just trades cleanly with Firebending technique or Firebending Lesson. You either have a 3rd toughness or your Storm Chaser's talent will do something else later.
Right. You even get some of the fun synergy stuff that you see from other decks. Frostcliff Siege, of course, being able to choose its teamer mode to give your stuff a little bit of power, but notably trample and haste, which means that a warped Quantum Riddler is 2 mana, deal 5 damage, draw a card. I personally think that is a strong thing to do. How about you, Ryan?
I've spent a lot more mana than that on Lava Ash.
Yeah, I am right there. It doesn't even usually give you a card either. You just have to hope that cards don't matter anymore.
Yeah, right. Speaking of cards not mattering, well, this is more of a card advantage deck, but you get to loot a lot of them away. I suppose Is It Looting does a lot of looting. There's a lot of looting on both sides of the table here, but Is It Lessens in the hands of Oliver Tomiko, another player at 10-1. This is something where we see some changes in a couple slots from list to list. The main deck Rail Crackling Wit is a little bit loud here.
Yeah, this is something where you can see that Tomiko was really leaning into, for the full play sets, a Firebending Lesson and Combustion Technique, and then 2 copies of Iroh's Demonstration. We've seen 1 or 0 in a lot of main decks on the weekend of the Demonstration, that is, and it speaks to Tomiko really wanting to keep the battlefield clear with those and Boomerang basics to pave the way for an additional card advantage engine that isn't as reliant on synergy as the other things in the deck. There's the artist talents and the monuments, which frequently ask you to have something else for them to really get going, and I'm interested to see if how Rao plays into Tomiko's game.
Yeah, if you keep the battlefield clear, I mean, that's one. Before we cut away, we saw Justin Parente make really good use of that rail. But it sounds like our players are ready. Let's go ahead and get down to some Is It action here in Atlanta. City has a moniker. It's generally a warmer client, often referred to as Hot Atlanta, but it's a little brisk today.
No one here calls it that. First major event I ever went to was right here in the World Congress Center. No one calls it Hot Atlanta. I'm sorry.
Well, you get out into the world and you learn things. Oliver Tomiko is on the play here. Our Is It Lessons player on the bottom of your screen. Against Matt Buckley on Is It Looting. You saw Grand actually get tagged by Into the Flood Maw. This is how we have seen Buckley play when we had it on camera before. Really prioritizes keeping the battlefield clean early.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, what Buckley's trying to do is reach a point where they can comfortably develop a threat and not fall too far behind whenever they have to tap out for said threat.
See fear of missing out on turn 2 for Buckley. Rummage away an island as we head back to Miko's way, and now has the Grand. Untapping with that one. Not a great attack into fear of missing out, though.
And this is the spot where you really feel the fact that this looting deck has so many 3 toughness threats. Very few of the spot removal spells that we've seen these lesson stacks really put so much stock into are going to be able to go from 0 to answering a 3 toughness creature out of nowhere, which means that this Grand, harder to put things in the graveyard and so on and so forth.
Right, yeah, Firebending Lesson not going to do it. Tomiko had like a combustion technique and another lesson in hand. You could attack, discard a lesson, and cast the technique before blockers. So something maybe he's thinking about. It's going to be a main phase play, though. There is land number 3, and there's Monument to Endurance. Ooh, and Grand is attacking.
Whoa.
So here you see the loot. Going to discard a Multiversal Passage, going to trigger the Monument. Makes a treasure token.
Whoa.
And Buckley does not block. All right, very interesting.
To me, that just speaks to Buckley likely having a removal spell of their own in hand. Naturally, could be prioritizing the FOMO really highly.
Right, maybe he doesn't want to trade 2 Firebending Lesson plus Grand.
Right.
You see land number 3 and an attack by Fear of Missing Out just for 2 points. Here is Duelist the Mine. Here's another reason to wait, right? If you want to use a removal spell, getting the loot with the Duelist. We'll We'll see what Tamaiko can do to turn up the heat. Now untapping with Monument to Endurance. As always, where the lesson deck has started to get really scary. Here's land number 4. It's a basic island. Grand's going to attack into the Duelist of the Mind. On your opponent's turn, it just has 0 power. Gonna loot away a land, gonna trigger the Monument, gonna draw an extra card off of that. Once again, no
Whoa,
blocks.
All right. I mean, Buckley's deck in general speaks to a heavy, heavy prioritization of pressure. This is a spot where Buckley may just be saying, all right, I just never want your removal spells to take my creatures out, and I think I will kill you before you kill me.
Right. And the Duelist especially into the Grand is, it would just be a 1-for-1 trade with the Firebending lesson.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
So we go back to Buckley. He's going to cast a Winter Night Stories. This is a nice pump spell with the Duelist of the Mind and could get really scary with the Fear of Missing Out. So you're going to see some action for Tamaiko, and it'll quench you.
Drink cactus juice. It's the quenchiest.
But Buckley, pretty close to Delirium all the same. Instant sorcery and land now in the graveyard. Buckley contemplating some more sorcery speed action, but just going to land on attacking. So the Duelist currently just 1 power, as well as the 2/3 Fear of Missing Out.
3 of them's not bad. Notably, Tamaiko does have a lesson in graveyard now, so Combustion Technique can go after one of the 2 creatures.
You're exactly right. And there is the technique on the Fear of Missing Out. That works. It is exiled. Duelist of the Mind connects for 1. Tamaiko to 17.
Tiger Seal time? Nope.
Yeah, really wondering what the posturing with the tapping the land was. We're back on Tamaiko's turn. Now 2 lessons in the graveyard as Grand attacks. Here's a loot.
And this is the fear, is when Grand gets to attack multiple times, all of a sudden you're asking, maybe I should have blocked on turn 2? Because it's the only thing creating discards for this Monument to Endurance, which has now drawn 2 cards, made a treasure. This is the engine that Is It Lessons offers.
All right, Grand loots away an island. Monument draws a card. So not quite at 3 lessons in graveyard, but still a lot going on for Tamaiko already. Tap a 2 for Abandoned Attachments. That's lesson number 3. That's Monument trigger number 2 this turn. Discards a backup Grand. Don't need that one.
Only instance that Buckley could have at this point are Into the Flood Maw and Torch the Tower.
Second treasure made with the Monument. Just the lose 3 life mode remaining this turn. There is the accumulated wisdom for 1. Draw 3 cards, keep them all.
Actually, you don't draw them.
Oh, you look at them, look at the cards. Okay, put them in your hand.
Okay.
Here's land number 5. A tap of 2. Second Monument. This is looking bad for Matt Buckley.
Somehow less scary than an artist talent. These Monuments are asking Tamaiko to have an input at this point. So something like checking Grand could make these cards that don't do a ton.
Sure, and here is into the Floodmaw Grand end step, so that was the 1-mana card.
A lot of patience being shown there that I really appreciate, because I think this is a spot where a lot of players might have done it sooner, but now you know you're free of it for 2 turn cycles.
Heading back to Buckley, land number 5, and is just going to harmonize Winter Night's Stories. So that makes for a big hit with the Duelist of the Mind. But definitely has some ground to recover here. So there's an attack for 4. So might go to 13 as we head back his way. Now with 2 monuments, as you were saying, no active discard outlet. The Grand was returned to hand. Storm Chaser's Talent was deployed last turn. That could hit level 2. There's not a ton of mana for that, as Grand is where Tamaiko will start.
That's step 1.
And Abandoned Attachment for 1. All right, that gets the monuments going. Discard a land, draw 2 cards. 2 monuments, 2 endurance triggers.
Holy.
And with Buckley at 17, this is just 3 of either player's turn cumulatively of double monument. 3, 6. Do that 3 times on the lose 3 life mode. Here you see the trackers on the monument. Tamaiko's going to be drawing some extra cards. Fair enough. Can never fault somebody for drawing extra cards.
No. Well, actually, I wouldn't phrase it that way.
Except for sometimes.
Yeah, I would never fault them for wanting to. I think that's a fair compromise.
I accept your terms. Here's a kicked firebending lesson, taking care of Duelist of the Mind. All right.
And this is the nightmare for Buckley, because we've seen how highly Buckley values having some amount of pressure to keep the game moving towards a conclusion on the table. But he just doesn't have that.
Yeah, just totally empty battlefield. Last turn, the tapping out for Winter Night's Stories does not inspire confidence. The Otter knocked Buckley down to 14, and we head back his way, see what can be done to make up some ground here. Tiger Seal, that one's feeling a little late. Boomerang basics on the Tiger Seal to draw 1 card. Also not inspiring confidence.
Ooh.
Tiger Seal makes its way back down. Taps Firebluff Canal and back to Tamaiko. Now untapping once again with Grand. Double monument, has that Otter. Doesn't take a ton more to close from here. Tamaiko starts by putting the talent to level 2. Return instant or sorcery from the graveyard to hand. Actually goes for Abandoned Attachments because the discard is more valuable than Ancestral Recall.
That's tough, buddy. That is rough.
There is Abandoned Attachments. Discard away a land. Draw 2 cards. Double trigger monuments. Buckley going to help out, track the prowess on the Otter.
That way Buckley gets to play some this turn, too.
Monuments drawing some more extra cards. Minimally, Tamaiko can attack with a Grand and do some more looting from here. Plenty more going on this turn. Here's Storm Chaser's Talent. Some more prowess for the Otter. Some more Otter for the Tamaiko.
Love a fancy otter.
They are all fancy otters.
They are all fancy otters. First one a little bit fancier at the moment.
Here's an attack with the 3/3 Otter and Grand. Tamaiko will loot. Discards Multiversal Passage, 2 more monument triggers. How about you lose 3 life? How about you lose 3 more? Buckley down to 8.
And this is the spot where Buckley has to go, well, do I just have to block the Otter, or I might die on my upkeep?
Yeah. I would say it's tough, but I kind of think it's impossible.
Right. Right, it's a spot where you just kind of have to hope your opponent has stone nothing. Unlikely with the Storm Chaser's talent in play, but...
Okay, here's a play. Tiger Seal jumps in front of Gran Gran into the Floodmaw, targets the Otter. But these are plays just kind of have potential to tread water.
You can see Tamika thinking. One treasure, one land available.
If the Floodmaw works, that's fine. Gran Gran will run into the Otter Seal.
All right, if Buckley has Quantum Riddler, draw 2, into land Frostcliff Siege, another Quantum Riddler, they do have lethal.
Whoa.
Tall order. Tall order.
Right, right. Looks like a backup Gran Gran for Tamiko. Reset the monument triggers. Go back to Buckley. Tiger Seal's tapped in the upkeep. Here's Duelist of the Mind. And just a pass. Back over to Oliver Tamiko. We're once again in kind of that open textbook test here as Boomerang Basics. Going to bounce Duelist of the Mind. You have one prowess trigger on the Otter. Here's an attack for 3. Here's a loot for Gran Gran. You choose lose 3 life twice. That is just lethal, and that is where game 1 will wrap up. Oliver Tamiko up a game over Matt Buckley.
That was not bad. I mean, that really just shows how many hats Gran Gran wears for this deck. Both between the discounting and the looting, playing multiple roles, where naturally just the selection is strong, but the fact that it hooks into one of the synergy pieces just supercharges the deck.
Yeah, very fashionable woman with all those hats. Players are going to go to sideboard here. Matt Buckley on Is It Looting. Maybe needs some help. You know, I kind of thought there's some stuff texturally that could be advantage, but both of these decks are just so strong.
Yes.
What does he have in the sideboard here?
So the first things I'm looking at are Soul Guide Lantern and Spider Sense. These are the things that are going to be really good at answering a lot of the sort of synergistic stuff that Tamiko is bringing to the table. Spell Pierce is something you can think about as well in this sort of spot. The big thing that I really like is a Null. A Null is going to be able to check both of the talents as well as Monument to Endurance and do it in a way that is mana positive, which is a really, really huge win for Buckley. You've seen a lot of these turns where he wants to develop a threat and then have 1 or 2 mana up to kind of protect it a little bit. That's going to actually let Buckley have that develop my turn and then answer your whole turn type of exchanges that this looting deck needs in order to come out ahead.
For Oliver Tamiko, up a game on Lessons. Is It Looting definitely an established deck, but maybe a little bit less expected this weekend, certainly in terms of full metagame share, but Tamiko with some options as well.
For the most part, I think Broadside Barrage is going to end up looking really good here. Tamiko is going to be looking for ways to just kill slightly bigger creatures, so I think Iroh's Demonstration is something that I would not write off. Get Out, it would not be very hard to talk me into, just having a really clean answer to some of the big creatures. Quantum Riddler in particular, fairly attractive here. And I would not even be surprised if we saw Tamiko lean a little bit more into a threat diversification of a bit. Those Annuls we talked about before, not going to be good at answering Quantum Riddler, Route Crackling Wit, Wan Shi Tong. Not very good against those, and Wan Shi Tong in particular, quite good in any sort of mirror where you think you might be holding up counter spells a lot. So I think there are a lot of different ways that Tamiko can position their deck going into this game.
Some Avatar: The Last Airbender has proven to be a massively impactful set for Standard, and we got another set coming down the pipeline. Lorwyn Eclipsed, I believe you said, has been fully previewed this week. Pre-release is next week, so that makes sense. Release the week after that. This is going to be legal for the RC in Portland in 2 weeks. You can pre-order your Lorwyn Eclipsed product now. This set looks really cool.
Oh yeah, I did a lot of work playing with the Goblins cards in particular. Internally, a lot of fun playing with all of the Blight shenanigans that you can have.
You check that out at starcitygames.com/mtg-ECL. Also, if you haven't seen it, I would check out the Jim Henson Company Lorwyn Eclipsed music video. It's kind of a bop.
Oh, I really need to see it. They have a couple of the pieces from it at the office.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it really is. Both times I've gone to look at them, they have just been mobbed. And, I'm not really trying to fight anybody about it. Hopefully they're still there when I get back to the office next week.
Spend another time looking at the open deck list. We're going to take a look at a different match. We have Mason Buonadonna currently in first in the tournament on Simic or Boroid, playing against Will Kruger on Is It Lessons. There's actually a pair down for Buonadonna. Kruger at 9-2. There's not that many 10-1 players left in the tournament.
Neither of these players slouches either.
No, absolutely not. Looks like Buonadonna is up a game. Getting busy with a Sentinel of Lost City, exiling that graveyard. So this grand for Kruger, not discounting spells anymore. There's a warped Quantum Riddler on that side, but Kruger not quite to 5 mana. Just 3 lands on the battlefield as of now.
Yeah, and we've seen Buonadonna take this sort of more fair game posture. We see Llanowar Elves and then just kind of a more normal card, dare I say? Rather than trying to just be all explosive all the time. Green decks are happy just going long the old-fashioned way.
Iroh's Demonstration takes care of the Sentinel. Grand will rumble in. Kruger will loot. Still very much in the early turns of the game here. Buonadonna 17. Land number 4 is Spiral of Canal for Kruger. We'll go back Buonadonna's way. Land number 4 is Boss Ingse. Here's a tap of 2. It's going to be Badger Mole Cub. Good one to start with. It's going to Earthbend the untapped forest. That now taps for 2. And you see a tap for Surrak.
Nice. And look at all these high toughness creatures. Surrak as well as the Sentinel that did go down to Iroh's Demonstration. All of these cards, types of things that are reactions to all of the various sort of shock 1-mana deal tools that the format has to offer.
All right, we're back to our main feature here. Matt Buckley on the play. Just an island in the pass. Tamaiko will play tapped Multiversal Passage on island. Matt Buckley's second turn. Just a mountain and a pass, so no 2-drop here.
Whoa.
As we head back to Maiko's way. Land number 2 is Spiral of Canal. A pass there as well. Waiting to see who moves first. Buckley's going to cast Stormchaser's Talent.
Right on time.
That'll make an otter, a fancy otter, but there's no third land.
Ooh, no. And this is the spot where, ideally, I would guess Buckley was hoping to draw a land off the top to play something and hold up a counter spell, is most of what I'm getting from this. But at the point that you don't draw it, you know the game isn't getting better for you if you miss on your lands. And you're just holding up a counter spell that Tamaiko doesn't have a reason to play into in the world where Tamaiko can keep hitting lands.
Sure. Here's Abandoned Attachments, discarding Boomerang Basics on the end step. We head over to Tamaiko, land number 3, and Monument to Endurance. So this got really scary really quick for Buckley. A Braid, though, a little bit of a breath of fresh air, but still no third land drop as the otter attacks for 2. And we go back to Tamaiko. 2 lessons in the graveyard, but does not currently have any of the engine pieces established. Island is the land for turn. There's Artist Talent, so now moving towards that engine once again as we head back to Buckley. We know Buckley's long on spells. So that third land drop has been missed. Here is Stormchaser's Talent. There's a second otter. Attack for 2. Tamaiko to 16. And the pass of the turn. End step. Going to see some action from Tamaiko. It's Abandoned Attachments. That's lesson number 3 for the graveyard. Trigger on Artist Talent.
All right,
so
looks like
there's
the
a
Artist
discard of
Talent's
Artist
at 1.
Talent.
Just dropped the die on it, and it felt a little funny.
Okay, so a second Artist Talent and a Grand have been discarded with the Artist Talent trigger and Abandoned Attachments. Casual draw 3 cards in your opponent's head step. You know there's some discarding, but
It's fine.
importantly, Tamaiko now looking at a pretty fresh hand after all of that and the draw step.
Notably, 3 lessons in the graveyard as well.
Artist Talent to level 2. There's our cost reducer. Here's a tap of 2. What costs 3 mana? Oh, Slagstorm costs 3 mana. Okay, get those otters out of there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense against all the 3 toughness stuff that Buckley was presenting. Slagstorm, I think these sweepers, there's a temptation to think, oh, I need this to get a bunch of stuff. In this type of mirror, you're happy just getting a 2-for-1.
Right. All right, so Buckley is going to cast Fear of Missing Out. Going to rummage away our Frostcliff Seeds. Does have land 3 at long last. Just passes from there. Now Tamaiko untapping with 5 lands and an Artist Talent on 2. Lesson threshold has been established. Here's Iroh's demonstration. Get that Fear of Missing Out of here. Trigger the Artist Talent. Do some rummaging. Discards a Boomerang Basics and draws a card. Fear of Missing Out. Bites the dust.
Four cards left in the grip for Tamaiko.
Just passing turn with all the mana up, and you see Buckley trying to get back into the game or keep Tamaiko from really taking over, as an Into the Flood Maw will give Tamaiko a fish to get that talent off the battlefield for now.
That shouts Counterspell to me.
Sure. And there's land number 4 for Buckley, so he gets to leave up a mana as he deploys Frostcliff Siege. His name's Teamer.
That's what they call it.
It's going to be your +1/+0 trample and haste mode, if I'm not mistaken. Artist Talent hits a null, as you mentioned. It looked like a counter spell. Your Storm Chaser's Talent, that one's going to work. Fancy Otter for Tamaiko. Attack with Fish. Buckley down to 19.
In the words of Linkin Park, it starts with 1.
All right, so now Buckley with the active Siege. Gonna cast a Storm Chaser's Talent. So you get your 1/1 Prowess Otter. It has haste and trample. Tap it 2. It is Quantum Riddler Warped.
Not bad.
That's the combo, as it were.
Is that threatening to draw 2?
That would be wild after all those missed land drops. Yeah, it sure looks like 1 card in hand.
I mean, a lot of 1-mana spells cast this game.
Right.
That's a lot of the strength of these Izzet decks in Standard right now, is there is just such a wide swath of 1-mana things to do.
All right, looks like there's a judge call here. Michael considering responding. Respond with Get Out.
Ooh, okay.
Counters the Warp on the Riddler. So here comes the Otter. So no non-creature spells have been cast, so it's a 2/1 currently. Tamaiko considering offering a trade. He will, but it's going to be a Torch the Tower, sacrificing a talent in response to get rid of the fish. So that's going to grow the Otter. It's going to scry a card to the bottom, and now a trample of 2. All right.
Pretty nice.
That was a solid turn. You know, the counter on the Riddler, that's a little bit of a bummer for Buckley. Oh, but Tamaiko's Otter had a prowess trigger too, so trample for 1 and the trade. Right. Right, now that the turn feels less good for Buckley.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and so much of that sacrifice was mostly to get the scribe, but yeah, that ended up playing out tough.
Here's Artist Talent. And I believe immediately leveled to 2. The dice has 1, but that 3 mana surely went somewhere. So we go back to Buckley, who's going to put Storm Chaser's talent to chapter 2. Gonna pick up a Braid, so just insulating himself against a potential Monument to Endurance makes sense against the face-up Artist talent. We head back to Tamaiko. See what he can do. So the cost reduction online with Artist talent. The rummaging, of course, always online. Tap of 4. All right, Storm Chaser's talent to level 2. A lot of leveling in this game. Boomerang Basics going to be picked up. That one rummaged away many turns ago.
Right, this is the strength of a lot of what is going on, is the fact that you don't always plan for this to happen, but in games like this one that go long, grindy, pare down a good bit, this is just available at a very low cost.
Right, the Boomerang Basics, and then pick up your Chapter 2 Storm Chaser's talent. So now it's back on Chapter 1. If you have time and mana, you can just keep on doing that. So there's the redeploy of the Storm Chaser's talent. Now back on level 1. Here's a fancy Otter as we head back Buckley's way. Here's a Tiger Seal. It has Trample and Haste and +1/+0, so it'll jam in for 4.
Really nice.
Tamaiko to 11. And now the other Storm Chaser talent for Buckley will go to Chapter 2, picks up into the Flood Maw.
All right.
So has a Flood Maw and then a Braid in hand. We're going to go over to Tamaiko. So we know about a Boomerang. Got that Artist talent on 2.
And now it's the spot where you just have access to so many different things with Storm Chaser's talent, being able to go up to 2. There are counter spells in the yard. You can keep the Boomerang Basics party going.
So it looks like he's going to level that Storm Chaser's talent to 2. Yeah, picks up Boomerang Basics. Here is Boomerang Basics, does land on targeting the Storm Chaser's talent, gets to rummage with the Artist talent, discards in a null. There's a Saga copy, love that. So gets to draw from the rummage, gets to draw from the Boomerang Basics. Kind of want to think about this engine, you know, given time, you do get to keep drawing cards, you do get to keep making otters, but a big strength of the Lessons deck is these cost reducers, but they don't reduce leveling talents. This is taking all of his mana every turn.
Right, in a lot of ways, it just feels like there's you have a sort of activated ability where you can just execute this loop as many times as you have the mana for it, but the fact that this siege on Buckley's side of the table is giving trample, the impact of that cannot be understated here.
Right. Tamaiko does have land number 7. It's a mountain. That otter has a couple prowess triggers, so it'll attack for 3. Buckley will take that. Has plenty of life to give. Goes to 16. So we head back Buckley's way. So in the upkeep, the Otter Seal, or the Tiger Seal, excuse me, is tapped. I suppose Otter Seal will be much less threatening.
I think
differently threatening.
I'm prepared to go on the record here and just say most kinds of seals, I like their odds over me.
Sure.
So I think that means I find them threatening.
But yeah, just a tapped multiversal passage for Buckley. You do need something to untap the Otter Seal. So Tamaiko now gets to take a turn and get set up. There is Monument to Endurance. The Otters now 2/2s. Suddenly things very scary on Tamaiko's side of the table. Engine online, multiple active Otters. Your cost reducers are actually reducing the game actions you're taking. Here's Boomerang Basics on the Artist talent, Rummage, or sorry, on the Storm Chaser's talent, Rummage. You're going to see a response with that Abrade that Buckley picked up a couple turns ago.
Yep.
That makes sense. You're going to see a response. Does he have abandoned attachments? Okay, it's Combustion Technique. That's not bad. That's still going to give you some value. It's going to go after the Tiger Seal, going to Rummage with the talent, going to give a Monument trigger before the Abrade destroys it.
And it's so funny because it isn't even a given that this is where the stack ends.
Right. These otters are already gigantic.
Right, we're looking at 8 power.
Looks like the draw card ability on the Monument. Now let's clean up the stack. So the Tiger Seal exiled, the Monument destroyed. Boomerang Basics still has the Rummage trigger, so let's do that with the Artist talent. Looks like a decline on the Rummage. Let's resolve Boomerang Basics, pick up Storm Chaser's talent, draw 1 card.
I just processed that if Oliver has 4 land or a land and 4 1-drops, this is lethal.
Well, here's a 1-drop. There's that Storm Chaser's talent. Artist talent trigger. This time there is a Rummage, discards a land. Now it's 2 5/5 otters and a fresh one.
We're reaching critical degrees of fancy, previously unknown.
Attack for 10 into the
Great.
Flood Model, cut that in half. So just 5 across, that's all. Buckley to 11.
A working person's 5.
And that was the 2 known cards in Buckley's hand from the Storm Chaser's talents, that Abrade and the Indel Flood Maw as we head back his way. I believe draws just to the first card in hand. Levels a Storm Chaser's talent to 3, but nothing doing on the battlefield. We go back to Tomiko.
Hard not to like Tomiko's odds at this point with Storm Chaser's talent in play.
Right. Just using that, get to level 2 for Boomerang Basics. That's already just 2 spells for the otters. Here's a Storm Chaser's talent from hand. Rummage with the Artist talent.
Rummaging away a Quantum Riddler and a Blue Mirror. You gotta.
Yikes. Here is Accumulated Wisdom. There's a Rummage. The otters now over halfway across the finish line. 2 3/3s against an 11-point life total. Here's some more spells. Another Accumulated Wisdom. Just 2 more spells from here. There they are, and there is the handshake. Oliver Tomiko advances to 11-1 over Matt Buckley. Matt Buckley still in it, down to 10-2. Was one of our undefeated players overnight, so he's going to have really good tiebreakers, but now does need to pick up some more wins on day number 2 at competition here.
Right. There's definitely something to be said for it being, let's say, very high dopamine to be the final undefeated player, but you do still have a lot of work to do from there. I know.
Right.
Kind of one of the something you can, like a monkey you can end up with on your back whenever you're consistently top 8ing, but then not quite actually closing out on the tournament, is some players end up in the mindset of, all right, I've top 8'd, my work here is done, this is great, and you play a little bit looser. You do need to still make sure that you're able to get those last few wins.
Right. You know, it's a great day's work to go 9-0 on day 1 of a tournament, like
Yes.
a 2-day competition. It's a marathon. That's an incredible first leg. You do got to stay hungry. But so Matt Buckley does have some work cut out for him. Still in great shape and still a good tournament one way or the other. 9-0 on day 1. That's an accomplishment, and you can definitely be proud of that. But certainly, I assume, I don't know Buckley, but I know anybody playing a 2-day tournament wants to do some winning.
Oh, yeah, and, you know, we've seen him play really well today already,
Yes.
so I definitely don't think that he's down and out just yet.
No. And Oliver Tomiko advancing to 11-1, excuse me. Going into that round, these players were in 2nd and 3rd on the standings. They have the exact same record as our number 1 player. So Tomiko going to be very much at the top of the standings after that. Looks like we have some more Magic to bring you. So Justin Parente, hopefully our tech cooperates. We can actually watch some full games
Oh, I'm
with him
feeling
this weekend.
good. I like our odds. They've replaced the cables.
I've heard the cables should be good now. So that's going to be our Is It Looting player. And we have Alexander McIsaac, mono red ley line. Okay, we have not seen any ley lines yet this weekend. I was excited to see how explosive that one might be. And we're going to check in live here, actually.
All right, I'm hearing it's game 2.
Long game 1. We'll see where we're at in game 2. Early on, perfect. So McIsaac has hired claw on the play, so no ley lines here. Parente is going to meet him with the land. Looks like Parente did take game number 1. There's Fire Nation Palace as land number 2. Don't see too many of these. The Firebend 4 land.
When you're playing a bunch of things mid-combat, it's really nice at giving you this sort of ritual effect. Hired Claw giving you a mid-combat mana sink as well.
Hired Claw comes around. If anybody at home fans of Alexander McIsaac, as I know there are many these days, yes, the Poison Dart Frog is in the sideboard.
My goat. My goat.
Parente is going to have the Steaming Sauna, rather the Roaring Furnace. Going to go after this Magebane Lizard. Very important box to check on the Is It side of this matchup. You cannot let Magebane Lizard stick around.
Lot of pump spells and combat tricks in McIsaac's hand.
Certainly makes sense for a ley line deck. So they are a lot less impressive without the ley line.
Right.
See land number 3 in hand, then 4 spells otherwise. Like you said, though, them all being pump spells, a little bit tough with just a Hired Claw on the battlefield. You can get it out of range of some burn spells, though.
I mean, you can see the gears turning. Is this lethal? I think it's like 13.
Yeah, with that Fire Nation Palace can actually cast 4 spells in combat.
Right.
Wow.
It's not that far off, if we're being honest.
Yeah, it's 2 as a baseline with the Hired Claw. So here's the attack, there's the trigger. Hired Claw will grow itself up to a 2/3.
Nice. That 3rd point of toughness, we've seen how relevant that is against a lot of the Is It decks this weekend.
Parente at 14, and I definitely agree with McIsaac's read here. It makes sense if you're not going to cast any pump spells. You're not going to cast all of them, don't cast any of them. You want to leave up some way to modify toughness against potential red removal. Here is Duelist of the Mind for Parente. And that Duelist, I don't know what Parente's read is, but unless there's Into the Floodmaw, is maybe on chump blocking duty here. I mean, I don't know. It depends how the turns shape up, and it's not a winning line, but I'm just saying that there's so many pump spells in the hand. Is there you see the activation on the Fire Nation Palace.
All right. We're checking. And it's so funny where if you get to declare the attack, you've got to feel pretty safe against Into the Floodmaw.
Right.
Which is the card to be the most afraid of at this point. There are 2 copies in the main deck from Parente.
Right, there is Into the Floodmaw. It's going to be a crime for the Duelist of the Mind. All right, so no firebending, no attack trigger, fair enough.
And all of a sudden, this copy of Full Bore in hand makes McIsaac think, do you want to expose this?
Yeah, it actually just keeps the Lizard in hand here, passes with a Mountain up. Parente is going to warp a Quantum Riddler. Looked like 2 cards picked up already.
Pretty aggressive trading going on.
Duelist going to rumble in for 3. McIsaac to 17. Riddler warps away as we head back McIsaac's way. We know about a Hired Claw. Absolutely, both players know about that. And a ton of pump spells that we can see from up here. Emberheart's Challenger. Well, that one's really good with pump spells.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Fun one with the Fire Nation Palace as well. That's pretty cool. I haven't seen that before.
Fire Nation Palace, not messing around.
No. There's Flash Freeze on the Emperor's Challenger. Speaking of not messing around. All right, Hired Claw this time will be deployed as McIsaac does have a land to potentially protect it this turn. So we head back to Parente.
I like not cashing in the full board here. I think a lot of players would be tempted to just kind of get in while they know they can get a couple of points. But this means that turn inside out can be converted to turn into a creature at this point if it turns out that Parente has a true removal spell.
Speaking of true removal spells, here's a combo that I'm quite fond of. Boomerang Basics on the Roaring Furnace. Here is the redeploy. That's a crime for the Duelist. Can't see how many cards are in hand for Parente. But he did just draw one off of the basics. Has been drawing some off of the Riddlers. You're going to see a pump spell to save. Gotta assume the math works out for him if he's casting this one.
Okay, right. And full bore going to give 2 more toughness.
Parente going to give that one a think.
Would guess there are currently 3 cards in Parente's hand. Yep.
So it looks like the full board did save, and Parente actually is going to use Boomerang Basics to just get the Hired Claw off the battlefield here before chunking in with Duelist of the Mind.
Everything here is a matter of just buying time. I know we've talked about this a little bit watching Landfall on the weekend, is that how threatening the landfall deck can feel. Mono Red Leyline does not just have one card like Might Form Harmonizer that has a bunch of roads to lethal. Mono Red Leyline has a bunch of different pump spells. There are a million different combinatorics of adding up to maybe I just die from a really high life total. And Fire Nation Palace in particular makes those cards individually more threatening than they would be otherwise.
So you see a judge call here. So what had happened was there was a sequence of Parente taking some time thinking and then took some actions in pretty quick sequence. They were play tapped land, play Boomerang Basics on your creature, attack with Duelist of the Mind. Now he's realizing, oh, that was a crime. I could have been looting with my Duelist. Can I get a rewind? We'll find out. The judges are deliberating over that, and this is pre-recorded. I'm hearing that this is a lengthy judge call. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender. I like this set.
Oh yeah, big fan of this one. This was, speaking personally, a little selfishly, I work for Wizards of the Coast, senior game designer, and this was the first Vision team that I was ever on. So I did a lot of work, basically advocating for a bunch of the mechanics in the set and things like that. Not as much work on individual cards, but I will say, Redirect Lightning is one. We knew day one we were going to have a card called this, and then we just had to figure out what it did.
That's so cool. Very, very flavorful execution there. I also have been a fan of the implementation of lessons here. I have some friends that you hear they're doing lessons, they're not doing Learn Again, and so for some fans of like Strixhaven Limited, are like, how can they do that? It's like, well, it's pretty easy. You put the type line on the card, and it turns out the design space is actually pretty wide, so you have multiple ways to check the volume of lessons, things that care about lessons. Actually, one of my favorite cards for the set is a card that I have never cast because I don't play Retail Limited, but the student, the flying, the 1/2. Is like it gets +1/+1 if you have a lesson.
Yeah.
It's First Time Flyer is the card's name. I love that design.
Yes, very, very fun. Having ways to hook into specific kinds of instants and sorceries is really fun space to explore.
All right, so our players got caught up here. I am looking at the life pad and the life total here. So McIsaac has taken an additional point of damage, which I believe means that our Loot was granted, and the Duelist Hook of the Mind connected for another point as a consequence.
Oh, all
And here's
right.
Slick Shot Show Off.
And you can see Prince just shake of the head. I think I just have to chump block.
Right. It does take a card, though, because you do have to pump the Show Off. So
Sure.
It's a little bit better than a chump block.
Okay, well, how about Dreadmaw's Ire?
Right, that gives some trample, if I'm not mistaken. So that one's going to connect. I believe a trample over for 2, Prente to 12. So we will head back his way. Land number 6, a tap of 5, and it's Quantum Riddler. I was thinking it was maybe unlocking the Steaming Sauna. This is a lot stronger.
This one also draws a card, which is pretty nice.
There is Boomerang Basics, and it's actually going to bounce the room. Fair enough. The Show Off does have haste, and you have the Riddler there.
Yes, exactly.
But now McIsaac untapping with a lot of lands, and we know that there's still more pump spells in the grip. Now, the Riddler has a lot of toughness, and if you don't give it trample, the attack is kind of not great anyway. But there are hands.
All right, there's Hired Claw.
Is this activation of Fire Nation Palace? It is.
Great.
All right, so here's some Firebending 4. Quantum Riddler would like to block. Here's some spells. Turn Inside Out. +5/+0 on the Show Off. Okay, just goes for that trade. It's going to manifest dread after that. I believe Hired Claw was just manifested.
Really nice hit. Stronger in multiples.
In fact, it's turned up with the remaining Firebending mana.
Yep. Yep.
That's pretty fun. All right, Prente, we knew about this Roaring Furnace. Going to go after one of the Hired Claws. Looks like McIsaac down to just one card in hand at this point. Going to use Turn Inside Out in response. Wants to keep some creatures on the battlefield. So the Furnace takes care of that, but McIsaac will manifest Dread.
Right. McIsaac recognizing that this game is reaching the point where pump spells aren't really worth anything if you can't keep a creature in play.
Right. Boomerang Basics again on the Furnace. Here it is. It's going to go for the Hired Claw over the face-down creature. That seems reasonable against an opponent with no cards in hand.
Right, this is one where you know either one is likely going to be attacking for 2 next turn, but Hired Claw might even get the 3rd point in.
Right, we're open deck list, and there's very little that McIsaac could turn face up that would be stronger than a 2/2.
Right, at this point it would be the 1 Kellen.
So here's Razorkin Needlehead off the top.
Not bad.
The 2/2 does not attack into this 2/3 Fear of Missing Out. Parente now looks to be pretty firmly in the driver's seat, though he is taking a point off of this Needlehead, down to 11.
Right, Fear of Missing Out, good at applying pressure. Kind of scary to unlock the Steaming Sauna in the face of Razorkin Needlehead, but not impossible.
I would love to see it. Quantum Riddler, okay. That's going to take some damage. Parente to 9 from drawing 2 cards there.
Building a Necropotence in some ways.
Here comes Fear of Missing Out. Yeah, that's going to untap. There's Delirium there.
You see the turn sideways and you go, I've gotta. Okay, I'll check.
McIsaac considering the double block here. Decides against it.
Right, and now Parente considering, do I send in again?
And really just has to worry about 1 card off the top, at least in terms of being immediately dead. Lands on attacking, seems fine. McIsaac down to 10. We'll head back his way. 2 2/2s against a 4/6 Quantum Riddler. I've been in this spot. It's unpleasant.
The 2/2 side?
Yes.
Oh, of course.
I've
right.
never been on
No,
the other side. I don't know what that
Yeah,
feels like. I bet that feels great. I think that Parente's having a great time right now.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I played a lot of Quantum Riddler in my life.
Right, Needlehead's going to be good for a damage. There were no attacks for McIsaac. Now you have Fear of Missing Out, plus untapping the Riddler. Here's an attack.
Ooh, and now McIsaac is forced to at least chump block the Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah, you can't just take 6 because the Riddler will finish you off from there.
Ooh, tap of 2.
Looks like a block on the Fear of Missing Out and a bulk up on the blocker.
Okay.
Gonna trade with the Fear of Missing Out, all things said and done. 4 points comes across, McIsaac to 6.
Notably, Razorkin Needlehead only has first strike during McIsaac's turn.
That is true. Here comes Quantum Riddler. It's gonna attack McIsaac down to 2. Here is Tiger Seal. That checks the Needlehead. Tap land and a pass. This is going to be McIsaac's last draw step. How do you deal 8 points of damage?
You can see checking everything available. Bulk up in the graveyard. Kind of nice with Fire Nation Palace, but McIsaac doesn't quite have the resources to do much else.
Okay, so here's the Fire Nation Palace. Wants to make the Needlehead Firebend. It will. 4 red mana. Tiger Seal jumps in front. Here's Dreadmaw's Ire.
Okay.
Goes to a 4/4 trample. Well, that's lethal if there weren't a blocker, but the Tiger Seal just soaks up enough damage. And Justin Parente gonna advance to 10-2.
Oh, it was so close. You know I love anything with a pump spell.
Oh yeah.
Like I can't pretend. I can't feign being an unbiased party now that the match is over.
Dreadmaw's Ire is also a pretty cool pump spell. In terms of this deck is doing something very linear. McIsaac said, okay, I'm playing creatures, I'm playing pump spells, and I hope they deal you lethal damage. But Dreadmaw's Ire does speak to some powerful artifacts, specifically Monument to Endurance. It can potentially be really relevant for interaction in games where you can't quite close the big explosive start, but just turning them off of their engine for 1 turn can buy you all the time you need. So that's some pretty cool tech there.
Yeah, it really doesn't surprise me that there was a bit of a struggle against the looting variant of Izzet, but so much of what McIsaac has brought this weekend looks like it is laser focused on beating up on Izzet lessons, and it's no wonder that we're seeing such a deep run this weekend as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to keep watching that. There is plenty more Magic to be played today. Carmen and I are going to go get lunch, though. Let's go ahead and get Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister back in the booth. We'll be back shortly for more Standard here.
All right, what is up, everyone? Welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of, the later half of the tournament, man. We are getting into it. They're going to start being win-and-ins already this round. Jim, how are you, and what are you looking forward to towards the end of this?
I'm excited for some win-and-ins.
Yes.
Since the players of the Pro Tour, of course, top 8 of this tournament goes to the Pro Tour. Again, this is one of those few events where you can sign up, walk in the door, and walk out Sunday a Pro Tour competitor, which is so cool. Absolutely love it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Back in our day, we had PTQs where we could do that, but those were big tournaments, and those were hard too.
Yep.
This one's a little tougher than PTQs back in the day, but they're really, really awesome. So make sure to join us at these Spotlight events in the future. But let's take a look at the tournament we are watching now and check out the standings to see who is in the hunt. We got 2 people that are winning-ins. A lot of these people, I talked to Oliver after his win last round, after he just got done drawing 11 cards in one turn, by the way, with a bunch of Ancestral Recalls. And I said, what do we need? And he's like, 1 more. So Oliver, Eli, looks like they are going to be playing. Winner will be able to draw in the next round, I guess, if they have someone to draw with. So that's really the 2 players that are playing for it this round. Anything else stand out to you, Jim?
Yeah, there's a lot of familiar names. Ryan Bellamy in 6th place right now, Simic Ouroboros, just always been doing well at these events. Corey Burkhart, another name we just see constantly all the time, always making runs. And we got Max, we got Will Kruger.
Yeah, Will Kruger, haven't seen his name in a while.
Yeah, and still a pretty wide spread. Demir Bounce, Demir Midrange, Simic Ouroboros, Control decks, Looting. A lot of Ouroboros at this point. That is the best performing deck so far on day 2.
Yep.
But great spread overall, and looks like it's going to be a great day.
Yeah, absolutely. Will Kruger just ended up playing up against 5th place Mason on the Simic Ouroboros deck. They must have not been even records there, as Mason was... they have the same record now. So Mason's still in the hunt. That was one of our overnight leaders. Let's check out our second page of standings, see who else is in the hunt here. All right, and looking at this, we have Quintanoli sneaking up in 20th place on Mono Red. We got Jacob there, teammate of yours, doing well with Is It Lessons. Robert, maybe not having the best day, winning an X and 1 down to 18th place when Demir mid-range. And anything else sticking out to you, Jim?
The important thing to note here is that, of course, these are sorted by your tiebreakers, right? So Rob,
Yeah.
Rob Cedar, of course, had a phenomenal start, and your tiebreakers are based on the quality of your opponents. And when you're winning a lot early, that's usually very, very high. So these players up here, 9-3 at the top, are in good standing. The players a little lower. Maybe to get a little luckier on tiebreakers as the day goes on.
Yep, makes sense to me. So that's the players doing well in the tournament. Now, we haven't gotten a chance to see the metagame. I know you saw it just a little bit ago, but let's take a look. This is what the day 2 metagame looks like. Is It Lessons, Simic Ouroboros, those were the top 2 decks, but wow, Simic seems to have pulled a little bit farther ahead here, Jim. Impressive.
Yeah, I kind of like our initial, we were talking about early on day 1, where I feel like this is, you were asking me, is Simic Ouroboros, is it going up or is it being answered right now? And I think we're still on the upward trend. If it was last weekend, I think it crushes the tournament. I think this weekend is still on the upward swing where folks are aware of it, but maybe not necessarily figuring out how to beat it yet. Deck is phenomenal. I played some games of it at the gym this morning.
Yes.
And I crushed. Yeah, so deck's really, really powerful, of course, and good conversion rate. Not dominating, but quite impressive.
Yeah, and another thing that stands out here is it looting numbers definitely going up here. We saw that, on the lower end of our screen, and there's been a lot of Is It Looting players that are doing quite well in the feature match area. So that version of Is It is definitely something to keep an eye on. And a lot of other surprises here. We see a lot of the decks at the bottom that were in the other category that have gotten a name now. So they are upgrading something like Azorius Control, Boros Dragons. Probably not a lot of those in the tournament to begin with, so the fact that they are on our screen right now means they're doing quite well here in the tournament. So we are going to shift our gears a little bit and get ready for round 13. We are going to have 2 players here, one of them being Nick here on Jeskai Control. You love this deck, right, Jim?
This deck is super sweet, yeah. If your opponents are playing a bunch of Llanowar and Badger Mole Cubs and just a bunch of creatures, Day of Judgment, Ultima especially good at mopping up all the earthbended lands. So because it ends the turn, the trigger where they would come back doesn't happen. So a fantastic answer to the Landfall deck as well as the Simic decks, and just your kind of classic control deck. Counter spells, Wrath of Gods, removal. Just blue-white control, just 20 years later, whatever, and topping off on Revelation, which is a huge game ender.
What about those 2 Rest in Peace in the main? That's really saying something.
Yeah, I think that's saying Lessons is a serious deck. Let's make sure we can beat that. But also, it has utility in other places. Against Simic, it's not great, but turning off the backside of Nature's Rhythm is pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And it has a little utility in various matchups, and then it's a home run in some matchups also.
Yeah, and I guess it shuts off Earthbending, right? If you kill the land, it won't come back.
Yep.
Okay, so some cute interactions here from Nick Mealy. So let's check out Nick's opponent this round. This is Kai Nelson. This is a deck that we have not seen a lot of since the Pro Tour. Where at the Pro Tour, it didn't have the strongest results by any means. But hey, that was a field full of lessons and a field full of teachers. A lot of great players playing that deck.
Yeah, putting it mildly, it had a pretty bad tournament.
I think it was like a 30% win rate. It was
ugly.
Abysmal.
Yeah. But this is a pretty cool version of this deck that I have not seen before. So the idea here is to get a loop going with your airbending. So many bendings. There's earthbending also, but airbending effects with Appa and Aang, and you're able to kind of get a loop going where you can loop with Doc or Lock. Make the airbending gym cost you less, loop through, make an infinite amount of tokens, and do other stuff as well, which is really, really cool. This is a version, though, of playing Interdimensional Web Watch. This is a 4 mana rock that can exile cards and play things from exile, and you can blink it with your airbending effects. It's really, really cool. So kind of a unique version of a deck, and cool to see. Yeah,
that is a card I have literally never seen. So that seems pretty awesome here from Kai Nelson here playing Ban Airbending. These players are X and 2, so this is the situation where they need to likely win 2 more, shake hands at the end. This isn't one of the largest spotlights we've ever had. Atlanta had a few more people here last year, and the records to get in were a little bit tougher. So X2 and 1 kind of looks like the line here to be able to get into this tournament.
Gotta keep winning.
Gotta keep winning. Just keep winning until they tell you to stop.
Exactly. I think it's important for the players. For us and for viewers at home, we want to kind of analyze and really pick apart, like, ooh, one more win. For the players, you gotta just battle. You gotta keep playing. You gotta keep your eye on the prize. Win some matches, sort it out later.
That is so many times I'll be chatting when I'm playing in a tournament, and people will come up and be like, all right, so, we got 4 rounds left.
Right.
I can probably win 2 more, then I can draw, and every time it's just like, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
You have to win the next round.
Right.
Get that out of your head, because that stuff can kind of cloud your judgment a little bit, don't you think?
Yeah, because now you're in a game where you're behind. Say you're behind in a game 3.
Yeah.
And in the back of your mind is like, oh man, I'm probably gonna lose this game, but if I win the next 2, it'll be okay. And now you're not playing the game anymore. So
you've accepted your fate.
That's
you're
right.
Just analyzing at this point. So, talking about the matchup here between Bant Airbending and Jeskai Control, what do you think about this? So Jeskai Control. I'm going to keep kind of talking about the World Championship because that was our last major standard tournament. And Jeskai Control didn't really have a presence at all, so we don't really have a lot of the data on that. What do you think about this matchup?
I would assume it's good for Control.
Okay.
Even though the Bant Airbending deck is doing different things than some of the other creature decks, it is still fundamentally a creature deck.
Okay.
It has some pretty cool card advantage elements, like Aang at the Crossroads. Interdimensional Web Watch is the real knuckleball, curveball, whatever, where I haven't really seen that card in play ever.
I haven't either.
And it is a card advantage engine, so that could be a good way to pull ahead of the Control deck. But I would assume Control is favored, but there's going to be a lot of play here as well, as with any Control matchup, where it's going to depend a lot on how the Control player plays and how the other player plays against the Control player.
How do you feel about 2 Abrades and 1 Ultima in the main to deal with a 4-mana artifact? Does that feel bad?
Yeah, a little splash damage here. But
Yeah, all right. And so sounds like players are ready, so we are just going to dive in and see how this unfolds here in the feature match here in round 13. All right, so getting ready here. Another match that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Table 1 right now is Eli Swafford versus Oliver Tomiko. That is our first winning in, so we'll be keeping an eye on that one and peeking in when we can as well. That is Mono Green Landfall against Is It Lessons? Players both starting off with a blue-white land to get it going here. And we're underway, Jim.
Yeah, interesting that this deck does have a number of flash threats. Aang, Swift Savior, Appa, Steadfast Guardian. So you can kind of play that a little bit of that flash game on Nick's turn, which is pretty cool. So definitely a matchup, though, where I think Kyle's going to have a really good feel for what he wants to do.
Yeah.
You know, what does the end of the game look like? Is it going to be go for a combo? Is it going to be nickel and dime with creatures? Is it going to be try and like threaten the combo but never actually do it? So if Kyle's got a good plan here, it'll be pretty good for him. If not, Nick can pick it apart a little bit.
Yeah, totally agree. So we're going to head there, and we get the multiversal passage, being able to turn on these lands, presumably, if you go blue or white. But the problem is, you know, if you do go blue or white, I was going to say if you go green, it is now not turning on the Verges, but you are a Bant deck. Right now you're a Celestia deck, and see what you can do here.
Got to get those new digital cards that change color, you know?
Yeah. That is fair. That is fair. All right, and animates the passage here instead of the Verge. That's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, that is interesting. Could have swung it for one, suppose, but sure. There's no, you know, 1 mana instant speed stuff in this deck, and we are open deckless here on day 2. So not really like, you know, representing anything, but we'll see.
Yeah, that is a big important detail. Day 1 of these spotlights are closed deckless. Now we are open. So it changes the way these players play a little bit, slows down everything a bit.
Yes.
Players looking at deck list, trying to memorize what they can, because they don't get to just have their deck list open while they are playing. They kind of have to memorize it. I end up just looking at the main deck when I start most of the time, and then when I get to sideboarding, I start looking at that.
I feel like I look at the sideboard and I go, no, Jim. It's only game 1.
Yes.
Don't distract yourself.
I'm like, I can't remember this many things. I need to prioritize.
So Counterspell on the Web Watch is pretty big. I think Web Watch is going to be a pretty important card, honestly. It is an ability to kind of keep drawing cards, and if you can airbend it and blink it and get more cards off it, it's a great way to kind of keep up on cards in this control matchup.
Yeah, no kidding, because, if you play that, you still get the cards off of it, even if it gets abraded. You know, that's still not the worst exchange, but not the greatest exchange here so far for Kai with no 4th land, still only having a green-white deck, essentially. So maybe there was a lot of weight on that interdimensional Web Watch here.
Yeah, and chose to jam it into the open mana. You know, there are 4 copies of No More Lies in Nick's deck. And that is open information, so.
Leads me to believe there was no other option.
Yep.
All right, Breeding Pool at the top does turn on the Verges. Now allows plenty of spells to be played here. Aang Swift Savior is going to come to mind. That's going to be a nice one.
Yeah, this is the downside of Get Lost in these control decks, where it is a very efficient rule spell. It is a very flexible rule spell. It's also a rule spell that can give your opponent card advantage.
Oh, yeah.
So now killing that Badger Mole-Cub, that's great and all, but the map making a land that Kai didn't have previously is phenomenal.
I hate playing Get Lost.
Me too.
I hate playing it in any deck. Giving my opponent something that is so powerful as maps can be a really, really big deal.
Yeah, I think it's the worst best card in Standard.
Yeah, there you go. Well said. All right, so 2 mana do nothing, just hit the battlefield.
Yeah, that's normally going to airbend something, but there's nothing really to airbend at the moment.
Yep, but hey, getting this to put some quest counters on it, and then at the beginning of your end step, if you have 4 more, you're able to kind of just start blinking things for free. And to be fair, that's going to be a card that gets sided out. And it's a card that is quite good when you're comboing off, and just pretty good at slowing down your opponent if they do have creatures. This Jeskai control deck, though, not in that vein at all.
Yeah, I mean, the blink element does play well in a longer game. If the Web Watch had resolved, airbending that is fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
So it has some utility here, you know, but I agree, not the strongest card.
All right, so big thanks on Kai's turn here. Wanting to get something going on the battlefield. How likely do you think this is to, like, actually see the combo up against Jeskai control? And if we do see the combo, is it even that good?
I would say reasonably unlikely. I think it's the kind of thing where you want to just keep threatening it and threatening and threatening it and just nickel and dime. You know, I love these creature combo decks, you know, where they do have a combo. They have the ability to just, you know, just attack for 3, attack for 4, chip in and threaten.
Yeah, I would totally agree.
Ooh, this is cool.
This is really nice. Walk us through this interaction for people that aren't familiar.
So when you airbend a card with an adventure, when you play it for 2, you can play either side. And Bramble Familiar has the distinction of being one of the only cards with an adventure spell larger than the actual spell itself. So Fetch Quest can be now played for 2 a little later on. That was risky because if it was killed in response, that would not be ideal. But there you go. Pretty big upside for the Ascension, which is not a great card in the matchup.
Yeah, definitely. But now being able to have 2 mana, maybe hit Aang at the crossroads, get something very powerful going there, and looks like Nick is kind of just double checking exactly how that works. And hey, makes sense. If Nick was testing for this event a lot on Arena or Magic Online or whatever, you didn't play against a lot of Bant airbending. You know, this deck did get, airbended to the curb here pretty quickly. So maybe not as much experience from Nick's side up against this Bant deck.
Yeah, and a lot of the allure playing a rogue deck. You know,
Yeah.
I love my opponents reading my cards and trying to figure things out on the fly. It feels great.
It's pretty funny that you say rogue deck too, because while I agree with you in this context, right when Avatar: The Last Airbender came out, it was the card where people were like, "This deck is way too good. It's gonna be a problem," and it became unplayable extremely fast. Just shows how dynamic and powerful and ever rotating Standard is right now.
Fetch Quest.
There we go.
7 cards, a couple Appas. Appa and Dox, these are the combo pieces. You want to try and get both those in play if you can. But individually, I mean, Appa's fine. 3/4 flyer, dodging Lightning Helix is pretty good.
Yeah.
And even just, bending your 1/2 and playing it, making a 1/1, that kind of just slow grind this is a good spot for that.
And now, I mean, airbending some other stuff that you have, you can just airbend any non-land permanents. Do you start airbending your airbending Ascensions?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Just kind of like start pulling out all-one tokens.
Yeah, so maybe not the one that's already up to 3. That would make sense to me. It looks like we are targeting. Yeah, because you do still target with the airbending.
Yeah, and then you can go again. You could just play Bramble Familiar as a 2-drop and just airbend it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, now Bramble Familiar is unable to be cast with Fetch Quest again. It is now on an adventure, so you can cast it as Bramble Familiar. Then if you airbend it again, then you can Fetch Quest and just keep rinsing and repeating.
Yeah, and we can see here, this is, Kai is getting to kind of do the thing. It's not the ideal draw. It's not the wow combo, but just kind of nickel and diming, pacing very well against a control deck, and looks to be playing great so far.
And Nick, one thing he is severely lacking is consult the sky chart, stock up, some kind of card advantage to get this going. Either has all interactive stuff in his hand, which will come in handy, or maybe things like Jeskai Revelation. You know for a fact he does not have a consult the sky charts unless you just drew it now. Otherwise, that would have been a perfect spot to cast it.
Yeah, that's kind of like the traditional control, like waiting room of just like, all right, once I find one card, draw a spell, it'll find more of them, but I need to find the first one to get things going.
Wait, are you saying if you cast stock up, you get stocked up?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Quite a bit,
Good,
actually.
good. Yeah, that is quite true. They are good at finding other pieces, and you find one, and you're going to be drawing cards for days. So now Bramble Familiar comes into play, and that little 1/1 ally is thanks to Appa. Always helping out Aang and the gang. Sorry, spoilers for the show. My bad.
Come on.
Yeah.
I thought Appa was the bad guy.
Yeah, well, you're just going to have to watch it and figure it out, buddy. All right, Multiversal Passage coming down, taking some extra damage. Damage very much irrelevant from Kai's side.
Not completely.
Yeah.
This is not like a typical blue-white control deck. With these Lightning Helixes and Jeskai Revelations, the deck can sort of turn the corner for a quick burn finish, which is kind of surprising. So,
very reasonable. And now just passing the turn with a large amount of mana available. Does this signify anything to you?
I mean, Aang's of Savior is a big one. The other flash creature is the Appa, and it's legendary. So I want to play 2 of those, but Aang pretty potent. Chose not to play the Ascension and kind of blink the Bramble Familiar and do that thing, and then man, Nick's just go again.
Did we not do the trigger of the Airbender Ascension now that we have 4 quest counters?
The end step blink?
Yeah.
I guess not. There wasn't really any super value to be gained, So.
Like you could blink Appa, I guess, and then airbend out Bramble Familiar, but that's about it. But that still seems good.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Kai disagrees. And now we're tapping some mana here. And all right, there we go. We got our another new card, Interdimensional Web Watch. That is a tongue twister.
Say it again. Say it again.
Interdimensional Web Watch.
Say it again.
Interdimensional Web Watch.
All right, you did a pretty good job.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done.
you. Thank you.
You passed.
Unlike your earthbending and airbending here in the intro, but
I was in waterbend.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, we haven't seen too many waterbending cards that have taken off in Standard yet.
Aang has waterbending.
That is true.
So no firebending in this deck, though.
Aang has all the abilities. That's why Aang is the avatar. So
Now we're getting into spoiler territory. Okay, slow down.
here we go. We found some gas here from Nick. We got Consult the Star Charts. This is very likely in response to Interdimensional Web Watch. As, man, this card seems really sweet in this deck at being able to get some card advantage going, have some extra mana going. I really like this piece of technology.
Yeah, I think that if the Web Watch stays on the table for a few turns, the game's just over.
Yeah, because, it's not going to stay on the table very long because it's going to keep blinking out.
I mean, gets into the equation.
Gotcha,
if it resolves, the ability, once it's there, it's going to be blinking, a bunch of cards. And I don't know if Nick's control deck can overtake an avalanche of cards like that.
I don't think so either. Yeah, that seems extremely powerful because the one thing about this airbending deck is you think, okay, I combo off, in air quotes, and I get infinite 1/1 allies. Then you just think, well, if my opponent has a Wrath, that's bad. But how it actually works out in practice is as long as you have something to go with it, like a Bramble Familiar and Fetch Quest or Aang at the Crossroad, you end up getting 4 Aang Swift Saviors that will be in your airbending zone. And then you just get to cast those on your opponent's spells during the next turn to stop them from wrathing. So if you can combo off, you can prevent your opponent from wrathing you as well.
So the Web Watch resolves, hits another Web Watch. Kai's hooking.
Wow.
Let him cook.
Okay. Web Watch is coming down again. It resolved. Badger Mole Cub comes to hang out, as well as another Airbender Ascension. And Airbender Ascension was a card that, at the World Championship, we saw 1 of, 2 of, maybe max. But really good with this new piece of technology that Kai brought to the table.
Yeah, very different list than what we were seeing at Worlds, honestly. There's just a lot of different elements and overall strategy, which is really, really cool. And I think now there's a lot of weight on this one copy of Ultima in Nick's deck. It might be Ultima or bust. Ultima or some sort of crazy Burnout, like I was saying, where 5 Revelation, bounce a thing or two, and just start firing off lightning helixes.
Yeah, the big problem for Nick this entire game was those middle, the mid game of this game was just not casting Stock Up, not casting Consult the Star Charts, and now Kai is fully popping off, and Nick has to play catch up from this point where he was at a spot where he was at parity, and things were looking good. Without card advantage, control decks tend to slip away.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in play.
Yes.
Enchantments, artifacts, creatures, tokens, lands, bended lands, airbended stuff in exile, adventures, every zone is being used.
Yeah, no kidding. We are truly in the multiverse on Kai's side of the battlefield for sure.
Yes, there's still a Badger Mole and a land under there. Yep. Okay.
Plays the land, and now do we leave the mana up for something like an Aang? Now we're going to do a little bit of blinking. Get another Ascension there.
And I think Kai's doing a really, really good job at pacing this game out.
Yes.
Not just dumping everything into play, just gaining value. So when the super does come, so much value has already been gained. It's like, all right, sure.
Yeah.
Let's rebuild.
So now the big turn. Does Nick have Ultima backed up with almost assuredly needs No More Lies too? I mean, that 3 mana doesn't scream Aang Swift Savior, but it yells it a little bit.
I'm hearing some screaming.
Okay.
Yeah, so Day is good. It's not as good as Ultima, though, because these artifacts are still in play. The enchantments didn't play anyway, but just a lot of stuff still in play.
Yep, a couple things go to the yard, but Kai did a great job of airbending out. Maybe the card that mattered the most. We got Appa and airbending.
All right.
Okay, now we're getting stocked up.
So Nick's starting to make some forward progress here.
Yep. Find some cards.
I think one thing both players do need to be cognizant of is the clock in a match like this.
For sure.
Control decks tend to go long anyway, but the kind of game plan that Kai is playing is to kind of slowly pace out this card advantage, and that tends to lead to really long games.
Definitely. But hey, Nick on the bright side and Kai as well, no draws so far, so they've been doing a great job of making that happen.
And I love Kai having the appropriate markers for This can be played till the end of this turn or the next turn.
Yeah.
Swapped out can be played at the end of our next turn to played at the end of this turn. I like that.
Yeah, that is nice. And hey, the one thing about this interdimensional web watch, you can play cards from the airbending zone just the same as the cards that are exiled with the web itself, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it makes mana for cards that are not being played. I believe from your hand is the nomenclature.
Just cast spells from exile.
Exile, okay,
Yep,
sure.
Yep. More web watch.
All right, more cards. All right, not as good of a hit.
I thought Spotlight Spider-Man was over.
Are
we back?
I thought so too.
All right, so we get a land there. Look at those zones. Thanks for coming prepared at least, Kai. This is nice. Badger Mole Cub coming down. Now, Badger Mole Cub unfortunately does not work well with the webs. I was going to say, if this combos with it too, if you get to add 3 with those, but it is creature only. Dang, Badger Mole Cub just not good enough then, I guess, huh?
Yeah, not enough flexibility.
Nah. All right, tapping 4 mana, play things from exile only. It's 2 mana of any combination, so you can go white, green, white, blue, any of those things. It's not 2 of the same.
Make a red, make a black,
Yeah,
make
sure.
make a purple.
I can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, Jim says. Go let Kai know.
Someone call down the feature match area and say, Jim says it's okay to make a purple mana.
Okay, we got it. We got it.
Only one, though.
Only one. All right, so it looks like we should be floating some mana here. Here is Appa coming down. And, I mean, this is going to blink out a lot of things. And the fun thing is, well, the interdimensional web watch, the 2 mana you just had, can recast the interdimensional web watch. And then that web watch can recast an interdimensional web watch. And then that one can you see where I'm going with this, right?
The value train is rolling.
Yes.
Choo choo indeed.
Wow.
This is
sick.
awesome. Like,
This is absolutely sick.
why haven't we had Guy on camera yet? Somebody call him Nick Miller. What?
I got to formally apologize to Nick Miller right now as when we were picking out feature matches, I was like, man, we got to win it in. We should probably watch that. And he's like, nah, this is way too sweet. And I was like, all right. We'll trust you. You're the GOAT. And, wow, what do you know? Nick Miller's right again.
That's how it usually goes.
Yeah, classic. All right, here is the dock. So now everything is free. Wait a minute. Is the game over? The game is over. Look at this. Because if you have these Airbender Ascensions, if Nick doesn't have anything, but if you have the Airbender Ascension, you Airbender Ascension Appa blinks out the interdimensional web watches, you bring those back in for free, you will find the combo.
Right.
So the game can be over with Kai here.
Over in the sense that there'll be 100 allies in play, four Angs in hand, and
Yeah.
showing the Ang right now and just saying, all right, I'm going to go do all that. If you can beat 4 Angs, let me know.
No, because you just can't. You just can't. It's impossible because the spell's on the stack. You just Ang it, then they recast it. You Ang it again.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. This is just lethal. Oh, this is awesome. And look, we saw a get lost from Nick, but it doesn't matter. Here's that. You get to, you can either, airbend your own creature or airbend the get lost. It just probably doesn't matter, but yeah, you might as well airbend this. Now everything's free from the zone.
Tap 2? They need to tap 2,
Didn't
right?
have to tap any, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And there's Kai explaining what we just broke down as well, and that is game number 1 going to Kai Nelson in dramatically awesome fashion.
That was
awesome.
That was great. Both in deck building, the deck looks amazing, but in
Yes.
gameplay too, really strong concept of how to play against control deck, pace things out, draw the cards, and then strike at the right point.
Yeah. Oh, my God. That was awesome. Kai's brain in the multiverse right now. Just popping off. So let's head over to sideboarding here. Let's take a peek at Nick's sideboard first. We got 3 annuls, 2 Biza, the Bounding Spring, 1 Day of Judgment, 1 Exercise, 1 Fire Magic, 1 Negate, 2 Pyroclasm, 1 River Churn Monument, 2 Voice of Victory, 1 Wan Shitong Librarian.
Yeah, I almost think Nick needs to get like a little aggressive. I don't know if the long game favors Nick. Usually the control decks have inevitability.
Yeah.
But there's so much great play and card advantage in Kai's deck, especially with the some more counter spells coming in and stuff. I almost think that maybe Nick should bring in the Voice of Victories and like just try and get it done with these lightning helixes and stuff. And like obviously you can't be a full-on aggro deck, but at least find some ways to apply pressure, Beza, and be a little more of a I'm gonna kill your stuff and attack you than just a pure control deck. So Beza, you still want the sweepers. Fire Magic plays well with the Voice of Victory, which is cool. Pyroclasm as well. But this is tough. This looks like a tough matchup.
Any thought to a null? I mean, there's actually some artifacts and enchantments.
Yeah, honestly, there aren't that many quantity-wise, but
Yeah.
I think it's so important to keep the Web Watch off of the board. Just keep it so it's not an available thing to airbend. I could buy a few of those too, yeah.
That's hilarious. A card that we've never seen in this deck before. Maybe this is a known quantity outside of what we just watched now, but I kind of don't think so. But now we're like, well, we got to keep this new card off the battlefield. It's far too busted.
Yeah, that's really, really cool.
All right, Kai Nelson, we got 2 Avatar's Wrath, 2 Aven Interrupters, 1 Cavern of Souls, 1 Kutsu's Flanker, 2 Quantum Riddler, 2 Reclamation Sage, 4 Seam Rip, 1 Spider Sense.
Simpler on Kai's side.
Yeah.
You know, Interrupter's great. Just another counterspell effect. Spider Sense is great. Cavern of Souls. Maybe some Riddlers if you want to keep playing that kind of grindier game. But honestly, Kai's, it's funny because in the intro, I was like, oh, yeah, the creature combo deck should lose to the control deck.
Yeah.
But the way Kai's deck is set up, there's just so much card advantage, so much play. This looks great. So, yeah, you know, I don't even know if Riddlers are necessary, but
wasn't the first time you've been wrong, probably won't be the last. But if you want to join us at our next event, I mean, this event is really awesome. If you want to test your skills at our very next standard event, SCG Con Portland is going to be the next event here just in a couple weeks. It is just right around the corner. We'll have Lorwyn Eclipse cards available January 23rd to the 25th. This is going to be our first regional championship out of 2. Milwaukee will be the second one. If you want to keep up to date on all the details about it, hashtag SCG Portland. And yeah, going to be a really great tournament. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon to sign up today. Bunch of side events, all that kind of stuff that you can do. You can LCQ into that event as well.
Yeah, I think one of the important things is noting that like it's a regional championship, but there are so many other things to do at the SG Con where you can try to LCQ in, but there's so many other events going on, so many cool things happening. Not an event you want to miss.
Yeah, absolutely. So, while these players get ready to go, we're going to take a look. This is our win-in match. Right there, there is Eli Swafford, who the mono-green landfall deck may be just one game away from taking down a established pro, a fellow players champion like yourself.
Yep.
Oliver Tomiko has been around the block.
Yeah. Eli's having a great run of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mono green, you know, usually most landfall decks have been green-white for some rule spells and stuff, but just kind of doing the thing and doing it well.
Yeah, absolutely. Saw a great match with him and your teammate, Jacob Milchman, a little bit earlier in the day. It was really nice. Looks like an Archdruid's Charm taking down a creature. Got a little promo Gran here sticking around here from Oliver.
Yeah, Wan Shi Tong, definitely a card that's like needs to remove.
Yeah.
Shuffle a lot.
Yes. And hey, I mean, Eli was taking this down, took down this matchup with another fantastic Is It Lessons player earlier, so clearly knows what to do in this matchup. Has 4 Soul Guide Lanterns to be able to interact.
Yeah, cool to see the Archdruid's Charm as well.
Yeah.
It's a pretty potent card, and it kind of serves that removal role, while also being flexible to find the right combo piece you're looking for, be it a land or a creature or whatever else. And it's also a disenchant.
Yeah.
Card's great.
And there we go. We saw the interaction from Soul Guide Lantern in response to Ancestral Recall on the stack. It turned into, is there a 1-mana Anticipate?
No.
That card's too broken, right?
That would be really good.
All right. So we got no fun excuse for, or fun renaming for that card. It just turns into a 1-mana Anticipate. And Gran Falls. Firebending Lesson finishes off the Ice Till Explorer. And back to Eli.
Yeah, having the graveyard not in play for Combustion, for Wisdom, still another lesson for Wisdom to kind of keep things going. And
Yep.
now it's time to see the lands fall.
Well, let's do some Earthbending. We got a 2/2 creature able to swing. And things are looking good for Mono Green Landfall. Is Mono Green Landfall the hero now?
Yeah,
I think so, yeah.
I think so. Against the lesson deck that won Worlds, of course.
Plus, Eli has been very emotive here, winning some big matches up against Lessons players early. looks like he is having an absolute blast and playing quite well. I've been really impressed with Eli Swafford.
Yeah, really cool to see like the sort of youthful exuberance.
Yeah.
Some of us have like been playing for so long can feel like we don't have that super excitement we've done for so long, a little jaded maybe. So love seeing.
Speak for yourself. That's all I got is excitement. Okay.
That's fair.
I make up for my play skill with excitement.
No wonder you're so excited all the time.
Exactly. That's all I got, buddy. All right. So then just plays a couple creatures here. And that is it. Eli Swafford at 12-1 likely is just locking it up. I mean, a lot of things can happen, of course, but that looks to be like the line where you can – I don't think Eli will have anyone to draw with next round. That's the problem. But I think he can go lost draw into the last 2 rounds. So big congratulations.
Well timed, too.
Eli Swafford.
Really
yeah.
timing that perfectly to go right in our little look in and right back to our match.
Yeah.
Well done, Eli.
Thank you, Nick, for mulliganing. We appreciate it so we could watch the end. That was really – no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But, yeah, really awesome stuff. But Oliver Tomiko fans out there still have some more chances at this. There's a voice of victory, so looks like Nick did agree with you. There's 2 voice of victories.
Yeah, and that's the tough part of, playing against a rogue deck with a control deck where control decks are all about plans. It's
Yeah.
all about, knowing your matchups, kind of knowing how you're going to play each matchup. And when you have a kind of curveball thrown at you like this, you got to figure out on the fly without any preparation, really. Your only testing is that one game you just played.
Yeah.
How is this next game going to end? How is it going to play out? How am I going to beat this kind of unexpected strategy?
That's just the best. That's why Magic is so awesome.
Yep.
I also want to point out that Nick Melee here had the classic, before he put 2 cards to the bottom, the double voice of victory, double day of judgment hand.
Yep.
That's just good deck building.
Yep. Desperate times.
Go for desperate measures. So there's voice of victory on the battlefield. And Kai begins with a cool new breakout card, Quantum Riddler.
Yeah. So this is kind of cool, actually, because, I wasn't sure if Riddler was going to come in or not. Riddler speaks to wanting to play a longer, grindy game. But Nick has said, hey, I got to end this game. So
Yeah.
that's great. Normally Riddler would be a great card for Kai to have against a control deck, but not when your controlled opponent is actually directly attacking you.
Yeah.
And now if Nick can kind of get into this Delver style, I'm going to play a threat and counter all your things, that can be very effective.
Definitely. There is the Doc. Doc's coming down. And, hey, Doc is pretty good at casting a Riddler for 3 mana as well, or would have been if a Braid didn't come to deal with it as well. So some extra synergies with Doc Orlock. Doc Orlock, one of the worst cards in the deck, but it serves its purpose.
Yeah, it's a combo card.
Yeah.
He's the bear and a cowboy. How can you not like him?
I didn't say I didn't like him. It's just weak.
And what is he? Is he taking a picture? Is he opening a candy bar? What is he doing in that?
Is that like a tourist bear? Just checking in the sights?
Yeah. I don't know. I like Doc. He's doing his thing.
Yeah, Doc's just happy to be here.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'd take
Ooh.
it back.
Nick not happy to be here with this main phase consult unkicked looking for land number 4. That's tough.
And that's just an anticipate. It's not so bad. Not so bad. All right, shipping it back to Kai. Yeah, and that was almost assuredly for Nick trying to find land 4. 4 mana. Appa's here
Got to main phase it.
to save the day once again.
Voice of Victory also has utility against these flash cards,
Yeah.
both Appa and Aang.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a pass back. The Voice of Victory aggro plan ceases to be. And Nick did have a choice. I mean, no matter what, Nick, not in a great spot having to mold a 5, but did have a choice. Be like, okay, did I want to keep 2 Day of Judgments, no voice, and not go aggressive? Keep 2 voices, no days, and go all aggressive? Decided to split the difference and kept a voice and a day, so we know there's 1 Day of Judgment in hand.
I would have kept both voices.
I would have kept 2 voices too. Just go ham.
Yeah, on the mulligan too.
Same.
I think they compound and get better together.
Yeah, and if you have 2 voices in play and then you draw like a get lost here for Appy,
Right.
you can really be putting on a lot of damage. So I'm totally with you.
And like we were saying, that there are lightning helixes of a deck, there are burn spells of a deck. You can kind of turn the corner.
Yep.
And interesting to see the Ascension still in the deck as well.
Yeah, I mean maybe it is just that important of a combo card with the powerful interdimensional web watch. So I'm gonna kind of throw all the things I knew about the deck out the window as this seems like a new deck with that artifact, which is crazy. With that 1 card can kind of reshape it, but I mean. I hadn't seen that before in the last game that we just saw.
Yep. Slightly better consult here.
Voice has been air bent out of here. Consult to find some cards. Now we do have Day of Judgment available. That actually will be pretty nice here.
Yeah, thanks for airbending my creature so I can Day of Judgment you properly.
Exactly, exactly. Get that card out of there, and then we'll see how many cards Kai Nelson has in hand. Looks like the Inagi, stock up, Day of Judgment, 2 lands in hand for Nick. Thundering Falls taking a peek at the card.
Yeah,
Do we like it?
pretty good spot for a day.
Yeah.
Just got to take your spots.
Wrath of God coming down. Get those creatures out of there. Head on over to Kai's side. Now, worst case scenario, if we have a land, you just play a Riddler. Take up the Ascension. Not so bad.
Yeah, setting up to blink the Riddler. It's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Now we're speaking my language. Oh, man, if you warp a Riddler and it goes up to 4, warp trigger on the stack, you blink it out. Well, looks like I'll be crafting this deck on Arena here after this. This is nice.
Interesting. Kai saying go here. There only are 2 flash threats in the deck, in the Appa and the Aang.
Quarry Mountain Monastery coming down, doing a nice job as a land to get some card advantage.
I suppose there also are the Aven Interrupters on the board too. So.
Yep.
And Nick going to put a big think on. Like I said, though, in Game 1, the clock is definitely a factor here.
Yeah, if this goes to Game 3, it could be a spot where neither player could close out the game quick. This deck from Kai is not fast.
Yeah.
At all.
It can be.
Kind of. It
but
can be medium fast.
only in a matchup that's completely non-interactive.
Yeah. With how fast Standard is right now, I can't even say that this deck can be fast because there are some fast decks in Standard right now. This is one of the faster Standards I've seen.
The Unagi of Kyoshi Island. Waterbend 4 for the wards. So pretty hard to remove.
Yep.
And
We do got water bending here. We got all the bending in this match, huh?
bending everywhere.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Here's Doc. And Kai's already at 11. Been taking a ton of damage to his lands. Airbender Ascension. Uh-oh, are we doing it? Kai's starting to say words.
Yeah, so this is just infinite tokens, right?
Yeah. Okay. Infinite tokens has been declared.
And, I mean, with 1 day already cast, there only is 1 other day. I suppose there's also Pyroclasm and Fire Magic. So there are ways to mop up tokens, but...
The other day was put on the bottom of the library.
Right.
Because it was in the opener.
Yep.
So unless we've shuffled, which I don't think we have.
Yep, so it's Ultima, Pyroclasm, 1 Fire Magic.
And, that is... If there's not a piece of interaction as well from Kai, which doesn't look like there is right now. 1,000 allies.
That's it? That's the highest number we can do?
Wow. Well, on the bright side, the Inagi of Kyoshi Island can easily block one of them.
Yeah. Only 1,000?
999 can get through.
What number would you have chosen?
8,755.
Wow.
Yeah. What about you?
Y'all dream small. All right. Get some scientific notation out or something.
Yeah. Okay, here's a stock up. Can you find... I mean, this would be the world's best Pyroclasm. Clean up 1,000 power. And that is it. Kai Nelson with 1,000 allies on his side takes it down. That is not an outro I thought I was going to be saying today, but that was awesome. I mean, we just got to run down to the feature match area right now and just let Kai know, hey, round 14, you're in the feature match area for your winning in, because I want to see that again next round, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was really cool, and really cool to see the evolution, where you see a deck, it popped up, everyone thought it was broken, did horrendously at Worlds. So when that happens,
it was broken, all right. Just not in the good way.
Yeah, everyone writes it off, and then but someone who says, "Hey, I can fix this." I think finds an innovative card, builds an innovative way, and is now playing for top 8 and a Pro Tour invite, which is so cool.
Just had to head to a different dimension and then fix the deck up, no problem. So yeah, really cool stuff. That was a fun match to watch for sure. We're going to get our match B all ready to go and see ourselves some more magic here. Should be a couple other players at X and 2 here. Oh, the much more talented Corey B here. Corey Burkhart up top playing Simic Ouroboros up against Alfonso Concha down below with a awesome shirt, I must say, playing Is It Lessons. Kind of a classic matchup, our top 2 decks.
Yep, this is our A number 1 matchup. Both players got to be ready for the other deck and should be well prepared, hopefully.
Corey Burkhart, an established professional on this SCG level, on the real, on the pro level as well, as he has been doing great work on both. Took second at an RC, losing to Jesse Robkin for the Teamer Breach era, but just always in the top 8 or always in contention at these things, don't you say?
Yeah, very, very rare to see him. He actually had one event, I think it was the Spotlight Spider-Man, where he had a bad day, didn't make day 2 or whatever, and I saw him around and I was like, man, it is weird not seeing you, just in contention in the late rounds. It's just a very odd sight. Happens to everyone, of course, but yeah phenomenally talented player.
Ends up playing the deck that is broken at the time, or the deck that feels extremely strong. So, played a lot of Vivi, played this new Simic deck as it looks very powerful, and just ends up playing the best deck extremely well at the higher percentage in the room, and, is always at this spot. So, makes sense to see him here as well.
Tyvar is a card that's fallen out of favor a little bit.
Yeah, Tyvar is something we haven't really seen in the Simic deck basically at all, have we?
Yeah, I mean, it was in the prior, the older versions that weren't so big, with Crater Hoofs and so on and so forth. But it's kind of too small ball, kind of like almost Ouroboros-esque, where it's like it does a pretty good job in like those mid-game kills, but doesn't really have the big over-the-top kill.
Yeah.
Still a hard-to-kill threat, which is pretty cool, and a pretty solid card as well.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said there. I would imagine this is probably one of the one-ofs. Pulling up his list here. Yep, it is a one-of, so this is kind of the toolbox aspects here that a lot of players on these Simic decks have turned to, and kind of the same for Corey. Has him running River Regent, one Keen-Eyed Curator, Tyvar, and this card, Crater Hoof Behemoth, which you search up pretty often, I imagine.
Does do some pretty big stuff. I see a Desperation Ral here. Just the totally unprotected Planeswalker going to 1.
Yeah, you do get a trigger up Monument.
Yep.
Oh, the Spidey senses are tingling, though. Counters the Monument.
Wow.
And, wow, just countered the Treasure? Because you can only counter one of those, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the idea here being that, okay, I'm going to ensure that you're tapped out. I can kill this Ral no matter what, and do the thing.
Or that I'm going to kill you. Nope, it was just a classic. I wanted to draw 2 cards off Riddler. And, like you said, make sure you can kill Ral.
Yeah, so not needing to, like, pace out, do I attack with both, or do I want to play a removal spell?
I mean, hey, that was the big cost of playing Spider Sense instead of good old-fashioned negate, though, right? Mm-hmm. Negating the Ral would have been just better.
Yep.
Yeah. So, looks like I would assume Tyvar went to the face, and no, Gene Pollinator did have to cast them, so Tyvar to Ral.
Yeah, Pollinator casts the Mockingbird on the Pollinator. Yeah, and Tyvar kills the Ral, so a couple damage missed there, but still a great board presence for Corey.
Yep.
Notably, Corey does not have the Reclamation Sage in the main deck, so not able to remove the Monument. We've seen the Rec Sage and various other players doing well in the main, so kind of that, what's in the main, what's in the board, those little swap outs change a lot when you have a tutor in your deck.
Yep, absolutely. Mason Bonadano playing a lot more tool package aspects, kind of our front runner on Simic Ouroboros. John Avon land there, signed by someone.
A little heart too, it's cute.
Yeah. Iro demonstrating how to kill a Gene Pollinator. Unfortunately, cannot kill Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, killing the 2 worst creatures on Corey's side and saying go does not seem like a very good turn.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Even Tyvar, you probably want to... I guess you can't really kill Tyvar, right?
Yeah, there's no way to kill it with the untapped Gene Pollinator, so...
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Ouroboros is here.
Just a Mockingbird. No copy. It's
just a bird?
Just a Mockingbird.
Okay.
That Mockingbird don't sing.
And here comes the counters.
Yeah, and sizing is quite good against the Lesson deck, where when your deck is all damage-based removal spells, Combustion Technique is good, but not that good.
Yep, game one going to Corey Burkhardt here in pretty convincing fashion, I must say. And yeah, really impressive stuff. So now we're going to take a peek at the sideboard here. We'll look at Alfonso's side here to start. We got 2 Annuls, 1 Broadside Barrage, 3 Flash Freezes.
Wow.
1 Iroh's Demonstration, 2 Negates, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Quantum Riddler, 1 Raw Crackling Wit, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Spell Pierce.
Yeah, 3 Flash Freeze is a pretty strong declaration. You
Yeah.
almost always see it as like a 1-up, just kind of like a flex counter, 3 is a big statement against both the Ouroboros deck as well as the Landfall deck, saying I want to have a lot of gas here. So those look great. A couple more removal spells, just try the kind of the classic, keep your board under control and do my thing. And of course, always the song and dance of, I am kind of a combo deck. Do I want to bring in alternate ways to win? We saw the main deck copy of Ral. Do you want to bring in Ral and Riddler and kind of try and sidestep the Graveyard Hate, which there isn't a ton of in Corey's board, but there is some.
Yep, absolutely makes sense to me. And the one thing about Flash Freeze towards these Simic decks versus just towards mono green, it's not perfect.
Yep.
Quantum Riddler, if you're holding up a Flash Freeze and they just play Riddler on 5, draw 2 cards, you feel terrible. So that is one of the many reasons I just think Simic Ouroboros just feels like a slightly superior list to Landfall. That being said, our leader of the tournament is on mono green Landfall, so it's hard to really say that definitively. So looking at Corey Burkhardt's side, 1 Forest, okay, 2 Melstrider's Resolve, 1 Reclamation Sage, 2 Scrap Shooters, 2 Sentinels of the Lost Lore, 2 Spider Sense, 3 Unable to Screen, 2 Vivian Reed.
1 Forest, I love it.
Gotta love it.
Honestly, I do kind of like it. The concept here, I'm sure, is that in matchups where you can't rely so much on Llanowar Elves and Mana Dorks, just having extra mana to cast your board, so on and so forth. So, but I think the utility creatures here are very, very important. Scrap Shooter, Rex Sage, being able to take out the enchantments and the artifacts is huge. Sentinel can remove the graveyard, which is great. Might want a small spattering of like Spider Sense kind of counterspell action, but I think utility creatures are a big, big deal.
Yep, I would totally agree with you. So, all right, so we kind of talked about Portland here as our next regional championship, but if you don't want to make it all the way over to Portland and you want to go to something a little more centralized here in the United States, well, Milwaukee is about as centralized as it gets here. This is our second regional championship here for Standard for the U.S., so that will be at February 20th through the 22nd. It's going to be cold. I'm actually excited to go back to the Midwest during the winter, It's a new cold. People who have never been to the Midwest in the middle of February or something, you just kind of don't realize how cold it gets. I love the cold, to be honest.
Don't scare folks away, all right? Just because you enjoy the cold, it doesn't, it's going to be great.
Yes.
The event is inside.
That's what I was going to say. It's indoors, y'all, so have no fear. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for more information here. And, wow, these players are getting ready to go. Artist talent already on the battlefield. Spider Manifestation coming down for Corey.
Both players playing mono red right now. We got a red card for Corey, and we got 2 mountains for Alfonso.
Okay. Sure, if that's what you're seeing right now, Jim, we'll let you see that.
Tell me I'm wrong.
There's 2 Simic lands and a green and red card over there.
Those are colorless.
Okay.
All the permanents in play are red, and Alfonso does have 2 mountains.
Jim, you are so right. Thank you for that expert analysis.
There we go.
Iroh's Demonstration loots away a card. What now, Jim, huh?
All right, well, now that the situation has changed.
Okay, Grand came around, changed the game. Rega Gran, however you want to call her. She's extremely powerful and one of the best decks.
Grand, thank you, ma'am.
And there we go, 3 mana coming down. Scrap Shooter, dealing with Artist Talent, giving your opponent a gift of a card when you take down one of their very important permanents, like Artist Talent or Monument, has just looked great so far. We saw Mason doing this all weekend. Corey's been kind of sneaking up here in the standings as well. But Scrap Shooter seems like the card for these Is It Lessons matchups.
Yeah, body's great too.
Yeah, 4/4 is really tough to kill.
Well sized. That's
very easy to kill.
That's Combustion Technique is of course the one, but those are taxed. There are a lot of big things that the Combustion Technique has to kill, and now there's one less one for a Riddler or an Ouroboros or whatever else it might be.
Yep. Grand comes on in, throws away a Pyroclasm, and there's the cost reduction that applies not only to your lessons like you might think. It's 1 mana Artist Talent coming on down. The synergy between Artist Talent, Grand, and Monument is just incredible.
Yeah, great recovery turn, too.
Yeah.
Just like, I'm going to kill your scrap shooter, replay my stuff, get things going. And Corey, once again, on an empty board, not where you want to be with the Simic Ouroboros deck.
Okay, 2 damage dealt to Corey's face here with Breeding Pool, and it is probably time for the namesake card. Well, kind of. Badgermole Cub kind of is the true hero of this deck. That's the thing, is you have 3 All-Stars in this deck, and, Badgermole Cub, Ouroboros, and Quantum Riddler. So it's just kind of the super team, if you will.
Yeah, and that's kind of I think what pushes this deck over the top, where most green decks are focusing on Ouroboros as their win condition. In this deck, it's a plan B.
Yeah.
And that's a great plan B to have.
Oh, yeah.
But right now, Alfonso is cooking.
Yeah, Alfonso is the draw has been perfect. There's really nothing to be too upset about. I mean, you are dealing with Corey's battlefield. You're progressing your battlefield. Everything that you are doing is exactly what the Lessons deck wants to do.
So chose to make a treasure here over drawing a card.
I think we did both.
Oh, it's both? Okay.
Yep, because the Artist Talent drew.
Right, and the
drew the card, and then Grand did the treasure. So
gotta
had
say,
it all.
Gotta say, it looks like Flash Freeze. So
yeah.
But then not as obvious of a Flash Freeze, where if it was treasure over card, screams Flash Freeze. Now it just says, mana's up for Flash Freeze, but nothing has really spoken to that.
It's land, it'll quench you in hands for Alfonso, so you're kind of right.
The best kind of right.
Yeah. Ooh, quench that, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wish it was a Flash Freeze.
Yeah, no kidding. But this could be a Quantum Riddler, and then it's going to be way better as an it'll quench ya. Oh. Well, it's just the same as an it'll quench ya. So, discard. Draw 2. 1 mana. Counterspell.
Yeah, Alfonso getting really well set up here. This is definitely a kind of build the machine sort of deck. There's a lot of velocity, but getting these pieces in play, once it starts to stack up, the advantage becomes insurmountable most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, man, some of the matches we watched before yesterday did not always go that way.
I saw Max at dinner last night.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Hoo boy, buddy." But Max is still doing great in the tournament, so.
Did you go up to him and say, "That's rough, buddy"?
I did not.
Okay. Good.
Should have.
But we still see him in the background of Corey Burkhart's camera there, so Max is still here doing well.
Yep.
As he's a world-class player and won't let a game like that shake him. Grand coming in. Riddler staying around here for a little bit while Badgermole Cub dies to a firebending lesson.
Yeah, and Alfonso's done a great job so far of doing exactly what you want to do against the Simic deck. Just keep their stuff off the board.
And honestly, both decks have kind of had their perfect draw, next to Corey not having a 1-drop. And I mean, I guess Alfonso didn't either. So outside of that, just both decks firing on max efficiency here. But Alfonso being on the play. And I kind of think if both decks are firing on maximum efficiency and having their best nut draws, Alfonso is favored in that.
Yep.
Yeah. Riddler's gone.
I think that's fair, and I think that's a little harder to do than being on the answer side.
Yeah. Oh, totally agree.
Where Corey's, it's easier to present threats and have the right answers. So, but I agree on both peak draws. That makes a lot of sense.
Agreed. And I'm even talking like your answers line up great against the threat that Corey plays. So, in a perfect world, I think Alfonso is favored in that situation, but it is not easy to do. Players playing extremely fast. You can just tell that they both just know their deck upside down, left and right. Or want to get lunch before round 14.
Vivian.
All right, Vivian Reed is here. Probably not for long.
Ooh.
Vivian's been quenched.
Boy.
And this has just been all Alfonso here.
Having it on every street.
No kidding.
Which is not hard to do when you're seeing 5 cards a turn.
It helps. I will definitely agree. Second monument, the closer, and Corey Burkhart agrees. Heading to game number 3 between these two players going very deep in the tournament. Now we are in round 13 here. We're going to have round 14 followed by round 15. So you lose this round, you got to win the next 2 and really hope something funky happens, right?
Yeah, you got to cross your fingers. Want to keep your fate in your own hands.
Yes.
So really want to win. Obviously want to win the game here, but a very clutch win for both players.
Any big changes here, Jim, or are you kind of this is not a play draw different type matchup?
I don't think too much changes. You
I don't
know,
think it
we
is
saw
either, yeah.
we saw a little bit of like the sideboarding from each player. For the most part, yeah, I think we're going to be Corey trying to do his thing on the play.
All right, so we talked about our next 2 events. Now let's talk about the 10 after that. It is 2026 coming around. Take a look at all of the events that we have going on here. Cincinnati after Milwaukee. We take a little break there. We got Richmond as well in March. Plenty of great tournaments here. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon if you want some more information on what event to see. So we're going to get right back into game number 3 here as the pairings are going to be up for round 14 here in no time, and we want to bring you as much Magic as humanly possible. 1 match out in real time here before round 14 is ready to go, so this might be a little sped up for your viewing pleasure. Llanowar Elf hits the bin. Bolt the bird, Jim.
Yeah, that's clutch. You know, Corey has the question, Alfonso has the answer, and now we're going to go right up the curve and see if Alfonso can keep answering things and deploying his own threats, kind of getting his game plan going.
Spider Manifestation comes down. I saw Pyroclasm at least for Alfonso, but didn't want to lose the value on that one. Instead, Spider's been combusted.
Again, Burning and Combustion Technique, that is a high-quality removal spell.
It really is, especially when there's no Soul Guide Lantern, anything like that. You know, the fact that this is going to exile something and it's going to kill something big happens quite often.
But this is the big part of like answering the Simic deck, you know, where folks are like, they see a turn 3 kills and they go, oh my god, you know, but when you just play Mana Dork and it dies, and play Mana Dork and it dies, things look a lot different. You know?
I like to say, like, if you can cut off the legs from this deck, it does not look as scary, and just legs have been cut off left and right from Alfonso, and then Grand coming in to do the final punching here. So this goes to exile the graveyard.
Spider Manifestation has a lot of legs to cut off too, so goodbye graveyard. Man, more utility, more removal spells. Man, Corey cannot keep a creature in play. Corey's got to build up some sort of a board here. Oof. Flash freeze on Tyvar, Llanowar Elves comes in, and Corey just cannot stick anything.
This, for these last 2 games, it has just been kill, kill, kill every single thing. So we're going to speed this game up a little bit for you as pairings here for round 14 are coming out, but we want to show you the end of this if possible.
No, they really are that fast.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Corey is a very fast player. I can't necessarily speak on Alfonso's side, but yeah, so Nature's Rhythm coming down looks like for 3. What are we going to find?
More graveyard hate. I mean,
Okay.
Sentinel looks nice. That 4 toughness is pretty sweet, and you know, just a decent sized body. Unfortunately, though, this is Corey's deck does not play well as an answer your stuff kind of deck.
Yes.
You know, this is it's nice to remove the graveyard a bit and slow Alfonso down, but Corey's got to do stuff.
Yes.
Corey is the do stuff deck.
Definitely. And he did a lot of things game 1, but since then has just not been able to stick a single thing. Alfonso has definitely focused his deck to just be able to deal with everything. Also, is it surprising to see a Spell Pierce still in the deck?
Yeah, I mean, I can see wanting to try and break serve on the draw with Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah.
You know, with Corey's best draws involving a fast Nature's Rhythm, having a 1-mana answer to that to really swing it is pretty cool. All right, well, no graveyard means no combustion on the Ouroboros. So Ouroboros has gotten that all-important first counter on it.
Yeah, oh boy. Ouroboros living here even for 1 combat to get Sentinel up to 5 toughness here, right? That is a 3/4. Yeah, getting it up to 5 toughness is a big deal.
Yep.
And an anticipate here instead of a recall, even though we're this late in the game. Alfonso's been, casting so many spells. And, all right, that was huge.
Yeah.
That was absolutely huge. Now Grand has the cost reduction. Alfonso might not have that many more cards in hand, but back to Corey.
Yeah, these graveyard exiles, you know, don't look super impactful, but that if one of those accumulate wisdoms draws 3, the game wildly swings.
Yep. Another 4/4 coming in, another 4 damage coming in. Alfonso down to 12. Iroh's Demonstration. 1 mana deal for Flame Slash on Scrap Shooter. That card was good.
That's a solid card.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
All right, looks like Quantum Riddler being searched for would be my guess.
And yeah, that coming in, probably going to draw 2. I think I only see 1 card in hand.
I would assume. I mean, just Corey's resources
Oof.
have been depleted, but nothing from Alfonso. So Alfonso might be running out of gas. Grand maybe with a desperation. Quantum Riddler calls the bluff. And that is it. Corey Burkhart takes it down and is still in contention here at Spotlight the Avatar. Really impressive stuff. We got pairings that have already been paired. We're going to take the shortest of breaks, and we'll be right back here for round 14. Do not go anywhere, or else. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Spotlight the Avatar here in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. We got ourselves an exciting round here on the horizon. Corey Baumeister, that's Jim Davis. Going to be bringing you coverage here for one more round before Ryan and Carmen come on in for the winning in and the top 8 round. So we're going to take a quick look at standings here as our players are sitting down. So that is Eli Swafford at the top at 12-1, likely already locked it up. We got Mason here in second on Simic Ouroboros, Oliver Tomiko in third, Corey Burkhardt in fourth, fifth place Kai with that awesome Bant airbending. I mean, this is just a plethora of killers.
Yeah, this is great. We got Will Kruger, we got Max rounding out the 11 and 2s. Just phenomenal.
Yeah. Really great players. Let's take a quick look at the second page. And, oh, there's some Sultai Reanimator at the bottom as well that it's actually hanging around. So looking at this, these X and 3 players likely not making it to the top 8. But, you know, honestly, some X and 3s might make it in. This isn't, you know, around an 800-person tournament. Definitely in the realm of possibility, right?
For sure, yeah. The higher up you are, the better as far as tiebreakers go. But
yeah,
anything can happen tiebreaker-wise in the last few rounds, so just play those out. And, of course, there are wonderful cash prizes. It's top 64, so got to keep playing, win that money.
Absolutely. Top 128, get that special Day of the Black Sun promo as well. That looks really, really awesome. So these players already got that locked up for sure. That is absolutely for sure. So it sounds like we have our deck list ready to go for our main feature match, and we have a wild one here. Maybe 2 of our best players here in the field. We have Max Komanowski here on Is It Lessons, and no Storm Chasers talent here, Jim.
Yeah, so this is going to be a mirror match between 2 great players, but this is going to be the kind of new school idea of Lessons, not playing Storm Chasers talent, really just focusing entirely on artist talent and Monument of Endurance against the Storm Chasers talent version that Oliver is playing. So we've seen Max's deck before here, pretty stock aside from that change, and both decks, you know, Spell Pierce in the main deck, 3 steps ahead in the main deck, a few more counter spells, a little more on the answer side when it comes to the talents and the endurances, but less on the pressure side.
Okay, yep. Good summary there. Now let's take a look at Max's opponents. Like you were saying, Oliver Tomiko here fell to X and 2 up against our tournament leader there, Eli Swafford at X and 1. And like you said, this is the version with the Storm Chasers talent. Only 3 of them, 1 Ral as well, but kind of has the otter aspect to this version as well. And that allows you to play Boomerang Basics in high numbers. If you're not playing Storm Chasers talent, playing Boomerang Basic seems quite bad to me, but you got to keep your lesson count up. Jim, what side do you like in this mirror match?
I think the non-Storm Chasers talent side is considered to be the way to build it. Like, and the reason why you would want to not play Storm Chasers talent, by playing Storm Chasers talent, you're turning on all the removal spells, and then Max has these Spell Pierces and these counter spells to kind of deal with the key elements of the deck. So I would think, in theory, that Max's deck is favored. However, you got to play the games, and you know a double talent Boomerang Basics draw. You know, if Max stumbles, Oliver has the ability to kind of steal a game like that, where Max does not.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense to me. And both of these players, I mean, we know both of these players, you know, that they both have fantastic careers. Both of them know their way around a Spire Bluff Canal as well. Max has been playing Murktide and Modern forever. Oliver Tomiko, you know, kind of had his streak within all these Spotlights events. Spotlight Spider-Man, played a lot of VV and those style of decks. So both of them are no strangers to a Spire Bluff Canal.
Yeah, absolutely. And just fantastic players, too. You know, multiple Pro Tours all over the place. Oliver's a player's champion. I've worked with Max for multiple Pro Tours. Max is great players. So going to be an awesome match. And it's our first Lessons mirror, you know, and but 2 fantastic players. Going to be awesome to see.
Yeah, so one thing I want to talk about as well, players are getting ready here, and we'll bring you the match here whenever they are good to go. But one thing I want to talk about is anybody who hadn't seen that last round up against Amir, where Max just had a game that we were 100% sure was over. You would have conceded. You know, you would have conceded that game. Robert Cedar ended up going on to win. But does that really affect your mind state? Clearly it hasn't affected Max that much, but how do you get away from such a bad beat kind of like that? Maybe it's not a bad beat. That might not be the right terminology, but how do you get away from that really rough loss and still find yourself in a situation where you're playing a winning in here against Oliver?
I think it's the baddest of beats. Yeah. That was an extremely improbable scenario, but that is a lot of tournament magic. It's not just about playing well.
Mm.
You know, there are some players who, you know, play phenomenally when they're playing at home online or when they're playing in their local stores and they don't do well at bigger events because there is that mental game component.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you really need to be able to handle things. Some players who, you know, you may not view their gameplay as the strongest sometimes, but they handle the tournament pressure so well,
Yes.
they can play their best when they're in the high-pressure situations. So it is a huge part of being a good Magic player is the ability to handle pressure, to shrug things off, to have a short memory,
Yes.
and all those aspects are just so important.
Do you think it was a pretty big advantage for Max to have that be round 9? You know, or was it round?
It
might
was
have been
round- it was round 8.
Okay. But still, the later end of a tournament instead of like your first match of the day, like, does that help at all, or is that really nothing you could that you should take into account?
If it had been round 9, I think it's huge.
Yeah.
To have that reset. Round 8's tough because, like, now you got to go into the most important round of the day and still play well, which Max did.
And won.
Yeah,
Yep.
but yeah, it's kind of the game behind the game, you know,
Yeah.
and I think it's a factor that a lot of players don't pay attention to. It's funny, mentioning Oliver winning the Players' Championship. Before my Players' Championship, I did a lot of work on my own mental game.
Okay.
And I
Yep.
got a book called The Mental Game of Poker, which is a phenomenal book about kind of trying to analyze all the aspects of, you know, handling tilt, handling pressure at
Yes.
a tournament, handling, you know, if you're on a bad streak, how do you kind of get yourself out of it, you know? So I studied that before the Players' Championship,
Okay.
you know, and that was a big part of my preparation, not just figuring out what decks to play, but really trying to make sure that, like, I understood my own personal shortcomings, mental game-wise, and how to overcome them. So it's a big deal.
That makes sense because honestly, that was kind of the same for my career in my early years. I always had like great results at the beginning of the season, but when it was getting to the end and I was like, oh, I could get close to locking up platinum, level 8, whatever it may be, I would tend to kind of crumble a little bit, and it's something I had to address as well. And yeah, it's not an easy lesson to learn by any means, that's for sure. So these players are still getting ready to go, so we'll talk about some of our other matches that we have in the feature match area. Table 2 is Oliver and Max. Table 3, another clear winner in. This is going to be Javier Ramos versus Matt Buckley. Simic Ouroboros against Is It Lessons there. Who do you like in that matchup?
I mean, is it lessons or is it looting?
Is It Looting? Yeah, sorry. Is It Looting versus Simic Ouroboros?
I think it's very dependent on a list and how much is the looting
Okay.
deck is respecting the Ouroboros deck, how much removal's being played. Kind of how we saw in that last match. If is it deck, whether it's lessons or looting or whatever else, is able to have that really removal-heavy draw, really pick things off, and then do its own game plan, it can be great.
Okay.
I would assume that, given how well Matt is doing in the tournament, that there's a lot of respect there. So kind of what we were saying, where it's if Matt has the good answer lineup draw, Matt is favored.
Yeah.
If Matt does not have the right answer on a key turn, and who is it? Javier.
Yeah.
Javier is coming with the proper threats. Things can go out of control pretty quickly.
And Matt Buckley was one of our overnight leaders. There was also one of our 9-0 players, so has a very nice result here as well. Our next table that's also a win in, Kai Nelson versus Dale Smith. Now that is Bant Airbending that we just saw against Jeskai Control again. I mean, Kai made it look really good. That could be that really cool Bant Airbending list going into the elimination rounds, right?
I would love to see that. Yeah,
Yes.
and it's funny because when we first called that match again, structurally, I was like, oh, well, in theory, the control deck should be good against the creature control deck. Not how it played out.
Yeah.
Kai's deck looked absolutely phenomenal, had the inevitability. So looks like a matchup for Kai. I would love to see Kai in the top 8. That deck is awesome.
Yeah, we'll try to watch a little bit of that match as well because it seems really, really cool. But it sounds like our two teachers are ready in the battlefield to teach us some lessons here in this Is It Lessons mirror. So let's go check it out. All right, welcome to the feature match area. We got Max on the bottom, Oliver up top. Is It Lessons mirror between two of our established phenomenal players.
Is that a card from a different game? What is that?
That is a mountain. Oliver, I talked to him after his last feature match, and it's just like, yeah, I borrowed this deck from a friend. It's basically all foiled out, and I was like, you got SpongeBob lands too? And he's like, yeah, I sure do. So, yeah, it's a really interesting one, that's for sure. But yeah, that looks to me like a mountain.
Max rocking the 8th edition white bordered mountain. Love that.
There are two players when it comes to deck building.
Two best players in the tournament, folks.
Yes, absolutely. So, artist talent resolved, got to be a very big thing. Now you get the loot from the talent. Now you get the loot from the spell itself.
Yeah, and kind of interesting because Max has those spell piercers in the main deck, so has a lot of ways to interact with these pieces that normally the Izzet deck does not have.
Yeah.
But talent comes down anyway.
Yeah, and there was no blue mana for turn 1, so Max had no option to spell pierce it, even if it was there.
These Verges always get me.
Yeah. So is it Lessons Mirror? We saw a good amount of this at the World Championship. Lists are, of course, a lot different, but man, it just seemed like a really tough mirror match. There's a lot going on. It's so easy to make a mistake and things snowball out of control. Like, you were a part of the testing team that played the deck, built the deck with Matt Nass. What was the conversations going like in the Discord about approaching these mirror matches? Because, well, they played a lot of them in the top 8. Seth played a mirror match in the finals.
I wasn't super privy as, like, going into the minutia, but
Okay.
the one big thing was deciding how many annuls to play in the sideboard, knowing
Okay.
that they were very good in the mirror, and you don't want to have the, I just put 2 extra annuls before deck was submission. Oops, sorry, guys, So there was some serious discussion about that, which is an important factor when you're a team of 10 playing in Worlds. You're all great players, and you're all playing a deck that no one else is playing. You don't want to have these extra sideboard cards, or if someone's going to play an extra annul, it's kind of like, hey,
Not cool.
Kind of not cool. So that was the big discussion that I was privy to.
The one thing I did notice as far as sideboarding that came from Team TCG player was they were very, agreeant upon the fact that they were taking out Grands post-board. Do you think that is still going to be the case between these players, or maybe is it different with Storm Chaser's talent?
It's the classic, well, if everyone agrees to do that and then you leave them in, there you go. A little gamesmanship there too. So it's the kind of thing where it feels super dynamic, where based on vibes for game 2, maybe board them out and board them back in for game 3, and so on and so forth.
Based on vibes. I love that. So Artist Talent is met with the other combo piece of Monument. And whoa, those look familiar from the World Championship. Love that. Here are the cards for both of these players. And you got to think Max is ahead now. Having the Monument, having the talent in play, even though Oliver just got to play a 3-mana or a 2-mana Ancestral Recall, you got to favor the player that has both pieces instead of just one.
Yeah, that's one of the things that makes this matchup very difficult, is that you can interact with these pieces on the stack, with these Spell Pierces, with some counter spells, it'll quench it, et cetera, et cetera. Once they get in play, they really don't go anywhere. Oliver has the extra copies of Boomerang Basics to bounce them. Not great.
Not great at all.
Very much a temporary answer, and difficult to set up the kind of like bounce and counter. Which can look pretty obvious when it's trying to be executed.
And sorry to interrupt you, but Oliver also only has one It'll Quench You, so open deck list too. So not too hard to play around one It'll Quench.
Yeah, for sure. So actually getting them down is a big deal, and then you need to prioritize getting them down. And then once they're down, getting your engine going and kind of doing it faster. But step 1 is getting them in play, and Max has done both of that.
I like it. So Oliver having a big think here. Plays another, what I presume is an island.
Could be anything.
Could be a swamp. Could be a fish tank. I don't know. Levels up Artist Talent, though, and now has the ability to cast a piece of interaction here. Could easily be End Step Ancestral Recall. Not bad. Looks like Max might be trying to follow suit. 3 mana. Could be a Monument. Could be leveling up Artist Talent to level 2. Monument of Endurance, number 2.
That's tough. Yeah, so now things are really piling up. And again, Oliver doesn't really have a clean way to get these off the board. So Max is cooking.
Insurmountable advantage already, or not quite there yet?
I mean, as we've seen from Max's games yesterday, never completely insurmountable, despite how insurmountable it may look.
Yeah, that was a trap. You passed.
Yeah, but yeah, looks very good. So love these little counters here, kind of keeping the tracking going. I just really appreciate when players keep a clean game state.
Yes.
So good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like they brought those from home. Maybe we had them. I'm actually not 100% sure. Looks like we are tapping that. And there is a play that we see very often. Cast Accumulate Wisdom. Discard the 3rd lesson. And Oliver saw the writing on the wall and decided to pack this one in early. Makes a lot of sense. This is a matchup that can go long. These players, a draw isn't horrendous because then they just both have to win the next round, but not really what you're looking for right now.
Yeah, I agree. I like the concession there.
I think there's also some chance that like the loser of this could win in because their breakers are going to be quite high.
Sure.
So, they might have 2 win-and-ins here. But yeah, what were you saying?
I was agreeing with you.
Oh, well then, please repeat it.
Corey, you're great, handsome, good looking,
Thank you for that unprompted compliment.
okay at Magic.
Okay at Magic. Hey, that is the nicest thing you've ever said to me. So looking at Oliver's side, we have 2 Annul. That's got to be the card, like you were saying a little bit earlier in the intro. 1 Broadside Barrage, 2 Flash Freeze, 1 Get Out, 1 Iroh's Demonstration, 1 Negate, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Quantum Riddler, 1 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Slag Storm, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Wang Shi Tong Librarian.
Yeah, so again, being dynamic here is the key. You know, as far as with Oliver having the extra Stormchaser's talents, I think it's pretty hard to blank the removal spells on Max's side because there are 7 creature threats potentially. So don't know what's so flash.
Max just took a phone call. I don't know if was he getting a call from someone, be like, nah, dude, you gotta side out Grand Grabs in the mirror.
I hope not. But yeah, so I think it's harder for Oliver to board out the creatures because there are so many of them with the talents. But Annul, the best card here, just 1 mana answering either of the key combo pieces, and then variety pack of negates, Soul Guide Lantern if you want to go after the graveyard, and then if you want to try and sidestep a little bit and kind of play that, okay, let's make it a little bit less about the combo and more about Riddler or Ral or Washi Tong. So very, very hard to give any definitive answer here, aside from Annul, because there's so much volatility and flexibility in sideboarding.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. As we did see the Grands pulled to the front after Max's mystery call. Clearly got the information to take those out. Max's side, we got 2 Annuls, 1 Boomerang Basic, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 It'll Quench Ya, 2 Negate, 1 Pyroclasm, 2 Quantum Riddler, 1 Ral Crackling Wit, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, 1 3 Steps Ahead, and 1 Wang Shi Tong Librarian.
So I love seeing a mirror match where the decks are slightly different.
Yes.
And seeing the ripple effect. So because Max only has the 4 Grands and no other creatures that are important, Max can just take those out, without having to bring in too many cards. I think there's also a play draw component to that as well, where with Oliver on the play, having the creatures in is a little better, and so on and so forth. So I see Max taking out the Grands. Annul seems fantastic. And again, some amount of negates, 3 Steps Ahead, Soul Guide Lanterns, and then possible alternative threats like Riddler and Wan Chi Tong.
So, Jim, if you don't have someone who can just give you a call and keep you updated on, what is coming, what tournaments are coming up, or, what kind of sales, new sets, anything like that, is there any other way that you can, get that information?
Nick calls me all the time.
Oh, Nick does? Nick never calls me.
Nick's like, hey, Jim, just so you know, we got a great sale going on, and I wrote a great article about the new breaking news on Lorwyn, and check it out. I'm like, oh,
wow.
hey, thanks, Nick.
Okay.
As a family.
Is there any other way that you could do it?
Yeah, you can go to StarCityGames.com/newsletter and sign up and get all your news on upcoming events, big sales, new releases. There are tons of those, of course, so you got to keep track, and the newsletters are a great way to do that. And, of course, what events are coming up. Don't miss an event. Kind of have all those things ready for your calendar. And then just having a beat on it, is a good place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we don't all have Nick Miller to just give us a call, make sure to check out that newsletter. So while these players get shuffled up, we're going to do a live look-in here. We got Sultai Reanimator here making an appearance. We have not seen a lot of that deck this weekend, as I kind of figured. It actually had a decent amount of players playing it. They've done pretty poorly, and honestly, that makes a lot of sense to me. I don't think the deck's at a very good spot right now.
A lot of splash damage.
Yeah.
Yep, for
A
sure.
lot of Soul Guide Lanterns. The green decks, I think, are going over the top. But, hey, Nico is doing pretty good here at 10-3 up against Ryan Hayes on Is It Lessons. Jim, exactly what's going on right now?
I mean, Ryan's cooking. We got 2 monuments, 2 talents in play. That is exactly where Ryan wants to be up a game. Like I said, these players are 10-3, so an outside shot with a win to make top 8, but also playing for a lot of cash as well. And things are looking good for Ryan. Once this board gets set up, unless there's some major way to kind of disrupt them all, there is some way to kill piecemeal for Nico as far as the saga that can kill things, but not all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, this seems like a lot to me. But, hey, the one thing these Lessons players were saying at the World Championship is the one matchup they do not want to play against is Sultai Reanimator. So, I mean, with some Soul Guide Lanterns in the board and stuff, it helps a little bit, but this was a matchup they were afraid of.
Interesting, yeah, because the whole bringer thing with Superior Spider-Man, not super great against this deck either, but looking pretty good here for Ryan, so...
Yeah, it's just a deck that's hard to interact with. They just kind of go over the top of these lesson decks, but clearly that's not been the case here for Ryan. And, I mean, this Sultai deck did not win the Pro Tour, and Lessons did. So heading back to Nico's side, and actually that is just it right there. So Ryan Hayes, looks like he took it down 2-0. Kind of perfect timing again on peeking in on another match, huh?
Our players are doing a fantastic job.
Thanks for working together, players. A lot of synergies going on here. So turn 1, Oliver, Storm Chaser's talent, the only one with this talent in the matchup. No Storm Chasers from Max's side, and we'll kind of see how it plays out.
Yeah, not surprised at all to see this in the deck on the play for Oliver.
Yeah. I don't think this is a card you take out. If it's in your deck's kind of slightly built around it.
Yep.
And it's not as vulnerable as Grand is in the matchup. Do you think Oliver Tomiko took out the Grands too?
I don't know. Like, once you have some creatures, the idea of trying to board out the Grands too and kind of get all, blank removal and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to even do that anymore. So I'm not sure. I have not played the mirror match enough to have a strong feeling on if it should stay in or out. But I would think they should stay in alongside the talent, especially on the play.
Okay. Fair enough. Combustion on the Otter.
Just lighting Otters on fire here at Spotlight the Avatar.
Otters took the hit, so Grand didn't, though. Firebending Lesson, taking out one Otter, but the other Otter is back. And now Oliver essentially in the driver's seat, playing the aggressor, where Max has to react and do something about these Otters, but it's not like a pressing issue. It's not like it's Ouroboros on the battlefield for a turn, and you have to kill it or you die. These Otters, you can kill them at your leisure a little bit. Now, when they get paired with other Otters, things can get a little scary.
Yeah, it definitely changes the texture of the match a lot, where Max has the pressure to be able to deal with these. Not when Oliver gets too far ahead. Because what can happen is Oliver won't necessarily use these Otters to win the game, but will force Max into a position where Max has to react, and then Oliver can use that time to then set up the artist talents and the monuments when Max is tapped out.
Bingo. That is exactly what it's for. It's maybe even just a little bit of a distraction. So then once Max finally decides to deal with these Otters, then you can sneak through a big play like artist talent. And Max is no dummy. Waited till Oliver's end step to then kill the Otter, just so there wasn't like an artist talent played. If you killed it within combat, sure, you save 1 damage. Then if Oliver goes artist talent and you had an It'll Quench You or something, you feel very bad.
Yes. It's kind of honestly similar to like the creature combo decks where Oliver's just going to have a few things in play, try and nickel and dime, and just try and do as much as possible with as little as possible to tap Max's resources and how to get him tapped out to play the really important cards.
Checks out to me. Anticipate at end step here. Accumulate wisdom from Oliver Tomiko. Untap. See what we have for a follow-up here. Max looks to be fully shields up.
Otter.
3 Otters have been on this battlefield, and only 1 remains. And hey, I mean, Max still, like, he's telling us a good amount on sideboarding what he's left in. A lot of removal spells. How do you sideboard with this deck when you need your lesson count high, but also removal spells can be kind of bad? Like, it's a tough game to play, right?
I think because of the construction of Oliver's deck, it's a little easier.
Okay.
I would be very surprised to see Oliver not have these creatures in, especially on the play. You just can't take out that many cards.
Yeah.
Whereas on Max's side, you do have that option and modality. So I think giving the construction of Oliver's deck, Max can just leave these removal spells in and feel pretty confident they're going to find targets.
King of the Otters, Ral Crackling Wit, is on the stack. Big thinks from Max. You got to think if you have something to counter this, though, like, it's not a hard think, right? Like,
yeah, it's not one of the main combo pieces, but it's a card you really can't leave in play, and a card that it's very hard to remove. There are no Planeswalkers in the world of the Avatar, so all of these lesson and rule spells do not target Planeswalkers.
If this resolves, like, if I'm Oliver, I would be thinking Max is posturing right now. He does not have a counter spell, because if you have a counter spell, you have to counter this, right? Like,
yeah. And Max agrees.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that is more thinking about countering a Rel than I would have expected. So I guess that's saying Max has some good answers for Rel as well, but there's not a lot of them.
Or that was the only counter spell. But that's the kind of thing where
even if it'll quench you, like. Yeah.
If you're Oliver though, like, why did that take so long?
Yeah.
That's a piece of information. I need to kind of think about that and kind of, think that through. If I'm Max, what would make me take so long to think about countering what seems like an obvious card to counter?
And I wouldn't know the answer to it. All right, Ral Crackling Whip for Max. Otter comes down. And if Max can untap with that Ral, big advantage for sure.
Yes. Now, Oliver does have the extra copies of Boomerang Basics. which can send the Ral back. There are a lot more counter spells post boards. Doing the whole bouncing counter play is a little more reasonable.
Yep.
But yeah, Ral's a big deal and hard to remove.
Okay, yeah, not a lot of things go at Planeswalkers from the lesson side.
It's interesting how Max, in lieu of having these creatures, has a couple copies of Burst Lightning, which can deal with the Planeswalker, whereas Oliver does not have that.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. Quantum Riddler gets warped just to draw a card. Not the best Riddler I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, really want to get the extra value if you can in some way, whether you're harmonizing or whatever else. But now it's time to resolve some of these combo elements.
Artist Talent, 2 damage coming at Rawl, and Max is totally fine with that. Looks like no land drop for Oliver, so all gas in hand, but no lands.
And this is kind of like the classic song and dance in a matchup like this, where what is important is constantly changing.
Yes.
Whereas, yes, Artist Talent and Monument is the main thing that's important. But things can change. The game might be about Ral. The game might be about Riddler, depending on the texture of the game. And right now, this has changed from Max, where Ral is the most important thing.
Yes.
And then for Oliver, the same thing. And then that dynamic will change over the course of the game. It's on the players to really be able to understand, okay, in this game, right here, right now, not in the macro of the matchup, in the micro of this game, what is the important factor and what do I have to focus on?
And honestly, that might sound like an absurd amount of information to a person that is new, to competitive Magic. But this is what competitive Magic at the highest level is all about, this minutia, this small things that you have to be looking for. And you are a fantastic player, Pro Tour caliber player. These players are as well, and that is exactly what they're thinking about as well.
I think it was it John Finkel who said, focus on what's important, some quote in that realm or whatever. But
yeah,
kind of, boiling it down to, there are important things in the game, and they're constantly changing. And the best players can track and figure out what they are and play to them.
My most common thing whenever I'm doing any kind of coaching is just players make big play mistakes when they get tunnel visioned. Every single turn, you just ignore what you were doing, what you were leading, what you were building up to, and think, has this changed? Kind of exactly what you were going into. Tunnel vision is a big detriment to new players. They're thinking, all right, I got this plan, it's going well, and then they just keep jamming it, even though it might not be the correct play anymore because things have changed, and things change every turn. It's a puzzle every single turn, and it's just what makes Magic the greatest game in the world.
Strong agree.
2 spells were cast. Otter for 3, coming on in. And Raul is at 6.
Yeah, Raul's chunky.
Yeah, and Max got to attack here. When you have a Raul in play, that's a huge sign of strength.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, so far, this has just been a Max show. Oliver has not exactly felt in any game. That last turn for Oliver, where it was just Warp or Riddler, just Artist Talent, it all looked pretty weak. So accumulate Wisdom, discard Accumulate Wisdom, draw 3 or put 3 cards into your hand.
Yeah, now only 1 Wisdom left. That hurts.
Yes.
Having to cast a Wisdom as an Anticipate hurts. Having to discard 1 to get it up to the 3 needed also hurts. So Oliver now a little lighter on resources. And also, now we know in this game what's important. Oliver only has 1 Wisdom left, and Max has 3.
That being said, Oliver's version with Storm Chaser's talent, you kind of have infinite wisdom.
That's fair. That is very fair.
Like, it's much slower and stuff, but basically Oliver's version never runs out of gas. And, well, if you watch round 8 of yesterday, there are times when Max's deck will run out of gas, but that is the give and take of this because, well, these Storm Chaser's talents haven't looked that great.
Right.
So there is a give and take to that kind of inevitability, that aspect of Otters. Grand! You were right. Left in some Grands on the play from Oliver's side.
What was that again? I didn't hear what you said.
You were right, buddy.
I'm sorry. Something's in my ear. Some static or something.
You are right for the first time, buddy.
Okay.
There we go.
This is a lot of the power of a null in the sideboard too. Is that it counters the Soul Guide Lantern.
Yes.
So when it counters both the key cards and the hate piece, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's really good. So here comes Raw cracking up to 7. Discard 3 steps ahead.
Wow, massive show of strength.
Yeah, right now Max feels like he is indeed 3 steps ahead in this matchup. A null's still on the stack, even though it's in the graveyard, because that Soul Guide Lantern will fall unless Oliver has something to say about it. Probably does have interaction, but sure, if you interact with it, like Raw getting up to an ultimate of -10 here doesn't seem that hard to do from Max next turn.
Why don't you read off that ultimate for the viewers who haven't seen a Raw go ultimate before?
Yeah, it's draw 3 cards, then you get an emblem that says instants and sorceries you control have Storm.
Ooh.
It's honestly not even that broken, right?
Yeah.
Like, but accumulate wisdom with Storm.
This deck. Oh, the good news is that it's not actually draw 3. It's put them in your hand.
Yeah.
So, like, you wouldn't deck yet.
Yeah.
So you could just draw your entire deck. In theory,
that's fair. That's fair. That's where it not being Ancestral Recall is actually a detriment. You can't target your opponent.
Ooh,
Storm out.
Yeah.
All right, you draw 27 cards. All right, so a null gets fired off. The final looting from Artist Talent discards a card. Storm Chaser's Talent number 3 comes on down. Discards an annul from Oliver. That's not the game he's trying to play anymore. It's if you got more stuff, you got it. I need to deal with the things you have right now.
And again, kind of what you're talking about, where Annul is like one of the prime sideboard cards in the matchup.
Yeah.
But at this point, focus on what's important. It's not currently that important.
Otter coming at Raul. Otter steps in front of Otter. And now that felt like it had to be Boomerang Basics on Raul from Oliver, and it was not. This could be a big turn.
Yeah. Planeswalker ultimate turns are pretty fun.
They are pretty fun if you're the one doing it.
Right. Now, Oliver has a lot of stuff in play. The question is, how relevant is this stuff?
Yeah. Three mana. Monument time, maybe? Oh, okay. Level the talent.
Learn a little something.
Some knowledge. Knowledge on the stack. 2 mana, which is actually 3. Now the monument's coming down. Does Oliver have a null number 2? Probably, if you discard that other one so willy-nilly. We're just going to assume that's an annul. No, that costs 2.
That's a negate, I assume. Pretty sure it's negate. Costs 2 mana. I'm calling negate.
All right. We got one negate is in the board, so we'll agree with. Yeah, they look identical, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly a negate.
Clearly a negate.
What are you, blind?
I know. My bad. My bad. All right.
Now, Raw has not been activated yet, right?
Raw has not been activated, and this overall has been a very meh turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, the kind of thing is that yes, but still, I mean, if there's no way to deal with at least one of these otters, you know, and we see a good spell turn from Oliver, removing the otter, and then getting in for a big attack to kill Raul, this game swings pretty hard.
I swear I thought I saw only like 2 cards in hand for Max. How is that even possible? And one of them was a Soul Guide Lantern.
Not currently what the game is about.
No, so as much as this Raul has looked like this is what the tilt has been about, everything's been about Raul here. I mean, the battlefield from Oliver is looking a lot better, and the cards in hand from Max is looking very minimal.
This is kind of what I was saying, where the Stormchaser's talents might not be optimal in the optimal game. But when the game gets scrappy and ugly, just having a bunch of otters in play and attacking is not a bad place to be.
Yeah.
You know, Oliver has a better job of pressuring a Planeswalker than Max does. And, you know, just the old saying, everyone's got a plan till they get punched in the mouth by a bunch of blue-red otters.
That is exactly the common phrase.
Yep.
Yeah, when the game gets ugly, it's time to get cute with these adorable, adorable otters. Soul Guide Lantern's free. Rawls up to 9.
Thanks, Oliver. What's a loyalty counter between two friends, you know?
Exactly. And both these players dominated their respective circuits. And this is a null on the stack to get Raw Crackling Whip up to 10 to then ultimate and get an emblem that I have never seen in play personally.
Judge, you got to get that emblem.
Yeah.
Where's that emblem at?
We got that emblem token. No way.
Oh,
Oliver
boy.
had it? Oh, my goodness.
Oliver's ready for anything.
Yeah, to be fair, I think Oliver was telling me he borrowed the deck. So whoever's deck this is came very prepared.
All right. We get that emblem up on the screen?
Yeah.
Maybe the Raw Crackling Wit emblem. Probably not. But so all instant sorcery spells have Storm for Max, and there's no way to remove this emblem. It is just there forever.
Yeah, absolutely. That was incredible, but it came at a cost.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Max had the choice. Do I loot away the annul and try to find a spell, or do I counter my own Soul Guide Lantern? Like, I mean, I thought this was Max being ahead by miles, but now the fact that Max is hellbent besides the 3 cards we just drew. But now Oliver has a lot of value going, but having your spells have Storm is pretty crazy.
It's pretty broken. Just play a card, draw spell, play a card, draw spell, play a 1 removal spell to kill your entire board.
Yeah.
I'm extremely excited for the next turn.
I'll actually be pretty upset with Oliver if he finds a way to win on this turn.
So upset.
I'll be devastated. Like, come on, man, the content play.
Right.
Don't do it to us.
We came to see some Storm in Standard. Storm scale be damned.
Yeah, we are learning some lessons today, chat. This is awesome. Shout out to all of you watching as well. Thank you so much for hanging out with us all weekend. It's been an incredible tournament, and the best is still yet to come. Elimination rounds are coming, win-and-ins next round, and then our top 8. It's going to be a great, great round. And remember, this is one game away from these players locking up a Pro Tour qualification.
Yeah, huge.
In Vegas, and ironically, I believe that's Strixhaven, right?
I think it's for Strixhaven, yes.
I think it's for Strixhaven. So queuing with lessons for Strixhaven, the lesson set.
Ooh.
I mean, come on. That's just poetry. Bet Oliver wished that card had Storm.
It's funny now see Oliver discard the Ralph because Ralph is no longer important. So really a masterclass from both players in focusing on what's important at the time.
Raw Crackling Whip emblem, huh? Amazing.
Oliver, if you kill Max here, I'll never forgive you.
No, we can't. We can't. Yeah, I think normally Oliver has a lot of fans in chat, but not particularly on this turn.
Not this turn right here, right now.
Exactly. Like, if you win next turn, but we get to see some Storm stuff go off, sure. Oliver has different plans, though. Uh-oh, math. Don't do it. Don't do it, buddy. Get those otters to 8 power and...
Now, you might be saying to yourself as a viewer at home, like, well, just count the spells. Do you have enough prowess to win or not? But with the artist talent in play and all the looting effects, you don't know what you have exactly. So the question is, okay, how many things can I draw into, and so on and so forth.
That's why I always had a lot of fun. I won't say I loved, because I know you'll judge me, but that's why I had a lot of fun with the VV deck. You just had to start doing stuff and just keep making optimal plays until all of a sudden you either won or lost.
Yes, we all miss VV dearly. I'm making a face.
You are making a face. It is stoic and angry. Gran. Throwing these hands. Doing some looting. We just bought back Ancestral Recall. And is that interesting to you to buy back before combat? What's the reason to do that?
Yeah. I mean, I can see wanting to cast the recall in response to the looting trigger.
Yeah.
But...
Okay, I guess we were just basically hellbent. That makes a lot more sense. We just had no cards.
Okay.
So a chunk of damage came in. It's time for a storm. The weather is brewing.
Storm's coming.
The clouds are rolling in. A mountain's being tapped. Talent comes on the play. Discard. We got a storm counter. There we go. Thank you, Oliver. Storm count 1.
We need the actual storm count token, please.
Yeah, do we still got that?
If you're going to have the Raoul Crackling Wit emblem in your deck box, you got to have a storm counter too. All right?
Now, it's only storm for spells, though, right? Not storm for lantern?
Well, yeah, I mean, it still counts for your storm count.
Yeah, but you don't get another lantern, right? It is
Correct.
just
Correct.
instants and sorceries you control have storm.
Correct.
So Max discarded Spell Pierce and Island. Those are not good to storm off. If Max doesn't get to cast one spell with storm here, I'll cry.
Don't cry.
I'll cry. And if it's Ancestral Recall where you get to draw 9 cards, I'll also cry, but for 2 very different reasons. Out of pure joy and excitement.
Yeah, can cycle this lantern, so.
Yep. Boomerang Basics heads to the Exile Zone. You don't really want to cycle it because you do want to contain the graveyard. But if you're cycling it, you know there's not something big going on. Come on.
Come on, Max.
Storm count is still 2. 1 mana. See what the play is. Looking at the graveyard.
Okay.
Combustion Technique. Kill everything. Exile the Otters. Exile Grand. Get rid of Eloquentia. Get rid of Mountain. Storm count 3.
Let's keep going.
Oh, blue mana. That's very, very dangerous. Remember, another factor that is coming in is the time. Oh, 4 Ancestral Recalls. How good is putting 12 cards into your hand, Jim? Jim is losing his mind over here. He's cackling uncontrollably.
I think Max is in a pretty good spot here.
You know, really?
Yeah.
Really? Now, okay, if Max fizzles from this spot, I just don't even know what to do anymore.
I'll buy him dinner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, wait, Burst Lightning's lethal right now.
That's a good reason to have Burst Lightning in your deck.
Yeah. Y'all, we're witnessing the greatest thing to ever happen. Who would have saw this line to annul your own Soul Guide Lantern to get to Rawl to hope that your next 3 cards do something crazy? I wouldn't have made this play. That's why I'm here with you, buddy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to live. You got to feel something.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. 5/5 Otter.
Really?
Well, you can still play spells during your second main phase, Jim.
No, damage is done. Max, you drew 12 cards.
I mean, it's probably 3 annuls and stuff like that.
Okay. You're discarding the hand size.
Storm count 0. I don't care. That was cool.
I mean,
we got
yeah.
our money's worth here.
That was very cool.
Oh, man. Max Kowanowski, coming from round 8 where it was a devastating loss, gets his stuff together, wins the last round in round 9, and now just casts 4 Ancestral Recalls in likely his winning in to get into Pro Tour Strixhaven in Viva Las Vegas. Talk about high rolling.
I know, right? I want to know what's in Max's hand.
It's 7 cards.
Yes. I want to know what cards are in Max's hand.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for specifying. Oliver's still playing some Magic, though. I appreciate that. Artist Talent, trigger, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns. Or 2 triggers, 1 Soul Guide Lantern. Discards a land. Discards a land.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. I mean, Max is at 9. That's 3 monument triggers, you know.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, it's hard to imagine that Max does not have at least 1, if not multiple counter spells in hand.
I mean, to be fair, Max could have had another Accumulate Wisdom in hand, but truly would deck.
Okay.
You know,
fair.
like,
That's
we
fair.
easily could have had another one, but you would put 15 cards into your hand. I don't think that library can take it. And that's going to do it. Oliver Tomiko extends the hand to the Storm Master himself. Max Komanowski takes it down in one of the coolest fashions I have ever seen in this standard format. Jim, that was great.
That was awesome. There's making top 8.
Yeah.
There's making the Pro Tour. And there's doing it with style. And that was
Check.
awesome. Yeah, check all the boxes
and
off.
Check. Monument has 3 checks. That also has 3 checks right there. That is the first time I've ever seen 4 Accumulate Wisdoms on the stack right there. That was so very cool. Even Carmen's coming in with a big grin from that. That was really incredible to watch. So, all right, we're going to get our next match all set up. I don't even know how we can, commentate any more Magic after that.
It's going to be tough to top that. but we're going to try.
Yes, we're going to try. So we'll see what matchup we are going to check into. That is going to be Max advancing to X and 2. Now, if there is some world where you don't get a draw, you got to play down, maybe we're not fully ready to go, but pretty likely that was going to be a win-and-in situation. So we'll see if we're going to check out either that Simic or a Boroid. Is it looting matchup with Javier Ramos or Matt Buckley, or Kai Nelson and Dale Smith on that Bant airbending Jeskai control? Both sound awesome.
Both sound great, yes.
Okay, so we're going to jump into game number 2 of our match B, which I believe is Javier Ramos versus Matt Buckley. So let's head on down, check some more winning in Magic out. All right, so coming on in, it is indeed that Javier Ramos on Simic Ouroboros versus Matt Buckley, our overnight leader. Came in at 9-0, had a decent day, 2-2. Started off the day quite well with a win. And now Duelist of the Mind as a follow-up from the Storm Chasers talent. G-Gene coming on in, number 2. And no other follow-up here from Javier Ramos.
Gene Pollinator plays okay when it's part of the puzzle.
Yeah.
As a singular piece, not so exciting.
I mean, we can sugarcoat it all we want. It's the worst card in the deck.
Yeah.
For sure. Like, it is not very good. It is very far away from Llanowar Elf. But, I mean, what can be that close to Llanowar Elf, you know?
Yeah.
It's a crime.
Doing crime.
Doing some crime, doing the time here. Duelist is going to get to loot. Now, there's 2 mana available here from Javier. We didn't have a good attack anyways, but there easily could be some interaction. Very much assuming we are hitting the non-summoning sick one.
Nathan Stoyer.
Pretty good. Duelist of the Mind, of course, like you were alluding to, Nathan Stoyer's card for winning the World Championship.
Paw Patch looked pretty good there.
Paw Patch looked really good there. Plummet, still pretty good.
Yep. Definitely, I think, important for the this Is It looting deck to be able to apply pressure. It's not winning the game like Is It Lessons is. It has to kind of just attack and play a normal Magic game, Magic. So
yeah,
being able to attack and have that flying threat, really important.
I mean, I think out of all the Is It decks, this is the fastest one.
Yeah, it can be, yes.
Yeah. It's definitely FOMO, when you get haste with the Frostcliff Siege, can do some serious damage, and it can be extremely fast. So Javier warps a Riddler here, draws 1 card, does unlock an extra mana here with Gene Pollinator.
Gene Pollinator, best card in the deck. Gotta gas up a little bit, all right?
Sure.
You're hurting his feelings. His friends are here.
Yeah, okay, you got it. 3rd Gene Pollinator, the best card in the deck, according to Jim. Draws a card here. Can Matt Buckley find land 3? That's the real thing we were missing here. Yep. And honestly, with Javier allowing Matt Buckley to untap with Duelist of the Mind, there could have been a big mistake. Because now no matter what, Matt would not have hit this land drop on this turn, unless we draw a bunch more cards.
Right.
But you allowed that crime to be committed when you're probably going to plummet it anyway. So I actually think that was a little bit of a mistake from Javier.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah.
One of those things where it's like, the whole pie chart of, new players play the instant at sorcery speed, good players play at instant speed, and then really good players know when you play instant in your own turn.
Yeah, there you go.
Gene Pollinator taking some shots to clear the way here for Ouroboros. Wow.
Just 1 blue available, though. Sure, you get into the Floodmaw as a way to buy some time here, but this is not looking great for Matt at all. At least you know now that the Ouroboros is something that's going to happen next turn you got to deal with. But let's say you leave up Flash Freeze or whatever, and then you just play that Riddler. You're like, oh, my God, the game is over.
I'm like a little tempted to block there if I'm Javier.
Yeah?
On the Otter. What proactive card is Matt playing on 2 lands that you're scared of that's not a removal spell?
Yeah, that is a really good point.
It's the kind of like, oh, well, you're attacking with your Prowess feature because you can make it bigger in combat. But, again, thinking about what's important in the game, do I care if I lose this Pollinator? is possibly you don't have anything, which is huge, and then I want you to play something else to not find that land or whatever else.
Matt Buckley's hand is a Pyroclasm and a Quantum Riddler. It was a bluff.
Yep. So
Amazing.
I would have blocked there personally.
Yeah, but hey, the lights are bright here in the feature match area. You don't want to look silly.
Oh, it totally makes sense not to block.
Yeah.
But like contextually on this turn in particular, with Matt having missed land drops, no other lands in play, and the only creature in play being the Pollinator as a target for a removal spell.
Yeah, I mean, that is either way, that's just awesome. Matt Buckley just bluffed here at a win-and-in situation here with the Pro Tour on the line. I'm a fan. So one thing, even if this game is not looking great for Matt Buckley, but if anyone's going to make it in at X and 3, it's going to be the overnight leader at 9-0, who's only been losing to players that have fantastic records.
Yeah, tiebreakers are huge here, so still want to win, but not a bad consolation prize.
Ouroboros.
I think playing that Duels to the Mind was really, really important. Being in the air is a good way to beat this Simic deck, and Matt's not got a lot going on here.
Yeah, so Pyroclasm was in hand, so let's say if we can have another Torch the Tower. Torch on the Ouroboros. Nope, never mind. It was Frostcliff Siege. So I wouldn't recommend the bluff on the Otter attack now, though.
That would require some gall.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'd appreciate
Might
it.
play around Gut Shot.
Yep.
So it's on Teamer, so at least you do get to get in a little bit of damage here. Solid hit for 2. Quantum Riddler still being in hand. That's a hit for 5. So even though Ouroboros is in space, it does not have reach for the Flyers. It's 2 above. It's 2 above the creature.
Yeah, that changes the math a bit here because it gives Matt some, sneaky cheese out potential.
Yeah.
In a game where Javier is definitely ahead.
Definitely. So we do have the option of playing Quantum Riddler or something like that to get that going as a nice blocker. And also, we're going to be speeding this matchup just a little bit. We're trying to give you as much magic as humanly possible, but we just have a couple matches left here before round 15.
Yeah, at 13 life, playing the Riddler is pretty appealing.
I mean, we still can if we have a land.
Yes. Having that flying blocker, this is a spot where you're ahead and you have an active Ouroboros. Don't die. don't get cheesed out by double Riddler or something like that, or some crazy flying attack.
Yeah, I mean, double Riddler is lethal.
Right.
So I am totally with you. If you don't have the ability to put a Riddler into play here, this play was not worth it. So I mean, you don't, right? If you're going to this stage, maybe you have something like a piece of removal, another Paw Patch formation into the Flood Moss, something like that, and the game's kind of over anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But
Paw Patch can also take out the actual siege itself, which is cool.
Yeah.
So
warp 2 Riddlers, and then before combat, you lose the siege. It's
exactly
devastating.
So Matt, making plays, thinking he has the siege and does not.
Big turn here. Drew a land, but had to play it tapped so that you can draw 2 with the Riddler. Other card in hand is Pyroclasm. 2 mana getting tapped.
Going to be interested in Spider Sensing the Riddler
No,
draw.
I think it might be.
Mutation.
Boy.
Hello.
That is a counter unless you play way too many. So that looks incredible. It does not seem like Matt is going to be able to get out of this.
Yep.
As this next attack is going to be tough to survive.
Ouroboros wears counters pretty well.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, indeed.
It's a sheepish Duels to the Mind attacked.
Yup.
Might as well get it in, but not looking so great. And oh boy.
Here comes the big turn. And now just playing a Quantum Riddler on defense should be enough here, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're about to add 16 power. Nope, 720 power to so much power to the board.
No, Jim, please finish your math here. Let's.
It's 20 power.
Okay. Oh boy, it's the rhythm. It's the rhythm of the night here, coming to get another Badger Mole Cub.
Oh boy. Yep. That is a lot of power and toughness.
Each land is 3. Now, is this just an attack instead of Quantum Riddler? Is that enough? There's 2 block. If you're forced to double chump, then you probably just go in. To be fair, you would still die to double Riddler, so maybe a full-on attack is not worth it.
I mean, there has to be like a Flood Maw to even stay alive. And even in that, is that even still alive?
Well, there's 5 attackers, 2 blockers, so 3 are getting through.
Yeah, for at least 15 plus all the power already in
Okay.
play. Yeah, it's
Yep.
like. I'm pretty sure it's Flood Maw double chump to possibly stay alive, might even still be dead.
Yep.
So, but again, I can't count that high because I only have so many fingers.
Exactly. Jim, please put away your toes, okay? Bring out a calculator instead.
I don't even think that's enough.
Okay. All right, so here is a good chunk of damage.
So we're going to see some mana.
Yeah. No, but I'm with you. That looked like a lethal attack, but at the same time, is it worth the risk? Probably, because even if it is into the Flood Maw something to keep you alive, then you have to chain Riddlers to win. And if you lose that way, so be it. Probably, but it looks like we are maybe just going to flashback Nature's Rhythm to go get a, I don't know, Behemoth maybe?
The thing is that, like, yes, if this goes for Crater Hoof, and if it just uses all the mana, and there's a Spell Pierce in Matt's hand, that would be devastating. You know, we've seen some players leaving Spell Pierce. You know, it is not great against the Simic deck, but it is good against their best draws as a way to break serve.
Sure.
Which can be important.
So that is 6 mana in the pool. That is harmonizing for 5. 6, 7. So that's 7. I believe you would need 1 more. Crater Hoof does cost 8. So I think you need to tap Gene Pollinator, which would mean you would have to tap your Cub as well.
So you know what's happening here? Javier saw the Stormwind going into top 8.
Yeah.
He's like, I got something flashy here. I got to attack for a lot.
Yeah, no
kidding.
kidding.
I got to put on a good show. I can't let the Storm, win, get all the credit.
No kidding. Yeah, can't just attack with 5 creatures. You only have 2 blockers type thing. That is
Right.
so boring compared to storming off and drawing 12 cards.
Right. We got to
No, I'm with you.
try to overcome the Ral here and put some good TV on.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Even though in real time we still see Oliver still playing, so, whatever, but instead goes for Meringue, River Regent, to just bounce these 2 creatures. That also puts a blocker to negate the double Quantum Riddler Warp draw.
That's fair.
That does seem like it closes the door while leaving 3 mana available to pay for Spell Pierce.
Yep.
Much safer play,
Out of
less
dice.
flashy.
Out of dice.
Out of dice yet. These are plus negative counters all working together. Still going to get a gigantic attack and still maybe lethal. 13, 14, 15, 16? Oh. Right, because you can attack with 2 of them.
That checks out, I believe.
So still lethal and got the blockers out of the way. Javier Ramos looks like he is going to deal exactly lethal. Pyroclasm was not anything to interact, and Matt Buckley still smiling, even though he hasn't had the necessarily best day so far, coming in as the overnight leader. But if anyone is going to make it in at X and 3, it's going to be someone who starts 9-0 and maybe has a little bit of a rough day on day 2.
Absolutely. Not dead yet.
Not dead yet.
Still Magic to play. Still tiebreakers to lean on, but we'll see.
I don't know if we can ever top that round, as that was one of the coolest things I have ever seen at a Magic tournament, but we are sure going to try. We're going to take ourselves a short little break, and then Ryan and Carmen will be bringing in the win and in round here, plus the top 8. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What's up, gamers? Welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, here from SCG Con Atlanta. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Clomperens. And Carmen, we just have one Swiss round remaining before we cut the top 8.
One more of them. And from what I hear, we're even going to get a peek at the standings before we get too deep into our actual match. But we're reaching the point where some players are drawing straight into the top 8.
Yeah, we already have a couple players locked here. Let's take a look at the standings. Our player with the best record coming into round 15, Eli Swafford on that mono green landfall deck. You and I covered him a couple rounds ago. Kept up those winning ways. I heard that tables 1 and 2 have drawn, so it was going to be Eli against Corey Burkhart in second place. That makes sense on Simic or Boroid, so those players firmly into our top 8.
Max Komanowski versus Javier Ramos, who we actually just saw lock up that top 8. Corey and Jim brought that one to you just a little bit ago. Also IDing at table 2.
Table 3 is going to be Christopher Kral against Dale Smith there. That kind of naturally goes down the line here. So that's Simic or Boroid, Jeskai Control. Those players will be playing. You see with a third loss for Kral and a draw for Dale Smith. So going to be a win and some interesting ramifications if Smith picks up the loss with that draw hanging out there. We'll see what actually happens as things play out here. On table 4, we had Mason Buonadonna against Oliver Tomiko. We have an outcome for that table, actually. I have been informed that Buonadonna conceded to Tomiko, so we should be seeing Tomiko in the top 8 here.
Yeah, really excited to see that. Further down is going to be our first feature match this round. That's Ryan Bellamy on Simic or Boroid on a bit of a heater lately. I believe had a top 8, and I want to say Vegas? Just a couple of months ago. If you're in the comments, make sure to get in there, correct me right now, against Kai Nelson on Bant Airbending, which is where you and I actually started this weekend.
Yeah, same as it ever was. Round 1, this is a deck that has...
Same as it ever was.
Same as it ever. How did I get here? Round 1, we saw Bant Airbending against the 4-color Allies deck. Unfortunately, we don't see that one near the top of the standings, but we have Kai Nelson, our best performing Bant Airbending pilot, looking to possibly get into the top 8 here.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of other top tables in our feature match area that we might get a peek into. That includes Riley Bennett against Kenneth Oswald, Jeskai Control against Selesnya Landfall. Two things that Jeskai naturally going to be blue-red, but not is it, right? This is a situation where both of these players are kind of at the top of their respective archetypes in the standings. I know we've said that about a few players now. Kai Nelson's Bant Airbending, Eli Swafford's Mono Green Landfall. These are the spots where you see real archetype experts finding some success.
Need to see some more players here. Certainly great tournaments for players like Justin Parente. Going to be a little bit too far down the standings, coming in from 17th with a cut to top 8. We're not going to see these players in the elimination rounds, but great tournaments to everybody here. Certainly some nice cash finishes.
Yeah, a lot of different archetypes being represented. We're seeing Azorius Control here as well. That's a really exciting one. Sultai Reanimator has kind of just been right on the outside looking in for a lot of the weekend. We see in 25th, Nico Ferrigno is that's a really cool deck that I know a lot of people have been excited about and is going to be getting some really cool upgrades in Lorwyn Eclipsed.
Let's bring things to the match we'll be covering this round. Let's take a look at some players' deck lists as we watch our winner in. We'll start with Ryan Bellamy. Is it Simic or a Boroid? A deck we've seen quite a bit of this weekend. You see a couple Enduring Curiosities in the main deck, Sentinel of Lost Lore. Also Reclamation Sage here in the main deck. One Meringue River Region, something we see from a number of players.
Yeah, I really appreciate the toolbox element this deck has. We've seen players having larger and smaller sizes of larger and smaller spreads of these one-of bullets in Craterhoof Behemoth, Rex Sage, Sentinels of Lost Lore, Meringue River Regent. You mentioned all of these. But other than that, this is a deck that is trying to be pretty straightforward. We're seeing a ton of mana creatures, Spider Manifestation and Badgermole Cub, both 2-drops that are good at tapping for 2 or more mana turn over turn, as well as both Gene Pollinator and Llanowar Elves, which are great at getting the party started.
This deck certainly has tremendous output in the proactive sense. Let's take a look at what Kai Nelson is bringing to the table on the other side of our matchup. This is that Bant Airbending combo. So what this deck is trying to do, you see Doc Arlock there from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. It's making it so you can cast spells from exile for 2 less. Just so happens that when something is airbent, it costs 2 to cast from exile. It's going to allow you to free cast your Aang Swift Savior and your Appa Steadfast Guardian back and forth. netting an ally every time, and going arbitrarily large.
All right, well, I'm hearing that our players are ready. So, Ryan, what do you say we go ahead, head on down to the feature match area and see who it is that is going to not only punch their ticket into the top 8, but be heading to the Pro Tour?
Absolutely cannot wait. And there's some cool stuff going on in this airbending deck list, too, that I'm excited to see in action. I haven't seen that interdimensional web watch card too much in Standard.
Yeah, you're also seeing Airbender Ascension in the list as well. That's something that is a little bit off the beaten path from, I would say, stock versions of it. I know we've seen super creature-heavy versions in the past.
Right, here are our players in round 15 of Magic Spotlight the Avatar. On the top of the screen, Ryan Bellamy on Simic Ouroboros against Kai Nelson, starting us off on the play with the ban to airbending. Though the first action will be Bellamy with a turn 1 Gene Pollinator, shocking to 18 for the trouble off of Multiversal Forest.
I do really like, you've said multiversal and then the basic type several times. Very smooth way to describe that.
Thank you. Llanowar Elf on turn 2 for Kai Nelson. Not exactly on time, but still going to be useful as this deck can use quite a bit of mana for things like Aang at the crossroads.
Fashionably late.
Turn 2, Badgermole Cub. That one fully on time. And second, turn 2, Badgermole Cub. A lot of, just an explosion of mana here for Bellamy.
Badgermole Cub, never late, arriving precisely when it intends to.
Yes, absolutely. Another starting town is land number 3 for Kai Nelson. So any color of mana that Nelson does desire. Though I imagine if he had his druthers, he wouldn't be picking nuts about mana. He would want to get rid of these Badgermole Cubs.
Right, this is the interesting spot where both of these decks are really good at threatening lethal very quickly. Bellamy already has 9 mana on the battlefield as it stands, with double Badgermole Cub and 3 quote-unquote creatures that are all tapping for mana on the following turn. Nelson sitting at 4 for now, hasn't done anything this turn, but even if the Simic Ouroboros deck isn't going infinite, Craterhoof Behemoth is legally distinct infinite at times.
Yeah.
On the other side, Nelson does have a lot of disruptive tools in cards like Aang.
On the topic of Aang, here is a pass of the turn, and Aang at the cross, or Aang Swift Savior rather, in the upkeep. The reason to do this on the upkeep, go into airbend one of those lands that will re-enter tapped. That is the text on earthbending there. If you do it on your turn, you'll just untap when your opponent goes to theirs.
I've always really appreciated seeing the amount of stop you on your upkeep, go ahead, tag this now as a way to favorably interact with the Badgermole Cub, which can be really hard to do.
Right. Even still, just 6 mana face up for Bellamy.
A working person's amount of mana to have at the beginning of the 3rd turn.
Yikes. Yeah, Badgermole Cub, definitely one of the breakout cards from Avatar: The Last Airbender. You see Bellamy is going to shock in a multiversal passage here. 6 mana, not quite enough. Going to make an island. There's a tap of 4.
Oop, looks like something's going to be floating.
Do we have another Badgermole Cub? No, we have a Warp on Quantum Riddler. Fair enough. That's a strong card. Warp synergizes pretty well with that Gene Pollinator, too.
Huh. What a fun coincidence with that Edge of Eternities card.
No way that y'all saw that
Oh! Get right on out of town.
coming. As that is tapped, and here is Ouroboros. That's going to grow the team. Here comes some beatdowns. 6 rumble across in the form of Badgermole Cubs. Nelson to 13.
And in some ways, Ouroboros kind of feels like Craterhoof Behemoth on suspend. In some ways, where eventually it is just going to add so much power to the table that you aren't necessarily even counting life total anymore, as you just have to block every single creature your opponent has because they are all lethal.
Right. Gets out of hand in a hurry, so what can Nelson do about it? Is there a version of this game that Nelson can win without addressing that Ouroboros, or does that just have to happen now?
I would guess that one of the first steps is going after that Ouroboros. Nelson, at the end of the day, can actually produce an infinite combo, but is not close enough to it yet, that I suspect Nelson is going to need to navigate between now and their next turn, because they need both of those things in order to actually execute their own combo.
Sure. Gonna give things a think. A mere 4 mana on Nelson's side of the battlefield. A pitiful 4.
That is a very hard-working person's amount of mana to start their 4th turn with.
And this deck can explode even off of a very small number of cards. You see the 5th land there. Sometimes that can mean Aang at the crossroads. You can really get some value going off of that card's trigger, but just a pass of the turn.
And this pass feels like Nelson is trying to find a way to make Bellamy trip over his Ouroboros. If Bellamy were to say, cast some sort of spell that makes it to where using another Aang to say airbend the Ouroboros before combat could make it to where Bellamy possibly can't recast it from exile. Sounds a bit thin, but you're really just looking for any edge you can find when you're this far behind.
Right. Haven't been able to get a look at Nelson's hand. There are some potential abilities. If there's an Appa in hand that could be flashed in, you can get some free-ish blockers that way. If you could roll that up right into Doc Arlock, that's something that this deck very much has access to that could combo right away here, but you do need something big this turn.
All right, so here's a lot of mana coming.
Speaking of something big this turn.
Oof, there it is.
There it is. Yeah, let's pick them up. We have crunched the numbers, and it turns out that that is enough.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Listen.
going to be lethal.
I'm trying to figure, I was halfway to a pun about Craterhoof just crunching no numbers, but I couldn't quite get there.
All right. Well, maybe you'll get more opportunities. There's a little bit
That's
of
all right.
time
We
to
got
go.
at least one more game left.
As players reach for their sideboards, Ryan Bellamy, and now up a game on Simic Ouroboros. The banned airbending combo, not super prevalent in the field. What does Bellamy have in the sideboard for a matchup like this?
I don't think Bellamy is really looking to mess with the formula too awful much at this point. I know Vivian Reed is something that we've seen come up a decent amount on the weekend as being a good way to actually check a bunch of different flying creatures. I'm not sure if that's what the game is going to end up being about in these post-board games, but I do think that that's a pretty reasonable place to go if you think that things are going to end up slanting a bit grindier. Other things, into the Flood Maw, really nice way to break up the combo, mid-combo, catch your opponent off guard. Spider Sense as well, we've seen that card literally just use the counter-target triggered ability mode. That's something that doesn't come up as often, but is really important in this sort of matchup. And finally, unable to scream and Meltstrider's Resolve are, I think they are fine. It's not clear to me how reactive Bellamy is going to try and be in these post-board games. There are things that I can see some players wanting to bring in, but I would not go as far as to say I think Bellamy has to.
For Kai Nelson on Bant airbending, now down a game, maybe needs a little bit more help from the sideboard. And I gotta say, these Avatar's Wraths jump right off the page.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is one where you just airbend all the other creatures in play. That's, that is a lot, especially whenever, so it's a card where you airbend everything except for one creature, and then until your next turn, your opponents can't cast spells from anywhere other than their hand. So that buys you so much breathing room against a deck like this, where most of its mana is going to be coming from actual creature cards, or something like Badger Mole Cub, which even if it is just resetting the lands, the fact that you get both halves of it is really, really nice.
Right, absolutely. So as players work on sideboarding and shuffling, I want to tell you about an upcoming Magic set. It's actually coming sooner than you might think. Lorwyn Eclipse pre-release is next weekend. Pre-register with your LGS. Play a pre-release. Let them know you're coming. And you can pre-order Lorwyn now at StarCityGames.com/MTG-ECL. And this is going to be legal at the Regional Championship in Portland in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. This set is fantastic. Surely going to add even more texture to an already diverse standard format.
Yeah.
Really excited about this. I think it's easy to kind of flatten what's going on to all Is It all the time or just Ouroboros. But if you've looked at the feature match area, we've had a ton of different archetypes. And just looking at the standings going into these games, a bunch of stuff going on in Standard, so you really can play however you want, and this is just going to add even more to that diversity.
For sure. I'm excited for Standard to finally have Steam vents so I can play my favorite color combination.
You know what? Honestly, I do think those decks kind of need that. So you had spoken a little bit about Avatar's Wrath going into this. I suspect Kai Nelson in general in the post-board games is going to try and adopt a more interactive sort of position where, given enough time, Nelson is going to go over the top of Bellamy by going literally infinite or pseudo-infinite, arbitrarily large. Tournament speak for declare the biggest number you can think of, and somehow that number is involved in a game of Magic now. Taking that a step further, cards like Seam Rip and Aven Interrupter out of the sideboard are both going to be really nice at actually forcing Bellamy to put the brakes on and play a more normal game of Magic. A lot of what the Simic Ouroboros deck is trying to do is play really far ahead of schedule and just basically chump check you and say, okay, do you have an answer for this mana creature right now? If not, this game only has 1 or 2 more turns to go.
Aven Interrupter also plays really well in this airbending deck in terms of when you use your airbending cards reactively. When you airbend your opponent's thing, is when the Interrupter makes them cost 2 more to cast from exile, even there.
Ooh.
So our players are underway. Once again, Bellamy the one opening up faster with that Gene Pollinator, but now Badger Mole Cub will join the fray for Nelson. See what Bellamy can do on turn number 2. It starts by shocking for Multiversal Forest, so there could be some fireworks here.
Ooh, about to see second verse, same as the first.
Tap a 2. Mockingbird copying your Badger Mole Cub. That works.
That works.
Spider man, if that was so mean.
It was a mockingbird. It's a mockingbird.
I don't forgive you. Spider Manifestation also cast as we go back to Kai Nelson.
You never know how some of the bits are going to play out until you just do it, you know?
It's a mockingbird.
That's how you sound right now.
Here's land number 3 for Kai Nelson. Access to a mere 4 mana. Ooh, Seam Rip. All right. Answer the Mockingbird.
Oh, that's cool, because even if it gets blown up by Vivian Reed or something, mana was not spent to cast it. That card is going to be Suntail Hawk.
Right. Here is Airbending Ascension. Looking at airbending that Spider Manifestation. Fair enough. Get that one airbent out of here. It'll be 2 more to cast later.
Airbender Ascension is so nice how it can be both a synergy piece and an interactive card.
Right. Badger Mole rumbles across for 2. Bellamy to 16. See what he can do to get back on the battlefield. He's going to start by redeploying that Spider Manifestation. Going to shock in a multiversal, probably Forest. Ooh, Island. Stand corrected. Here is a tap for another Spider Manifestation.
Okay.
Pass back to Nelson.
And this deck is extremely redundant, right? It does have 16 actual mana creatures, and we saw Mockingbird do a sort of impression of a mana creature.
All right, I'm coming around on it.
There you go. I'm coming around on it.
Here is land number 4 for Nelson. That Airbender Ascension, it can get pretty funky once you get it online, but you need to have 4 more creatures enter between now and then. Take some time to set up.
Or 1 creature entering 4 times.
You could do that, yeah. That does come up. Here's a Seam Rip, going to take care of one of the Spider Manifestations. So trying to fight the mana war, but clearly behind in that respect. Nothing disastrous has happened yet, but things are skewing a little bit more Bellamy's way, it seems to be, though notably Nelson is leaving up 3 mana as he attacks Bellamy down to 12, and we head back Bellamy's way.
Could be as much as 4.
That is true. Yeah, it could be Appa or Ang. Here is Nature's Rhythm from Bellamy.
Ooh, Ang or even Interrupter would be so brutal here.
Yeah, the Rhythm is not so great to cast from exile.
Right, exactly.
So here is a tap of 3, and it's going to be Ang. Yeah, airbend that Nature's Rhythm.
When Kai Nelson needed him most.
The Airbender Ascension gets its first counter. Spider-Man Manifestation does untap. The Rhythm was a 4-mana spell. Let's see what else Bellamy can do here. Llanowar Elves. Casting Nature's Rhythm to put it in the graveyard. All right, yeah, you can't harmonize it from exile.
You know what they say, then shuffle.
Yeah, it's always good to give the deck a little wash, you know?
You just have a moment where you go, I don't think I saw Market Back Walker on the deck list. Shit.
All right, we're going to head back Nelson's way. So now has Ang on the table. Has access to 5 mana.
I do think Nelson has done a really good job of being able to force Bellamy to slow down a decent amount while checking the payoff spell that Bellamy has, who's down to, what, is that 1 card in his hand at this point?
Yeah, looks like it.
Not bad.
Right.
These are what a good game looks like for Nelson post-sideboard.
Here's an attack for 4. The beatdowns keep coming. They do add up. Bellamy to 8. From the games that we have watched, you know, we've only covered Bant Airbending a couple rounds this tournament. I'm getting really curious how many games they win just in combat.
I think that's one of the strengths of this deck. It has big sort of Saheeli copycat energy vibes, where most of the cards it's playing, Seam Rip, fine card. Badger Cub, fine card. Ang, I said it a couple times now, fine card. It really is not having to sacrifice a ton to have this combo finish. You know, Doc Orlock kind of doing this, the Deceiver Arc-esque. I'm not stoked to play this, but it's fine.
Well, here's a card that Nelson's probably pretty stoked to play. Ang at the Crossroads. We're going to increment that Airbender Ascension up to 2. Take a look at the top 5, looking for a creature with mana value 4 or less to put on the battlefield. Just so happens that all the combo pieces in this deck happen to meet that criteria.
Get right on out of town.
Just good deck building. Gonna give this one a think.
Notably 4 copies of Ang at the Crossroads in the deck. Ooh, Appa in the hand. Well, Appa in the top 5 cards of the library that Kai Nelson is currently holding in hand.
But there's an Appa in the spread. That would get you to Appa plus Ang. I wonder what he was thinking about potentially over that, as Appa is the selection. Gonna do some airbending away. Going to save that Ang at the Crossroads for later. You're gonna airbend both Angs, the Swift Savior, getting bent as well. Thought you might like that one.
That was pretty good.
Airbender Ascension also. All right, fair enough.
That's nice. Actually hitting the Airbender Ascension as well is the type of preemptive play where it's less exciting, right? You're not going to get to blink your stuff a bunch, but you are going to have an extra reactive piece back if your opponent, say, can make an Ouroboros next turn.
Yeah. I definitely like that call there as we head back to Bellamy. It's going to warp a Quantum Riddler. That'll untap the Spider Manifestation. Unlocking a free way to get mana with the Gene Pollinator, if that's what Bellamy is interested in.
Right. Could Nature's Rhythm from the graveyard for 4 with this Quantum Riddler.
Ooh, yeah. Here is a big tap, the Riddler being tapped, so it certainly seems like a harmonize on the rhythm.
Okay, so this is for 2. If you're planning on tapping the Riddler to harmonize, you probably don't want to tap into the Pollinator.
Right. So here's a shock of Breeding Pool, notably putting Bellamy to 6.
All right, there it is. Okay, perfect, perfect. This is for 5? Is that just another Riddler?
It's actually for 6. Yeah, for Meringue River region.
Oh, hello.
Bounce 2 things. Appa and one of the Seam Rips. Gonna get back that spider manifestation.
Not bad. This is the spot where you don't really want to bounce the Badger Mole Cub.
Now the Gene Pollinator is going to tap that manifestation, and that Badger Mole Cub is unable to scream. Notably, it's kind of stone raids Nelson, and it turns off the extra mana on the starting town, so just 4 mana here.
Nelson really not having much on the battlefield anymore.
Yeah, that was a big swing, I would say.
Now all of a sudden, Aang at the Crossroads needs to hit 2 things. Not what the card does, mind you.
That is tough.
Mind you.
Okay, here's that Avatar's Wrath.
Oh, choosing starting town? So that way the Badger Mole Cub gets airbent as well? Look at this. You called it. Right as the sideboards came up.
Yeah, let's reset these battlefields here. So now Bellamy, all of those creatures are airbent, and Bellamy cannot cast cards from anywhere other than hand this turn. There's some big stuff when we get to the phase when he can cast those, right?
Oh, this is a big game.
Yeah,
this is
Meringue
sick.
River region is waiting over there. That's a big deal. The game is not over, but that definitely changed the texture.
It's so interesting because next turn you can see the Badger Mole Cub come back, Earthbend again, and Nelson's basically getting a free spell out of that.
Yeah, you already have the Earthbent land just sticking around.
Ooh, started to reach for the airbent card. Said, no, hold on. Hand only. Give it a second. Just give it a second.
Right. That includes Quantum Riddler. Yeah, hand only, please.
Right, and so you go, okay, right, I can't cast my airbent stuff, so I guess I'll cast my warp creature. Oh, right. That's not in my hand either. Not literally drawing you 2 cards up front.
Right. Yeah, pretty tough as Bellamy just passes with 5 mana untapped. And now let's see what Nelson wants to do to reestablish the battlefield. You mentioned bringing in that Badger Mole Cub could be a big way to get things started.
All right, Nelson had the land drop.
Here is the Cub. Gonna airbend up another land, so now still just 5 mana. Bring in that Aang at the Crossroads. It only cost 2 because it was airbent. Bellamy's gonna Spider Sense the trigger. Okay. That's your Spider Sense sound?
No, well, it's a Spider Sense sound. I can't.
Somebody could.
Yeah, I'm not at liberty to really talk about my Spider Sense. Like, it's personal, but. And now there's a world where Nelson maybe wants to just hold up the Aang that's in exile
Certainly makes sense.
to be airbent or cast via airbending. I'm not sure. How do you phrase that?
I would say cast via airbent. I think getting airbent is when they're first exiled. I don't know. Get in the chat and tell us what you think. As we head back to Ryan Bellamy. So Nelson does land on leaving some mana up.
This is a spot where you know you get to go again next turn if you get to just cast Airbender Ascension on your own Aang.
Now it is time to redeploy the Meringue River Regent. Let's see if Nelson wants to do anything about that. It's admittedly not that strong just to Aang Swift Savior here because you can just airbend straight away.
Right, exactly. this is a spot where putting the seam rips back in Nelson's hand is just kind of going, it'll be fine. Copying a land.
That's really cool. I haven't seen that before. Now here comes a couple spider manifestations. And a tapped Botanical Sanctum. Right, so big dragon, couple 2/2s. You see Nelson flash in Aang Swift Savior at the end step. Gonna airbend the Meringue River Regent once again.
I mean, okay. Bellamy's at 6.
Right.
We haven't been talking about it very much.
Just
but
5 power of flyers there. Is that seem just lethal, right?
Two seam. Well, those are reach creatures.
Oh, sure.
But we know there are seam rips hiding in Nelson's hand.
Yeah, 1, then 2, and 2, 5, 6. Kai Nelson. Is that fair beatdown deck, beatdown plan really working out there?
I love this style of deck so much. I feel like we're watching almost the Malira Company sort of thing.
Right. Yeah, sometimes that kitchen finks, clocks in, clocks out, honest day's work.
Nevertheless, it persisted.
Avatar's Wrath certainly making a showing there. Something I want to highlight is that you saw Bellamy using that spider sense, fighting over Aang at the crossroads, that being a card that really makes sense in terms of fighting the combo aspect of Bant Airbending. And that's where you really see Kai Nelson demonstrating really experience with this deck and just fighting more of a fair game. Knowing there's a lot of spider senses in the field, okay, I have a lot of triggers, you can fight over them, but your life total seems to go down every time I turn my creatures sideways, and that's working out for me.
Right, there's an extent to which if you can answer a few payoff cards, Bellamy is mostly playing with 1/1s, 2/2s, 1/2s, airbending lands, not stuff that can really hang in its own right. So as soon as you start playing a 2-power creature with flying, that is just the biggest kid in the sandbox out of nowhere.
Which is kind of the whole character Aang. I mean, he's a small kid, but, you know, he's got the most... But anyway, he explores the world. You get it. Avatar: The Last Airbender, the most recent Magic the Gathering expansion, really making his presence known in Standard here at Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. Tons of cards on display there. This Bant Airbending combo deck, really most of this deck coming from this set. Plenty of other impactful cards there. You see Redirect Lightning, not the lesson that shows up in Standard, but a ton of lessons showing up in this format. That one showing up in other formats, and you can order this set on StarCityGames.com/MTG-TLA. Set that you put some work into.
That's true, yeah. I was on the vision design team for Avatar: The Last Airbender and, you know, did some much later development as part of the play design team, but really enjoyed getting to pour a lot into this one. My personal fingerprints can be found on the mechanics of the set for the most part. I did a lot to champion the allies creature type.
Very cool to see that coming back. My first Grand Prix was original Zendikar. So ally type something that I definitely have some nostalgia for.
Ooh, I bet you like Kazandu Blade Master a little too much.
That card rules.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't know if you can like that one too much. That's an honest creature that clocks in and clocks out.
It clocks, I'll give you that.
Oh, yeah. Vigilance First Strike. What a combination. Good luck.
Every ally that I like, that I keep thinking of, came out in Worldwake, which is a little embarrassing.
I think one of my favorite allies is one of the least likable ones. So the whole thing about allies as a mechanic, it cares about volume. So you have some that scale either themselves or your entire team when you cast any other ally. I really appreciate Stonework Puma, which is a 3-mana artifact. It's an ally, end of text. It's a 2/2. That's what it does.
Yep.
If you have other allies, great. If you don't, congratulations. Here's your Grey Ogre.
Is that the same stat line as Venser Sliver?
I think Venser Sliver is a 5-mana 3/3.
I trust you.
And there's, of course, Metallic Sliver, a 1-mana 1/1.
Yeah, that one, got to keep your eyes on that.
You got to watch that.
All right, Bellamy down to 6 cards. Nelson confidently snapping down 7.
This is a really high-pressured game here. Shuffling up for game number 3 in a win and in situation. Bellamy will be on the play, but we have seen some really explosive starts from this Simic Ouroboros deck. Notably, game 1 in this match on Bellamy's side.
Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit earlier in the weekend, but I feel like especially when you're on the play, if you have a medium minus hand or a medium hand with Simic Ouroboros, you're kind of incentivized to try and do a little bit better on 6 because your good draws are so unbeatable. Whenever you're firing on all cylinders, maybe your opponent doesn't have, say, the turn 1 scene rip, and you get to go Llanowar Elf or Pollinator into Badger Mole Cub into another 2-drop like we saw game 1, the game just feels unlosable from there, and because you have cards like Quantum Riddler in your deck, you're able to undo a mulligan reasonably well, which incentivizes you to look for a good hand instead of settling for an okay one. At 6, I think you're keeping a lot of your bread and butter lands and spells draws, but taking that first crack at something really good makes a lot of sense to me.
For sure. Yeah, oftentimes you get to 6, you need to keep something functional. Bellamy keeps 6, minimally has the turn 1 Llanowar Elves. That's about as good as it gets on turn 1. We'll see where the game goes for here as Nelson starts on Starting Town, Seam Rip.
You put Starting Town down and start reaching for the life pad. It's like, okay, I assume there's a 1-drop here. I don't think you're just writing game 3.
Right, Bellamy is going to shock in Multiversal Forest, and here's a pair of Gene Pollinators. Not quite as good as having 1 Pollinator Llanowar Elf, but it's a couple bodies on the table.
I mean, it is halfway to being a Llanowar Elf with their powers combined.
Nelson's going to have turn 2 Bramble Familiar.
Cute interaction with airbending on that one. If you end up exiling it with airbending, you can just cast the fetch quest part of the spell for 2 mana.
Yeah, definitely played more as that than a mana creature, but Bellamy says the mana creature is actually pretty appealing, going to Mockingbird to get a flying Bramble Familiar here. A little bit better than Gene Pollinator, at least.
I physically had to restrain myself from saying, getting a Bramble Familiar with flying here.
And yet you still said it.
Yeah, you interrupted my concentration.
All right, here's Doc Orlock. And there is Airbender Ascension. Okay, Fetch Quest has been airbent, and that means that it's free. That's pretty strong for 0.
Oh, yeah. Not bad.
Okay, Nelson's going to take a look at the top 7, looking for a creature to put on the battlefield. Has already found a pretty good one.
Okay, hold on. So here's Appa. Get the Airbender Ascension exiled. Is this infinite 1/1s?
That's free to cast. You play that. Yeah, you exile the Appa, and they can keep on looping, and that's a 1/1 ally every other iteration. Bellamy is just going to read it, make sure, but yeah, this is the Airbender combo. You have Doc Orlock. Everything you cast from exile costs 2 less. Appa and Airbender Essential can keep airbending the other, and there's 0 on the way back down, and Appa makes those 1/1 allies, and Kai Nelson wins this match 2-1 over Ryan Bellamy, the best performing Bant airbending deck in the tournament. And we'll get confirmation as it shakes out, but I believe we're going to see Nelson in the top 8 here.
Not bad. Not bad.
That means a Pro Tour qualification.
Oh, yeah.
Really great weekend.
Yeah, really cool way to do it, too. I think this is the type of deck that you can end up falling into the trap of feeling like it's pretty linear, right? You go, oh, it's a combo deck. This is the way I win. You just saw it right there on turn 3. I'm just, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I just get infinite 1/1s every time. But game 2, I think those are the type of games that separate the average players from the great players who are punching their tickets to the Pro Tour each and every weekend. Those are the players who know how to play a scrappier game and cross the finish line with Xaxis damage against a deck that ostensibly should be really good at playing a fair game.
Right. Yeah, definitely very cool to see it getting done both ways. Unfortunately, we didn't see any interdimensional web cameras in the games, but we still got a top 8 to play. And we still have more Magic to play here in round 15. Let's go ahead and get down to our backup match. I believe we're joining this one in progress. I'm wrong. We're just going from the start. We get a full match for you.
Let's go!
All right, we have Dale Smith at 11-2-1. This is our player with the draw paired down on Jeskai Control against Christopher Kral on Simic Ouroboros. Kral on the play. You see Spider Manifestation on turn 2, and we are underway.
Whew, that is a nice breeding pool. Is that Portuguese?
I cannot confirm the language. I can tell you it's non-English dissension.
Oh yeah, and foil.
Those are hard to come by. Looks like attack from Spider Manifestation. Smith to 18. Tapped Multiversal Island. And we'll head over to Smith. Basic Plains is land number 3, so a lot of blue and white mana. No red just yet, but Smith is going to stock up here. Take a look at the top 5, put 2 cards in hand.
Stock up how you want to start basically all of your games whenever you have the breathing room to do so. And Kral not having, or at least choosing not to cast anything for 4 mana there. Pretty loud.
So I believe that was a stock up on the draw. So if players kept 7, it means we're discarding. Yes, Dale Smith does discard.
Ooh.
3 steps ahead to hand size there as we see what Kral wants to commit to the battlefield here. Going to be Badger Mole Cub. Now suddenly a ton of mana online to wake up that beautiful breeding pool.
Oh, yeah. I may have double checked off to the side. Portuguese, baby.
Here is Mockingbird. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
It's going to copy the breeding pool. Suddenly seeing this trick a lot.
Yeah, really interesting to not see it copy the Badger Mole Cub.
Seems to me that the idea is to insulate against a sweeper, right?
That makes a lot of sense. This is the type of matchup where you do just want to be actually developing land drops to the battlefield.
And there it is. Smith shocks in for Day of Judgment down to 13.
Yeah.
Cleans up the 2/2/2s, but still 5 lands here for Kral.
Yeah, super heads up. 5 lands, especially if you have another one to cast something like a Nature's Rhythm, looks great.
Something like a Nature's Rhythm that is. X equals 4.
Can't believe this person is having such a great weekend. Playing very, very tight.
There is Ouroboros. It's a 2/4, but don't mistake it for a Yoked Ox. That thing is going to get bigger.
Oh, it's yoked.
Get lost. That thing is not going to get bigger. It's going to get dead. 2 maps for Kral. We'll head back Kral's way. The deck is very long on creatures. You see Bossing Say is the land.
Oh, that's not bad. That's actually a way to maybe just create more pressure.
Yeah, you see that's going to Earthbend the Verge here. Something you can crack a map onto, and Kral will go that way.
Love this. Love this.
And you're really insulated against removal. There is Lightning Helix. You won't get to explore, but you do get the land right back.
Right, this is a spot where Kral basically traded 5 lands for a card, or 5 mana rather, for a card.
So I have an interesting question.
How interesting.
Medium.
Okay.
If you Earthbend that Mockingbird, it still has flying, right?
Ooh, interesting question.
I believe it maintains flying when it copies something else, and I don't see why that wouldn't be the case if it's copying a land.
I do believe that that is the case. You can see keywords on some lands in Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh,
The
yes.
set, in case you Earthbend them.
Yeah.
So, my intuition, is that it would have flying.
Is that going to matter here? I don't know. Maybe not. Probably not.
I
It's pretty cool, though.
never trust my intuition. That's just asking for trouble.
So here's a stock up for Dale Smith. Going to shotgun a multiversal island. Pass with 2 mana up.
There is no lightning helix in Bossing Say.
Not off of this mana anyway. We're going to earthbend up a Verge. Going to crack that other map, it looks like. This time, Crawl will explore Ouroboros. That one tends to stay on top, I would think.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And here's an attack for 3. That Bossing Say not messing around in this game. Smith to 11.
No, the fact that the thing it makes has pseudo haste as well is not lost on me, and it certainly isn't lost on Smith.
No land, just a draw and a pass for Smith, so leaving up a bunch of mana here. Not a ton of cards left over for Crawl. We know about that Ouroboros just drawn, and I believe one other.
Ooh, is it time for another?
I think Crawl is bossing saying onto the already animated Verge. It's going to eat in a Braid.
Does Bossing Say target?
Crawl is going to tap that in response and then deploy the Ouroboros.
It does target. Okay, great.
And then Botanical Verge, that was the last card in hand as the Ouroboros 8 No More Lies.
Oh.
So nothing on the battlefield for Smith, but this is Jeskai Control. That's not really what the deck does. Bossing Say is going to try to get ahead here. We see the Verge wake up again, attacks for 2, Smith down to 9.
Right, we've seen some versions of Jeskai Dragon's Control that were planning to play a little bit more to the battlefield and at sorcery speed on their turn. Not what's going on here.
Smith's going to consult the star charts. Kicked. Going to find 2 cards from the top 5. An instant speed stock up. We'll head back Smith way.
All right, Quarry Mountain Monastery, pretty nice hit. At least any land at this point is nice. One of the things whenever you're playing a go-long control deck like this one is you do just want to hit your lands kind of forever.
Right. All right, pretty good peel here for Crawl. It's a Warped Quantum Riddler. Smith lining up some kind of response.
3 steps ahead is the hard counter spell that Smith has in deck.
It's like the Riddler is just going to enter here. Crawl will draw 2 cards. This Jeskai control deck for Dale Smith has 3 main deck Jeskai Revelation. 1 more mana will unlock that one.
Ooh.
Right, here is a big tap for Crawl. Going to harmonize that Nature's Rhythm, tapping the Riddler. Looks like X equals 5. Leaving up mana to pay for a potential No More Lies.
Yes, I love this.
And that will resolve.
No Wan Chi Tong in response.
Another Quantum Riddler here. There are 4 in the deck, of course.
Oh, and was that land into the Nature's Rhythm, so this will draw 2?
Looks like it. Going to be a get lost in response on the Riddler, and that's why it's only a draw 2. It would have been a draw 3 otherwise, actually, because of the double Riddler.
Oh, you're so right.
All right, so that will work. Crawl is going to get 2 maps. Still lined up to draw 2 cards, though. Here's a tap of 4 for Ouroboros. That one's going to eat a No More Lies. And Lightning Helix on Gene Pollinator. So Smith up to 12.
Okay.
You crawl, drew some extra cards, made some extra mana there, but it feels like Smith is very much in control of this game.
Yeah, somehow that turn feels like it was good for Smith, which is not what I expected to happen, given all the fireworks of the turn itself.
Just a draw and a pass for Smith, but that's kind of what he came here to do. Crawl's going to shock in Breeding Pool. It's quite a shock with this many lands in play. But down to 18, it's not exactly a matchup that's about life totals, as Quantum Riddler will be warped. There still is the other Riddler in the warp zone.
That's the third of 4 Quantum Riddlers, I believe.
That's my count. Looks like Smith's going to get lost it with the trigger on the stack.
All right, that's the third of 4 get lost.
That's going to mean it's going to be a draw 1 instead of a draw 2. Crawl equipped with 4 maps now. He will sacrifice 1 to try to make this Verge Explorer. It does. It draws a forest.
Crawl already played a land for the turn in Breeding Pool.
Right. Gonna crack another map, finds Ouroboros. That will grow the Verge.
Right, this is the spot where if there's a card Crawl's just binning into the graveyard, I would guess it is going to end up being something in the vein of a mana creature and not something as impactful as Ouroboros.
Right. You see Crawl try to use the other map to grow the Verge to a 4. Lightning Helix will eat it in response. Crawl did float a mana. It's going to Bossing, say, the last untapped land with that mana, so a 2/2 here. Will attack for 2, but Smith's been gaining a lot of life off of these Lightning Helixes, up just at 13 still.
I literally shook my head for a second because I looked up and saw 15 and just went, wait, what?
How did that happen? I remember a 9.
Where am I?
I distinctly remember a 9.
That's not fair.
So you see Smith did Monastery Oea consults the star charts, it looked like.
I believe that was an in-step consult, but here's the revelation.
Yeah, the 7th land is finally shown up. Going to bounce your land, deal some damage to you, draw some cards, gain some life, make some monks. We'll head back to Crawl. We know he's drawing that Ouroboros. We know he has Quantum Riddler warped.
Those monks gonna win this game by themselves.
I do again want to call attention to Smith's deck list. If you're wondering, there are 3 Jeskai Revelations. It kind of feels like once one shows up, it's just a sign of more things to come with this deck list.
Sure, sure.
Here's Badger Mole Cub for Crawl. Gonna wake up a Verge. A lot of earthbending in this game.
Listen, you're in Bossing Say, where there is no war.
No war. Just Ouroboros.
All right, we knew the Ouroboros was there from the map earlier.
There's a crack of the map on the Ouroboros. Good one to grow with the Explorer. Badger Mole Cub revealed, so you're going to get a +1/+1 counter on the Ouroboros. Going to think about where to keep this Cub, though.
That is the funny spot where you're probably trying to figure out, okay, that's just a mana creature, but is Badger Mole Cub?
Right.
That's so many mana, but do I need mana?
It's 2 creatures, you know. It does stay on top here. Ouroboros is going to grow everything 2, thanks to that map, giving it a +1/+1 counter. Now the Verge will attack for 3. It's like Smith to 14 off of that. Gonna play land number 8 as we head back Smith's way. A little bit of a battlefield to clean up here.
Ooh, is that a pass?
Yeah, we're just going right back to crawl.
If you kill Ouroboros, most of the ways to do that are instant speed. We know that wasn't the other copy of Day of Judgment or the one Ultima in the deck.
Pre-combat, you see Gene Pollinator for crawl. It's like Bossing Say. It's going to earthbend another land.
What a card.
Yeah, Bossing Say has certainly been doing a lot here, but here is Jeskai Revelation number 2. It's going to be 4 damage to Badgermole Cub. Return Ouroboros to Crawl's hand. Make 2 more monks. Gain 4 life. Draw 2 cards. All right, back up Ouroboros.
Oh, yeah.
And the timing there, yeah. So Smith, when Crawl intimated he would like to pass the first main phase, that's when Smith says, all right, I got to get rid of this Ouroboros before that happens. That means we're still in main phase 1. That means Crawl deploys the second Ouroboros. So it gets this trigger, but it's quite a bit smaller than the one that was a 4-4 previously.
I think it's the same Ouroboros.
Oh, right, it
But,
was just
but
bounced,
resetting it is so huge. You also want to do it before the Badgermole Cub gets bigger than that.
So this Verge is going to come across. It's going to trade with 2 monks. It'll come back tap, but it's no longer a creature, and we'll head back to Smith.
Both players really getting to do their thing this game.
Right. Dale Smith came here to cast Jeskai Revelation.
I mean, I have to say, I'm starting to wonder if this is the real what would win every single spell in a Jeskai control deck or one propagated city.
Yeah, Bossing Say, really the thing keeping Crawl in this game. But that life total for Smith, it seems to be a little bit higher every time we check in.
Right. All right, Earthbend again.
Badgermole Cub. We got a 1/1 land creature. Crawl would love this Ouroboros to grow the team. Gonna activate Bossing Say to earthbend another land. This one's an English foil breeding pool.
Oh yeah,
Can spot that one.
I love the Rob Alexander arts. Come on.
Now, original Ravnica Shock Queens, they're all masterpieces.
Right, it definitely makes me feel like a snobby old head to, get real uppity about it, but come on.
Having taste does not make me a snob.
It does, but I mean, it's not the only thing.
Right.
I'll give you that.
My other properties are what make me a snob.
You have properties?
All right. That's what it is.
All right, Mr. Monopoly over here.
All right, so Ouroboros grows the team. We're going to see some attacks. Dale Smith just sitting there quietly with 8 untapped mana and a couple monks. They're not standing still. They're waiting. Waiting for what? Here is the attack from Crawl. It's a lot of power and toughness. Oh, wow. Just an activation of the Monastery for Smith. This is not something like an additional Jeskai Revelation.
Oh.
Couple monks in the way. You're going to see an Abrade, so 7 points in front of the Ouroboros. So that will be a trade, but meanwhile we're looking at 3, 7, 11 points of damage coming across.
That's a lot. 7, the lowest life total we've seen Smith at so far.
Finally, number go down. And up to land exiled by the archive. Not a tremendous amount of help, but we head back Smith's way.
It's always the awkward thing when you're playing a control deck and you're struggling to find lands early is you kind of know this.
Wow. Dale Smith runs out of cards, activates the Monastery again, just another land, and Christopher Kral wins the marathon at game 1.
That was a sick game 1.
That's wild.
Bossing say, not messing around.
That card is so real. Incredible.
Yeah. Look, you're not going to catch me arguing.
So players are going to go to sideboard. Dale Smith now down a game on Jeskai Control. Now, Simic or Borai, this is certainly going to be a matchup that was on his radar. We're looking at the sideboard. There's a couple cards that really stand out, but there's actually less that loudly screams for the matchup than I would expect.
Yeah, honestly, I think game 1, a lot of Smith's configuration looks pretty good into a creature matchup like this one. Naturally, he's going to be happy to reach for the Pyroclasms here. I also think Tishana's Tidebinder, very nice card in this spot where it can lock up an opposing Ouroboros forever, even if the opponent has acceleration, which is pretty nice, where you counter the combat triggered ability and then it loses abilities forever.
Sure.
Some amount of this is Smith actually getting cards out of the main deck. There are a couple of main deck copies of Rest in Peace that I do not think were for this matchup. Naturally, you might tag the back of a Nature's Rhythm, but that's not getting it to stay in the deck.
Right. As players, sideboard take a look at Christopher Kral, Simic or Ouroboros, going with the lots of 1s and 2s approach. I don't know how much Jeskai hear an eruption in the background.
Wow.
I think that we might have our top 8 announcement live. All
We'll
right,
see.
so
There's a few different events going on.
Yeah,
right
it could
now.
be anything. They could be anybody celebrating anything.
But we do know that going into this match, I would guess Kral is going to want to board Oculus as a better Nature's Rhythm target for lower resource games. It's also just like a fine top deck if the game does end up going really, really long. I think that Spider Sense as well as Sirach are both pretty reasonable cards here. It's not hard to talk me into Snakeskin Veil either. There's just a degree to which we saw Lightning Helix getting a ton of work put into it. Same with Get Lost. Trading for any of those cards for 1 mana sounds particularly nice to me.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And you know what else makes sense to me? Going to Portland in 2 weeks for another SCG Con. We'll be covering the regional championship out there, you and I, out at Portland. But that's not the only thing to do. Plenty of side events, a lot of cool things to check out at these SCG Con weekends. I'm pretty excited. Last year was my first trip to Portland. I'm excited to already be going back. It's a cool city.
Yeah, I'm very partial to Portland. That's when I would say I would go there 4 or 5 times a year because it's just the train down from Seattle is like $30 or something.
Nice.
Great food town, and in the world where you are able to make it out, hang out in the convention center, play some side events, play the main event even if you're lucky enough and have qualified. The convention center food is pretty reasonable, which is something I can't believe. Like normally, like you don't get out of bed expecting to say those words in that order, right? But instead of being $20 chicken tenders that are days old, they're like $8 chicken tenders that are kind of fresh, and you can get any sauce you want. It's pretty nice.
And that is going to be January 23rd through the 25th. Check out the details on that and all of the SCG Con events at starcitygames.com/SCGCon.
Probably gonna be playing some Legacy Friday.
I think I'm gonna RCQ Friday in Portland.
Trying to play the event.
Yeah.
That would be
so
funny.
I do have a qualification for the Portland-Milwaukee batch, so maybe I'll just leave you hanging and just play all weekend.
Give you the round 1 feature match. Be like, he's fired, and we're rooting against him.
Boo this man! All right, our players are underway. Christopher Kral opening up on Llanowar Elves into Sirach. Dale Smith with a couple of surveil lands to get us started. There is land number 3, and Kral's going to be untapping once again with Llanowar Elves, and that's Sirach ready to get busy.
And that's a spot where having a couple of tap lands early like that can be really awkward for Jeskai Control. But if it were something like No More Lies in Smith's hand, you couldn't even have countered the Sirach.
Here's a Warp of Quantum Riddler. You see Tishana's Tidebinder flashed in.
Whoa, okay.
Countering the draw
trigger? Okay, so it's counter the draw trigger. I believe it will still get warped out. And this is something that can block and trade with Sirach without giving another card to Kral. I think this is fine.
Yeah, pretty nice exchange. Yeah, warp putting on a delayed triggered exile the creature. That's already happened. It will still happen.
Right, it cares about how the spell was cast. It's not an ability printed on the card, quote unquote.
Crawl is going to offer that trade. Or not. Snakeskin Bell, that's going to save.
Not how that card usually does it.
No. Yeah, not really a matchup for combat tricks, but there you go. Dale Smith is 17. 5-4 Sirach on the table.
And the bossing say that could.
Oh my, this is looking good for Christopher Crawl early. So there is Day of Judgment. That was important for Smith to have.
Right, that was a question that was more or less being asked from the beginning.
Let's see what Crawl can do to reestablish. There is that bossing say. We'll see if there is land number 4, though. Here's Badgermole Cub, gonna wake up that Botanical Sanctum. They'll tap for 2, Gene Pollinator, and Llanowar Elves. And here is land 4, Breeding Pool tapped.
I will never be too old whenever my opponent taps a mana creature to just not say no blocks.
There is Ultima, though. The battlefield once again swept up.
And I believe the land is gone because the turn ends.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't recur from the earthbending, which is why we see Crawl back on 4 lands.
That is so brutal, but does peel back-to-back lands to be able to cast this Quantum Riddler. That resolves. He'll draw 2, so not out of it, but some pretty big swings there for Dale Smith. And here is Wan Shi Tong, X equals 4.
Okay, all right.
Draws a couple of cards, has a 5/5 Flying Vigilance. Can't quite jam into the Quantum Riddler, but, you know, Lightning Helix could clean that up.
Y'all came to the wrong library.
All right, so Crawl is going to draw. So there were 3 cards in hand. There's a tap Breeding Pool as land for turn. Here is Badgermole Cub. Going to do some earth bending. Wakes up Breeding Pool. We'll head back to Dale Smith, who's going to use Quarry Mountain Monastery, finds Get Lost. Quantum Riddler, Get Lost. Okay, and Crawl's going to protect with Origin of Metal Bending.
Nice, not bad. Is it indestructible or hexproof on Origins and metal bending? I know what it started as. What did it come out the other side as?
That is a great question, Carmen. It does add a +1/+1 counter, I'll tell you that much.
Perfect. All right, looks like it's indestructible,
Ooh,
so you
get the
still get the maps. There you go.
All right,
I promise I wasn't just trying to go, hey, Ryan, do you know every word of text on this card?
Pop quiz. I know how much you like quizzes. Okay, Pyroclasm here for Dale Smith. Going to clean up the smaller creatures. Quantum Riddler and Wan Shi Tong now doing a little bit of staring at each other. Here is a backup Sirach. Crawl just really still in this game after some huge exchanges for Smith.
I mean, I think game 1 was the game that Smith was expecting to win in this matchup, so it was a large upset for Crawl to get that pre-sideboard.
See, a map is going to explore the Riddler. That'll grow. Going to put a Spider Manifestation in the graveyard. Here you see a crack of the other map, also on the Riddler. Botanical Sanctum, that'll go to hand. But now Quantum Riddler large enough to attack into Wan Shi Tong.
It's really interesting where you have to wonder if that's something Crawl is interested in. There's a point where you know your opponent is sort of at the Jeskai revelation phase of the game. You can just lose this race from here.
Sure. What's the alternative?
Bigger board, better person.
To wait some time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's interesting. It's really interesting. I think the texture of the hands really determine a lot here.
We'll see where Crawl lands.
I suspect you want to get in.
It is just 1 card in hand. Yeah, so
Yeah.
here is the attack.
Right, especially when you're facing down this Quarry Mountain Monastery. You really are just treading water if you're not attacking.
Smith is going to throw Wan Shi Tong in front. So Quantum Riddler will eat the Owl, and there is Lightning Helix. This draws Crawl a card off of the Surrak, or not. Here's Sashana's Tidebinder.
That spell can't be countered. Its ability not so lucky.
Right, yeah, there goes Quantum Riddler. Dale Smith gonna gain some life. We've seen that before. Up to 18. Right, we're gonna head back Smith's way. Here's Meticulous Archive. Gonna surveil away another land. Don't really need that one to make spells uncounterable. And Tachana's Tidebinder will attack. Wow.
Hey, Jeskai Revelation. That's cool.
A big tap.
Oh.
Right, bounce my Tidebinder, kill your Surrak, make 2 monks, gain 4 life, draw 2 cards. Deece. Right, we saw Smith lose from a similar position in game 1.
I don't know if it was that similar. It was similar. I will grant you that.
And post sideboard, there's just going to be, you mentioned those main deck rest in pieces, which are totally blank. It's going to be all gas in the form of spells for Smith in this game 2 situation. Bossing Say is going to wake up a land that's going to attack for 2. Your Spider Manifestation, but Smith says that's not even worth my monks.
All right.
And that happened. Welcome back to the booth. No idea what's happening in the match. Presumably,
Howdy, gang.
the director will tell me what's going on. That happens sometimes when we cut away randomly. All right, let's
It'll
get back
be
to
okay.
the match.
We'll get to it.
Ooh, I like this in-between phase. This is fun. This is new. Okay, welcome back to Magic. Here's a Meringue River region.
That was nice. No, it is cool, right? Instead of watching our players have to tank before casting their big spell, we had to tank for a little bit. Now we're back, and the big spell's still in play.
It's fun to have a varied experience. You know, keep you on your toes.
Exactly.
Dale Smith here, firmly in the driver's seat. That Meringue River Regent, it's going to eat that Spider Manifestation. Yeah, that has reach. Congratulations, you get to chump block against a control deck. So Crawl has that Bossing Say. That was a big deal in game 1. Going to make this Verge up to a 4/4 and will attack. Smith's going to flash in the Unagi at Kyoshi Island, and that's all she wrote. We're going to a deciding game number 3 here. Dale Smith evens things up.
Fairly academic version of how Smith wants the match to end up playing out. I know it can be scary whenever Crawl starts with something like a Llanowar Elf, but in a game like that one, Smith was basically able to say, hey, okay, I'm going to take a little bit of damage early, but I'm going to continue developing along the way and then make enough mana profitable trades that it's going to come out in the wash. Jeskai Revelation and Lightning Helix are both good at making up any early life loss, just like we've seen in games 1 and 2.
Kind of a big difference there in game 2 as opposed to game 1. Smith had several cards in hand as Crawl just kind of attacked with creatures and Smith died. We saw Monastery being activated. Big difference there. You mentioned those Tashana's Tiebinders. They were going to play. They played in that game, absolutely. And there's just no blanks in the sideboard configuration. That's going to be a big difference maker there.
Right. There's an extent to which the Unagi of Kyoshi Island, a card that it's not clear if that's just the one that's in Smith's main deck or if he brought in the second copy, but just having a big flash blocker plays pretty well in a lot of these games.
Standard plays pretty well. We got some standard events coming up here. It's actually going to be SCG Con Milwaukee in February, a regional championship. So if you're qualified, you can come out there and play the main event. But there's plenty of side events, be they standard, limited, legacy, whatever your fancy is. Come out to Milwaukee and play that February 20th to the 22nd. Find the information on that event at StarCityGames.com/SCGCon.
Do you know if that Convention Center still has the security guard statue at the door?
I'm so glad you asked. It's been a while since I've gone, but Milwaukee Convention Center is known for this wax statue of a security guard placed right by the door that I have seen probably 100 people jump scare from.
I have physically jumped because of that. Because, I think I top-aided some classic or something there once, and it's like 11 p.m., and I round the corner, and there's someone just standing there.
At attention.
Right.
All right, we are here for our decider in game number 3 of round 15. Christopher Crawl on the play with Llanowar Elves into Sirach, Elusive Hunter. This was the start in game number 2.
This is the draw.
It was not good enough then. Can he do it in game 3?
Being on the play, a really big difference maker with this sort of card.
Dale Smith once again just making land drops. That's what the deck does. We'll find out what happens in terms of interaction. See if Crawl does anything pre-combat.
The land being untapped, really nice in this position.
Here's an attack for 5. Looks like Smith will take it. Down to 15. And pass of the turn. All right, content to just leave the battlefield where it is. As is Smith, land and go.
Fair enough.
Kind of looks like both players are posturing towards Day of Judgment.
Right, this is the spot where Crawl is saying, all right, well, you can only take 5 a couple more times.
Well, Dale Smith has proved that that is simply not true. He can take top 5 many times.
That's fair.
All right, so here's the attack. There's going to be a Tishana's Tiebinder, and Origin of Metal Bending will save Sirach.
Okay. And tramples over for a little, if memory serves.
Yep, some damage coming through. Smith to 11. Post-combat, we see a shock on a breeding pool and a pass.
Ooh.
Question is, does it mean there's interaction, or is it just that free to bluff? As we see land go for Dale Smith, and once again, we're back to Christopher Crawl's side of things. And that +1/+1 counter, that was only 4 damage, not 5. Because the counter is permanent, this is still a 2-turn clock.
Absolutely. Playing the Tidebinder did not impact the clock. It did force a trade on cards, which is not nothing. But all of a sudden, this Sirach is now also out of range of a bunch of cards like Lightning Helix.
Crawl is going to shock in breeding pool and cast Ouroboros pre-combat. Okay, so Smith's going to Tishana's Tidebinder the Ouroboros trigger.
Okay, so it looks like it is unlikely Crawl had Spider Sense, or he's saving it for a Day of Judgment or Ultima that might follow this up.
Right. Yeah, the Tidebinder, that's not what the game's about. As here comes Sirach for 6 more points. Smith down to 5 points. All right, tap land and a pass. Crawl now has access to that 1/3 Ouroboros as an attacker. There's pre-combat Spider Manifestation. And a Warp of Quantum Riddler. That makes sense. Get some cards out of the hand.
Sure. This is a spot where now if you have the card back to answer something like this, then all of a sudden, to answer a sweeper, then you can feel free to commit a little bit more into a Day of Judgment.
Smith is going to respond with 3 steps ahead, copying Tishana's Tidebinder, going to counter the Riddler trigger to draw cards. And now, I think we're going to find out what Crawl has for interaction, and it is indeed Spider Sense. Counter 3 steps ahead, draw 2 cards off the Riddler. All right, Sirach plus Ouroboros attack. That's a lethal attack. Yeah, the Tiebinder can eat the Ouroboros. That's fine. It was turning it off anyway. 5 points comes across. Smith to 1.
Not much.
No.
Not much.
Riddler warps away. Dale Smith draws for turn.
A lot of questions being asked of Smith. Oh, that is the face of someone who I think sees the writing on the wall, but maybe not.
And we'll find out. Tiebinder attacks. There's a block and a trade.
All right, I believe that's Ultima.
That is Ultima. Sweeper was needed to stay in the game. Smith had it. We head back to Christopher Crawl. Oh my God!
Oh!
Nature's Rhythm, X equals 2. Badger will come attack you with Breeding Pool. You're at 1. Incredible. I was thinking this is a Simic deck. There's nothing going on with haste.
Whoa!
We're going to play some more turns. There's a Quantum Riddler.
Whoa!
That's all fine and good. No. Christopher Crawl says, I am going to win right now. Advances to 12-3. And I have to believe we're going to see Christopher Crawl in the top 8.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason I believe that is because I'm looking at the top 8 bracket right here.
Ooh. All right, so first of all, let's double check. Are we going to be seeing more Magic, or are we going to be going to a top 8? I don't want to spoil if we're going to be watching any backup matches.
That's a really good point. My director informs us that we're done, which makes sense
Right,
given that
perfect.
they have done the top 8 announcement.
Look!
It can take some
Look!
time.
Oh,
you
okay.
You were doing your diligence. You
I'm
were doing
Ryan.
your-
I don't want to watch more games of Magic. That's
That-
how you sound.
Well, it's literally that is how I feel about Magic. I hate this game.
Whoa!
No, I love Magic. I adore Magic. But I want to talk about this top 8 bracket because there's some players who hope that they love Magic because they just earned a qualification to the Pro Tour.
Yes.
They are also going to be vying for one of them is going to take home $10,000
Yes.
for first place here at the Spotlight. So in first seed, we saw some players draw. So we know Eli Swafford drew into top 8. He was at the top of the
Top
standings.
seed 13-1-1 with that ID is what I want to say.
That's our Mono Green Landfall player. Is going to be playing against Kai Nelson, who we just watched. That's our 8th seed. We have Javier Ramos against Christopher Crawl, who we just saw punch his tip into the top 8. Corey Burkhart made it in. Simic Boroboroid. We saw him draw the top 8.
Welcome.
We have not covered his Magic this weekend, but he's always doing well at this
Oh,
event.
welcome to Sunday. That's
Yeah.
Corey Burkhart.
All right, absolutely. Kenneth Oswald will be the 7th seed, will be Corey's opponent. Max Kameniski against Oliver Tomiko. So some big names in the top 8 here.
Oh, yeah. A lot of really cool stuff going on. I'm sure that we're going to have another barn burner between Kamenowski and Tomiko in top 8. Hopefully get to tune into a little bit of that one at least. But I'm excited about all of the different decks that you're seeing in top 8 because so many of these are decks that don't have a solved list yet.
Right.
In general, a lot of these players put in the work, learned how they wanted to be kind of navigating each individual kind of matchup or each individual sub-matchup in the case of some decks like the Izzet variants.
Yes, yeah, and this big weekend for Green. You know, we have the top 8 to watch, but after the World Championship, there was so much talk. Is it's on top again?
Right.
What are we going to do about all these blue-red decks? Well, we're gonna kill them dead with giant green creatures. That's what we're going to do, and it's working out for a lot of players. And we have a top 8 to play. We're going to see how this plays out. We're going to take a break. Players got to get set up. Carmen and I will drink some water. We'll get ready for some top 8 Magic, and we'll see exactly who is going to take down the spotlight here. We'll be back shortly for some top 8 Magic. Good afternoon, gamers. Welcome to Top 8 coverage of Magic Spotlight the Avatar here at SCG Con Atlanta. I'm Ryan Overturf. She's Carmen Comparens. We had 785 players on day number 1 in competition. We cut that down to 180 for day 2, and now it is down to 8. All of these players have just earned a qualification to the Pro Tour, but we got some more scores to settle. We're not done here just yet.
Right, we keep joking, or not even joking, but acknowledging the fact that for a lot of these players, top 8 validates a ton of effort going into this event, specifically on the back of that Pro Tour qualification that is not as good as it gets today. Players got locked up at least $1,000 cash for top 8ing on top of that Pro Tour invitation, but from here, if they top 4, they're getting $2,500. If they finals, they're getting $5K, and they're getting 10 racks if they win the whole event.
A lot on the line here. Let's take a look at our bracket. Remember, we're using that modified Swiss play draw rule for seeding that's implemented longer ago than I would care to admit. But the matchup we're going to be starting with, we won't talk about this one too much right now. We're going to circle back. We have the number 1 seed, Eli Swafford, who will be on the play as long as he continues to be in the tournament on Mono Green Landfall against Kai Nelson on Bant Airbending. We'll get back to that in a minute. Then we have the 4 and 5 seed Javier Ramos against Christopher Kral. This is a Simic Ouroboros mirror. Do you have more to say than being on the play, being nice in the mirror?
So what I have learned online is you want to have pure intentions, or good intentions, and be pure of heart.
Okay.
That is one of the best ways to win these sorts of matchups. I have seen some cool sideboard cards that vary a little bit from list to list. You know, Melt Strider's Resolve is one of the most common ones we've seen, but I've even seen River's Rebuke showing up in the sideboard.
Then we have the 3 versus 6, Max Kaminowski for Solivate Maiko. That's an Is It Lessons mirror, so I imagine that good intentions and pureness of heart going to be a big factor here as well.
That and the stack. Really big part of this matchup. I know we've already seen it once today, so I'm really excited to see how that ends up playing out. That is just our backup match, however.
Yeah, and then we have Corey Burkhardt, our 2 seed on Simic Ouroboros against Kenny Oswald on Celestia Landfall. So that's that Landfall deck that you like. How does it feel on the draw against Ouroboros?
One of the nice things is that sometimes it can just feel like a non-interactive match where you're trying to go really fast with the likes of, let's say, Mana Gorger Hydra and just see who can actually drag race faster than the other one. But being on the draw, really tough in any sort of green mirror.
All right, so now let's circle back to that 1 versus 8. That's where our coverage is going to begin on top 8s. We have Mono Green Landfall against Bant Airbending. These are decks we've seen a little bit throughout the tournament. We've been seeing a lot more Ouroboros. Let's look at this Mono Green Landfall deck. So this deck is trying to make a lot of land drops, kind of apply pressure early, but there are some ways to go along. This Earthbender Ascension stuff, you can use Esper Origins, so it's an aggressively slanted deck, and it doesn't really interact with your opponent, but it does have some tools to go along.
Right, and a lot of what this deck is trying to do is capitalize on a bunch of the Is It Lessons players that you see in the room. This is a deck that's really good at saying, oh, you want to take some time casting your engine pieces? Unfortunately, you ran out of life along the way. It's going to struggle a little bit more in this sort of matchup, but you touched on this a bit a minute ago. Swafford being on the play throughout the top 8 is going to be huge when there's this much green representation in the room.
Yeah, definitely where you want to be when it comes to a Llanowar Elves mirror. Now let's take a look at the 8 seed, the other side of this matchup, Kai Nelson on Bant Airbending combo. Another Llanowar Elves deck, but this one is one where generally you're going to want some interaction because there's an infinite combo here.
Right, so the combo is using some combination of Aang Swift Savior or Airbender Ascension, plus Appa Steadfast Guardian whenever there is a Doc Orlok Grizzled Genius in play, to basically just cast and airbend spells an infinite number of times, since Doc Orlok reduces the cost of casting an airbend spell, with Appa giving you a 1/1 token each time that you do that. So this is a deck that can literally create infinite power and toughness.
So you have that combo. You have Aang and Airbender Ascension, which can be really good against these landfall creatures to really stem the bleeding. But as you mentioned, that being on the play for Eli Swafford, that's really big for this deck. Who do you like in this matchup?
I think I am going to give this one to Nelson. It breaks my heart. But I would guess that Nelson is slightly favored here, especially since this is a far more linear version of this combo deck than we've seen some players try to bring on the weekend. A lot of folks are trying to figure out the balance between creature interactive thing versus all in on the combo. 4 copies of Ang at the Crossroads and all of the combo pieces and the fixins in the list means that this deck is going to be great at executing on declaring the largest number that Kai Nelson can think of and incorporating it onto the battlefield.
Does it change your evaluation at all if I tell you I'm getting word that Eli Swafford is pure of heart and has only the best intentions?
Listen, here's the thing. I am not one to judge one's intentions or how pure of heart they are. So I don't think I can really be one to judge the impact that that's going to have in the game.
Sure.
Me referencing it previously on the Simic or Boroid point, that's just because we got boots on the ground. We're talking to the top players at the top tables, and that is the lowdown that they gave me. I just want to share it with the good people at home.
Yeah, just telling you what I heard. But we don't got to wait anymore. It sounds like our players are ready. Let's go ahead and get down to some top 8 Magic here at Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. Right, welcome to top 8 coverage here at Magic Spotlight, the Avatar at SCG Con Atlanta. Here we see our number 1 seed, Eli Swafford on Mono Green Landfall. Will be on the play as long as he can stay in the top 8. The big obstacle right now is going to be Kai and Nelson and this Bant Airbending combo deck.
In some ways, it feels like Nelson has to have a little bit of plot armor, right? This is Spotlight the Avatar, and this is the Airbending deck with 8 Angs in it.
Right. Tons of Avatar cards on display here. A combo focused off of a new mechanic from the set. See players starting off just with lands. Swafford's going to use an escape tunnel to find a forest. Just a Botanical Sanctum. No Llanowar Elves on either side here so far.
Notably, escape tunnel is one of the ways to possibly break through infinite 1/1s.
Yeah, and making things unblockable. And with the deck having 4 Ice Till Explorers, even when you use it, you still might have access to it later.
Exactly.
Here is Badger Mole Cub going to Earthbend for Swafford. See if Nelson can match that. And he can. We've seen a lot of Badger Mole Cubs this weekend, and we are not done with that yet, not by a long shot.
Every mountain starts as a molehill.
Right, here's a tap for a Mightforn Harmonizer. It's a tap for 4, so it looks like we're just casting it, and here comes Badger Mole Cub.
This is one of the more threatening starts that this deck can offer. Really putting Nelson to the test. Super quick.
We'll see what Nelson can do about it now at 18. With that starting town, has access to full Bant mana. You could see some white disruption here.
I mean, one of the things that is notable is the disruption that Nelson has access to is all fairly temporary. So these are things like Airbender Ascension or Aang Swift Savior. So Swafford could just spend 2 mana and recast the Harmonizer.
Here's Gene Pollinator. There is Bramble Familiar. So just some more little creatures here for Nelson.
I do appreciate whenever a player is fairly quick to just say, okay, I mean, if you got it, and we're going to move on.
There's a tapped Multiversal Plains as we head to Swafford. So now we're untapping with Mightform Harmonizer. We can do some doubling.
And you can see the gears turning in Swafford's head.
Swafford surveying the battlefield, going to give this one a think. You have access to potentially auto damage. This deck long on these escape tunnel, fabled passages type lands. Every landfall lets you double a creature's power and toughness. When you get 2 land drops, you get to double. If you get an Ice Till Explorer, you can really get out of hand. But as it stands, these chump blockers, they are a problem. You need something like getting the active Earthbender Ascension to give trample. You mentioned escape tunnel to be unblockable. I think it's pretty tough without maybe like a second Mightform Harmonizer to try to represent lethal on this turn.
Right, and this is the strange spot where if you have something like an Ice Till Explorer in your hand, the math gets really hard.
Sure.
Okay, My opponent's at 18 if I play this, and then I play the Explorer, double the Cub. Can I unblockable? Do I need trample?
Here is Fabled Passage, double the Cub. Here is Bossing Say, Earthbend, the Fabled Passage. Pretty big interaction for these landfall decks. When you Earthbend, that means if it goes to the graveyard, it just re-enters tapped. That means you can sacrifice the passage to go find a land, and it just re-enters. So that's double landfalls. Here's an attack with 2 4/4s.
Holy. So both of these are threatening to be 16 power at the moment.
Yeah, so you got to block
Or
at least
more?
one, right?
Or wait, is it more? No, it's not more. You do have to block at least one, or this will be 20. There is technically the chance that Swafford could have royal treatment and make either of them lethal.
Ooh, yeah, +1/+1 in response to the first doubling.
It would,
Or
I think it would be
actually-
the second
yeah,
for weird reasons, but that would make it 18.
Right, yes.
Which
you don't
great-
need 20,
great number.
you only need 18.
Correct.
All right, so Nelson thinking that all through. Puts Gene Pollinator in front of Badger Mole Cub. You see Swafford moving here. Gonna sacrifice that Fabled Passage. Just gonna re-enter. Double the unblocked Might 4 and Harmonizer. Go and find a forest. Seems as if we are coming in for 16.
All right, Nelson to 2.
2's not 0. All right, we're gonna head Nelson's way.
Bossing Say has done so much work in the feature match area this weekend. Both is just an inevitability engine, and there it's somehow made things more explosive.
Right. Yeah, that interaction with these fetch land type effects, really powerful stuff. Very nice in conjunction with landfall. And Swafford just has 3 cards left over as well.
Yeah, you ever just consider that Swafford didn't cast a spell that turn?
Okay, here is Aang at the crossroads for Nelson. Gonna take a look at the top 5. Finds Doc Arlock as card number 5. That's part of the combo. That's an important part of
It's
the
a
combo.
step in the right direction.
The other combo pieces are all interchangeable, but that's the one that reduces the cost. Here's a Plains. There is Airbender Ascension. Okay, okay. Airbend that Bramble Familiar. Now you can 0 mana fetch quest. Here it comes, looking at the top 7. Aang at the crossroads among them. Aang Swift Savior as well. Really was
Appa
looking
is
for
the-
Appa,
right.
right. But the Aang at the crossroads, that's 5 more looks for an Appa, right?
So Aang Swift Savior, I would guess, is the get because you can hit your own Aang at the crossroads.
Sure, and then you also have access to the Aang Swift Savior.
Right, you
Better
also-
than just Legend Ruling.
Exactly, and you technically get an extra counter on your Airbender Ascension this way if that ends up mattering, because that can give you an additional look on the instep.
Sure, yeah, there it is. Ascension to 1. Aang blinks, Aang comes right back. Taking a look at the top 5. There is Appa, and that is an airbending combo.
Well, it's infinite 1/1s.
Ooh, you're saying that maybe there's an escape tunnel avenue for Swafford to still win?
Yeah, so it's interesting, right? So there's infinite 1/1s. I think from here you also can maybe Aang an infinite number of times. Swift Savior an infinite number of times because there is an extra combo piece in here for Nelson.
Yeah, the Appa can blink both the Ascension and the Aang.
Right, okay, so we're going to see the Ascension come back. 1/1 happens. Earthbent lands, reset.
You see Swafford kind of chuckle and announce a Might 4 Harmonizer trigger there. And Nelson showing us exactly the power of this Banth Airbending combo deck.
All right. So that's infinite 1/1s and
airbend your
Swafford's creatures are airbent.
And I think if you end with the Aang just waiting airbent, that should insulate you against this bossing, say, plus escape tunnel, which would be Swafford's out.
Yes.
Right, there you see that big stack of allies. I think that there's more than 8.
Oh, does Badger Mole Cub just make it lethal if you can airbend your own cub infinitely? Well, I guess there has to be an untapped land in that world.
Right. 10,000. That's the number of allies.
I have advertised it previously as the largest number Kai Nelson can think of. I appreciate the restraint.
Right. A really disciplined 10,000. Happens to be the first place prize for those keeping track at home.
Oh.
Kai Nelson has his sights on that trophy.
Oh, is Aang at the Crossroads also just going to put all of the creatures in Nelson's deck into play? That's not bad.
You also do get to make the lands gigantic. You can earthbend, no attacking this turn, but you get to keep doing it.
And you can see Swafford just saying, okay, I gotta admit, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, so you're getting a feel for the different natures of things you get to go off with as you iterate through this combo. It's not just arbitrarily large allies. You get to keep blinking this Aang. Once you have this many pieces, if you're just using 2 things back and forth, the Airbender Ascension plus Aang, you don't really get all this stuff. It's really the Appa plus the additional piece that's really putting this over. All right, so Aang at the Crossroads going to keep cycling through those top 5 cards.
And I think Bramble Familiar is likely a nice get. So this actually lets you start to get other kinds of permanents. Normally you've been restricted to creatures with something like Aang, but because Bramble Familiar can put a land into play untapped, you could kill this turn by now blinking, hypothetically, a Badger Mole Cub an infinite number of times.
Sure. We're going to keep going through the deck and put some Llanowar Elves on the table. Why not? Nelson delighting in showing off his collection right now. And I have this one, and I have this one. I have 2 of these. I got 4 of these. Looks like lining up right now to have 1 of each legendary creature on the battlefield, leaving an Aang over Airbend to be free cast. All right, pass to Swafford. Gonna take a look at the top card of the deck. Gonna crack Fabled Passage. Gonna find a basic forest. Notably, with all those iterations, this means that Nelson doesn't just have Aang Swift Savior airbend. There's also an Appa hanging out over there, so you can just airbend through multiple things happening here. So here's activation of bossing. Say there's escape tunnel, so Swapper's going to try it. Aang is going to airbend it, and now we're going to go to game number 2.
There is the point where, when you're playing for this kind of money, you are going to make your opponent demonstrate that they know that they have you.
Right, absolutely. But Kai Nelson going to be up a game over Eli Swafford as players reach for the sideboards. So for our 1 seed, the mono green landfall player, what does Eli Swafford have to try to even things up against this interactive combo deck?
Mossborn Hydra is the first card that sticks out to me. That's the type of thing that is the best whenever all you need is to really go fast. I think this is the kind of matchup where you really cannot spend a bunch of time just trying to outgrind your opponent. You do just need to be the aggressor in this sort of spot. The other thing you could look at is Meltstrider's Resolve. This is something that is going to be pretty good in any of your mana creature sort of mirrors. It's good at checking opposing Badger Mole Cubs, and if your opponent just exposes something like Doc Orlock, you're going to be able to tag it. It is more risky. in the face of some of the temporary interaction that Nelson's brought to the table. Swift Savior blows it out, for example. But that's going to be true of most interactive spells that green is going to be able to cast. So those are the first things I'd be looking at. Paw Patch Formation is another one that can break up the combo and buy a turn. Some of this comes down to how much Swafford is actually trying to dilute his deck at the end of the day. There's some stuff that sticks out to me as probably not what the games are about. Lumbering World Wagon, for example, is something that is not at its best here. Serac Elusive Hunter, also maybe not the best. But other than that, I don't think Swafford's trying to mess with the formula too much.
For Kai Nelson, our Bant airbending player, we saw Avatar's Wrath be really good against the Simic Ouroboros deck. This matchup seems to have a similar texture here.
Yeah, I think this is a spot where, similar to the blue-green Ouroboros matchup that we saw earlier with Nelson, a lot of what Nelson is trying to do is slow the game down a decent amount and try and just use the combo as a sort of inevitability tool. Avatar's Wrath, Aven Interrupter, and these Seam Rips all look exceptional here. Spider Sense as well is something else that can knock Swafford off balance.
Is there any merit to Reclamation Saging and Earthbender Ascension? It doesn't seem great.
I don't think that's what these games are going to be about most of the time. I would guess that one stays in the sideboard. I think that's just diluting things more than it's really helping them.
Yeah, makes sense to me. What else makes sense to me is getting out to one of the great SCG Con events coming up this year. We're in Atlanta this weekend, but we're coming to a lot of cities across the country. We're going to be in Portland in 2 weeks. You and I are going to be covering the regional championship out there. Really excited for that. Another RC and pair there. So Portland and Milwaukee was the two standard RCs here. In February, we'll be in Milwaukee. We're going to be going to Richmond, Cincinnati, D.C., Vegas, Dallas, Baltimore, L.A., Hartford. Many of these are going to be these Magic Spotlight Open events. You can roll up and play the main event. They all have great side events, and there's some awesome cities to travel to.
Was the last time Star City Games went to L.A. in like 2018 or something?
Certainly been a minute. I know that I played in LA Invitational in like 2013-14. I never worked an LA show.
I'm trying to think when that was. That I think that was either 2012 or 2013. Was 12 too early?
So what I can tell you is that Deathrite Shaman was legal in Legacy and only kind of starting to catch on.
Yeah, I want to say that was the Invitational that Reed Duke won with the Farseek sort of off-splash Innistrad land Thragtusk deck.
Could be. Let's go ahead and see what else is happening in our top 8 here as players are working on sideboarding for game number 2. Whoa, we got a lot going on in our Ouroboros versus Landfall matchup. So Corey Burkhart has some gigantic Ouroboros stuff going on, and Kenny Oswald also has gone wide with Ouroboros. And it looks like we're on Oswald's turn, deploying a fresh Ouroboros.
I think this is Christopher Kral on the bottom and Javier Ramos up top. I think our names might be misplaced here, but
this is our
I would recognize
mirror.
Those beautiful breeding pools anywhere.
Right, yeah, this is not Celestial Landfall at all, so yes. All right, but to the game happening here, when both players are scaling with Ouroboros, what's the plan? Do you wait till every creature is lethal and you have more, or is there a way to break it through?
Right, that's a lot of it is sort of counting the creatures. Ouroboros make it to where it is really hard for either of you to attack into the other one until you have one more lethal creature than your opponent has blockers.
That Keen-Eyed Curator having Trample, I mean, it would be something if it weren't for the 4 billion toughness on the other side of the table.
Right, it's really tough, where +4/+4 sounds nice, except how many dice behind are you?
If you could somehow give that to the Ouroboros, we might be talking.
Ooh, and notably something I will say about Kral's list that I like, especially post-board, is I believe, if memory serves correctly, he had access to River's Rebuke? Yes. River's Rebuke out of the sideboard is exactly the kind of card you want to break up this sort of board style.
As we like to say on my local play group, did you know that card's in Foundations?
Yes. Anecdotally, I can say, as the person who led the starter collection in its development, it is my fault that one is in Standard.
All right, we have our names corrected here, as you were saying. Javier Ramos on the top, Christopher Kral, the player with the foil breeding pools on the bottom. I think players are making a plan to acquire enough dice to track this game going forward. We've run out of the, something we do in coverage, we use white dice for positive counters, +1/+1 counters, black dice for -1/-1 counters, or other permanent types. But yeah, we're using the black dice for the positive counters on creatures right now. We are running low.
Yeah, normally you get the D12 out for a planeswalker or something like that, but listen, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. It's always, these players aren't even necessarily having to think about something here so much as they are trying to figure out how to maintain their own board state, which is tough.
No kidding. This is one of those matchups where if you're playing in a Magic Arena, you find yourself very grateful for the client's tracking power and toughness.
Okay, so there is... I will say one way to break this open is by having more flyers. There are 2 flyers on Kral's side coming into the red zone. Okay, I have a feeling that the 9 on this Ouroboros is representing a 9 on everything else on the table.
Right. I suppose that's the other way you decide you've won in combat, is if you attack and your opponent has to block and your stuff is big enough to eat anything.
Right, if you force them to trump their whole battlefield away, normally if you're able to let one of your creatures survive, you can let, say, your Ouroboros be the thing that survives, and then its own power doubles and you can win on the way back. If too much dies at once, and Kral in this case has an extra blocker back, then that doesn't work anymore, and Ramos just falls too far behind.
So here is a big attack. We're lining up blockers. We'll find out what happened there later. We are back to our 1 versus 8 matchup. Eli Swafford's fetching up a forest, as the deck often does. No Llanowar Elf, no 1 for Nelson. We'll see what Swafford can add on to. Game 1, we saw dueling Badgermole Cubs. Always a good one to have on turn 2. We'll see what Swafford has. Bossing Say, and there's the Cub. Opening up that forest and pass back to Nelson. And once again, everybody's online with Badgermole Cub.
And this is why you've seen players starting to bring in things like Melt Strider's Resolve. How good would that be here?
Yeah, you want to break up that Cub parity. Nelson also sideboarding 4 Seam Rips, paying a lot of respect to the Cub.
Ooh.
There's a basic forest at land for turn for Swafford. Casting another Badgermole Cub, going to Earthbend that forest. That now taps for 3 mana.
Whoa.
Here's a tap of 4 for Ice-Till Explorer. All right, play that Fabled Passage out of the graveyard. Has a trigger to mill 1 card. Will fetch in response. Going to go find a forest. So now 2 cards will be milled by the Explorer.
Normal turn 3 stuff happening, guys.
Just a very reasonable curve. 2 into 2+4. Mills Mightform Harvenizer and Earthbender Ascension. Has 3 cards in hand. Gonna offer a trade, attack that Cub. I cannot imagine Nelson is obliged to take that. He'll fall to 18.
I love the attack. Swafford is the one who has to win with quote-unquote regular combat damage. And we saw last game, he was just 2 points short.
Right? Get it while it's good. There's Starting Town as land number 3 for Nelson. Has access to 4 mana here. Though Nelson's deck has a lot more to do at instant speed. Kind of the incredible thing about this Bant Airbending combo deck is that 2 of your combo pieces are just pretty serious flash cards.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, you are perfectly happy to play the kind of Spell Queller, kind of Mana War at instant speed.
You see Nelson pass there with 4 mana up. Golly gee shucks, nothing to play.
Unlucky.
So we head back to Swafford. That Ice-Tail Explorer is there. There's a Fabled Passage, so access to a lot of landfall triggers. We don't have any Might Form Harmonizer, Airbender Ascension, any of that stuff just yet, but plenty of mana to get set up here. Question is, what's in the hand? What can Swafford add to this battlefield? Going to start with Fabled Passage. Going to mill a Llanowar Elf off of the Ice-Tail Explorer.
And this is so interesting because when your land's tapped for this much, you start to go, what do I want to use Bossing Say on? Because you can just turn something else into a quote-unquote mana creature.
Yeah, no kidding. So Fabled Passage finds Basic Forest. Going to mill another card. Ice-Tail Explorer hits the bin. Still 1 land drop remaining for Swafford. It'll be the Fabled Passage from the graveyard again. Get a mill a card for the Explorer.
Seed Ship Impact. Okay, I mean, that makes some sense to come in out of the board if you're expecting all of the scene rips.
Right.
It also hits the Airbender Ascension, so there are a few different ways that card plays.
Yeah, that makes sense. And when you destroy those small artifacts and enchantments, you get the Lander, which this deck can make use of.
Absolutely.
Alright, so the forest is going to tap for 3 mana to use Bossing Say to grow the other forest up to a 3/3.
Interesting.
And here's an attack? Yeah, here comes the team.
All right. This is 9.
Alright, so we'll find out what Nelson has at instant speed here. Starting town is going to deal him a point to 17, and here comes Aang, Swift Savior. The 2/3 blocker, good in the face of these Badgermole Cubs. Plus gets to airbend away that forest, at least attempt to do so. We'll see what Swafford has to say about that. The forest does get airbent. That's going to re-enter though. Ice-Tail Explorer mills a forest. And now Nelson's going to line up blocks.
Looks like there's maybe some thinking going on here.
Going to be Aang on Badgermole Cub.
Close.
It's going to be royal treatments to save the Badgermole Cub and eat the Aang in combat.
Do you see this forest?
I have these in my deck. So royal treatment, giving +1/+1 and giving a royal roll to that Badgermole Cub.
The word 1 pretty nice. It's looked like Nelson's deck has been tight on mana literally every turn.
Yes.
I say that as Nelson has a mana left over this turn, but you know, you understand the spirit of it.
Right, right. And 4 points coming across, Nelson to 13. Getting the Aang off the battlefield is going to be significant. Swafford's very vulnerable to that combo generally. So we'll head back Nelson's way.
Right, any way you can find to make your cards line up in a sort of anti-combo way, gonna be a huge win in Swafford's seat.
Let's see if Nelson has anything to get up to at sorcery speed this turn. We haven't seen any seam rips, anything like that in this game. At 13, you might think he has a little bit of time, but this mono green landfall deck certainly has some explosive potential draws. Nelson's going to shock in Multiversal Island down to 11. Tab of a 2 for Bramble Familiar, still leaving up 3 mana. Very much signaling another Aang in hand of the Swift Savior variety. As we head back to Swafford. For some reason I have a feeling one of those 3 cards in hand is a basic forest.
Could be any reason.
Has access to that Bossing Say Fabled Passage trick right now, though the landfall trigger is not doing a lot with just Ice Still Explorer.
Yeah, at this point you can feel Swafford really trying to figure out how to just get these last few points across. 11 looks like a lot of life, but against this deck it really isn't.
Swafford's going to crack Fabled Passage. Finds a forest, going to mill a card to that Ice Till Explorer after shuffling. Big thing that plays out of the graveyard are 4 copies of Esper Origins, which can be a pretty good one to mill. Might form Harmonizer milled, though. That's one you'd rather have in hand.
Very true.
Going to play the Fabled Passage out of the graveyard for the Explorer. It's going to mill Lumbering World Wagon.
That card still being the deck has me wondering if Swafford cut Sasha's Chocobo.
Could be. That one's really tough to get airbent.
Yeah, right. You don't want it to get airbent. It's bad to get seam ripped. It gets chump blocked a lot.
Yeah, even if you have that like Destroyer Seam Rip exchange, getting the Chocobo back
Right,
is
what
so
do you
bad.
want?
So here's the crack of the Fabled Passage. Gonna find a forest, gonna mill a card. Bossing Say.
Puts
Goes-
it straight into play, but that is basically from the graveyard.
Right, and that's gonna mill a forest for that landfall trigger. Yeah, so that was the Fabled Passage already on the table, plus the 2 land drops for the turn at this point. Bossing Say is going to earthbend this forest. That's now a 2/2. And minimally, Swafford has the mana to earthbend with the other Bossing Say.
And attack if it were to earthbend a fresh forest.
So the freshly earthbent forest is going to activate the other Bossing Say. Here's another earthbent forest. Battlefield getting pretty wide here for Swafford.
Yeah, my read at this point is that Swafford actually has a bunch of reactive stuff in hand. And a lot of what we've been seeing with this Ice Till Explorer is Swafford just hoping to hit Esper Origins.
So
But being fine to just activate Bossing Say and hold up something like a Paw Patch formation.
So here's an attack with 3 2/2s and a 2/4. Apologies, 2 2/2s, 1 3/3, and a 2/4. I imagine now is when we're going to find out what Nelson's leaving up with that mana. Maybe not. From 11, you could just declare no blocks.
This is only 9 for now. I don't think there are a ton of instant speed ways to grow a creature. The royal treatment's already gone. It's possible Archdruid's Charm got cut.
So Nelson is going to flash in Angswift Savior before declaring box. Going to airbend something. It's going to be that attacking forest. Swafford says, sure, that's fine. Aang's going to jump in front of the 2/2 Badger Mole Cub. Looks like 5 points coming across. And this time the Aang will eat the Badger Mole in combat. Nelson to 6.
Okay, probably no Paw Patch formation in that world.
Now we'll head to Nelson. Now untapping with that Aang in play. Access to 5 mana, 6/7 actually, because of that Badger Mole Cub.
In a lot of ways, that turn actually maybe is a win for Swafford, even though he didn't really get to cast anything new. So, Aang, if in the world where Swafford isn't able to apply much pressure, Aang can just block, or excuse me, airbend the Bramble Familiar and let Nelson get a ton of virtual mana that way.
So here's a big tap. Looks like floating a mana here.
I'm guessing a green for Appa.
Yeah, there is Appa with the green floating. Alright, so Appa enters, can airbend any number of these other non-land permanents.
Some question as to if you want to also airbend Badger Mole Cub.
Sure.
If you don't think you're going to hit another spell you want to cast, it makes some sense to just Earthbend the Multiversal Passage that's an island, and then effectively net a free Earthbend that way.
So it looks like just Aang and Bramble Familiar has that green floating, and use that right away to go on a fetch quest. That's going to get an ally for the Appa, casting a spell from exile there. Going to look at the top 7. A lot of lands so far. Another Bramble Familiar, and there's Doc Arlok. Wait a minute. We have an Aang in exile, we have an Appa in play, and we have a Doc Arlok entering.
And I believe with this Badgermole Cub and an untapped land, this is also representing lethal right now.
Yeah, Swafford has no blockers back. Has some interaction here. What is it? Okay, Pop Patch formation, gonna go for the Appa.
Oh, lot of discipline.
Wow, breaks up the combo. That's
wow.
huge.
Okay, and this is a spot where Swafford could have done this during combat last turn to tag that Aang, but instead said, no, I want you to think you're going to get to combo and catch you off guard.
Really big swing here for Swafford. Still has his work cut out for him. You still have a lot of the combo in play for Nelson. And a lot of blockers now. So here's the Bramble Familiar.
For one, not bad.
Sure. Tapped Multiversal Plains. All right, Swafford. What can you do? You have to deal 6 more points of damage to stay in this tournament.
Well, an escape tunnel would be good enough. Whoop!
Whoa!
All right, so there's that escape tunnel we've been talking about. Uh-oh.
Right, so there's escape tunnel. Sacrifice it, make this 2/2 forest unblockable. Bossing Say onto the unblockable forest. Other Bossing Say is there. Land drop escape tunnel. Gonna make that other 2 power creature unblockable. That's unblockable 6 points of damage.
Little bit of just in case action here.
Unblockable 8 points of damage. And Eli Swafford ties things up, going to a deciding game 3. Incredible.
That was so sick. Because we thought, okay, I said the words. Okay, I guess there isn't a paw patch formation.
You
But-
did.
But no, Swafford just said, actually, I don't mind if my opponent gets some advantage. If he just has the escape tunnel in hand, he knows he has it rolled up the next turn. And so that begs the question, if I have the combo rolled up, what do I need to happen? What Swafford needs to happen is Nelson to not have anything reactive up, which kind of then hands Nelson the proverbial news to just say, hey, you want to maybe go for your combo? I don't have anything. You could totally go for it, and I would lose. Ooh, so well
Right.
played.
Plays it
So
away.
well played on his part.
Invites Nelson to go for the combo at sorcery speed, and that's where they get you.
Right, you know you need another turn, so you need to figure out how to get your opponent to tap out. That was sick, man. Oh,
That was sick. You know what else is sick? The StarCityGames.com newsletter, where you can find all kinds of information about upcoming events like SCG Con Portland in 2 weeks. You can order Avatar: The Last Airbender. You can pre-order Lower and Eclipse. It's free to subscribe. What are you doing if you're not on this newsletter?
going to starcitygames.com/newsletter. That's
like-
what I'm doing.
That's exactly right, partner. I'm not doing that because I'm already subscribed, of course.
Yeah,
but,
same.
You know, everybody at home should be.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a live look in at one of our other matches as these players check out, review their sideboards for deciding game number 3. We have Max Kamenowski here on Is It Lezens against Oliver Tomiko on the same Sir Is It Lezen mirror. These players are in game 3. You see the Ral Crackling Wit in the graveyard for Max, so was not able to get that one online. That could be a huge mirror breaker. And it looks like it's just Otter in 4 lands against 4 lands. Kamenowski's turn, thinking it through. Here's Artist Talent. That's a big play.
You know what they say. It resolves or it doesn't.
I have heard that, and it doesn't. Well, and I was going to fight over it. Let's see if Kamenowski has something to fight back.
commented on the copies of Annul. That is a really nice one.
Yes.
I'm partial to the Mirrodin Annul, specifically where it shows it destroying Chromatic Sphere. Really like that art.
Negate does fight and win, though. Artist Talent online for Kamenowski. That's an important part of the engine. Monument Endurance plus Artist Talent, a big part of what these Lessons deck do. Can't really get a look at the graveyard here as we go back to Demaiko. Casting Accumulated Wisdom. Unclear how many Lessons are in the graveyard. We'll find out if 2 cards go back to the bottom or if they're just in the grip. Kind of looks like they entered the hand, though.
It's looking like an in the grip situation.
That feels pretty good.
I really like the Dalek Spire Bluff Canals.
As is your right.
Thank you.
All right, here's Grand. So those spells are going to be cheaper. If Accumulated Wisdom is drawing 3, Grand's online too. Soul Guide Lantern for free. Ooh, that's fun. Exile a lesson from Kamenowski's graveyard. Kamenowski does not have lesson threshold.
No, not even close. Really looks like he struggled to get those wheels spinning.
Here is a Storm Chaser's Talent. Going to make another fancy otter. Little spell count. Here's an attack for 4. Kamenowski to 13. Tap Spiral of Canal, and we'll head to Kamenowski's way. Untapping with that Artist Talent, but it's just on level 1, so no discounts here, no Monument to Endurance just yet. Facing down Grand and a couple of otters that have a way of getting out of hand.
Right, this is the interesting spot where Kamenowski is under the gun, really needs to find something to do at this point, because these otters can get out of hand so quickly, but look at this. Monument to Endurance with Artist Talent in play?
Right, the engine's online, and here is Multiversal Mountain.
Shocking it in, no less.
Going to 11. It's scary. You got to do something about this battlefield. Here's Accumulated Wisdom. It's going to activate the Artist Talent. Gets to do some rummaging. It looks like just 1 card in hand, though.
Right, and this is the interesting spot where you have to say, do I want to discard Accumulate Wisdom for something else or not? Looks like he said yes.
I think I got to agree with that against the face-up Soul Guide Lantern. As bad as it feels, I like making the disciplined decision there. Now the question is, what do you do with that Monument?
Right, and you have to choose before you look at the cards from Accumulate Wisdom.
Looks like draw a card.
And that's the hard call to make in this spot, because Kamenowski being at 11 means that you really want to answer these otters if you have the ability to. If Demaiko were to cast 4 spells next turn, that's lethal. That sounds like a tall order. Not that tall of an order, given the way that this deck can play out some of the time. But not taking a treasure means that Kamenowski can't cast anything else this turn.
Right, the engine's online, but the shields are down. Let's see if Demaiko can capitalize. 3 points on the table. It means there's 8 to go. 4 spells would do it. 4 is a lot. All right, here's Artist Talent for the low cost of 1 mana. That one's pretty good at finding more spells, too. Grand absolutely makes the work of triggering prowess easier as well. Right, here's a 1 mana Abandon Attachments.
Ooh.
Trigger Artist Talent. We're halfway there on spells this turn. Right, there's the 2 cards off of the attachments. If it comes down to it, Demaiko can sacrifice that Soul Guide Lantern to draw a card as well. So a lot of looks at lethal here. Here's the crack of the Soul Guide Lantern. So digging for lethal is my read there.
Yeah, I mean, that is what it looks like. I guess he's 1 spell short.
There's the free Soul Guide Lantern.
Ooh. That lets you just draw a card for nothing.
Triggers Artist Talent, does the rummaging. Here is a tap. There is a 4 spell. It is Artist Talent. That die goes to 4. That means the damage goes to 11. Gonna go through the motions, resolve our rummaging trigger, cast additional spells. Why not? And Max Kabanowski has seen enough. Oliver Tomaiko has seen his way into the top 4 here at Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. Congratulations to him. And also congratulations to Max Kabanowski, top 8ing, earning that PT invite. Let's get back to our main feature here. Eli Swafford opening up with Llanowar Elves. Kai Nelson has the turn 2 Badger Mole Cub.
Both players firing on all cylinders already. Can Swafford rise to match it?
Turn 1 Llanowar Elves, that is such a big deal, though we have seen the power level of Badger Mole Cub, the way that it scales. There is so much explosiveness in these decks. What can Swafford do on turn number 2? We see
It's so funny the amount of math that goes into things starting as early as the second turn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we see Swafford really planning things out. And it's not just what am I doing this turn, because you also have to account for, okay, how many land drops do I have on following turns? Have I played this or that? And goes from Meltstrider's Resolve to reset that land, turn off that Earthbending.
I like this. I think this is a spot where, especially on the draw, you want to get in with your Meltstrider's Resolve while the getting's good. It's pretty risky to play whenever your opponent has something like Aang mana for the Swift Savior specifically, because it can just airbend whatever you target with Meltstrider's Resolve. So when it's not a given that you're actually going to get anything out of this, I really do like just being positive you can convert it for approximately a card of value.
Yeah, definitely a disciplined and strong play. I agree with you. Here's a shock of Multiversal Plains for Nelson to 18. A tap at 2 mana. It's another Badger Mole Cub. That means this Plains taps for 1 green, white, green, green. White, green, green cast Airbender's Ascension with the mana floating. Gonna airbend away that Llanowar Elves. Allow Nelson to attack for 2. 18 all. Llanowar Elves is a tough one to get airbent.
Right, that's one that it might be gone for a while.
Quite a lot weaker for 2 mana, but that is going to be the play for Swafford. And another Meltstrider's Resolve going after the animated land.
I mean, this isn't that bad. All of a sudden, Nelson doesn't really have a ton going on anymore.
Yeah, checking that mana, that could be a big deal. It's the difference between being able to cast Aang at the crossroads this turn and not.
Right, it's really tough though, where this is sort of the game Nelson wants to be playing, even if these exchanges feel like Swafford's also getting what he wants. He's not really applying any meaningful pressure at this stage, which Nelson's perfectly happy to play that game.
Badger Mole Cub the third.
Esquire.
Going to enter and put a counter on the Airbender Ascension. So once again, that Multiversal Plains has been earthbent to a 1/1. It now taps for 4 mana. Notably, cannot cast Appa. That costs double white. Here comes 2 creatures attacking in. One will be blocked by the 1/3. Swafford is 16.
No more green spells.
Swafford's got to start doing something more impressive than Llanowar Elves and fight 1 toughness creature.
Listen, if that's not fancy enough, we landfall players don't want it. And you can see it on his face. You know things are not going well this game. And he's just trying to figure out, how do I get a foothold? Fabled Passage.
Is that Commander Lord of the Rings? What is that?
I believe it's Edge of Eternity's Commander.
Okay. So here's Earthbender Ascension. Going to Earthbend that passage.
Nice. Okay.
Go find a basic forest as well.
And that gets you most of the counters on the Earthbender Ascension.
Right. You know, the first one off of the land it finds, that Fabled Passage can sacrifice and load it right back up, get it all the way up to 3.
And, you know, the way that I said most, I did mean all.
Yeah.
But it came out, sorry, it's my accent.
Okay, I forgive you. All right. Tapping a land for 4 mana. That ain't bad. Here's Badger Mole Cub, number 4. The gang's all here. Floating a white and a green.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I thought a cub meant like a young one. I didn't realize that was the plural form of badger moles.
Badger Mole's Cub.
Oh, a cub of badger moles.
Right.
Of course.
Right. 2 mana floating. This breeding pool can now tap for 5. It's basically Gaia's Cradle. Here is Aang at the Crossroads. We have 3 counters on Airbender Ascension. You can look at the top 5. There's an Appa. There's a Doc Orlock.
And Reclamation Sage.
Definitely an option. Appa plus Aang at the Crossroads is pretty nice.
Hard not to imagine that that's not what you reach for at this point.
There is Appa, Steadfast Guardian. And there's still 2 mana floating.
Right.
So there's an incentive, yeah. Airbend
And
one of
this
those
is,
Badger Mole Cubs.
Not quite everything. All right, so not going to hit the Ascension.
So that Badger Mole Cub is going to be cast with a 2 floating mana. That's going to make an ally off of the Appa. You still have 1 untapped land, so that gets to get Earthbent. So, once again, we're here with the land that taps for 5. And access to an Aang at the Crossroads for 2 mana.
All right, likely going to be floating a mana and spending 2 green for that. White being the one that Nelson chooses to float.
There it is. 1 white, 5 green. Spend of 2 green. Actually, recount. Should be 4 green.
I think that should be 4 green, 5 total mana. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, they're on it. They're on it. Long day.
All right, 3 mana floating. Here's Aang at the Crossroads. There's an ally token from the Appa. Gonna look at the top 5 cards. There's Doc Orlock. Another Appa and an Aang Swift Savior. Whatever you want.
Notably, this is the point where even if Nelson were to hit the Orlock, is going to have to end up passing the turn, more than likely, unless, I mean, almost no matter what, turn is going to have to get passed from here. So you hit the Orlock, then you likely have to wait till the end step for Avatar Ascension, or excuse me, Airbender Ascension, to blink Appa, which then you can recast the Appa, but even if you exile the Airbender Ascension, you're going to have to wait a minute.
It lands on picking 2nd Appa. Legend rule. We'll keep the first one and do some airbending. Looks like looking at Appa plus Aang at the Crossroads for the airbending. Still has 3 mana floating, so it can immediately redeploy that Aang at the Crossroads. Once again, looking at the top 5. This deck sees so many cards.
So many cards. Looks like an Aang Swift Savior was among the hits.
And that is indeed the selection. Giving a think over what's to airbend. Goes with Llanowar Elves.
What a sick game. This has been almost an hour-long quarterfinal in a green mirror where something's happening the whole time. Unreal. unreal set of games.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Really exciting finish to the previous game with those escape tunnels from Swafford. Once again, his back is against the wall with 18 points of damage to deal. But Nelson's not done spinning the wheels.
Instep, blinking Ing at the crossroads. Ing, swift savior among the cards.
Yeah, that Airbender Ascension is online. That's the source of our blink here. Just a value card that could grind through a lot of decks in its own right.
Absolutely true.
Here is a second Aang Swift Savior. So you're going to see the Legend Rule, and you're going to see something airbend away.
Lot to consider here. My intuition is you just want to go for the opponent's Fabled Passage to knock your opponent at 0 things that can attack next turn.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. The other consideration is just airbend something of your own.
Right. When you have the Appa in exile and you're ostensibly untapping with 15 mana, I think you know if you get another turn, things are going to turn out okay.
So the target is Fabled Passage. Swafford will activate in response. It can return to play because it was Earthbend. Finds a forest. This is 2 more counters on the Earthbender Ascension, so that's up to 3. But now, as you were saying, no creatures on the battlefield to start the turn for Swafford. Let's check in with Nelson's battlefield here. So we got 3 Badger Bull Cubs, actually 4. That one's to the side there. So 8, 9, 10. We see a transformation of Aang. I think there's a 4/4 flyer on the backside. 14, 15, 16, 17. Right, 9. So we have lethal damage. So Swafford has pressure both in terms of needing to end the game somehow and in not just dying immediately.
Correct. And all right, so the back of Aang at the crossroads is Aang, Destined Savior. 4/4 flying gives your land creatures vigilance, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, you earthbend 2.
So even more damage.
Correct. And even more land that is also a creature for Badger Mole Cub.
Yeah, with that airbend to Appa, Nelson can do some stuff with this mana.
Right. Swafford really, really feeling the heat under the collar at this point.
Gonna think things through, but the story of this game has been Meltstrider's resolve as Hornet Sting to clean up the extra stuff from Badger Mole Cub. It has been a tough slog the entire time for our Green Landfall player.
Right, I think Cub plus Harmonizer plus Escape Tunnel is maybe something from here, but you need literally all of those.
Right. You see some slight shaking of the head. Here's Badger Mole Cub. Can earthbend this forest. Bossing Say. Just tap. Okay, it says Mightform Harmonizer. That's just cast and a pass.
I gotta say, I like Nelson's odds.
I mean, those are technically blockers, but this Banth airbending deck is pretty good at removing blockers. Oh, and because the activation on Aang is water bending, Nelson can transform that here just by tapping all the creatures. So Aang and Law has shown up. When that's tapped, you put a +1/+1 counter on all your creatures. There's a lot of math to crunch through, but I think Nelson has pretty comfortably lethal.
Right, this is the spot where you go, okay, do I need to combo from here? Should I spend my wheels a ton, or do I actually just have lethal on the board? Because I don't want to just miss that for no reason.
Right.
Aang and Law notably puts counters on tapped creatures, so those lands having vigilance. Lightly awkward.
This is a funny interaction. Aang and Law having trample, though, is helpful in this presenting lethal situation. Though I do suppose that the Mightform Harmonizer is representing being an 8/8 blocker.
Right, it's even bigger than that because of the Ascension.
Sure.
It's a strange, you can distribute extra toughness in a lot of strange ways, where you can put a counter on something and then also double something else.
All right, so here is that Earthbend 2, and here comes the team. Everybody turns sideways. That Aang and Law puts a +1/+1 counter on everything. Swafford says that's fine. Okay, can I block? All right, so Nelson says, hey, you got any more dice? All right, so we're going to get these creatures properly representing the amount of power.
Yeah, even with 2 blockers on the biggest things, that's 1 on Aang and Law and 1 on Badger Mole Cub, I am seeing a solid 9 + 5 is 14, + 4 is 18, + 5 is 23.
Ooh, and actually, because there's that Appa hanging out over there, well, okay, it's actually not anything. You can't blink away Aang and Law and cast Aang's Cliff Savior to push through Trample because it would no longer be in play.
Oh,
so forget where I was going
unlucky.
with that. Yeah,
Unlucky.
But it turns out it is enough. Kai Nelson is going to advance to our top 4. Bant Airbending dispatches our 1 seed in the tournament, Eli Swafford, who put on a great showing with Mono Green Landfall, really cool deck, and earned an invite to the Pro Tour this weekend, so really good stuff for him.
Oh, yeah, and, you know, that is, and this is the last round that we're going to be covering, but it could not have been a better one. At least in my book. If you were to ask me when we were flying in Thursday, what is it that you want to see? I would have said, all right, I really want to see Landfall do well, and I think it would be really sweet if we actually saw the characters from Avatar do their thing. I love that show. I love the set. And seeing particularly the airbending deck, we started there this weekend. Round 1, first thing we saw was an airbending combo deck that looked completely different than this one, but we see a player who obviously has put a lot of work into basically tuning the deck and figuring out what version of it they wanted to play in order to be successful on the weekend. It's no surprise that we're seeing him with, what, $2,500 in a Pro Tour invite so far.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Kai Nelson advancing to the top 4 on Bant Airbending. That also means we only have 1 Is It deck still in the tournament. It's going to be Oliver Tomiko's Is It Lessons deck, still in contention. Is it still trying to be the winner? But
it is.
it is. One last on the way out the door. I've been Ryan Overturf. She's been Carmen Klemperens. We're going to get Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister back in the booth to take us home. Don't go anywhere.
right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Spotlight the Avatar here in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. Jim, it's top 4 Magic time. Are you pumped?
Let's crown a champion.
Let's crown a champion. Someone's winning $10,000. Someone is going to be the winner of Spotlight the Avatar here and is going to really just prove that they got what it takes here in the standard format. So it's going to be really exciting. We got a lot to get to, so let's start with the bracket and see what we have seen so far and see where we're still to go. So it's been an exciting top 8, and I'm excited to see some more Magic.
Have you seen the trophy yet?
I haven't, no.
I haven't seen it either.
Okay.
I want to, though.
Yeah.
They've been doing a really cool job with these spotlights, having a themed trophy, and I'm excited to see it.
Yes, absolutely. So remaining here in the rest of our top 4, we have Kai Nelson on Bant Airbending, and then we have Christopher Kral on Simic Ouroboros. That will be our backup feature match, and then we are going to take a peek here at the number 6 seed versus the number 2 seed. Oliver Tomajko on Is It Lessons and Corey Burkhart on Simic Ouroboros.
Yeah, Tomajko got revenge on Max from their match from the Swiss, and the Tomajko-Corey Burkhart match, an absolutely fantastic one. Two Pro Tour high-level players, both with fantastic resumes in perhaps the matchup of the tournament. You know, Is It Lessons, Simic Ouroboros are decks number 1 and 2.
Yes.
Kind of the 2 biggest decks going in, so we get to see which one of them will come out on top.
Pretty exciting, too, to see Oliver Tomajko kind of get revenge against Max Kowanowski here in that Lessons mirror after losing a little bit previous before that in the last round that we covered. I caught up with Max a little bit, and he was just like, you know, I mean, you're going to the Pro Tour, you're going to Pro Tour Strixhaven, you qualified with Lessons, that's pretty cool. And he's like, and can you believe it? They're giving me steam vents. They messed up. They messed up. So I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot more of Max here in the rest of the tournament. So let's come on back to the booth, and then we are going to get ready to start looking at some deck lists here. We can pull up our first deck list here as well. Pull up either Oliver Tomajko's or Corey Burkhart's here. Simic mid-range, Jim. Walk us through this one.
Yeah, so this is just the Ouroboros deck. You know, we've seen a lot of customization from players as far as what one-ofs they want to play for their Nature's Rhythm package. One Tyvar, one Merengue River Regent. We don't see the Reclamation Sage or the Sentinel of Lost Lore in the main deck. We've seen some other players. Both those cards are nice in this matchup. But for the most part, this is just the Badger Mahol Cub and Crater Hoof Behemoth deck. We've seen it on camera all weekend looking great, and now trying to take down the crown. Yeah,
definitely one of the decks of the tournament, and a deck that did just take down Leon as well.
Okay.
Took down the spotlight over there. A new up-and-comer there by the name of Simon Nielsen ended up taking that one down.
Wait a minute.
I think he has a future in it.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
I think so.
We'll see if that deck can take down both events here. But if Corey has anything to say about that, if Corey's opponent has anything to say about that, we won't be taking that down with Simic Ouroboros. So Oliver Tomajko on Is It Lessons with Storm Chaser's talent.
Yes, this is the more traditional version. You could even say the older version, as some of the newer versions are cutting these Storm Chasers talents. But Oliver has them in here, and they're going to be pretty good, I think, overall. You know, when you're not playing a removal-heavy matchup, they can do a lot. They can attack early to apply a lot of pressure and kind of buoy on alongside those removal spells. And a card like Spell Pierce, you know, 3 steps ahead would not be very exciting in this matchup.
Yeah, do you think Storm Chaser's talent is actually good against the Simic deck, like to get some pressure, or would you rather have more disruption, kind of like Max had?
If it's in the style of 3 steps ahead or Spell Pierce, no. You know,
gotcha.
If it was like more removal spells, yeah, great, sure.
Yeah, Pyroclasm's in the main.
Exactly, you know, but Spell Pierce not particularly good against Simic, and 3 steps ahead is very, very slow too. So I think I'd rather have the bodies in play, even if it's just, you know, to make a trade or chump block, it seems fun.
Checks out to me, so players are ready. Let's head on down for some top 4 Magic here at Spotlight the Avatar. I'm excited. Let's jump on down. All right. We're also excited about Milwaukee, though. That's fair, you know.
Can't help myself.
Gotta love the Midwest. So, all right, here we go. Let's get it underway. Llanowar Elf coming down. Fire bending lesson on the Llanowar to get it cleared off right away. These players look like they're having fun. They both know their decks inside out. And we're probably going to see some fast play from these players.
Ooh, my jeez. Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness. So Iroh's demonstration, there were 2 of those in the main. Corey played right into it. But you know what? Like, that is the sign of a a good player as well. Like, sometimes you just can't play around every card. It's a 2 of. If Oliver has it, so be it. If not, Corey had a very big mana advantage this turn.
Yeah, and that's the punish where, yeah, that stinks, but ideally your goal is to try and outpace their move by playing multiple threats.
Yeah.
And that was doing that. If the demonstration was not there, it would have been a great turn. But Riddler's a big key card. Against all these removal spells, the way to kind of catch back up, get those cards back, and kind of play into them into the mid game.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I mean, Corey would have been able to hard cast that instead of warp it. So the risk was there, but the upside was also there. Just didn't pan out so far, but the game's not over. Monument to Endurance comes on down for Oliver, and then Badger Mole Cub comes on down and warp another Riddler. Looked like only one card, so Corey still has a decent grip. And even though he got slowed down, still looking solid, but the lesson side does have one of the pieces of the combo in air quotes.
Yeah, this is the time-honored tradition of mana acceleration plus card draw. Love it.
Yep, absolutely. Another multiversal passage coming down, paying some life, so has some goods to play this turn. And there is Artist Talent with Combustion Technique. And oh boy, Oliver Tomaiko taking a gigantic step in the right direction to be ahead this game, wouldn't you think, Jim?
Yeah, going very, very well. We said, earlier in these matchups that if the lesson player has the answer on every street and is able to kind of do their top end of their range, the games look really good for lesson. So the question is, it's not always easy to do that. But now both combo pieces are in play. Corey's side of the board, for the most part, is clear. And Riddler's great at climbing back into a game as long as you aren't dead. As long as you haven't already lost. So, but there you go, Corey. I mean, Ouroboros a great place to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if Oliver doesn't have the answers for these questions that Corey has submitted one more time, then, we are still in a game here. But, man, you got to think, if we can deal with this Ouroboros and do one other thing that gets proactive, Oliver's just sitting so great right now.
Yeah, and Talent plus Monument is a fantastic card draw engine. The ability to kind of keep killing stuff, drawing cards. And then, speaking of fantastic card draw engines.
Yes. That card would be a lot better if it had Storm, though.
That is true for most cards.
Yes.
Not all of them, but most of them.
Yes. Of course, referring to when Max did that a little bit earlier, stormed off and drew 12 cards, but Oliver did get revenge. So drawn 3 cards, getting a treasure. Still hasn't made a land drop here, so Oliver has that available as well.
Yeah, you can see Corey rolling his head a little bit. This is, all right, my opponent's doing kick flips.
Yes.
I got to sit here and hope we can weather the storm.
Doing kick flips, playing SpongeBob lands, just thriving. And 1 mana Combustion Technique, basically Swords to Plowshare right now. That's what Oliver needed. Now, I know there was the spell to be able to loot some stuff away as well, the Abandoned Attachments, that we could wait for Corey's turn as well. Decides to get a little more proactive, plays Storm Chaser's Talon, and says, what's the worst that you can do? And I would tend to agree with Oliver. This turn can't be that bad for Oliver, and Oliver has just got everything lined up.
Yeah, the Riddlers are great when the game is ugly, but this game is not ugly. Oliver's deck is currently humming.
Yeah.
And, playing a big flyer and drawing a card or two is great, but not at this stage in the game.
Definitely not. And this was the game that I feel Corey really needed to win, or maybe really should have won, being the higher seed, being on the play here. Having to win both games on the draw is very tricky if it does end up being that way. Monument number 2.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yep. Accidentally leveled it down.
Sometimes talent just fades away.
Ain't that the truth?
I don't know what to tell you.
That's why we're here, buddy.
Yeah.
That's why we're here and not in Oliver and Corey's spot.
Yep.
All right, so there is second Monument. Now we got both of those triggers. Here is a 3-mana roll. Discard. We are going to get to... We're going to, just making sure everything is correct for mana, going to get to draw off the first Monument, probably get a treasure off the second one, and you can even activate Rawl's ability to get the other modes from Monument as well. So, I mean, when Lessons does this, not only does it look just incredibly powerful, but it just looks so fun too.
There's a lot of things happening.
Yes.
A lot of game action, especially when you add like the talent and the Rollin to the mix too. It's like there are a lot of buttons to press on this on this keyboard.
Yeah, and now Oliver kind of shifts gears a little bit. Oliver is just thinking, how on earth could I lose this game? Not really, how do I get to a spot where I could win?
Yeah, some sort of weird corner case crater hoof attack out of nowhere or something, I suppose. But
double cub, double cub into just tap a bunch of mana. That's always dangerous as well.
Yep.
But, if Corey had some cubs already, they'd probably already be cast.
Yeah, bounce spell on Quantum Riddler, usually not what you want to do, but in a spot like this, the extra card doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you know what?
Absolutely.
If Corey, if your turn is tap 5, cast a Quantum Riddler, that's not good enough.
Thumbs up.
I know. Corey would like that. Corey Burkhart realizes that
No,
that is not a great place to be.
I'm saying from Oliver's perspective. Oliver
sure.
would be like, yeah, thumbs up, no problem. Not a big deal at all.
Although you're just expressing your general happiness casting a Quantum Riddler.
I do enjoy that, but at this stage of the game, Quantum Riddler looks puny and, dare I say, pathetic in the face of Oliver's board right now. It's just not competing at all. And looks like we are now done with the turn. Clearing away all the markers on Monument. Still have 1 treasure available, so any 2-drop. And then you can just start doing this all again on Corey's turn when you at least have 1 mana available plus the Artist Talent. A Swole Otter coming in for 5.
Nice, buddy.
Yeah. Otter Friend coming in as well. Rawl's just kind of like just hanging out, Rawl, and yeah, that'll do it. Removal spell in the upkeep, that gets the monuments going again, and Corey has seen enough. A dominating game 1 from Oliver.
Yeah, I think that goes along with what we were saying, where if the lesson deck has it all, has proper answers on the right streets, of course, demonstration on turn 2 with only 2 copies of the deck. Kind of a bad beat for Corey. I agree with you, but, I think jamming both elves there is definitely correct.
Yeah.
And if he's got it, and he did, and that snowballed the game out of control for Oliver.
If only he had the far superior 1-drop of Gene Pollinator.
Correct.
Of course, Gene Pollinator, not better than Llanowar, but in certain situations, definitely can be. So let's take a look at Corey B's sideboard here. We got 1 Forest. I still got to ask him about this because I got to know when this comes in.
I'm sure it's for when you're scared of mana dorks dying.
Yeah.
And you want to get in a spot where you're casting Riddlers, just like having more consistent mana sources, I would assume.
Yeah, maybe even, taking out a Gene Pollinator or something, bringing in an actual mana source. That would make sense. So 2 Mel Striders, Resolve 1 Reclamation Sage, 2 Scrap Shooters, those have looked great, 2 Sentinels of Lost Lore, 2 Spider Sense, 3 Unable to Scream, 2 Vivian Reed.
Yeah, so all the utility creatures, Rex Sage, Scrap Shooter, and Sentinel. We've seen a lot of decks playing 1 Rex Sage and 1 Sentinel main. Corey has them in the board, but that's a very nice package to bring in to be able to kind of apply pressure and then deal with things that are happening while also attack. It's definitely, in an interactive matchup like this, it's not as easy for Corey to do the turn 3 Crater Hoof thing.
Yeah.
To the point where I would almost not be surprised to see Crater Hoof out of the deck.
Wow.
Cut down on a rhythm or 2 and not try and do the really over-the-top stuff. Just get things in play, use these interactive creatures like Scrap Shooter and Sage to deal with some of the things that Oliver's doing. Nickel and dime with Riddler a little bit, and win with Ouroboros and friends.
Do you think Corey's taking out some of these Llanowar Elf style of effects? Like when you're bringing in this many cards, we never really talk about what do we take out. Do you think this is a matchup where you cut on some of those?
Yeah, I can see shaving down on like the really linear elements of Gene Pollinator, Nature's Rhythm, Crater Hoof Behemoth. The cards that really fuel the most powerful Goldfish draws are the cards that are the biggest liability when your opponent's killing all your stuff.
Hey, makes sense to me. Oliver's side, we got 2 Annuls, 1 Broadside Barrage, 2 Flash Freeze, 1 Get Out, 1 Iroh's Demonstration. That one looked pretty good. Probably bringing that one in. 1 Negate, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Quantum Riddler, 1 Raw Crackling Wit, 1 Slag Storm, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, and 1 Wan Shi Tong Librarian.
So, removal spells, of course, Pyroclasm, Slag Storm as a secondary there. Most decks playing 2 Pyroclasm, but a little variety in the sweeper.
Yeah.
Flash Freeze looks pretty good. More removal spells, and of course, the always question for the lesson deck is, do I want to bring in some non-graveyard, non-artifact and enchantment threats? Wan Shi Tong, Quantum Riddler, or not? There are no Soul Guide Lanterns in Corey's board, but there are the 2 Sentinel of Lost Lores, which can exile a graveyard. So, a little bit of graveyard hate that could also be tutored up. So maybe want to go down a little bit there, and that's all. The sideboarding with lessons is extremely dynamic. So we'll see what Oliver wants to do, play draw, and so on and so forth.
That is interesting because, like, Sentinel of Lost Lore is a one-time effect. Lantern gets to stick around and it gets to counter your Ancestral Recall, essentially. So I would not be surprised if Oliver just kind of ignores it. You know, just ignores the graveyard aspect and just says, I'm going to be the lesson deck and try to stay true to it. Of course, you're going to bring in Pyroclasm and all the stuff like that, but I'd be curious if he thinks that way as well.
Very
or
fair.
Does try to bring in Riddler or Wan Shi Tong.
I would imagine you're correct. You don't need to go too deep on alternate threats.
So this is the very last format with this exact standard format, because for our next standard format, we are going to have a new set in, and it's going to be extremely exciting. It is Lorwyn Eclipsed. This set looks really fun. Lorwyn has a special spot in my heart. It was my first Pro Tour, so I'll be very excited to see if this set has any big impact in Standard. I sure hope it does. There's a lot of really cool cards in there. It looks like a lot of fun to play in Standard and in Limited. If you think so as well, make sure to pre-order this set right now at starcitygames.com/mtg-ECL.
Corey, you have to live on Lorwyn or on Shadowmoor?
Ooh.
Where do you live? What side of the day side or the night side?
You know, I really do like the night. I think I live on the Shadowmoor side.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I figured you'd be on Lorwyn and I'd be on Shadowmoor, so.
Maybe. I guess we're living oh, you want to be roomies?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Grand coming down here from Oliver, and Spider Manifestation as the first play from Corey. Now, if you can clean that up and you can turn Rega Grand sideways, you got to be feeling real good.
Yeah, no one drop from Corey either. Could speak to maybe cutting a few pollinators.
Definitely could be, yeah. And there is Iroh's demonstration. Good thing it wasn't 2 1-drops. And then Grand coming in. Corey said, I already took it. You can't loot.
Sorry. Miss trigger.
Grand drew the card.
I think that's the life pad they handed out at the Pro Tour also, so a little subtle flex from Corey that.
Corey is absolutely flexing. And here is Badger Mole Cub animating the Botanical Sanctum. 2 more mana coming in. And this is just one of the more powerful draws that this deck can do. Whether it be on turn 2 after a Llanowar, I mean, that's the ideal draw, but Badger Mole Cub, and then with only 1 extra mana going, you turn that into 2, really shows just the dynamicness of... I mean, the card of the tournament, there were 6 Badger Mole Cub decks, so you got to think that this one dominated as well as, winning the spotlight over in Lyon as well.
Oh, boy.
I mean, everything has been Oliver.
Yeah, pretty good draws here. Remove a creature, 1 blue, draw 3, get Raga Grand going.
I mean, when you're doing that on turn 3, while you disrupted 2 creatures from Corey and got to play a proactive threat, like, what can you do from Corey's side? Like, every time I watch this matchup, it always feels like an absolute beating the Simic Ouroboros deck gives to the Lessons deck, unless the Lessons deck has a great draw with like this, and then it's just not really close. I haven't seen too many close matchups between this is kind of what I'm trying to say.
This is a good follow-up, though.
This is a good follow-up.
Another Badger Mole making a bunch of mana.
It's free. Free Badger Mole Cub. Okay. That is gigantic.
We got a reader. Sentinel of the Lost Lore.
Sentinel of get your graveyard out of there almost 90% of the time. But, man, if we have an It'll Quench You here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
Kind of in classic Is It fashion where the deck has so much velocity. All Is It decks where you keep drawing and looting and drawing so many cards that they just have it a lot of the time. And you're like, how do you always have it? It's, well, I see 5 cards a turn. I don't even want me to tell you, we're looting.
Exactly.
Oh, another Wisdom, man.
Oliver is just having the time of his life here. Another Ancestral Recall here, and it's only turn 4, and you got to recall twice.
And 1 mana talent.
1 mana talent. Now, if we can get Badger Mole Cub out of the way to be able to draw, it's not even the biggest deal if you can't attack with Grand here.
Yeah,
but killing Badger Mole Cub is a big deal.
I agree strongly that if Badger Mole lives and Corey can go into a turn with a bunch of mana, that's a way for Corey to get back in this game. And Oliver says, nope, that's not going to happen here.
Corey just gave a little eye raise to the camera, too. He's like, I'm getting beat, y'all. I'm getting beaten. It's kind of bad at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think you could script a better game for Oliver.
Yeah, a better 2 games. Both games have just looked incredible all the way down to that Iroh's demonstration on 2 since then.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yes. Another recall from Oliver to
Stop.
Maiko.
Stop. He's already dead.
Now it's the fact of, wow, did Oliver have to discard to hand size? I guess not. Maybe goes right up to perfect 7s. Oliver to Maiko with one of the best lesson draws and saving it for the time when, well, it kind of matters most.
All right, Corey's not done yet.
Yes. Ouroboros coming in, putting 4 power into play. I mean, Corey's draw has been great, too.
Yeah, I mean, Corey missed on 1.
True.
Which kind of breaks serve. It kind of makes you lose the play.
True.
But otherwise, I agree. It's been a phenomenal reset each turn. Oliver just keeps doing so much.
Every turn, you're just like, all right, if Oliver just doesn't have it this turn, well, Corey is right back in it. And then you flash forward to the turn. I mean, I just saw a quick glance there. There's 2 combustion techniques.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. Oliver has the blade so far. It's just, and you know he's looking down at his hand, be like, all right, I cannot screw this up. I have all the tools. And just imagine if that Sentinel of the Last Lore actually did connect with the graveyard.
Yeah.
We would really be in a lot rougher spot here from Oliver. Combustion Technique sends Ouroboros into exile. And Grand continues to get feisty here.
From the edge of eternities to actual eternity.
Yes, yes. And beyond.
And beyond.
Grand gets rid of other Grand. And abandon attachment here for 1 mana. Get the loot off artist talent for, oh my. Just saying, Slagstorm, not needed.
Yeah, I would never kill my own Grand.
Yeah, exactly.
Never.
Never. Getting rid of the island as well. Get a nice utility land going. And the only thing we're missing is a monument from this this particular spot. And it'd be a great chance to do it right now. But that being said, he's like, I'm going to play Ouroboros. Are they playing with their hands revealed?
An interesting twist.
This is a twist.
These players, of course, long-time, players, long-time friends.
Well, I mean, they're doing us a solid here.
This is great.
I think this is just the case of Oliver just being like, I mean, to be fair, if you have 2 face-up flash freezes, maybe you should have cast that Riddler, right? I'm very confused what is going on here, but this is hilarious.
Yeah, it does seem like, the game is mostly concluded, all but for the signing of the slip. And both players have a little fun here.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, that is quite the hand.
It is a nice hand.
It is the hand. It's the hand. Even these combustion techniques, being able to kill Riddler with the draw on the stack so you only draw 1.
Let's get an otter in here.
Yeah, why not? You got to start pressuring. I think maybe this is saying, you know what? If you play with your hand revealed, Oliver, I don't think I can still beat you. And it's like, well, let's do it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? Well, I bet you I can.
This is hilarious.
One otter friend. So we see the face-up hand of Flash Freeze, Combustion, second Ral, into the face-up hand of Riddler and Ouroboros. 5 mana. Yeah, I mean, you can cast the Riddler.
I mean, you probably should. Oh, yeah, draw step. Get that one out of there. So you can't cast the Riddler now. You can only play Ouroboros or warp a Riddler. Face-up Flash Freeze, though.
Ah, so lucky at the Flash Freeze.
Oh.
Could never have known.
Oliver always has it.
Oliver's laughing. He's always like, what are you doing? Why are you showing our cards?
I have a feeling we're all thinking that exact same thing right now. Oh, we're trying to storm off with Rawl. Okay, are we going to see these ancestral recalls with Storm again?
This is the ruse. Corey's trying to get Oliver to draw his entire deck and then deck out.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
And then attack with Grand. and,
Oh, yes.
and see what happens.
Yeah, because you technically don't deck yourself with a bunch of accumulated wisdoms. You put those cards into your hand.
Correct. You actually have to draw cards some other way.
So Gran will finish yourself off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gran says, you didn't finish your dinner. You draw that last card.
You draw that last card. Well, Jim, you know, I've commentated a lot of top fours. This is a first for me. This is an absolute first for me that both players are like, yep, it's just time to go face up.
It's good to see players having fun, too. You know,
Yes.
obviously, in top 8, you know, if you're Corey, Oliver's draws have been essentially perfect.
Absolutely flawless.
I don't think Corey has done anything wrong, like strategically or, you know, gameplay-wise. It's just sort of, hey, sometimes they just have literally all of it. And when you're still able to have fun with that, it's great.
Yeah, we have Nick Miller coming into our area just busting out laughing here, so everyone is having a good time with some face-up magic here. Okay.
So, yeah, Nick says that Corey was the one to offer to play face-up, and Oliver said, yeah, sure, whatever. Sounds fun.
That is absolutely hilarious. Windmill slammed, G-Gene, and Scrap Shooter here. I mean, that is fair. That can take you down. Another Storm Chaser's talent, though.
What a gift.
That was indeed a gift. Riddler heads to the warp zone once again. Now Rawl is going to tick up to 9. Discards Gran. That was another. Yeah, I got to play with that face up, Oliver. Come on, play by the rules.
The rules that we made up about 5 minutes ago.
Exactly. Iroh's demonstration. Raw goes up to 10. We're in Storm territory. And now we do have the ability to ultimate Rawl.
So I got to go up to 11 first to maintain the Rawl.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go up to 11. You could just make 10 louder, but nah, you got to go up to 11. So that is the hand. Corey Burkhardt in great spirits. Understand it. That was a bit of a beating. And Oliver Tomiko just, I mean, made it look easy. That was about as flawless as a top 4 match could have been, even playing face up.
Yeah, just a really, really clean game. You know, the draws there, like we were saying, if the lesson deck has it all on every street, it's going to look like that.
Yeah.
And that was actual every street. And Corey, top 4 is great player. We see Corey literally all the time at these events, and I'm sure we'll see him again.
And one of the greatest, nicest guys you will ever meet in your entire life, both him and Oliver. So big congrats to them. We'll be seeing them both in Vegas. But we got a match that is in progress right now, so we're going to jump into our other match here in the top 4 and see who Oliver Tomiko is going to be playing in the finals. Let's jump on down. I wonder if they're playing revealed. Interesting. And I do believe that this is game 3. So players are tied up here.
And then you have a slight little flipperoo here on the players. We have Kai on the bottom playing a band airbending.
Yep.
And Christopher on top playing Simic Ouroboros.
All right, there we go. Riddler coming down. Seam Rip got the Llanowar Elf. And, I mean, I want to talk about this band airbending list. We watched it on the main feature up against the Landfall deck. It was awesome. It looked really powerful. And you got to think, if you have a good matchup against the Landfall decks, you probably have a good matchup against Simic, right?
Yeah, and this is just so cool to see. Like, this is what Magic is actually all about. A player who brings a homebrew. Again, this was a deck that was, you know, a kind of a thing a month ago.
Yeah.
But fell off completely. A player goes in the tank, goes into the laboratory, kind of comes up with this really great tech for it, takes it to an open event, and here they are playing top 4 for the championship.
Yeah.
So cool to see. Deck looks awesome. This is what makes Magic great.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. This is what makes Magic amazing. And, oh, no. Just a Llanowar Elf from Christopher Kral. No third land, but also didn't play the Spider Manifestation instead of the Elves. What is that signifying to you?
I don't know.
A 1-mana bounce spell or something?
I mean, there are some Into the Flood Maws. It's really the only spell that would be castable. I guess there's also like a Snakeskin Veil or two, but
I saw Spider Sense in hand, but that's not castable.
right. That surprises me.
Yeah, so regardless, land 3 coming down. the airbent Spider Manifestation. And, you know, if it was played the other way around, you'd have Spider Manifestation and Llanowar Elf in play together right now.
Yep.
Yep. So could have been a misstep. Could have had something else he's trying to play around. Spell Pierce, something like that would make sense. Aang, Swift Savior coming in for 2 damage.
Yes.
1 piece of the combo.
So we saw Kai's deck against a control deck earlier.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing it in a very, very different light.
Yes.
Playing against the polar opposite of a control deck, a very linear creature deck. Going to be interesting to see how it plays differently in the matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Kai in the top 8 as well, playing against this really linear deck, and it also looked good there too. So, man, it's crazy what a couple weeks can do to a deck like this, and changing 1 card that really seems to be amazing in your deck list. So passes the turn with 4 mana open. Ah, dang it. Nothing to play. not Appa or anything, you know?
Nothing here.
It's the classic Collected Company, 4 mana. So unlucky.
Don't know what you're talking about. Restoration who?
Yeah, exactly. All right. 3 mana, 4 mana. Looks like it is Ouroboros time. Untap trigger. And looks like Kai said, I have no responses.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of like pure removal in Kai's deck.
Yeah.
There's a lot of airbendy effects. You know, the Ascension and Aang. As far as actually removing a creature from the battlefield, not great. That being said, Christopher's deck doesn't have a lot of answers to creatures either.
Yes.
And if Kai's able to do the full combo, not really beating 10 million allies or an infinite earthbended land or one of the many big finishes that Kai has.
Okay, so we got some stuff air bent out. Aang and the Ascension.
Is it dock time? Somebody call the dock.
Dock would be great. I did see the 1 piece of interaction there from Christopher. The Spider Sense was available. But oh my goodness, it's dock time. Spider Sense doesn't really do anything right now, does it?
I mean, Spider Sense can handle the first ETB on the Aang to stop the loop, right?
Sure, but then the Ascension.
Right, but under those Ascension, so you can do it again. Yeah, so so you can stop one, can't stop both.
And that, I mean, that's slightly the problem with it not being negate. I mean, you could counter one of the pieces, but in this particular situation, it also doesn't get you out of it.
Dock on the stack. The Doctor is not in just yet.
Yeah, trying to do a house call, but
Hi, everybody.
still on the way. I mean, this is a big moment for these players. Winner goes on to play against Oliver Tomiko here in the finals. And, hey, the one thing I will say about, Bant airbending when it was not so great at Worlds, largely because of Izzet Lessons. So that would be the final litmus test here from Kai if he does end up pulling this combo off here. With it being on the stack, you gotta think Christopher is very much afraid of this play. And just trying to think, how on earth can I get out of this?
Yeah, there isn't really a ton of, good interaction. You know, maybe just, has a Spider Sense trying to figure out what the interaction point could be.
Yeah.
You know, we got a couple into the Flood Maws. And they're, there we go.
Hey, that makes a lot of sense why we had that 1 blue mana ready to go here a little bit earlier. So, bouncing Appa is great.
But yeah, we can just airbend the Flood Maw.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Ascension's still there. There is a green or a red mana up, and I don't think that helps very much.
Yeah, I mean, you can airbend the Appa, too, to just fizzle the spell. That's just better.
Sure.
Yeah. And now the dock comes into play, and now the combo begins. And the one thing this draw doesn't have is the ability to fetch quest, to Aang at the crossroads, to just win right now. But, I mean, the one thing you're going to do is have 1 billion 1/1s.
I mean, there's only 1,000 last time we saw Kai.
That's true.
But yeah, and then the Simic deck can't really beat 1 billion ground creature. I guess in theory, no, because you can't have a hasted flyer. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how this deck can possibly beat. It's only 10,000, man. Really, Kai's a modest guy.
So it's 10,000, but it's also having Aang and Appa in the airbend zone, so you can Aang, shoot something, airbend something, and then play Appa to then airbend out Aang, and then Aang does it again, and that is enough. Kai Nelson will be our other finalist with Bant airbending, a deck that was firmly in the other category going into this event. Jim, that is awesome.
Completely written off.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a deck that I have not even thought about in a month.
Yeah.
And to see a player find the technology, stick with it, find, say, there's an element sometimes of a deck will circle back to being good again.
Yeah.
I think it's just less of that and more of just, hey, I kind of just found the tech. These web watches are pretty great. This is definitely list looks different than lists I've seen as far as the numbers here and there, just kind of tuning.
Yeah.
And a lot of work has gone into it and paid off with the finals berth.
It absolutely did pay off. The deck list looks awesome. And so far, Kai has passed the 2 big tests of beating a control deck, beating the linear decks. The third and most difficult test has to be Lessons, especially with how Oliver Tomiko was drawing. If Oliver Tomiko has that draw in the top 4 that he just had in the top 4, can Kai beat that?
Probably not.
Probably not, right?
Yeah. Having all those answers on curve. I mean, there's more play in Kai's deck as far as there's some instant speed things you can do. You can leave mana up. It's not all just Simic, play to the board, play to the board, play to the board. So there's some game there, but that amount of interaction plus threats, it'll be tough.
Will be tough, but we are going to have the finals. Kai Nelson, Oliver Tomiko, one last battle. Definitely an end boss to get through here for the very last round. So it is going to be an extremely exciting match. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to take ourselves a very short break, but on the other side, it's the finals of Magic the Gathering Spotlight, the Avatar. Don't go anywhere. All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of Spotlight the Avatar. It is the finals. Corey Baumeister, Jim Davis, we are getting ready. We got one more match to go, Jim.
Yeah, this is going to be a great one. There's a lot of things happening in this match. Of course, Oliver Tomajko, very well-known player, former Players Champion, Pro Tour competitor. Against Kai, I don't know if Kai has a Pro Tour resume at all.
Yeah.
Kind of an unknown name. We have the world's winning deck list in Lessons.
Mm-hmm.
We have an insanely awesome Bant Brew. So we've got super established pro on one of the best decks versus relative unknown on the really awesome Brew of the tournament. You couldn't ask for a better story than that.
A classic David and Goliath story here. It's going to be really, really exciting. So let's take a look at the top 8 graphic here to see how we got here. And before we start talking about the individual decks here that are coming in. So here we go. We had everything coming to the finals. Oliver Tomajko on Is It Lessons. Kai Nelson, the ace seed that snuck in, because I know Kai Nelson did play the last round up against Ryan Bellamy and won, mostly because they were X and 3 and every other players drew. So that was kind of the one match that had a chance to make it in. Snuck in on 8th. It's been on the draw every single time up against these extremely fast green decks. With Eli Swafford, the number 1 seed, being taken down in the top 8. Then took down Christopher Kral on Simic Ouroboros in a close 3-game set as well. And now heading to the finals. Oliver Tomajko on the other side ended up going 2-1 over Max Komanowski and then just beat Corey Burkhart with just an absolute god draw to get himself here to the finals. I mean, Jim, going to be some exciting stuff.
Yeah, going to be tough for Kai here, where Kai has been through 2 very linear green decks.
Yes.
Decks that are not well suited at interacting with the combo. So you saw in the end of that last game against Christopher, Kai just made 10,000 tokens and said, okay, now what? And Christopher said, I'm dead.
And for what it's worth, the deck that was really extremely powerful at the World Championship, it was Is It Lessons. Javier Dominguez was playing Bant Airbending and did some interviews. Javier still did some Javier things and went really deep in the tournament, but Javier was saying himself, this matchup is horrific. If I would have known this Lessons deck was going to be so good and so played, he would have picked a different deck. So that is kind of telling of the matchup, but I did run into Oliver when I was kind of walking back into the booth here, and he's like, dude, I'm just reading these cards. I don't know the cards my opponent is playing, so there's going to be that element as well, which will be pretty exciting. So let's take a look at the deck list here one last time here in Atlanta, Georgia, and see what we got. There is the spice of the tournament. It's Kai Nelson on Bant Airbending. Yeah,
really, really cool list, of course. Interdimensional Web Watch being the card that has really made this deck look awesome, and a card that will be good against a bunch of removal spells, where Lesson deck will be killing creatures early and often, and Web Watch can kind of get in and draw those cards. And the Airbending deck can kind of go over what the Lesson deck is doing. If Lesson's trying to nickel and dime you out with 3 damage activations of the Monument, making an infinitely large creature or making 1,000,000 tokens and attacking 1 turn are things that are possible. So certainly not an impossible matchup. And we have Kai played against Lessons 1 time in the tournament.
Yep.
1-2-1.
Okay. Wow, only 1 time playing against Lessons. I mean, that makes sense. That's the sign of a great format. Is it Lessons was only, 15, 16%? That's a little lucky. He probably got a little lucky to dodge that matchup. But, I mean, statistically, you're probably only playing that matchup 2, maybe 3 times.
Yep.
So no matter what, even if you have a really bad matchup, which we're not 100% sure that this is the case.
He won anyway.
He won. So we'll take a look on the other side. And this is Oliver Tomajko playing Is It Lessons with Storm Chaser's Talent.
Yeah, so as you've seen, this deck can be really, really punishing to creature decks. Poor Corey Burkhart's off licking his wounds somewhere after the beating that Oliver gave him. But yeah, a lot of great answers, a lot of great removal spells here, a great engine as well. And the Bant deck doesn't really interact super well with the enchantments or the artifacts. Somewhat linear in its own regard. So we're going to see if Oliver will be able to have the right answers at the right time and take this tournament down.
Hear me out, though. Airbend out Grand costs twice as much now.
That is true. Flying Grants.
That's
coming up right here at Spotlight the Avatar.
That is just math. That is for sure. So, Flying Grants, airbending, Bant bending. We got some water bending, all kinds of bending here into the finals. Our players are ready to go. Let's jump on down one last time here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right. Welcome to the finals, everyone. Oliver Tomiko, the 6th seed, gets to go first in the finals. You got to feel pretty good about that, huh?
Yeah, that's very nice. So for those who don't know, of course, your seeding after the going into the top 8 determines your play draw. There's no dice rolling here in top 8. The higher seed gets to play, and 6 usually won't be playing the finals, but this time Oliver will be.
Absolutely. All right, Oliver Tomiko starts it off with the best land in the deck, Spire Bluff Canal. It's not going to be the best land in the deck here in a couple weeks, as this deck's going to get a little boost in the form of Steam Vents here.
Best land on turn 1.
That's true. That still will be the case. You're
Best
right.
land on turn 2.
Okay, all right. What about turn 4?
No.
Okay. Grand coming down, and Oliver either just drew that, which is probably the most likely scenario, or really wanted to kill an elf creature. You still just play Grand, but hey, here we go.
Flying Grand.
Flying Grand, costing twice as much. Let's go.
And that is an element here that's going to be important. So Oliver is still playing the version that has the Stormchaser's talents.
Yeah.
Really good target for airbending are those otter tokens. They just go away forever.
Air is one of the elements, yeah. It's
Yeah.
one of the, there's fire is the other element, water.
And?
That's it. And Earth,
Just
of course.
the 3? Okay. And but yeah, so being able to airbend out these tokens is a nice little thing, whereas like Max's deck didn't have those. So
Yeah.
a little bit more utility here on these airbending effects.
Absolutely, but that looks like a missed land drop here. So airbending out Grand looking really nice, as you were able to get a free looting there and maybe get one more spell into the yard, and you could possibly cast Abandon Attachments twice. So, I mean, the first stumble here from Oliver. So far, this is Oliver's only stumble in the last 2 rounds.
In like, 11 hours or something like that. It's
Yes.
been a long time.
All right, Badger Mole Cub coming down, as well as Bramble Familiar. So a fantastic start here from Kai Nelson.
Yeah, no power clouds in the main deck. As we saw against Corey Burkhart, you gotta kill things one at a time. The big play in the Corey Burkhart match was when Iroh's demonstration took out both Land Over Elves. Usually, double Land Elf is good because, again, you need to kind of take him away piecemeal one at a time. So being able to play 3 threats in one turn is fantastic.
Totally agree. Also fantastic that we found the Verge off the top. And hey, I guess Oliver wasn't kidding. He's like, I'm still reading all these cards in this deck list. Oliver, especially at the time when he won the Players' Championship, very dialed in, dominating the SCG Tour over and over. Maybe Magic has taken a little bit more of a backseat, but an event like the Spotlight is just perfect, where you're able to still show off your competitive stuff, start testing the week before open entry, and you could find yourself in the finals here if you got the chops, like Oliver Tomiko and Kai Nelson do.
Yeah, no long-term requirement necessary. No qualifiers, things like that.
It helps.
For sure.
It definitely helps.
For sure. But yeah, if you haven't played in a while and you're just like, hey, I want to go to the Pro Tour, show up, sign up, start battling.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic turn here. Grand, firebending lesson, and then a cost-reducted Iroh's demonstration. But here is the new hotness, Jim.
Interdimensional Web Watch. Come on down, exile 2 cards, and those cards can be played at the end of the next turn, and it can tap for mana to play those cards. And this is the kind of card that can really help overcome the barrage of removal spells that Lessons can bring to the table.
Yeah, 100% agree with you.
So, back Oliver's way. And now there's a lot of cards. So, what better place to start?
There's a few more cards now.
What better place to start? I'm just going to say Oliver has to get back on the card draw train here and kind of be able to overcome the cards from his Web Watch, and that's a good place to start.
Yep, no kidding. Accumulate Wisdom. Definitely one of the cards of the tournament. Looking fantastic here. Grand. Turning sideways. Get rid of an extra land. I presume we're going to have a 4th land if we're discarding 1 as well.
It's a nice one.
Storm Chaser's talent coming down as well to get some pressure going. Now, do you think that's going to be the type of card that's going to be sided out from Oliver? Like, the Otters feel really bad against airbending.
Yeah, I think that strategically they aren't good, and then in the actual minutia of the cards they aren't good. So, yes, I would think those would definitely be coming out.
Yeah. Not just the card is not good. It's not good in 2 different ways. Brutal. All right, big turn from Kai here, but we have a lot of mana available. With this interdimensional Web Watch, being able to, cast that Appa at a little bit of a discount, that definitely helps. Yeah. And then, of course, if you blink it, airbend it, anything like that, that's going to look great.
That's right, yeah, and of course, Appa can only airbend creatures, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so the airbending rules are a little bit weird, where some can airbend,
No, excuse me, any number of target permanents. Yeah.
Correct, yes. Yeah. It's the Ascension that can only do creatures, or is that also anything?
No, that one is just the creatures, yeah.
Right, yep. So Appa is...
And then Aang Swift Savior is creature and spell. So everything is just
Right.
slightly a little different.
Yes. But the ability, of course, for Appa to come right in off that off the Web Watch and then immediately airbend it, that's 2 more cards. That's synergy.
Now, it is a problem because you do have to pay the 4 mana to, recast it. But if we have Doc, then, well, all your problems are kind of solved. So Badger Molt Cub coming down, animating on the Verge. Now we have a total of 5 mana available, plus 7 if you count from Exile from the Web Watch.
And then Appa needs to be played this turn or it goes away.
Okay, yep, absolutely. All right, there is Airbender Ascension, and just doesn't care about the Otter. Not a problem. Getting Gran to join the Airbent section here with the other Gran. And here is the Dock. Kai is popping off.
Looking pretty good here.
It really is, yeah. Airbending Ascension goes up to 4, so we're going to have some blinking. And now...
Yeah, so Doc reduces the cost of the Appa by 2 because it was exiled by the web, so now it costs just white, and the thing can tap for white and just cast it immediately. And now, what is going to be airbended is the question.
Probably those 3. You don't want to really airbend away the active Ascension. That looks pretty strong, but now all of those cards can be cast for free. Badger Mole Cub can come in for free and actually net a mana thanks to the Verge. And Tamaiko agrees it is time to interact a bit and was pretty patient here and waited to kill the Doc at kind of the perfect time.
Yeah, so not allowing the Appa to save it, so still some good value gained.
And now you can do some blinking if you want. Nothing you really want to blink anymore.
I suppose you could blink one of your lands if you wanted to have it untapped.
True.
Have 2 mana on Oliver's turn, but not really much to do with that.
And you want the Cub mana for next turn, so you want those counters to be on, because now 2 colorless mana, Cub comes into play, targets one of your untapped land, all of a sudden you have 6 mana available.
Yep.
So at least this airbent stuff, if you have to pay full retail, now with the Dock being sent to exile, at least the Cub's going to help you cast it all next turn.
Yeah, and the fact that they're already in play means that you can kill the Cub in response to the earthbending of the Cub itself.
Yeah.
But you can tap lands in response while the Cub is still in play.
So realistically, that means the Cub is free from airbending. So that's pretty impressive. A kicked firebending lesson to deal with Appa.
All right, but the next wave is getting all loaded up. That Web Watch can come right back down. And we see the Badger Mole doing a really good job of fueling the Web Watch, giving all this mana to then cast the Web Watch, get more cards going. And what a great engine.
Oh, yeah. There could be 1,004 counters on that Airbending Ascension this turn. Kind of easily. Of course, we do need a couple pieces to go, but it's not that crazy to think that this turn could end in that fashion. Here is Badger Mole Cub to animate that land. Now we have 6 mana available. Starting it off with another free card. So if we have one of our big hits, that's one of the big hits. Aang Swift Savior looks excellent. Now still missing Doc. Still missing second Appa.
And again, Aang is creature or spell, correct? So Aang cannot reset the Web Watch.
Correct, yeah. But the Airbender Ascension can.
Yes, it can, right?
Oh, no, that one is
can't.
All right. They all do a little bit different stuff.
So Kai really thinking it through here. There are a lot of machinations, a lot of different things going on, aside from the fact that he's also playing in the finals of a major event, trying to take down the trophy, trying to win $10,000, and trying to beat an extremely accomplished player.
Yeah, absolutely. But making it look good so far, and I would definitely say advantage to Kai here for this game.
Yes.
Particularly not pros. Aang at the crossroads, can we find? Appa is probably the best hit. That's Appa in the window. Appa in the window. You get to pay 2 mana for the interdimensional Web Watch, and then you get to blink it out, use that 2 mana to put it back into play, and then if you hit a Dock, it's just over. But wow, Oliver just says this is enough. I can't come back from this. I don't think this was Kai explaining any kind of loop or anything. This was just your fair plan was too much.
I mean, yeah, worst case scenario, ends up the Ascension bounces the Ang. You get to go again for more cards. That game was awesome.
That was awesome. And as we've been saying the whole time, this Bant Airbending deck has such a great matchup against Is It Lessons. And, you know, like, all right, maybe that's not the case. But that game did look excellent here. So from Oliver Tomaiko's side, this is a matchup that he is very unfamiliar with. But Kai, sure, Kai only played against this deck one time in the tournament. Bet played against it a lot in practice. Where Oliver, how much do you think Oliver played against Bant Airbending in practice?
Literal 0.
Exactly. That would be my assumption as well. So looking at Oliver Tomaiko's side, we got 2 Annuls, 1 Broadside Barrage, 2 Flash Freeze, 1 Get Out, 1 Iroh's Demonstration, 1 Negate, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Quantum Riddler, 1 Raw Crackling Wit, 1 Slag Storm, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, 1 Wan Shi Tong Librarian.
Yeah, I think obviously the kill spells are coming in. Just your typical like anti-creature package. If you look at Kai's sideboard, as you often need to do as you're playing a kind of a combo S deck, really no graveyard hate. There is 1 Kutzel's Flanker, and that is it. There's a few Rex Sages also, I suppose, as ways to kind of break up Oliver's main plan.
Yeah.
I think that the main plan will mostly be stuck to, though. I don't think a card like Quantum Riddler or Raw Crackling Wit really jives well in this sort of matchup. Trying to nickel and dime against a deck that's capable of going infinite is not a great place to be. So I imagine it's just a bunch of interaction, a bunch of removal spells, and then just trying to do the thing better than that game.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Okay, and then from Kai's side, we have 2 Avatar's Wrath. Very flavorful. 2 Aven Interrupter, 1 Cavern of Souls, 1 Kutzel's Flanker, 2 Quantum Riddler, 2 Reclamation Sage, 4 Seam Rips, 1 Spider Sense.
Yeah, I mean, the Rex Sages look great. And honestly, that being said, being able to airbend the Rex Sages to replay them over and over again and keep mopping up various enchantments and artifacts is pretty potent, too.
Even Seam Rip, maybe, like it hits Artist Talent, it hits Grand, that could be okay. Maybe not as good as Rex Sage, though.
Yeah, Rex Sage seems great.
Yeah.
Interrupter, probably not. Flanker seems solid also, but not much to do here. I think it's mostly just the Sages, maybe an Interrupter or 2, maybe a Flanker. But for the most part, I mean, the Sages seem like a pretty solid plan as far as breaking up what Oliver's doing. And one thing this Bant deck has shown us so far is that it can really grind.
Yeah.
When it comes to drawing cards, this deck is superb.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. So if you are looking at Kai's deck and you're like, wow, I need these cards, well, there is a certain set that I think that you should order, and it's going to be Avatar. There is so many Avatar The Last Airbender cards in this particular deck that ordering some boosty packs here from StarCityGames.com/MTG-TLA. You crack a couple boxes of this, you are probably opening most of this deck, Jim.
Yeah, you can buy the singles if you want, or you can buy the booster packs and get the singles that you want, and a bunch of other cards too.
And you can draft too. You can draft and then use those singles to play Kai's really awesome deck. So order this deck now. It's a fantastic limited set and has some absolute bangers when it comes to cards that are being played in Standard right now. All right, players shuffling up, looking at each other's deck lists. Could be one more game here in this tournament if Kai Nelson pulls off the upset here and wins this final game.
I mean, that first game was pretty clean.
It really was. Oliver stumbled once, missed his 3rd land drop, but I don't know if that's necessarily like, okay, you stumble once, this deck is going to punish you, but that's how it looked like this game.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it's just a card advantage. I mean, the Interdimensional Web Watch is just awesome.
It's so good.
Like the ability to kind of keep drawing cards, the fact that it makes you mana for drawing more cards, and then airbending it over and over and over again is just great. Just really, really cool stuff.
The thing I love the most about it is just think about sideboarding against this Bant airbending deck. It's a creature deck, right? You want removal. That's how you want to approach it. But if you have removal, you're not going to have ways to counter this artifact. So no matter what, the plan that people are playing against you doesn't really fit into being good against both casting a 4-mana artifact that gives you card advantage or creatures. You kind of have to pick one avenue. Now, of course, if you are playing removal and a bunch of it'll quench you type thing, that would be amazing. But these Is It Lessons decks are not just constructed in that way.
Yeah, I mean, there are the 2 Annuls on the board. You know, if
Yeah, we talked about this in a previous round.
yeah, if Oliver really thinks that the web watch is extremely important to deal with, I think it's definitely not as important as it would be against the control deck.
Yeah.
Where those games are going to go long for sure. And Oliver has a main plan he can't execute. So could be an option though.
I mean, probably negate would just be better, right? Because then at least you can counter.
Not much.
I guess, yeah, it is kind of just a null.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Honestly, the only non-creatures of a deck are enchantments and artifacts.
That's
so,
fair.
You know,
It's some of the sideboard stuff, but
yeah, maybe there's one Spider Sense on the board and 4 Seam Rips.
we are underway here. Spire Bluff Canal coming on in. No Grand to speak of. No other 1-drop. And Kai Nelson picking up his first turn here. See what we have. Maybe a Llanowar Elf. There's 4 Llanowars, 2 Gene Pollinators as far as your 1-drops. And looks like we don't have one of them. Tap Plains.
Spider Planes, Spider Planes.
Go on.
That's all I know.
Okay. All right, just an island and a pass. A wild island. That looks
Yeah.
pretty cool, I must say.
Yeah, is that a Magic card?
It sure is. It sure is. All right, good old-fashioned Anticipate, clean Magic. I see SpongeBob Island, Monument, and a second island. Monument the pick, and hey, that looks great right now. Just slam that Monument. Hope that there's not a Rexage. That would be devastating.
Yeah. The thing is, with Kai having no turn 1 or 2 play, I mean, maybe trying to be conservative against a mana dork, but
Well, this could be a nasty Rexage if it's there. Let us see. But if it's not, big advantage to Oliver for sure.
uh-oh.
I mean, if you were playing a 3-drop, and it is Reclamation Sage. Monument to the yard, and having one Rexage kind of means you have a lot of them.
Yeah, this is a spot where normally you don't want to kill a creature after it's used its enters battlefield ability because it's already done its thing.
Yeah.
But Oliver wants to get this off the board so it can't be airbent. You know, like if Kai is able to airbend this, leave it in the airbend zone for the next talent or endurance, that stinks.
Yeah, absolutely.
I must say, I'm surprised to see the talent still in the deck. These
I am too.
talents.
I am too.
That sort of game plan doesn't seem super exciting. Although I guess if Oliver is scared of getting all the artifacts and enchantments blown up, maybe you need to have that kind of thing in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is the challenge of playing against a brew, where these are the things you learn after playing dozen games.
Yeah.
You spend a few hours with your buddy, work on the matchup, and these are the things you got to learn on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, when you're constructing your sideboard, whenever I pick up a deck from a really great player who just played a big tournament, the numbers kind of just flow into the big matchups, right? It's just like, oh, this feels perfect. These 6 in, these 6 out. You're not going to have those sideboard slots just filling in perfectly in a matchup like this because this isn't what you've been preparing for.
Yep. Gran.
Grand coming down.
And looks like an Ang on Kai's side. See where Oliver wants to go after this. Don't know if Grand's on the stack or is currently in play. I imagine if you're Kai, you could wait till the end step and airbend it out if that's the plan. So
you could. I mean, the cost reduction is pretty close to it. But, yeah, if you airbend it out now, you can just recast it for 2 mana.
Yep,
So.
yep.
All right, let's see what the follow-up is.
I think Oliver just passed.
Okay. And nothing there from Kai. This is a very strange game in comparison to the first one, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it's interesting where I think the longer the game goes, the better it is for Kai. Like, there's so many good card advantage engines on his side, and he has the ability to kind of win out of nowhere. So we'll see. Pacing here is interesting.
Yeah, very much maybe. Both players kind of playing around stuff, or Kai could easily be playing around something like it'll quench you, maybe some other type of counter spells. And honestly, the flip side, Oliver could be playing around Avian Interrupter, so both players not trying to get their big spell tempoed out.
Yep. Gran going to go flying.
Looks like it. Airbending lesson almost assuredly sending Gran away. I mean, Rexage, you do want that combination, but when there's nothing to blow up on the other side immediately, you probably just get Grand out of the way.
Yeah, I think having the ability to push some damage through, just having the thing in play, whenever you're in this weird posture style game,
Yeah.
you just want to keep chipping in.
Okay, Firebending Lesson on Rex Sage, and in response, Aang Swift Savior exiles out Rex Sage to be able to save it. And then with Grand presumably about to get airbent, why not draw 3 cards?
Why not?
Why not? A 1, a 2, a 3. All right, and a little bit more value before Grand heads to the skies. He's got to catch her flight.
Grand's a heck of a card.
Yeah, Grand is a heck of a card. And still
Oh
one more
my
time.
God.
Oh
Ugh.
my goodness. So, all right, this game looked like everyone's just chilling, having a good old time, and now Oliver has 16 cards in hand.
That being said, can Kai just untap and make 10,000 tokens?
I mean, this is Kai's turn, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my statement still stands, I suppose.
Yes.
If Oliver doesn't want to do anything. But you're correct.
Yep. Gonna be a lot tougher for that aspect. Now Oliver gets one of these turns to kind of just pop off. Starting with Slagstorm, probably not 3 damage to each player, so Aang Swift Savior heading to the graveyard. And now a cheaper Grand's coming down. And presumably 6 or so cards from Oliver here.
It's leaving up 2 here. Effectively, I guess, multiple spells because of the cost reduction.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. The extra copy of Grand could be discarded to the first Grand. I guess maybe Oliver has so many cards doesn't matter, but
Yeah, it's probably a case of I had to discard a hand size if I didn't play it from my hand,
sure,
you know?
that's fair.
But Grand goes away, and Oliver's flicking there. That does look like only about 5 cards, so I don't think that's the case, so you might be right. And didn't play anything in response, so presumably does not have 4th Ancestral Recall. There's my expert analysis.
Ooh, Riddler time coming in. That's coming in the 2 of out of the board.
Okay. Quantum Riddler only drawing 1 card for Kai.
A lot of sideboarding for Kai here. The C-Rips came in. The Riddler came in.
Yeah, definitely taking a defensive posture here. I'm curious, like, this is a type of deck where when you take out a lot of cards, like, you're either trimming off the top of all your combo pieces or you're taking out something that is big, like Aang at the Crossroad or something like that. We wouldn't take out the combo, right?
Maybe some of it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised. Those are 2 cards I would not have considered bringing in.
Yeah.
But clearly, Kai knows a lot more about what he's doing than I do. So
Could easily be a on-the-draw thing. Seam Rip to Enter Artist Talent and Grand.
Sure.
And then on the play, you get a little more proactive and you forego those type of cards.
Sure.
Doc's here. Doc's in town. Nothing really to cast from the exile zone quite yet.
The Doctor is in.
And wow, the Quantum Riddler just got killed. It was just on warp duty. But it was so cheap to replay that Oliver decided to respect it by killing it with the combustion technique. Also could just be saying a lot about Oliver's hands. I have a lot of red spot removal in hand.
Yeah.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, the side effect of Doc making the Riddlers cost cheaper out of the board.
Yeah.
That's the little like secondary and like tertiary synergies that like really make a deck nice.
Definitely.
You know, it's not part of the main plan. Just all your cards are working together in great ways, and all the cards are all just really good.
Yeah, 100%. You see that a lot from, like, you know, just cross-set synergy.
Yep.
Like, you see, of course, a lot of cards within a set that are going to synergize together, but whenever you get a nice one outside of it, makes for a really cool standard deck. And, man, this game really seemed like it all revolved around that turn 3 exchange of Reclamation Sage to kill the Monument. This game looks so different if that's still in play. I don't think Oliver would be not using his mana every single turn if that was still in play.
Yeah, and the thing is that, you know, all these cards are being drawn, sure. Oliver needs to win the game, you know, and Rek'Sai is still hanging out in the airbend zone, and effectively Kai can kill infinite monuments, you know, not infinite, but, you know, a lot of them by airbending that thing over and over and over
Only
again.
need to kill 3.
Right. And, you know, otherwise, what other ways does Oliver have to win? Did Oliver bring in some sort of a Riddler effect?
Yeah.
If these talents are still in, but are a few otters going to do it? Those don't play well against airbending. So Kai might just be saying, hey, we can go into a longer game if you want, because I'm just fine with that.
I mean, if I'm Oliver, I'm sticking to the is it lesson plan. I'm not bringing in a lot of side stuff. I would just think my matchup's good. I would think I'd want to kill my opponent's creature, and I'd want to be doing the lessons thing, and I would think that would be good enough. But, of course, I have no idea exactly what Oliver's doing. Artist Talent does hit the battlefield in Iroh's demonstration. Sends the Doctor to the yard.
The guy's got a solid little grip there. I think he has like 4-ish cards.
Yeah. And we have that. I mean, you count a 5th card there with the Reclamation Sage that can come off right now. Probably a pretty good place to start to deal with the talent.
Yep, there are 2 flash frees into Maiko's board, but I don't think you can bring that in here. I don't think it hits enough stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It hits everything but Aang, Appa, Airbender Ascension, and Interdimensional Web Watch. That's not everything, but
That's a lot of the big cards.
that is a lot of the big cards. I would agree with you. So
How about a new Rex Sage?
new Rex Sage. Didn't need that old one.
This is the new Rex Sage, just like the old Rex Sage.
There you go. Now that is going to increase the quest counters on the Ascension pretty soon.
Get out.
Is that even better than just countering it? Probably.
Is this not countering it?
Oh, maybe. I thought he pointed at the talent, but that was to loot. Okay. I thought it was to bounce that instead.
Yep.
That makes a lot more sense. So now here's this. Now we are in quenchable territory. If there's a quench here, Oliver would have been hyped to get free value here, but now we get a free Rex Sage.
Now, if Oliver's able to kill this Rex Sage and they're both in the graveyard,
Yes.
now there's no more artifact and enchantment recursion.
It would be huge.
Yes. What a sweet finals.
This is a sweet finals, that is for sure. And yeah, of course, still has the 2 mana available, so Quench really not doing too much here.
Gonna go after Papa Doc.
Wow. Interesting to not do that with the removal spell or the get out on the stack to the Rex Sage, right?
Right, to stop the ability to play
stop
it.
this from being free.
Right.
Maybe not the biggest of deal if you don't have a card like Quench, but I mean, the way Oliver's pausing, this seems like this is about to be a dead Artist Talent.
All right.
Artist Talent gone, and now every single turn that Rex Sage lives. Oh, this is the play. This is the play. You get to Warp Riddler here, and at end step, you get to blink it in with the Ascension to get another trigger. Draw 2 cards, end step, stack the triggers so the Warp resolves second, blink Airbender Ascension with it. Oh, my God.
Oliver's getting scammed.
Oh, yes. This is incredible.
The fix is in.
Oh, that is a combination.
And that's just what I was saying, where Riddler's on a main part of this deck, but it just works really well with many of the elements. So cool.
And Oliver getting a little punished by get out on the Rex Sage when there's a second Rex Sage ready to go. Get out on the Riddler here would, of course, looked a lot better since your enchantment's kind of going to go away anyways, but...
Yeah, for sure. It seemed when Get Out was cast on the Rex Sage, I was like, oh, there's got to be a plan for Rex Sage number 2.
Same, yep.
You know, but wow.
And that is it. Oliver Tomaiko extends the hand, and Kai Nelson with the brew of Bant Airbending, a deck that so many people have written off completely after the World Championship, has just won Spotlight the Avatar here in Atlanta, Georgia.
That is awesome. Just so cool to see. There's just nothing better than a brew winning a big tournament.
Yes.
A big open tournament, you know, one of the things about a Pro Tour or a closed, invitation tournament is that the players, they're all grinders, they're really going to earn their way there. They don't want to risk screwing it up.
Yeah.
You see a lot of established decks. The big thing about these open tournaments is anyone can walk in off the street with any deck, and if they've put in the work and they know what their matchups are, they can take the whole thing down.
And Kai just made this look incredibly awesome. Did sneak in at 8th place at an X&3 record, so had to, get a little bit of tiebreaker luck to get it going. But, man, we saw Kai take down a control deck. We saw Kai take down these linear, aggressive Badger Mole Cub decks. And then we just saw him 2-0 Oliver Tomaiko, the end boss here, in what we figured was a bad matchup. Are we wrong? Is that actually not a bad matchup? Who knows?
That was clean.
That was clean.
That was not like, Oliver just mulled to 5 and Oliver missed a land up. His draw wasn't perfect in game 1, but like that's magic,
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the draw we saw in the top 4
Right.
against Corey by any means, but taking nothing away from Kai, that was absolutely incredible and just a dominant performance here. That was so cool.
So cool. And I love seeing him attack. I think that one of the coolest things about Magic is players who put in the work and say, okay, this isn't working.
Yeah.
What can we do here? The card pool is so large and standard right now. There are so many possible options. Let me go digging. Let me go find something cool. And nothing better than finding something cool and taking it all the way to the top.
I mean, if we got the deck list here for Kai, let's pull that up one more time because the interdimensional web watch here just looked so good all weekend. Just some absolutely hot tech here and really took the deck to another level to me.
Yeah, mana and cards. And the challenge with that card as far as building around it is, how can I use the exile effect? I want this to be a mana rock, right?
Yeah.
I want to be able to actually use the mana on more things than just the 2 cards it exiles. And airbending is the perfect way to do that, both in spending the mana and then being able to reset it and use it over and over again.
Yeah, just so synergistic. You can tell Kai has just been playing this deck here for a good amount of time. Nick Miller and Kai are getting ready to go over on the sideboard here, and I can't wait to hear that interview and see exactly what his prep was like. But, yeah, really incredible tournament so far. Let's put up the metagame one more time while they get ready to go because, well, I don't even know if we're going to be able to spot, Bant airbending anywhere on here.
There's 4.
Okay. All right, 4 Bant airbending lists. I would not be shocked by any means if this Kai's list was the only one with the interdimensional web watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that, there's a team. We're going to find out very, very shortly. I'm sure
Yes.
Nick will ask Kai if there's a team working on this deck. But yeah, from 4 to the top is really, really cool. It was definitely in the other category on day 1. So here, this is the conversion on day 2.
Yeah.
And just, looking at this awesome metagame so far
Yes.
here for Avatar Standard. There's a really great variety of aggro, combo, control, ramp, kind of pseudo-control combo. Just all sorts of great things happening. Just really great stuff and a really, really awesome event.
Yeah, it really was. Simic Ouroboros, the top deck, 1 Leon in the hands of Simon Nielsen. So, an extremely powerful deck going outside of this tournament. Is it Lesson still looked incredibly good. Jeskai Control didn't really put anyone into the top 8, but still looked pretty solid as well. Just so many different things that you can be doing in this format, and it just really leads to an exciting regional championship that we're going to have here in a couple of weeks here in Portland, and see what kind of impact Lorwyn is going to make. But enough of us chatting about what the future has to hold. The future is right now. Kai is talking with Nick Miller over in the sideboard. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard one last time here at Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, part of SCG Con Atlanta. I'm Nick Miller alongside our champion, Kai Nelson, and it brings me great pleasure to say the Avatar Spotlight was taken down by a massive Avatar fan.
Yep.
Not only a huge fan of the show, playing the Bant airbending deck
Yep, that's right.
to win it all.
Yeah,
Take us through.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because it's kind of fallen out of meta too. I mean, not a lot of people were playing it. I think I was one of the very few that was playing it. And yeah, I mean, I think I found some spicy tech that it was originally missing. I know it was played at Worlds a little bit. And yeah, ever since I saw the list, I've been playing it and kind of just, tweaking it myself. And yeah, I mean, I think it's really powerful. And I love Avatar and I love the deck. And it's been like one of the most fun standards for me at least.
When people talk about the Universes Beyond approach to the game, I think you're probably a perfect target for that.
Yes.
Playing all the cards from the set.
Yep.
We saw a bunch of Avatar cards in the tournament. You played against the Lessons deck in the final. But
That's right.
speaking of which, the Worlds meta did shake out. A lot of the people there said, the Lessons deck is tough on the airbending deck. Everyone kind of wrote it off.
Right.
You brought some new tech here. Talk about the interdimensional web watch.
Yeah, yeah.
I only know the arena names.
Yeah, I'm not super
apologize.
familiar with the paper name either. Yeah, so honestly, in that matchup, I pretty much bored out like every single piece of ramp I have except Bramble Familiar, and kind of just turned into a whole different deck. But yeah, the web watch just allows you to catch up when you're behind, and they just exponentially you just pop off with multiples of them. And yeah, I think every time I've played it, it's helped me catch up or have a chance, to win the game. And I think that's kind of like what the deck was missing, and it's been huge this weekend.
How were your matchups against the other decks? How did you feel against, Simic Ouroboros and the Lessons deck?
Yeah, Simic, I feel like it's got, that's kind of one thing about this deck. I didn't feel any nightmare matchups. I think Simic can obviously pop off, but you just try to stall them as much as possible. I'm trying to think of other matchups. I mean, honestly, even against like Lessons, I felt really good against Lessons. I think I beat every Lessons deck that I played, and that was a matchup I was very comfortable with. But yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty strong, and I can't really pinpoint. It's the weakest, its weakest deck. But yeah, I mean, I think against the meta, it did pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, all the green players in the top 8 were all just lamenting to each other. It's like, if so-and-so in the previous round doesn't beat you, we're all going to lose.
Yeah.
And they were just like hoping one of the other ones would take you out, but you went through the field.
Yep.
No problem whatsoever. What was the highlight of the deck for you this weekend? What's the biggest shout out?
I mean, it's definitely just got to be the web watch. I mean, again, it was just the all-star. It was the MVP of the weekend, and yeah, I mean, not much more to say than that.
Any shout outs for friends, family,
yeah, shout out
local
water
game store, anything like that?
Yeah, shout out Water Cooler. Shout out everybody back in Birmingham, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, well, Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, goes down. Bant Airbending takes it down. Kai Nelson, congratulations. Couldn't find a more deserving player.
Thank you
for an Avatar Spotlight.
I appreciate it.
Send it back to Corey and Jim to close it out here in Atlanta.
So absolutely awesome to be able to take down Spotlight the Avatar with a bunch of Avatar cards. That is really, really fitting, wouldn't you say?
I got to confess, folks, on the broadcast here, this is scripted.
Yeah,
I gotta break the immersion and say this is all scripted. This is all made. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, Aang wins the Avatar Spotlight. Just the coolest deck. Aang's your savior. Aang at the crossroads. Appa just hanging out, riding off into the sunset. Just really, really cool. This is Magic at its absolute finest. Seeing a player work really hard in the deck, have awesome new tech, have a really sick brew, come in the open tournament, take down $10,000, go into the Pro Tour. I just awesome. I'm speechless.
Exactly. And all the things he was saying about the interaction up against the Is It Lessons deck, how the new card, how the interdimensional web watch. I have to do the same. I have to look down. So, Nick Miller, I feel you, man. This isn't something we have been seeing a lot of, but it does seem like that card really shores up some of the bad matchups. And, hey, if Is It Lessons, as confident as Kai is in that matchup, if that's not a bad matchup, well, it looks like we just have another deck that's going to enter Standard right now and be a huge player. I mean, that is just telling of how awesome a format like Standard is right now, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and I love what he said about his plan against Lessons to cut all the mana dorks.
Yeah.
Those sort of non-intuitive plans come from expertise, really working on it, and really thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
Whereas Badger Club and Lano Elves are two of the best cards in the entire format.
100%.
Just takes them right out of the deck. Understanding that what the matchup is about, what's important in the matchup, be willing to bring in the seam rips, to take a little more of a controlling role and say, hey, I have this really late game energy that's kind of off what you're doing.
Yeah.
I can just play into that and be totally fine. Absolute mastery.
Yeah, I love it. And you don't figure out those kind of really sweet hidden things about your deck without practicing a lot. And that seems like exactly what Kai Nelson has done. So that's going to do it here at Spotlight the Avatar here in Atlanta, Georgia. I once again just want to give a huge congratulations to Kai Nelson taking this down. Big congratulations, or a big thank you, I should say, to you, Jim, for hanging out with me all weekend. That has been a lot of fun. Big thank you to the production team, to the judges, everybody at Star City Games who makes these kind of tournaments possible. And, of course, most importantly, you for watching this. We would not be doing these broadcasts if there wasn't someone on the other side of the camera watching all these games unfold and stuff like that. So Such a great tournament. Jim, you got any final last words?
And Carmen and Ryan, too.
And Carmen and Ryan, of course. Yes, I was including them in the production team, but yeah, of course, Carmen and Ryan did a fantastic job as well. So we got a couple of weeks off, and then we're going to be heading to Portland for a standard regional championship where we're going to be able to see a fantastic format, see everything move around, and see what is going to be the top deck when it comes to that. So thank you so much for watching, everyone. We'll see you next time.